The summer sun was scorching. The heat was stifling and unbearable. Amidst a majestic ancient city, a human voice echoed from nowhere. "Who are you?" Standing before a simple signboard, a voice suddenly rang out. "Do you not recognize me?" A man stood there, confidently introducing himself. "I am Yunlong, a disciple of Kunloon." Facing his calm expression, the other person turned his head and asked suspiciously, "I have never heard this name before. Who is he?" The person next to him immediately chimed in. "One look, and you can tell he's a beggar." Having said that, both of them quickly rushed towards Yunlong, ceaselessly spewing mockery. "If you're a beggar, then go beg properly. How dare you impersonate a Kunloon disciple?" In the blink of an eye, Yunlong had arrived at the door, startling the two men. Speaking to a fellow disciple like that, isn't that a bit too excessive? Seeing that he ignored their words and walked straight inside, the two men prepared to draw their swords and attack. "Hey, I said so much, yet you still don't understand?" In less than a second, the expressions on their faces turned to utter horror, because Yunlong had snapped their swords in an instant with a single move. Looking at the broken swords in their hands, the two men's faces immediately changed color. Under the gentle blue sky, walking in leisurely, his heart was calm, without a ripple. Yunlong took a deep breath. The air of Kunloon filled his chest. Truly a feeling I haven't had in a long time. Suddenly, the disciples blew a whistle as a signal. Immediately after, other disciples appeared one by one, tightly surrounding him. On the ground, gusts of wind kicked up, sweeping up dust and dirt. All the Kunloon disciples revealed ferocious expressions, murderous intent billowing. Relying on their advantage in numbers, they quickly surrounded the solitary Yunlong in the center. Yunlong quietly observed. Only then did he think to himself, "Strange, everywhere I look, there are only unfamiliar faces." At this moment, a deep voice rang out from behind Yunlong. "I am the sect leader, Bai Song. Who are you to dare cause trouble here?" Hearing this, he slightly turned around to appraise him. Looking the opponent up and down once, he said to himself again, "Another unfamiliar face. Just how long has it been?" A moment later, Yunlong looked at Bai Song and seriously explained, "I am Yunlong. I have just finished my secluded cultivation, but it seems too much time has passed. No one recognizes me anymore." Hearing this, the man shouted angrily in rebuttal, "Nonsense. Our sect does not have secluded cultivation." A disciple immediately added, "I heard that recently there are many people impersonating members of our sect." Seeing this, Yunlong became even more relaxed. "What is your master's Taoist name?" Bai Song replied, "Master Xianzheng." The sun gradually rose higher. In Kunloon, the sound of questions and answers continued. Above him is Master Lingguang. Above him is... Wait, why is it? A moment later, the man cleared his throat, recalling, although the details are unclear, "But I have heard of the Yun generation." Hearing this, Yunlong cheerfully patted his chest and claimed, "That's right, I belong to that generation. I am of the rank of your great-grandmaster." The disciples behind tried to suppress their laughter, while Bai Song's attitude began to turn ugly. Stammering, seeing him so furious, Yunlong was a bit confused, only to see Bai Song rushing forward like a bolt of lightning tearing through the wind, shouting loudly, "Shut your mouth, you brat, you wet behind the ears punk. How dare you humiliate our sect and the ancestors?" Bai Song's exquisite and peerless sword moves continuously attacked Yunlong, but he skillfully and precisely dodged every single move. When the spear tip closed in, he ended it all with just a flick of his finger. Looking at the lingering power from Yunlong's move, Bai Song was stunned into silence. The sharp spear tip instantly snapped into several pieces. Bai Song cried out in panic. "What?" Yunlong stood up straight, looking up at the sky and thought, "About 100 years. Has it been that long?" Sensing the strength, the extraordinary power of Yunlong, the Kunloon disciples also became vigilant. He is using dark arts. Careful, those who have learned the 9 Palaces 8 trigrams formation. Hurry up. The situation was chaotic, but Yunlong still spoke calmly. "I have dedicated my entire youth and life to Kunloon. Time truly flies fast." As soon as he finished speaking, the disciples pointed their swords at him in unison. "Hold it down." Yunlong channeled his power. A powerful surge of internal energy exploded. oppressing all four directions, a domineering aura unmatched by anyone. The disciples were blasted away, rolling on the ground, crying out in pain. Dust blinded the sky. People's hearts were in panic. A scene of chaos never before seen, accompanied by ceaseless screaming. A figure landed gently like a falling leaf. He left Kunloon without expending any effort, ignoring the chaotic situation behind him. If even Kunloon has no place for me, then where should I go? Clouds drifted lazily in the sky. Yinlong's figure walked on in solitude. Unexpectedly, after walking for a while, his body sent a signal. Hungry. How long has it been since I felt this? I was too focused on cultivating qi and martial arts. So much that I don't remember when I last ate. Yinlong's face looked gaunt. Clutching his stomach with both hands, he lamented. So hungry. Suddenly, something that could fill his empty stomach appeared. Yinlong drooled with craving, exclaiming, "A rabbit!" His slender hand reached out as fast as lightning. He caught it, looking at the white rabbit's face. He hesitated. It's looking at me with such adorable eyes. This is cheating. After a moment of hesitation, Yinlong finally decided to give up on this delicacy. I can't eat you. The white rabbit seized the opportunity, happily scampering away, laughing inwardly. Too easy. He continued walking forward. Before long, something caught his attention. Memories flooded back like a tide. It's the Kunloon Inn. I used to come here with my master and senior brothers. In the past, everyone was chatting happily. Guest, please try this. Are you new here? There was my brother too. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. Calling out, hello. After Yinlong sat down, she hurriedly walked over, politely asking, may I ask what you would like to order, sir? At this moment, She saw the person in front of her clearly. Seeing Yinlong's dust-covered clothes, she was secretly curious. This person looks like he's from Kunloon, but why is he in such a state? His clothes are all tattered. Hearing this, he scratched his head in embarrassment, preparing to order. She was still immersed in her own thoughts. He must have encountered bandits. Finally, Sushi gave a gentle smile, softly suggesting, please take your time to decide. Yinlong's face became cheerful. He immediately nodded. After she left, he began to zone out. Damn it, I forgot I don't have any money when I came in. Being of a chivalrous nature, Yinlong decided to leave. He stood up, thinking, I should sneak away before she comes back. Suddenly, a bowl of steaming hot food was placed in front of him, breaking the silence. Then, he spoke up with some awkwardness. I haven't ordered yet. But Sushi declared generously, this is on the house. Guest, please feel free to enjoy. After speaking, she smiled as bright as the sun again, continuing to explain, I knew it at a glance. You must have encountered bandits, right? In times of difficulty and tribulation like this, helping each other is the right thing to do. Yinlong felt that things had exceeded his imagination. He thought confusedly, this is far from the truth. Finally, Yinlong accepted Sushi's kindness, happily sitting down to eat. Since you said so, then I shall respectfully accept. She smiled with satisfaction and left. Each strand of noodle he swallowed melted in his mouth, moving Yinlong deeply, exclaiming, so delicious. But out of nowhere, a sword was suddenly placed on his shoulder, accompanied by a warning voice. Stop. Yongfeng had a cold expression, murderous intent billowing, still not retracting his sword, growling, if you want to eat, take off those clothes first. He gritted his teeth and questioned, I heard there are many people impersonating Kunloon disciples recently. You dare wear a uniform to beg? You're dead this time. The noodles were still in Yinlong's mouth. He turned his head with a puzzled look. Without him noticing, Yongfeng was standing behind Yinlong. He angrily pointed his sword tip at Yinlong, shouting, on what grounds does an outsider wear a uniform? Take it off now. Seeing this, Yinlong remained calm. He looked regretfully at the bowl of noodles once, then spoke up, but I truly am a person of Kunloon, even though I have left now. Before he finished speaking, he gently brushed the sword off his shoulder, softly saying, let me finish eating first. Saying that, Yinlong slowly enjoyed the hot bowl of noodles in front of him. The taste is still the same as before. This action made Yongfeng furious. His face darkened. A fierce aura of resentment surged. Yongfeng gritted his teeth in anger. Are you deliberately ignoring me? I am a direct disciple of Kunloon. Immediately after, Yongfeng sat down opposite Yinlong, then glared his brows furrowed, his mouth criticizing ceaselessly. Kunloon's uniform is not for imposters like you to wear. You won't get a second chance. I'm speaking nicely. Take it off now. Despite Young Feng rambling on, Yinlong only focused on enjoying his bowl of noodles. A moment later, Yinlong turned back refreshingly to praise. She inherited the broth too, clear yet rich. Being ignored by Yinlong like that, Young Feng could only grit his teeth in rage. Yinlong wiped his mouth with his hand, then lectured. One must have manners when eating. Does Kunloon not teach this anymore? The anger in Young Feng's heart surged like a waterfall. He frowned and shouted, "What did you say?" Feeling looked down upon, Young Feng immediately swung his fist at Yinlong. "You dare insult Kunloon?" Yinlong deflected the opponent's attack without using any effort. Young Feng was hit by his own move. Bright red, nosebleed streamed down. His whole body staggered, while Yinlong calmly exclaimed, "Truly delicious." A moment later, Yinlong slowly opened the door and walked out. "I have no money, so I will pay in another way." His gaze was serious, scanning the surroundings, seeing a giant tree trunk that seemed to touch the blue sky and white clouds. Yinlong stopped, pondering. The sun is getting harsher. Sushi was halfway there. She suddenly stopped in surprise. Sushi was carrying another plate of food, her face bewildered. Did he finish eating and leave already? I was planning to treat him to some more buns. Suddenly, a loud noise attracted her attention. What was that sound outside? Still holding the food. When Sushi stepped out the door, she was stunned into silence. The ancient tree in front of her had disappeared, replaced by piles of firewood arranged neatly, stacked high like a mountain. Sushi became confused. What was going on? Yinlong smiled happily and explained, "I chopped some firewood to pay for the noodles." Facing her curiosity, he said again, "When I looked around the yard, I saw you were short on firewood," while Sushi was still looking around in astonishment, thinking to herself, "What am I seeing? How is this possible?" Yinlong had bowed to take his leave. "Farewell." Only then did she snap out of it, seeing him turn around. She hurriedly chased after him and called, "Please wait a moment. There's still some buns here. Please have some." Yinlong heard this and turned back to look. In just a blink of an eye, Yinlong's figure flashed, and he was sitting neatly at the table. "Thank you, Mississippi." This action startled Sushi. So fast. Immediately after, a golden roasted chicken was brought out. "Please have this dish too." This overly lavish meal made his eyes go round with surprise. His hand tightly grasped the hot chicken leg. The aroma was overwhelming. It had been a very long time since he had eaten chicken. Sushi continued to smile kindly and reminded him, "Eat slowly, or you'll choke. There is water here." Yinlong chewed ravenously, looking exactly like a starving ghost, hurriedly replying, "Thank you." At this moment, she spoke up to introduce herself. "My name is Jean Sushi. I am 19 years old this year." Yinlong was about to reach out to reply, "My name is," but quickly pulled back, thinking, "I've already left Kunloon. I can't use my old Taoist name anymore." A moment later, Yinlong also gave a name. "My name is Baiyu." A thought flashed through his mind. Because I faced a cave wall for 100 years. So the wall was my friend. Yinlong's next sentence surprised Sushi even more. "As for my age, I am definitely over 100 years old." She slowly observed his face again, guessing, "I heard martial artists who cultivate often go mad. So this person must be." While Yinlong was feeling deeply emotional. Time truly flies fast. Sushi narrowed her eyes and retorted, "But you look normal." This sentence also made Yinlong turn back to look at her in surprise. Then, Yinlong questioned, "What do you mean?" Sushi hurriedly took a few steps back, waving her hands to explain, "Nothing. I was just talking about this chicken. It looks as delicious as it tastes." He didn't suspect anything, continuing to enjoy, nodding in agreement. "It is indeed very delicious." Yinlong's eyes lit up, a satisfied expression on his face, curiously asking, "This meal was wonderful. Do you manage this alone?" A gentle breeze blew past, fluttering the hem of Sushi's clothes. She gave a sad smile and replied, "Before, my grandfather managed it, but he passed away, so now only I am left." Over time, the inn became dilapidated. Sushi's forced voice continued to ring out. "That's why the guest rooms haven't been renovated." Hearing this, he suddenly understood. "So that's how it is. That's why it ended up like this." Yin Long looked at her, secretly lamenting in his heart. Managing an inn at 19 years old. It's hard to imagine how hard she has worked. At this moment, he spoke up to propose. Since you have helped me one more time, it seems I have no other choice. Do you want to hear my proposal? Sushi stood opposite him, her face confused, stammering asking, what is it? Yin Long's warm voice reached her ears. Hire me. I will renovate this inn. His face shone with confidence and determination. Once the repairs are done, I will leave. Su Ye's cheeks blushed. Touched, she hurriedly refused. But I don't have enough money to hire you. His answer made her face even more radiant. Just providing food and shelter is enough. Sushi became excited. Really? Are you sure? In the quiet space of the inn, the conversation between the two continued. Even so, don't worry. This is my own free will. Since you were so insistent. Finally, she was persuaded. Hurrying into the house, not forgetting to look back at Yin Long. I agree. Please come this way. Yin Long stood looking around the entire inn, rubbing his chin in thought. Where should I start? For now, I'll just use tools like a normal person. Then, Yin Long looked towards Sushi, asking if there were any tools. Hearing that, she enthusiastically replied, Please wait a moment. Seeing him bring out tools to prepare for repairs, Sushi curiously asked, Starting so soon? Yin Long gently lifted a wooden table with one hand. Perhaps it's better if I help slowly. Then he carefully put the table down, continuing to ponder, calculating what to do next. Yin Long sat down, meticulously starting the work. Sushi looked at him, smiling. She herself was busy without rest. The familiar sound brought back memories. This is the sound I heard every day when grandfather was alive. I thought I would never hear it again. Could this person have been sent by grandfather? She suddenly realized something, becoming hesitant. Wait. Sushi suddenly remembered the current state of the inn. None of the rooms are intact. Then, the only place to sleep is my bed. She began to imagine a scene. When she was preparing to sleep, Yin Long appears. Miss, I have nowhere to sleep. Su Ye's smile twitched, trying to force a smile, her face turning pale. Then, she rushed out with astonishing speed. As soon as she saw him, Sushi loudly refused. No, the deal is off. Her sudden action confused Yin Long. The two continued to discuss. All the beds are broken. There is no place to sleep. Looking around earlier, I didn't notice this. I saw it. I plan to sleep on the tables in the inn. Hearing this, the blush on Sushi's cheeks gradually faded. Finally, she whispered a suggestion. Please continue your work. When Sushi's figure had disappeared, Yin Long looked up and glanced once. His hands worked nimbly. His mouth also didn't rest. Looking like that, I didn't expect her to be so innocent. Under the clear blue sky, the scenery was truly peaceful. Inside the inn, the sound of banging continued to echo. At this moment, Yongfeng's eyebrows twitched slightly. Then he snapped his eyes open. Waking up, Yongfeng kicked the door open and rushed out. He landed softly on the ground. Running to the front, Yin Long continued to provoke. I don't know what sorcery you used to defeat me, but take off that uniform right now. Otherwise, but Yin Long sighed, looking at Yongfeng reproachfully. Why break the window? The perfectly good main door is right there. Is that how they teach you at Kunloon? This sentence made Yongfeng's shoulders shrink slightly, but his momentum immediately rose again. Yongfeng questioned, Bastard, you still dare mention Kunloon? Enough. At this moment, he also drew his sword, charging at Yin Long, shouting, I won't hold back anymore. Yongfeng rushed towards Yin Long as fast as lightning. The sword in his hand flashed with a cold light, while Yin Long stood there calmly, without any defense. Seeing this, Yongfeng gritted his teeth. The sword tip thrusting forward was pulled back. Yongfeng suddenly stopped. His strange action confused Yin Long. Yongfeng squatted down, placing the wooden box from his back in front of him, then stood up, his eyes serious, shouting, I am a disciple of Kunloon. I do not attack an unarmed person. The wind swept up falling leaves. Yongfeng continued to propose. Draw your sword. The sharp sword remained in Yongfeng's hand. Yongfeng stood in front of Yin Long, warning. If you refuse, then take off that uniform immediately. Facing Yongfeng's pressure, Yin Long remained silent. At this moment, Yongfeng lost all patience. Rushing forward, you are truly foolish to refuse my offer. Yongfeng continuously swung his sword. But Yinlong only needed to tilt his body slightly to dodge. Even so, he refused to give up, continuing to rush forward. After a series of failed moves, Yongfeng thought unwillingly, dodging my attacks, just like flowing clouds and water, wherever the sword tip pointed. Yinlong skillfully swayed to dodge. Yongfeng gripped the weapon in his hand tightly. The two stood very close, but the chance for Yongfeng to touch Yinlong was absolutely zero. Why can't I hit him? Yongfeng's body was as light as a cloud. In a blink, he leaped into the air, his spirit blazing, while Yinlong stood still, not moving. In the air, Yongfeng's powerful sword moves attacked Yinlong in succession. While Yinlong skillfully dodged from beginning to end, Yongfeng panted heavily. His eyes rolled back in anger, still unconvinced in his heart. Have I always been this incompetent? But among the disciples of my generation, no one is stronger than me. Unwilling to accept reality, Yongfeng said resentfully, "It seems you have practiced some strange martial art." Up until this moment, Yinlong hadn't opened his mouth to explain a single word. Only a smile full of hidden meaning bloomed on Yinlong's lips. "I will make that smug face of yours shed tears." Yongfeng could only grit his teeth, frowning in hatred, thinking, "Originally I didn't want to use that move, but you forced me." Yongfeng's eyes suddenly turned a strange color. He took a deep breath. A powerful stream of internal energy poured out from his body. Our Kunloon's secret technique. The ground beneath Yongfeng's feet was covered in dust. Minor pure sword art. Third stance. His movement technique was light. Each exquisite sword path seemed to be painting patterns in the air, both agile and sharp. Carine en oppressive aura. Flowing flowers in chaos. Yongfeng's gaze was determined, gritting his teeth and shouting, "No matter how fast you are, you cannot dodge this move." However, without knowing when, Yinlong had appeared behind him, using the scabbard in his hand, decisively tapping him on the head. Yongfeng's eyes lost focus. Tears welled up. How is this possible? Yongfeng fell to the ground, only managing to utter that sentence before fainting. Yinlong carefully placed the unconscious Yongfeng down, gently scolding, "You are truly stubborn." Looking at Yongfeng's face, Yinlong continued to judge. "But your feelings for Kunloon seem to be sincere, although the minor pure sword art seems to be a sword art for women. But why?" Suddenly, a noise outside made Yinlong stop what he was about to say. Yinlong looked towards the source of the sound and called out loudly, "Misu." Yinlong caught a glimpse of kitchen utensils scattered on the ground. Immediately after, Yinlong anxiously ran over. "Misu, are you not feeling well?" He only saw Su, she's sitting on the ground, breathing shortly, touching her forehead and replying, "I've had a slight fever since yesterday." But suddenly, he came to her side, solicitously checking. "Let me see." After understanding the situation, Yinlong thought to himself, "So hot." Seeing Su, she breathing with increasing difficulty, he constantly searched for a way. If Su, she knew martial arts, I could transmit internal energy into her meridians, helping Su, she purify her body and recover quickly. But since that's not possible, I can only let Su, she rest. Inside the inn, Yinlong's voice rang out. "It seems you have overexerted yourself." Su, she groaned softly in her delirium. By now, she was lying on the bed, a towel carefully placed on her forehead. After taking care of Su, he also left, not forgetting to instruct, "It seems to be just a common cold. You just rest and get well. Don't worry about the inn. I am here." In her daze, she still tried to reply, "I'm sorry. Your first day working and already." Yinlong quickly interjected, "It's fine. I will hang a sign saying we are closed today." After speaking, he walked out, not staying in Su, she's room anymore. Yinlong walked over to the unconscious Yongfeng. He looked at the wooden board in his hand, deciding to write on it and hang it up. In his stupor, Yongfeng suddenly called out, "Master." Bai Guang squatted in front of Yongfeng. "Yongfeng." Yongfeng obediently replied, "Yes, master." He crossed his arms over his chest, declaring, "It seems this time you must participate in the 9 Sects Spring Radiance Gathering." Hearing this, Yongfeng was slightly surprised. As if he couldn't believe his ears, Yongfeng patted his chest and probed, "Me? The Spring Radiance Gathering?" Images of other swordsmen appeared, accompanied by an explanation. The 9 sects spring radiance gathering is where disciples of the orthodox path gather to interact and compete in martial arts. Yongfeng lowered his head in shame. I haven't even mastered half of the minor pure sword art. How am I qualified? Bai Guang interrupted. I know. This made Yongfeng look up in surprise. His face bewildered. He looked up and sighed. But among the disciples here, you are the most capable. Hearing Bai Guang's words, Yongfeng could only remain silent. Yongfeng followed behind his master, listening to him lament regretfully. The consequences of the great war between good and evil are so heavy. Hearing this, Yongfeng could only bow his head, recalling the great war between the demonic cult and the 9 great sects. Although the orthodox path won, the losses were heavy. It could hardly be called a victory. Bai Guang, walking ahead, spoke up again. Back then, we lost too many top experts. Finally, he clenched his fist, scolding loudly. Do you really not intend to go? I am this old already. Are you going to make me go? Seeing his master angry, Yongfeng could only shake his head and reply. No, I will go. Bai Guang looked at his disciple, standing before the gate of Kunloon, ordering, then set off. Yongfeng quickly and solemnly bowed. Yes, sir. But after walking a few steps, Yongfeng stopped again. His action confused his master. Looking back, then Yongfeng turned around, his eyes glistening, pleading, Master, can a senior brother go with me? But Bai Guang decisively refused. Go now. After that, he crossed his arms, sternly explaining, Your senior brothers have all been arranged to go to the Golden Tiger Gang, so you must go alone. Yongfeng stammered, repeating, Golden Tiger Gang? Immediately after, some unpleasant images flashed in his mind. He loudly questioned, Isn't the Golden Tiger Gang an organization led by the Underworld mob? Aren't they the ones who specialize in usury and stealing people's souls? Why are they going there? Yongfeng clenched his fist, proudly smiling with satisfaction. Is it to teach them a lesson in the name of justice? Seeing his disciples so excited, Bai Guang could only ponder in silence. Under the precipitous cliffs and the blue sky, Yongfeng was now carrying his luggage, ready to set off. His expression was more serious than ever, constantly recalling Bai Guang's correction before leaving. Sinking into silence, I sent them to borrow money. You know the sect's financial situation hasn't been good lately, right? At this rate, by winter, we will all starve to death. Yongfeng continued walking forward, his mouth constantly clicking. In this world, there are things that cannot be solved with martial arts. The bright sunlight pierced through the leaves. Yongfeng sat up, yawning widely. Slept so well. After that, Yongfeng picked up his sword again, decisively continuing his journey. I should get going. Amidst the rolling mountains, a winding stream flowed. By now the moon was high. The light was only enough to illuminate the path ahead. Yongfeng cried out anxiously, Good heavens, this road is too scary. His face became uneasy, constantly judging. There's something terrifying. The feeling is very gloomy. Suddenly, a noise behind him scared him out of his wits. Yongfeng turned around, face pale, screaming. In his panic, he drew his sword and shouted, Who is it? Come out. In an instant, something rushed at Yongfeng from behind, making him turn pale with fright. In the silent night, every single one of his sword strokes became perfect under the moonlight. Yongfeng was completely astonished by the situation before him. Too fast. This is not human speed. From within the thin mist, another figure appeared, praising really fast. 100 years later, brothers and friends are all gone. Finished speaking, that figure shot up into the sky like a bolt of lightning tearing through space. The person's speed was so fast that the naked eye couldn't see, scaring Yongfeng into falling flat on the ground. Immediately after, he woke up with a start. After regaining his composure, he screamed. Yongfeng looked around. This is Thin. Yinlong's figure sleeping next to him made him speechless with surprise. The sky-piercing peaks, covered in clouds and mist. Screams echoed in the inn. There's a ghost. 100-year-old ghost. The sun slowly rose. Sunlight began to seep everywhere. In the inn, Yinlong sat neatly on a chair, sternly refuting. I'm not a ghost. Yongfeng excitedly braced both hands on the table, lowering his voice to probe. Then what are you, sir? You are the person I saw on the mountain at night, before coming here. In Yong Feng's mind, the image of the figure leaping almost to the sky appeared again. Yong Feng continued muttering. Like that step. Too strange. It can't even be called lightness skill. How can a human do such a thing? However, Yinlong just sighed softly and corrected. Perhaps you were possessed. Seeing hallucinations. I have no reason to explain those things to you. But these words couldn't convince Yong Feng. Finally, he returned to the original question, making Yinlong ponder. Then why are you wearing our Kunloon uniform? Since things have come to this, Yinlong could only explain further. Originally, I was a person of Kunloon. The deep meaning in this sentence confused Yong Feng greatly. Yinlong looked up, closing his eyes, recalling his arduous cultivation process. I was too focused on martial arts that I forgot the passing of time. When I finished my secluded cultivation, over 100 years had passed. Yong Feng's face became dazed. Completely disbelieving this was the truth. Impossible. Amidst this confusion, Yong Feng's stomach growled. Yinlong stood up, asking with concern, "Do you want some noodles?" Yong Feng clutched his stomach, nodding with some embarrassment. Yinlong looked into the inn's kitchen, lost in thought. Picking up the wooden ladle, Yinlong hesitated again. I said I would cook, but it's been so long since I've been in a kitchen. I don't know what I'll end up cooking. Finally, Yinlong put the wooden ladle down, making a decision. I should do it my own way. Having said that, Yinlong channeled his internal energy, levitating the ingredients into the air. Power from his palm gradually gathered, throwing a punch. A beautiful posture. In an instant, the ingredients were chopped, like the work of a master. Water in the wooden bucket was drawn out by Yinlong, forming small, dancing waves. The water turned into droplets flying to his hand. Yinlong exerted power with both hands again. The water and prepared ingredients seemed to merge into one, with the water mass as the center. Those ingredients seemed to have souls, constantly flying in on their own. Feeling the preparation was done, the water mass flew back in front of him. Yinlong, from his hands, bright sparks quickly appeared. Samadhi true fire. A moment later, he looked at the water sphere wrapped in flames. Now the broth is boiling. Time to put the noodles in. Looking at the ingredients swept by the water current, Yinlong estimated the time and shouted, "This should be enough." Each strand of noodle fell quickly and accurately into the bowl, not missing by a hair. Steam curled up. The performance just now stunned Yong Feng. He couldn't close his mouth from excitement. Shouting loudly, Yinlong heard the call, turning his head to look, only to see Yong Feng prostrating on the ground, solemnly begging, "Please teach me." At this moment, Yinlong just looked at Yong Feng, not yet replying. But Yong Feng continued to bow his head, respectfully explaining loudly, "I am following Master Bai Guang's order to go to the 9 Sects Spring Radiance Gathering, but my martial arts are still poor. I fear I will disgrace Kunloon. I beg you, sir, even just a pointer or two is fine." At this moment, Yinlong sank into memories of his master. Back then, Yinlong had told his master with all his enthusiasm, "Master, I want to learn the Tai Ching divine art." But his master only smiled kindly and refused. I said the time has not come yet. Amidst the majestic mountains, urgent questions rang out again. Then when's the time? The two sat down together again to drink tea and discuss the Tao. Yinlong's master explained, "First, to cultivate such a profound technique, you need a solid foundation." He repeated confusedly, "Foundation? Do you mean my body?" Power from the master's body flowed ceaselessly. Yinlong's master gently explained, "What I am about to perform on you is the meridian clearing technique. It will use my internal energy to flow through your body to cleanse all impurities. Now your senior brothers are too old, no longer suitable, and when they were your age, I was not strong enough to perform this technique." A pair of large hands placed on top of Yinlong's head. The master said, "Therefore, this is also your blessing." The sudden change made Yinlong's eyes lose focus, returning to reality. Yinlong seriously evaluated. If Master hadn't cleared my meridians back then, I wouldn't have been able to reach the realm I desired. Then Yinlong gestured towards the bowl of noodles and said, "Eat while it's hot." Yong Feng was now dizzy with craving. When Yong Feng stepped forward, Yinlong had already walked out the door, leaving only one sentence: "Come out to the yard after eating." The wind blew rustling, brushing past the hem of Yinlong's clothes, fluttering under the brilliant sunlight. A faint fragrance still lingered around, but his expression became heavy. I've even forgotten the Tai Chi divine art. What do I teach him now? Yongfeng obediently shoveled noodles into his mouth quickly. In an instant, his eyes widened in surprise. Just one bite, and he seemed to taste a legendary delicacy of the human world. Impossible. This is a flavor that doesn't exist in this world. Yongfeng looked at the bowl of noodles with lingering panic. Oh my god, is this the truth of noodles? Yongfeng continued to enjoy, not forgetting to comment on every flavor. The noodles are chewy yet soft, both rich and refreshing. Still shocked, Yongfeng felt a wave of panic again. Good heavens, I was too engrossed in enjoying it. I ate all the noodles. Then he lifted the bowl again, carefully tasting the broth. What about the broth? A mouthful of soup flowed down his throat. Yongfeng's taste buds seemed to explode instantly. The wonderful combination of water and fire made him only able to gape in surprise. Sinking into a feeling of comfort, Yongfeng felt like he was soaking in a hot spring, his stomach warm. But his mind felt cool. He looked excitedly at the bowl of noodles on the table, constantly exclaiming, although I only saw vegetables. Why is the flavor so rich? Urged by this meal, Yongfeng quickly ran outside and called loudly, attracting Yunlong's attention. Sir, only to see Yongfeng's eyes shining, hands clasped together, tone sincere. There are actually noodles this delicious in the world. Hearing this, Yunlong just asked back calmly, is it that delicious? Yongfeng was thoroughly stimulated, answering loudly, yes, this is the best thing I've eaten since I was born. Then he knelt down again, flattering with a smile. If possible, could you teach me how to make this noodle dish? Facing Yongfeng's enthusiasm, Yunlong coldly refused. That is impossible. Hearing this, Yongfeng could only hold his head, wailing in regret. Under the daylight sun, Yunlong stood in front of Yongfeng, speaking, from now on, I will teach you a martial art. It is a combination of palm techniques and footwork. Hearing this, Yongfeng became confused, thinking, combining palm techniques and footwork? Is there such a martial art? Yunlong began to move his feet. Internal energy slowly radiated accordingly. Gradually dust rose up. As Yongfeng stood by observing, Yunlong explained again. All things in the world start from nothing, then become something. Each exquisite move was executed, satisfying the eyes. His whole body carried internal energy, then returned to nothingness. Energy swirled around Yunlong, gathering more and more. Without light, there is no shadow. His feet moved extremely fast, causing slight tremors on the ground. Without day, there is no night. Each palm strike, its light dazzled the eyes. All these things are not opposites. Yunlong continued to complete his moves, while explaining, actually, they rely on each other to exist. Even a gale cannot break a blade of grass, because hardness cannot overcome softness. Yongfeng was mesmerized by those beautiful movements. His mouth couldn't close. It was like seeing a dragon soaring through the clouds. Yunlong's whole body glowed. If you can comprehend all of this, and let it take root in your body, a powerful stream of internal energy, as if the master of heaven and earth was released. He looked at Yongfeng and affirmed, it will become a martial art that holds the rotation of the universe. Finished speaking, Yunlong took a deep breath, retracting internal energy into his body. He returned to his calm appearance, looking at Yongfeng and asking, did you see clearly? At this moment, Yongfeng still bowed his head, not rushing to answer, until Yongfeng lifted his head. 2 streams of tears were running down his cheeks. Yunlong was surprised, looking down from above at Yongfeng prostrating on the ground, asking confusedly, why are you crying like this? Yongfeng remained in that posture, wiping tears with his hand, choking with a bit of inferiority. Watching your moves, I realized how pitiful my efforts have been until now. Only then did Yunlong praise with satisfaction. Having this attitude means you have the desire to improve. Not bad. The sun was hidden by a corner of the inn. Yunlong's voice rang out again. That's all. If you remember the pointers from before, the moves will naturally transform. Yongfeng repeated doubtfully. That's it. Yunlong replied briefly. Yunlong's teaching voice continued to echo, the thing closest to the truth. is the thing that is simple and unadorned. Sitting on a chair, Yun Long said sternly. How did I describe yin and yang earlier? Yong Feng stood straight, not daring to be negligent at all. You said they're not opposites, but rely on each other to exist. Seeing Yong Feng remembered his words clearly. He began to expand Yong Feng's knowledge. Just like all things in the world are based on yin-yang and the 8 trigrams, applying these 8 stances can create a martial art with infinite variations. Yong Feng was like a student who understood the lesson, nodding in agreement. Immediately after, Yong Feng raised his question. Then what is the name of this martial art? Hearing this, Yun Long sank into thought. My Taoist name in Kunloon is Yun Long. A name both beautiful and flowery was thus born. Just call it the Yun Long 8 stances. Yong Feng replied. Yun Long 8 stances. The sun was scorching like burning everything. At this moment, the two were still training hard. Yun Long looked at Yong Feng and requested. Now, practice for me to see. Yong Feng hurriedly bowed, answering loudly, yes, but following the rhythm of Yong Feng's movements. Dust on the ground swirled up, becoming hazy with dust and smoke. Even though the sun was burning, the training seemed to proceed smoothly. A while later, Yun Long also walked into the inn, seeing Su Shi sick and unconscious, lying on the bed, face covered in sweat, carefully touching her forehead. Pondering, Su Shi still has a fever. The fatigue accumulated for so long has erupted all at once. After checking, Yun Long left again. At this moment in the kitchen, after a period of extremely exhausting training, Yong Feng was resting on a chair, looking at his sleeping appearance. Yun Long praised secretly with satisfaction. Well done. You are a good seedling to assist Kunloon. Yun Long crossed his arms again, sinking into thought. One day, I realized I could improve faster than others entirely thanks to Master clearing my meridians. Back then, Yun Long was so moved that he knelt on the ground, shouting loudly, Master, thank you. Now I understand. My progress is not due to my own merit. Yun Long's master looked at his disciple kindly, correcting, this is not something I bestowed upon you, but something Kunloon bestowed upon you. Saying that, he smiled kindly. Therefore, you don't need to thank me. Returning to reality. Yong Feng still hadn't woken up. Finally, Yun Long made a decision. I will represent Kunloon and bestow this upon you. A stream of internal energy gradually formed from Yun Long's hand. If Master's clearing of meridians was transmitting internal energy and purifying the body by expelling impurities, Yun Long prepared to act, his face serious. Then I will make you absorb the chi of heaven and earth into your body, a realm even higher than that. Finished speaking, Yun Long quickly transferred chi into Yong Feng's body. Under the abundant stream of chi, Yong Feng woke up with a start, screaming. At the same time, Yong Feng's whole body also hovered in the air, his whole body wrapped in a huge stream of internal energy. Yong Feng gradually absorbed them through his breath. Internal energy circulated along the body, merging as one with Yong Feng. The power of nature is eternal. For those who can absorb it, it is an endless source of energy. Yun Long constantly transferred internal energy to Yong Feng. After finishing, Yong Feng lay quietly back on the table. Residual internal energy still lingered around the kitchen. Yun Long reached out, then took the blanket and walked to his sleeping place. You will feel hot all night tonight, so you won't need a blanket. Another day passed. Hurried footsteps walked out. Yong Feng's expression had changed. Eyes sharp, as if he had just comprehended a new realm. Yong Feng gently placed the wooden box on the ground, his whole body constantly radiating a powerful internal energy. His body felt light, as if about to fly. Impossible. Just because I learned Master's martial arts, I changed so much in just one night? Yong Feng focused his mind once again, performing a set of basic martial arts. Yong Feng narrowed his eyes, constantly pondering about his current self. Yong Feng decisively threw a palm strike at the large rock in front of him. In an instant, the rock shattered into countless small pieces, scattering everywhere. Where he stood, dust and swirling internal energy still lingered. Yong Feng looked at his hand in amazement. I am no longer the me of the past. What exactly happened last night? Suddenly, Yun Long appeared behind him, reminding, if you don't want to miss the spring radiance gathering. Shouldn't you set off early? Yin Long didn't look at Yong Feng, turning his back to him. Don't stand there bowing anymore. Go. Yong Feng's hand clenched tightly until it trembled. Yong Feng closed his eyes, pursing his lips, heart full of reluctance, tears streaming down. Master Bai Guan, I already have a master. I cannot take another as my teacher. When Yin Long walked into the inn, Yong Feng immediately knelt down to show respect. This disciple wishes to perform the 9 kowtows to express gratitude. Elder, the scene shifts to another place. This was 3 days ago. Events happening in Qinghai. Next is the Golden Tiger Gang. The exterior looked ancient, but the interior was suspiciously luxurious. Crowds of people, squeezing into every corner. They gathered to watch a gambling table. Oh no, good heavens. A man laughed triumphantly, gathering gold while saying, "Excuse me." A woman standing behind him shouted excitedly, "We won big." Suddenly, a subordinate grabbed the man's hand, shouting, "Wait." Exerting a little force, a die fell out from a man. With just that, he shouted loudly, "This guy is a cheater. Guards." Another subordinate picked up the die to question, making the man panic. Look at this. Before long, martial artists of the casino stood behind him. Martial artists of the Golden Tiger Gang wore belts of different colors like black, blue, white, corresponding to their ranks. The arrivals were blue belt martial artist Huang Long and blue belt martial artist Feng Qi. The man trembled in fear as soon as he saw them, screaming in terror. Huang Long grabbed the man's hand mercilessly and dragged him away. "Move it, you bastard." The man begged ceaselessly. "Just this once. Please spare me this time." Feng Qi held a sword, smirking. "We don't care if you cheated or not." The man was choked by Huang Long, letting out a miserable scream. A mocking voice echoed from outside the Golden Tiger Gang. "You shouldn't have let yourself get caught." At the same time, a scream of extreme pain. Huang Long and his accomplice had finished dealing with the man. By now, he lay motionless on the ground. Suddenly, someone came to report to Long Xiaopeng. "Gang leader is looking for you." He turned his head slightly, a bit surprised. Gang leader? In another room. Warm lamp light illuminated everywhere. Antique vases were arranged neatly on shelves. A voice rang out. "It's about the magistrate's son. Zhao Hui, right?" Huang Wuliang's cunning voice transmitted over. "That's right. Capture that brat and bring him here. Otherwise our gang will be in danger." Hearing this, Long Xiaopeng bowed deeply, solemnly accepting the order. "Since you have entrusted this important task to me, even if I have to turn this place upside down, I will definitely bring Zhao Hui back. Back to the present. Back to the familiar inn." A figure hurriedly ran over. Zhao Hui pushed the door hard, loudly calling Suanse, his face worried, panting and calling, "Su Shi, your brother is here." But the person standing in front of Zhao Hui was Yin Long. He questioned in confusion, "Who are you?" Zhao Hui was stunned, stammering an introduction. "I am Zhao Hui, a regular customer here." "And who are you?" Yin Long's voice echoed from the kitchen. "My name is Bai Yu. I'm new here." Zhao Hui asked in surprise. "Bai Yu? But why are you in the kitchen? Where's our Su Shi?" Yin Long replied, "Miss Su is sick. She is lying in bed." Then Yin Long tactfully reminded the other party. "Didn't you see the closed sign? We are not doing business today. Please leave." Zhao Hui pointed at the wooden sign in the corner. "Do you mean that sign?" Yin Long remembered only then. Walking over to pick up the sign, Yin Long exclaimed, "Oh no, I forgot." He thought, "I was too busy teaching Yong Feng that I forgot." Zhao Hui suddenly noticed Yin Long's clothes and discovered a strange point with surprise. Zhao Hui lowered his voice and asked Yin Long, "Are you from Kunloon?" Yin Long bluntly replied, "No." Seeing Yin Long deny it, Zhao Hui was extremely confused. Wearing Kunloon attire, but saying he's not from Kunloon, and working as a chef? I heard recently there are many people impersonating Kunloon members. Is this guy one of them? But he quickly dismissed that thought. Damn it, now is not the time to think about this. Zhao Hui called loudly. Suonse. Yin Long stepped out to block him, frowning and saying, "I told you to leave." Yin Long turned around, tactfully chasing Zhao Hui away. "The owner is not well right now. Please come back another day." Not being able to see Su Shi, Zhao Hui felt very uncomfortable inside, beginning to suspect Yin Long. Could this guy have tied sushi up and lied? No. What should I do? I don't have time to hesitate anymore. But there was no other way. He had to push the door and leave. No good. I have to find another place. Just as Zhao Hui poked his head out, his chest was hit by a kick. He lost his balance, falling flat on the ground. Crying out in pain, Huang Long and Feng Qi walked in. Huang Long aggressively grabbed Zhao Hui's collar and said, "This bastard, running around everywhere." Huang Long lifted Zhao Hui up, leaning close to his face to greet. "Hello, magistrates son." Zhao Hui was trembling like a leaf by now, stammering to deny his identity, pretending to be someone else. "I am not Zhao Hui, the magistrate's son. I am Zhang Hui." He explained that they caught the wrong person because the names were similar. But before he finished speaking, he was slapped by Huang Long. Huang Long glared at Zhao Hui and asked, "Who are you?" He whispered the name Zhang Hui again. He was extremely panicked inside, thinking, "I owe the Golden Tiger gang 30 taels of gold in gambling debt. If I get caught, I'm dead." Huang Long was annoyed, giving him another slap. Feng Qi, standing next to him, couldn't stand this stalling game anymore. He immediately ordered, "Really, Huang Long, hold this bastard tight." As soon as Zhao Hui heard that, he immediately knelt down, begging the two ceaselessly. "Please don't do that," Feng Qi said while stretching his muscles. "This guy really pissed me off today. Let me handle it." He gathered momentum and spun around. He jumped up and delivered a kick to Zhao Hui. Zhao Hui vomited all over the floor. Huang Long stood by complaining, "So dirty," waiting for Zhao Hui to vomit everything out. Someone spoke up, "Drag him away." Suddenly, Lung Xiaopeng's figure appeared at the door. Zhao Hui saw him, terrified to the extreme. Black belt warrior Lung Xiaopeng. Feng Qi oppose de Lung Xiaopeng's intention. It won't work. This guy insists he isn't him. Lung Xiaopeng raised his voice to mock them. Truly stupid. He ordered the two men, cut one of his leg tendons, so he can't run anymore. As soon as Zhao Hui heard, he was scared out of his wits. He hurriedly admitted, "Sorry, I am Zhao Hui. I'll walk myself." Lung Xiaopeng smugly lifted his leg and said, "Too late." Zhao Hui screamed in horror. Yin Long stepped in front of them, asking them to leave. "If you want to cause trouble, go outside." Yin Long firmly reminded the group, "It is my fault for not hanging the close sign, but I do not allow you to cause trouble here." Yin Long told them, "Otherwise, order something." "But we only have noodles." Huang Long angrily drew his sword and rushed at Yin Long. But before he could touch Yin Long, Huang Long was kicked. Flying outside, Yin Long kicked all three out of the inn. The three fell flat on the ground, piled on top of each other. Lung Xiaopeng was furious, not understanding why he was also kicked out. Huang Long scratched his head, looking at Lung Xiaopeng bewilderedly asking, "Boss, what happened?" Lung Xiaopeng snapped, "You guys got hit by him. And push me out too." Huang Long looked confused. "Did that happen?" Lung Xiaopeng pointed his sword tip at Huang Long's face, threatening, "Bastard, want a taste of my power?" Huang Long carefully backed away, while begging, "Sorry, please spare me." Then, Lung Xiaopeng angrily returned to the inn, frowning and saying, "Seems that guy has some skill." Lung Xiaopeng pushed the door and barged in, shouting loudly, "You damn bastard." Huang Long and Feng Qi outside looked at each other, not understanding Lung Xiaopeng's action. Feng Qi said worriedly, "Boss is angry." Huang Long muttered, "Damn it, cleaning up blood stains will take all day." Feng Qi dismissed the worry, calling his partner to go in together. "Let's go in," Huang Long whispered. "If boss cuts him down, it'll be troublesome." As soon as the two stepped into the inn, they were stunned into silence. In front of them, Lung Xiaopeng was kowtowing to Yin Long. "Sorry, I failed to recognize your noble identity," and was disrespectful. The two stared at Lung Xiaopeng in surprise. "Boss, boss." Lung Xiaopeng suddenly shouted at them loudly, "What are you standing there for? Come here and kneel down to apologize." The two hurriedly obeyed and knelt down. "Yes, yes." Yin Long calmly stood there with hands behind his back, lecturing them. "The rules of the inn are very simple. Sit down quietly and order. Then enjoy the food." Zhao Hui sat at the table next to them, laughing secretly in triumph. So satisfying, he calculated. So lucky, met a hidden master. I have to stay here until they leave. Zhao Hui waved to call Yin Long. Can I order noodles? Yin Long walked over and said, Of course. I will prepare noodles for you right away. Please wait a moment. Zhao Hui heard this, overjoyed. Next, Lung Xiaopeng saw Zhao Hui shamelessly still sitting there, then said to the two others, That coward seems to plan on staying here. Lung Xiaopeng gritted his teeth and said, He is not an ordinary master. I was subdued before I could even see him move clearly. Feng Qi was doubtful. Then what should we do? Lung Xiaopeng assigned tasks to the two. Can't let that guy escape. You guys continue to guard here. Huang Long asked back, What? And Feng Qi will take care of boss? What about you, boss? Lung Xiaopeng replied, I'm going to report to the gang leader. Lung Xiaopeng looked at Yin Long's back, weighing the situation. Anyway, we can't handle it ourselves. Reporting to the gang leader is the best way to prevent things from getting out of control. One guy asked curiously, But how do we stay here? We need an excuse. Lung Xiaopeng said coldly, Think of one yourselves. After discussing, Lung Xiaopeng stormed off, mouth still cursing. Bastard, you're dead. Huang Long sat restlessly, standing up and saying, This won't do. Huang Long awkwardly asked Yin Long, Can we order noodles? Feng Qi saw Huang Long acting on his own, jumped up to stop him. Hey, hey, Yin Long heard, glancing at them warily. Zhao Hui saw the two also intended to order noodles. Feeling the situation was not good. Oh no, these guys also planned to stay and not leave. Yin Long enthusiastically held up 2 fingers, telling them, Of course, I will prepare 2 bowls of noodles for you too. Hearing this, Huang Long and Feng Qi smiled excitedly, while Zhao Hui held his face in disappointment. A moment later, Yin Long brought out 2 bowls of noodles, then brought another bowl to Zhao Hui. He looked hesitantly at the bowl of noodles, thinking, For now, just eat until full first, then figure out how to escape later. Then all 3 were in this small inn in the middle of the forest, slurping the first bite of noodles. Tasting the first bite, Zhao Hui was amazed by its exquisite taste. The 2 others were also shocked by this small but exquisite bowl of noodles. They ate it all up while holding the bowls, praising endlessly. Huang Long praised, This is a flavor that doesn't exist in the world, while Feng Qi praised it to the skies. This place is truly heaven. Zhao Hui also gasped, Unbelievable. Dusk fell on the forest. Yin Long finished cooking, bending down to wash his hands. Yin Long dried his hands with a towel and walked out. He saw the 3 still sitting in the inn, asking in surprise, Why are you still here? I have collected the money. Do you need anything else? Zhao Hui came up with an idea and said, Since it's an inn, can I stay here overnight? Feng Qi heard this, glaring at him, thinking, This guy? Zhao Hui pleaded, Please let me stay. Yin Long told him, If you don't mind sleeping on a table. Suddenly, the inn door was kicked open. Zhao Hui saw bad guys barging in, screaming in terror. Zhang Xiong led his aggressive subordinates in, speaking up, Let me see what kind of deity you are. Hidden master? A crowd poured into the inn. Those fierce-looking guys followed Zhang Xiong in one after another. Zhao Hui looked at them in fear. He trembled, thinking, What's going on? Did they mobilize even black belt warriors to catch me? A subordinate brought a chair for Huang Wuyang. He sat arrogantly in the middle of the inn. A person shouted loudly, Where is he? Come out here. Get out here for me. You cowardly hidden master. Zhao Hui looked at the belt on Huang Wuyang, recognizing him, and that golden belt too. It's Huang Wuyang, gang leader of the Golden Tiger Gang. He panicked, Father, it seems your son must leave this world today. I'm unfilial. Yin Long walked up to the crowd, calmly saying, Many more people than before. He tactfully told them, However, gentlemen, our ingredients for today are used up. We cannot serve any more food. Yin Long stepped forward and said, We still need to renovate the inn a bit more. Zhang Xiong shouted loudly, holding a sword and rushing forward. You still dare talk nonsense? But Yin Long immediately tilted his body, easily dodging the sword strike. He said nothing, just walking straight forward. Zhang Xiong lost his balance, staggering a few steps, exclaiming in surprise, What? A guy with a top knot saw this and also rushed up to attack, not forgetting to mock Zhang Xiong. Zhang Xiong, why are you dancing alone there? He jumped up, intending to smash Yin Long's head with an iron hammer. Can't even handle a clown like this? Yin Long dodged again in the blink of an eye, He swung the hammer down to the ground, but didn't see Yunlong anywhere. Immediately turning pale with fright, Yunlong glanced at him, standing behind him reminding, "You shouldn't practice martial arts here." Huang Wuliang jumped up, pointing at Yunlong and ordering loudly, "He is definitely a top master. Get him." All subordinates drew their weapons, rushing towards Yunlong. However, he was like a gust of wind, dodging left and right, avoiding all their moves, clasping his hands behind his back, leisurely walking out. The crowd stared at him blankly, daring not believe what was happening before their eyes. What is happening? In just a blink of an eye, Yunlong turned back to frown at them once, then leaped into the air, kicking up a cloud of dust in the middle of the yard. Huang Wuliang hurriedly ran out. Panicking, he disappeared. He gritted his teeth in hatred. Impossible. Is he a ghost? The others also chased outside. Zhang Xiong limped out. Gang leader. Suddenly, something fell where they were standing, kicking up dust that blinded the sky, forming a screen of white smoke. Huang Wuliang and Zhang Xiong backed away in terror, watching the white dust gradually settle. Both glued their eyes to the place where the explosion occurred. After the dust settled, a giant rock appeared towering before their eyes. Huang Wuliang stared at the rock, still shaken. Suspicious, what is this? How did this thing fly here? Yunlong also appeared with the giant rock. He patted the rock, explaining, because the wall on the second floor collapsed completely. So this time it's best to use this rock to rebuild it. The crowd stared wide-eyed at Yunlong. Yunlong patted the rock again. He suddenly discovered on the rock face, separating a block of stone from it, a perfect cross-section, not a single scratch. The cut stone block remained intact. No cracks could be found. Yunlong raised his hand and said, "Doing it like this is too troublesome. Must do it all at once." Saying that, he split the giant rock into many pieces with his bare hands. The large rock was now divided into many small stone slabs, stacked neatly. The crowd witnessing this scene was stunned into silence. They admired in awe. This has exceeded human capabilities. Let's run. Yunlong walked over and asked them, "You guys are still here? We cannot serve meals now, but it's already dark. You can stay for one night." Zhao Hui didn't know when he had stood there, quickly saying, "Then I'll stay." Yunlong told him, "Please pay in advance." Zhao Hui took out a few coins to pay Yunlong. Lung Xiao Peng turned to whisper to Huang Wuliang, "Gang leader, did you see? What that guy did is very suspicious." Huang Wuliang thought to himself, surely Zhao Hui wants to rely on that peerless master. Huang Wuliang walked up to Yunlong. "Since it's like this, I have no other choice." Huang Wuliang handed Yunlong a bag of money, saying, "Then we can stay too, right?" Yunlong replied happily, "Of course, but you also have to pay for repairing the floor." He said, "Fine." The next day, inside the inn, the sun was high. Sushi just woke up. She stretched refreshingly, saying, "So comfortable. Feels like I'm about to float away." She pulled the curtain and stepped out. Seeing the renovated wall brand new, she was extremely surprised. She touched the wall. Suspicious, wait, this wall? It's been replaced with high-quality stone. Sushi hurriedly ran out calling Yunlong. "Brother Baiyu, Brother Baiyu." Just stepping in, she froze. Before her eyes, the inn was packed, full of guests. They were engrossed in enjoying the food, chatting animatedly. She covered her mouth with her hand, wondering inwardly, where did these people come from? Yunlong saw her, asking, "You're awake? Misu?" Sushi turned around and replied, "Yes." He asked with concern, "How do you feel?" Sushi blushed slightly and said, "Thanks to you, I'm well now. More importantly, Suwon Siprov. What about the wall on the second floor? Did you do it yourself?" "Yes, it was me." Sushi asked curiously, "Then where did these people come from?" Yunlong replied, "They're all guests who stayed overnight, and they've all paid." Sushi heard this, exclaiming in surprise, "Good heavens!" At the same time, in a nearby forest, there was a figure practicing martial arts. That person was Yong Feng. He was cultivating martial arts. He thought to himself, without light, there is no shadow. Without day, there is no night. Yong Feng continuously struck. All these things are not opposites, but actually rely on each other. He brought 2 fingers close to his face. Yong Feng channeled internal energy, while secretly rejoicing. "I have grasped the 4th stance. From Kunloon to Wudong. It only took 6 days to master 4 of the 8 stances. Yongfeng silently thanked the elder. This is definitely the elder's merit for changing my constitution. Yongfeng went to the 9 Sects Spring Radiance Gathering alone. Looking at the gate, he made a determination. Thank you, elder. I will definitely not do anything shameful at the Spring Radiance Gathering. Yongfeng walked to the gate, about to enter when stopped by guards. They asked, "Who are you? What business do you have here?" Yongfeng saw this, suspicion rising in his heart. The checkpoint of the Spring Radiance Gathering. Why is it still like before? He clasped his hands to the 2 men, announcing, "I am Yongfeng of Kunloon, here to attend the Spring Radiance Gathering." The 2 heard this, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Yongfeng felt confused. Scene flashes back to 4 days ago, in that forest, at the inn where Yunlong worked. Zhao Hui and Zhang Xiong's group were sitting together, eating and drinking happily. Suon se angrili question Saoi. "Hey, brother Zhao, where is your debt? Why did you come here again?" She shouted, "Don't just eat. Say something." Zhao Hui was startled, stopping and turning to look at Su Shi. He pointed at Yunlong and said, "I gave it all to that person." Yunlong heard this. Askin su onse biguilderli. Aren't you 2 very close? He claimed to be your brother. Sushi's face stiffened. Surprised, what? Brother? As long as he pays enough money, it's fine. Outside the inn, Huang Wuliang pras su onse endlessly. This meal was truly delicious. He expressed, "I didn't expect there to be such delicious noodles." He also didn't forget to praise Sushi's beauty. "And the owner is so beautiful too." Su, she said shyly, "You flatter me." Sushi thanked him. "Thank you. You will come again, right?" Huang Wuliang laughed heartily and replied, "Of course. I will be back soon." Finished speaking, Huang Wuliang spurred his horse, leading all subordinates away. He changed his face faster than flipping a book, cursing angrily as he went. Damn it, why did a monster like that suddenly appear? Vice Leader Ming, send someone to investigate the background of the innkeeper. The person received the order. Yes, back at the inn. Sushi just tasted a bite of noodles made by Yunlong and exclaimed excitedly. She slurped the noodles and said, "Now I understand why they said that. How can there be such a flavor?" She excitedly handed over the kitchen to Yunlong. "From now on, I entrust the kitchen to you. Brother Bayu, I will handle the serving." He said, "But I don't know how to cook." Sushi praised his noodles endlessly. "There is no second dish like this in the world. You are completely qualified to be the chef." Sushi waved her hand, leaving, and promised, "I will slowly teach you how to make other dishes." Yunlong heard this, secretly rejoicing in his heart. "So I have found work I can do in this world, as a normal person, not a martial artist." Looking at Sushi's back, a bowl of noodles that Miss Su brought me has brought all of this. Scene shifts to Qinghai 2 days ago. In Qinghai, there are several underworld forces. Among them, the 4-Dragon Sect is the largest force, with thousands of warriors under its command. Black Dragon Zhu Duji, White Dragon Yin Yusan, Yellow Dragon Guoxing, Red Dragon Ma Que. These 4 forces combined are called the 4-Dragon Sect, and among them, Huang Wuliang of the Golden Tiger Gang is backing Yellow Dragon Guoxing. Guoxing sat in a high position, questioning Huang Wuliang. Is catching a magistrate's son that difficult? Huang Wuliang hurriedly apologized. "Sorry, it is my fault." He justified. "It's because there is a master at the inn on the way to Mount Kunloon." Guoxing was surprised. "Master?" Huang Wuliang admitted. "And he's from Kunloon." The person shouted, "Shut your mouth." He scolded Huang Wuliang. "You work so incompetently that you're afraid of even Kunloon. Why is your news so delayed?" Guoxing took a puff of smoke, saying, "Kunloon is finished." Guoxing believed they were on the verge of collapse due to financial problems. Huang Wuliang chimed in. "You are right. A few days ago, 2 Taoists came to our Golden Tiger Gang to borrow money." Guoxing added, "Not only that, they also lost all allies who used to help them." Huang Wuliang was suspicious. "Allies?" Guoxing said. "They have been expelled from the 9 Orthodox sects." Guoxing told Huang Wuliang smugly, "You won't see those Taoists in Qinghai anymore." He asked curiously, "Then who will replace Kunloon's position?" Guoxing didn't answer him, but laughed hideously. Back to the present. On Mount Wudong, Yongfeng clasped his hands to introduce. "Umipa, I am Yongfeng of Kunloon. The others heard this and burst into laughter, making Yong Feng feel confused. A warrior of the Tianshan sect spoke up, showing your face when things are about to end. Better not to come at all. Wouldn't that be better? Shaolin warriors also sneered. Probably came late on purpose to avoid getting beaten. Yong Feng explained. There seems to be a misunderstanding. I heard today is our day. One of them retorted. What misunderstanding? A person said, I am Xian Luo of the Huashan sect. We have gathered here for sore discussions for 4 days already. Kunloon sect thought it was today. Truly absurd. Another guest spoke up. It doesn't matter anyway. That person declared. From next year, Kunloon won't be participating anymore either. Yong Feng heard this, disbelieving his ears. He said loudly, What? Who are you to dare speak such absurd words? Xian Luo told Yong Feng. These people are from the Tianshan sect. Actually, these are not absurd words. That warrior arrogantly provoked Yong Feng. From now on, our Tianshan sect will replace Kunloon, becoming one of the 9 orthodox sects. Yong Feng retorted in surprise. What did you say? Kunloon expelled from the 9 sects? As disciples, what do you get the right to decide this? Another person told Yong Feng. Calm down. We have our reasons. This is the decision of the superiors. He mocked Kunloon. Did you come to the Spring Radiance gathering to get beaten? Didn't you guys get blown away last year too? TSK. Heard you guys even borrowed money from the Underworld. You've fallen to the bottom of the abyss yet still call yourselves orthodox? Yong Feng couldn't stay calm anymore. He clenched his fist and asked, Why? He shouted. Why is it like this? Yong Feng reminded them of the past. 25 years ago, in the Great War between good and evil, our sect sent all elite masters to the battlefield, and they sacrificed themselves. We lost our most outstanding talents. Tell me, is there any sect that suffered as much sacrifice as Kunloon? Yong Feng continued to roar. And now you cast us out like this? How can this be right? The arrogant guy completely ignored Yong Feng's feelings, instead standing behind, making barking sounds. He mocked, when the rabbit dies, the hunting dog is cooked. Scared? Barking so loud. Yong Feng turned around angrily. What did you say? The guy pointed at him, loudly criticizing. What? Losing to our Tianshan sect feels unfair? Sounds like you guys fought the demonic cult alone. The girl next to him spoke up to stop him. Senior brother, stop it. He turned his head to glare at her, asking what? She pointed at Yong Feng, saying, Look at his appearance. Looks like he's about to cry. The other guy also laughed heartily. Both mocked ceaselessly. Fine then. Weak Kunloon. I won't say any more. Yong Feng walked towards them, demanding, Say it again. Yong Feng declared clearly, I can overlook other things, but I absolutely will not tolerate mockery of Kunloon's martial arts. The guy pretended to be surprised, secretly hiding a weapon behind his back, telling Yong Feng, If you want to hear, as long as you like, I will say it forever. Then he drew his weapon, rushing towards Yong Feng, shouting, Weak Kunloon. Shaolin disciples, witnessing this scene, turned pale with fright. But Yong Feng delivered a palm strike to the guy's stomach, knocking him far away. The guy was pushed back, rolling on the ground, while Yong Feng calmly dusted off his hands. Amidst the hostile gazes of the Tianshan sect group, a man holding a sword jumped up to attack Yong Feng, shouting, Bastard! He swung a sword down at Yong Feng, but Yong Feng dodged in time. That person attacked from the air. Another person also rushed up to attack Yong Feng, throwing 3 flying knives at Yong Feng. Yong Feng skillfully deflected the flying knives, deflecting their flight path. Just like that, Yong Feng calmly dodged everything. Each flying knife fell scattered on the ground. The group was stunned into silence. How could he deflect them? Impossible. The woman suddenly flew over, shooting. Yong Feng was not afraid at all, also stepping forward. Agile movement. He flipped her backwards, throwing her into the air. The woman didn't give up, frowning, gritting her teeth, looking at Yong Feng. She landed skillfully. Not a scratch on her body. The bald guy swung a spiked mace at Yong Feng, angrily saying, You dare use dirty tricks? Yong Feng bent down to dodge again, surprising the guy. Since when? He delivered a palm strike to the guy's chest. The sharp pain made the iron mace fly out of his hand. He pushed the guy, flying backwards, hitting the wall. Shaolin disciples witnessing this were stunned, exclaiming, Even that giant was blown away. The bald guy was now unconscious at the foot of the wall. The swordsman from before continued to attack Yongfeng. Cursing, "You bastard!" Yongfeng turned his face back, frowning at the opponent. Yongfeng delivered a kick to the swordsman's stomach, kicking him into the wall. The woman also took the chance when Yongfeng was distracted, flying to ambush from behind. But Yongfeng caught her hand in time, pulling her aside and throwing her down. He slammed her to the ground again. Yongfeng raised his hand, channeling internal energy, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. The woman saw the critical situation, hurriedly shouting, "Wait!" But it was too late. Yongfeng launched a fatal blow towards her. The ground shook. Rubble flew everywhere. People around covered their faces, curiously asking, "What move is this?" The pressure reached even here. At this moment, Yongfeng stood up straight, smoke and dust still swirling around his body. At his feet, the woman lay there in pain, motionless. A warrior, after witnessing the fight, expressed doubt. "Does Kunloon have this kind of martial art?" They looked at the marks left on the ground and said, "Look at the shape of the marks left by the fight. It's a dragon." The illusion of the Kunloon dragon appeared behind Yongfeng. "It is the Kunloon dragon." At this moment, Yongfeng spoke up. "Don't ever." Yongfeng turned and walked away, not forgetting to remind, "Don't ever look down on Kunloon's martial arts again." Back to the forest with the inn a few days ago. At that inn, Yun Yu shouts it loudly. "Come out. If you come out, I'll spare your life." Bon lieu curse de Zhao. This coward, Lung Xiaopeng inside the house, also complained. Where exactly did he run to? Zhao Hui was currently hiding behind a bush. Zhao Hui heard the group calling his name, thinking, "If I get caught, I'm dead. But I can't stay in the inn forever." Jun Yu suddenly called, "Lung Xiaopeng." He immediately replied, "Boss." Jun Yu ordered him, "We are going down to the village. You guys stay and continue searching the inn with iron rakes." Lung Xiaopeng obeyed. "Boss." Jun Yu also reminded him. The gang leader also instructed to monitor this inn. "So don't leave. Continue observing." Pang Luo, sitting on the horse, also added, "If there is anything unusual, report immediately." He replied immediately. "Understood." Just like that, Jun Yu and Pang Luo spurred their horses away. Lung Xiaopeng's group stayed behind. Seeing them off in unison, Zhao Hui watched the horses from a corner, thinking, "The black belts are gone." Then he turned to watch Lung Xiaopeng's group. Lung Xiaopeng's group also went inside the inn. Opportunity has come. Zhao Hui quickly stood up, running away, his mind urging, "Run fast." Inside the inn, Sushi was teaching Yinlong. "All right, I've explained how to make buns up to here. Only practice remains." She pointed at the dough and told Yinlong, "The most important part is how thin and chewy you can make the wrapper." Yinlong said, "I understand." Sushi stepped out telling Yinlong, "I'm going to pick some wild vegetables. While I'm gone, you keep practicing." Yinlong stood in front of the dough, raising his hand to think for a moment. Yinlong waved his hand once. The dough split into two halves. Yinlong continued to pound the dough, making it thin, his skillful technique. Surprised Lung Xiaopeng's group. They watched unblinkingly, not wanting to leave for a moment. Huang Long told Lung Xiaopeng, "This guy is not ordinary either." Feng Qi next to him also asked, "Do we need to report?" As for Yongfeng, he was walking fast in the forest, walking and worrying. "I didn't expect Kunloon's reputation to become like this. What should we do?" Suddenly, a voice rang out behind Yongfeng. "TSK, this is truly absurd." A man holding a strange staff was sitting on a tree, staring at Yongfeng. The old man nimbly jumped down, running towards Yongfeng. Yongfeng looked at the old man in surprise, thinking, an old man but so agile. The old man stopped in front of him and struck up a conversation. "Young man, can I talk to you for a moment?" In an inn, conversation sounds rang out. "Why are you guys still sitting here?" Yinlong looked at the three people in front of him, asking curiously, "Don't you need to go work to earn money?" Lung Xiaopeng scratched his head. "Opening first, we have enough money. We won't be short on room fees, so please let us stay a little longer." These words made Yinlong's face even colder. A moment later, Yinlong's eyes seemed determined, saying, "TSK, since it's like that." Before he finished, She happily called him, "Brother Bayu." Immediately after, a set of new clothes folded neatly and a pair of boots appeared. Suon se luptik saitif. holding the clothes out in front of him. Here, try them on. Yunlong asked confusedly. What is this? She replied quickly. These are clothes my father used to wear. Sushi looked at the tattered clothes on Yunlong and said, You can't keep wearing one set of clothes forever, right? Hearing this, Yunlong also unconsciously touched his clothes. Thinking, it seems it's time to take off this Kunloon uniform. Scene shifts to outside the inn. A moment later, Yunlong had changed into the clothes she gave, looking extremely fitting with Yunlong's cold aura. Seeing him step out after changing, she clapped her hands, eyes wide, exclaiming in praise. Suits you so well. While Lung Xiaopeng's group, sitting behind, frowned unpleasantly, evaluating Yunlong. He's handsome again. Life is truly unfair. After giving Yunlong a new look, she proposed. Let's go out. Yunlong glanced at her. Asking back, go out? Sushi reached out explaining. Our ingredients are running low. Incidentally, we also need to go survey. Yunlong understood less and less. Wondering, survey? But she didn't show impatience. Instead, continuing excitedly. We will go to Chang'an. Visit successful inns to learn from them. Suwonsik and Dingyuth. We also have to taste the dishes trending recently. After talking for a while, Yunlong finally understood and uttered an ah. The group saw the two walking side by side, preparing to leave, and immediately stood up to follow. Feng Qi said, Seems they are about to leave. Lung Xiaopeng asked with a dark face. So what? Are we following? Just then, Yunlong turned around and shouted. You three, making the three a bit scared. Standing dumbfounded on the spot. Then Yunlong ordered. While we are away, look after the inn well. The three hurriedly clasped their hands, respectfully shouting in unison. Yes, sir. Scene shifts to a deep forest. Yong Feng clenched his fist, staring at Luo Chu standing opposite. The atmosphere between the two seemed tense. The old man's clothes were tattered, looking like a beggar, holding a staff in his hand, observing him with undiminished momentum. Looking at Luo Chu for a while, Yong Feng also secretly made a preliminary assessment. Extraordinary oha. He is not an ordinary old man. After silently observing the opponent, the old man took a step forward, preparing to attack, making Yong Feng grit his teeth, putting his hands out in defense. Next, Yong Feng frowned and gritted his teeth, looking at his hands, stammering out, Wait. He bent his knees slightly, hands out in a defensive stance, spirit blazing. Senior, please stop. Suddenly, Luo Chu said a sentence out of nowhere. I didn't see wrong. Kunloon has not declined yet. This sentence confused Yong Feng. Stunned on the spot, the old man looked at him, praising. At your age, achieving this internal energy is almost impossible. Where did you get such profound divine qi? Yong Feng frowned even tighter. Thinking divine qi? Yong Feng stared at the person of unknown origin in front of him. Pondering, indeed, like this old man said. The elder definitely gave me something. Yong Feng's gaze became sharp and determined. But I cannot casually talk about the elder with a stranger. Yong Feng glanced at the old man, decisively saying, I cannot say. Luo Chu asked back. No. Yong Feng remained firm. Yes, of course. Finished speaking. A stream of internal energy erupted from the old man, covering the space where the two stood. He observed warily, then evaluated. The old man's powerful internal energy transferred through the wind, making me feel stinging pain. Is he planning to attack? But unexpectedly, Luo Chu didn't strike, just turning to leave, saying one sentence, Since it's like that, I have no other choice. I have to personally go to Kunloon to see, leaving Yong Feng behind looking on, not understanding what happened. In a flash, the old man used lightness skill to rush forward, so fast that only a shadow was seen passing by. At this moment, he looked up, seeing only a small black dot in the sky. Yong Feng clenched his fist and shouted, Wait, but there was no reply. Yong Feng could only grit his teeth, snorting coldly in annoyance. Yong Feng looked at the clear blue sky without a cloud. Exclaiming, he disappeared. Scene shifts to a bustling town. People passing by on the street were busy. Among them, Yunlong and She happily merged into the crowd on the street. The two stopped at an inn called Qinghua. In the dining hall of the inn, the waiter stood by asking, What would you like to order, guests? then placed the menu on the table for the two to order. She looked at the menu, then turned to ask the waiter, "Buns? Hey, and this is chicken, right?" The waiter also replied, "Yes." Meanwhile, Yinlong looked around evaluating. An inn in a bustling area is indeed different. Decorated magnificently. Over there, she was still focused on pointing at the menu. "Then we'll have this dish and this dish." Wait a moment. Steaming hot dishes were brought up. No need to wait. The two quickly started, holding chopsticks and eating ravenously. While eating, Yinlong heard the table next to them discussing. "Kunloon is finished." "That's right. Heard they were expelled from the 9 sects." Hearing this, Yinlong was also startled, eyes widening, thinking, "Expelled from the 9 sects?" The person next to him continued. "They even borrowed money from the Golden Tiger Gang, and I heard the 4-Dragon sect is also targeting them." Yinlong immediately recalled the scene a few days ago, thinking to himself, "With the ability of those guys I saw last time, they cannot stand firm in the martial arts world. Well, this matter no longer concerns me." Seeing him pensive and silent, Sushi looked at him unhappily and asked, "Is the food not good?" Yinlong stammered a reply, "No, I was just thinking about something else." After finishing eating, Sushi's eyes sparkled, cheeks slightly flushed, asking, "So how was the taste?" Yinlong just calmly told the truth. "Very ordinary. Ours is better." Hearing this, Sushi said excitedly, "Right?" She looked at the bowl of noodles on the table, evaluating. "Speaking of flavor, we are far superior." But when looking around the dining hall, she crossed her arms unhappily, saying, "With this level, yet they are still crowded. Truly unfair." Yinlong calmly picked up a teacup, taking a sip, then said a sentence straight to her heart. "Your luck today is not good." This sentence stunned Sushi. Suddenly, there was a noise behind, attracting Yinlong's attention. "Do you mean we plan to eat for free?" The waiter of Qinghua In looked at the tall Taoist, trembling all over, but still trying to explain. "Sir, but I don't accept credit." He glared at the waiter, using a threatening tone to ask back, "Do you not know who we are?" Making the waiter of Qinghua In stammer in fear. "You are people of Kunloon." Seeing the waiter knew his identity but still acted like this, the guy got angry, roaring, "Call the manager out here." "Where's the manager?" The manager of Qinghua In immediately ran out to greet, using a gentle voice to mediate. "Aren't these the respected Taoists?" Ingsheng pointed at the waiter of Qinghua In, arrogantly saying, "We said we would pay next time, yet this guy treats us like outsiders." The manager heard this and broke out in cold sweat from fear, saying, "Truly sorry." Then the manager continued, "But recently, we changed the rules. No longer accepting credit." This made the guy grit his teeth and frown, shouting, "What?" At this moment, Ingsheng's 2 accomplices flipped through the ledger, laughing, "The ledger is here. You just let someone put it on credit today." This made the manager panic, gritting his teeth tight, speechless as the lie was exposed. Hearing this, he became even more furious, kicking the table next to him hard. "Really?" Ingsheng bent down, leaning his face close to the manager of Qinghua In, saying, "You will put on our tab, right?" This sentence scared the manager speechless for a moment. "Yes." A moment later, the manager of Qinghua In calmed down, also bowing and replying, "Yes, please feel free, gentlemen." He heard this, also crossing his arms, standing there smugly. Suddenly, Yinlong appeared from nowhere, pointing at Ingsheng, saying, "Where do you think you're going? If you eat, you must pay, especially for Kunloon Taoists respected by the world." Seeing a meddler appear, Ingsheng approached, asking, "Who are you?" Yinlong also quickly assumed the name by you. Ingsheng heard this, angrily mocking, "Huh, still dare to give a name?" Then Ingsheng asked, "Which sect do you belong to?" Yinlong introduced himself without fear. "I am the chef of the Kunloon Inn." Hearing Yinlong's identity, both of Ingsheng's accomplices were stunned. "Chef?" Then one burst out laughing. "Moking, chef? Who do you think you are to dare oppose us?" Ingsheng frowned, lowering his voice to state his identity. "Kid, listen clearly. I am Ingsheng, young and arrogant, not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth, while I am still merciful." Before he finished speaking, Yinlong interrupted. "Your name is Shang Life, but your soul is rotten." This sentence made Ingsheng frown, anger flaring up. Next, Yinlong just said briefly, "Rotten scum deserve a beating." Seeing Yinlong so arrogant, Ingsheng also began to act tough, saying, "What did you say?" Without saying much, Ingsheng reached out to attack straight at Yunlong, mouth still cursing. "You bastard." "Really?" However, Yunlong remained extremely calm. Yunlong retracted his hand and began to focus. Immediately after, Yunlong flicked something, making Ing Sheng fall backwards. Ing Sheng was beaten by Yunlong lying flat on the ground, motionless, panting. Everyone witnessing this scene was astonished, exclaiming endlessly. Seeing this, Ing Sheng's accomplice immediately pointed at Yunlong, standing calmly with crossed arms, shouting, "What did you do?" Yunlong maintained a calm expression, eyes cold, not saying a word, just waving his hand slightly. The person was blown into the air by a wave of Yunlong's hand, then fell hard to the ground. That guy lay spread-eagled on the cold ground, whole body motionless, eyes closed tight. A large bump swelled on his forehead. Seeing his accomplices unconscious, forehead swollen, the remaining person was scared pale, eyes wide open, full of horror, stammering, I'll pay you. Manager, come here." The manager of Qinghua and received the money. Immediately happy. "Yes." That person then turned to Yunlong. "Look, I paid. Now I take my leave." Suddenly, the manager's eyes widened in horror, because he saw the next scene. Turns out Yunlong just lightly threw a palm strike, making that guy unable to resist, flying into the air, then fainting on the ground. Yunlong looked stern, not accepting the ways of those people, even if paid, must also suffer punishment for their evil behavior. The scene just now was silently taken in by a man sitting in the corner of the inn, holding chopsticks in his hand, watching intently with interest, thinking, "I just came to eat a bowl of noodles. Didn't expect to see a good show." Amidst the bustling market, Sushi and Yunlong walked slowly on the busy street. She walked and wondered, why are Taoists respected by the world so evil? Yunlong replied, "Sorry for causing a disturbance while you were eating." Sushi didn't show any annoyance. Instead, her eyes sparkled with admiration and excitement, saying, "No, you did great." The two walked and chatted. Sushi turned to face Yunlong, curiously asking, "But how did you do that?" Yunlong wondered, "Do what?" Seeing this, she waved her hands, imitating Yunlong punishing the bad guys in the inn just now. This. Then boom, Yunlong heard Sushi chatter in praise. A smile unconsciously bloomed on the corner of his mouth. "Do you want to learn martial arts?" Sushi heard this and fell into thought. So brother Baiyu really is a martial artist. Thinking for a moment, Sushi smiled and walked forward, walking while reaching out to reply, "I really want to learn, but it seems now is not the time." Next, her expression changed, clenching her fists decisively, declaring boldly, "The most important thing now is to revive the inn." Seeing Sushi so full of life, Yunlong following behind couldn't help but smile, thinking, "Thanks to Miss Su, I smile more lately." She linked arms with him, looking up at Yunlong, smiling radiantly. "Let's go buy ingredients." He replied softly, "Let's do that." Scene shifts to a forest. Luo Chu was channeling power to fly up, his agile body passing through the canopy. He flew while pondering, "If I force him to confess, with that stubborn personality." He won't open his mouth. Luo Chu kicked a tree branch hard, propelling his body high into the air. He thought endlessly, "Kunloon, those who didn't listen to my advice have cut off contact with me for over 10 years. Luo Chu's eyebrow furrowed slightly, as if encountering a difficult problem. That stream of divine qi, how could it radiate from a member of the declining Kunloon? In front of the Kunloon hall, there were 2 guards. He landed steadily from above. The 2 guards were dozing off, completely unaware of someone arriving. Seeing the 2 guards nodding off, he clicked his tongue in disappointment. Are they finished now? Ryoku didn't hesitate, reaching out to push the giant door hard. The sudden noise startled the 2 drowsy guards awake. He called out, "Is anyone inside?" One guard reacted extremely fast, immediately rushing up, spreading his arms to block him, asking warily, "Who do you think you are?" Luo Chu looked at the 2 guards blocking the way. Eyes calm. "I am Luo Chu. I came here to investigate something." The 2 looked at each other, faces full of suspicion. After a moment of surprise, the 2 guards drew their weapons simultaneously, raising them high to block Luo Chu, shouting in unison, "Do you think this is a place for beggars? Get lost, quick as lightning." Luo Chu tilted his body, movements agile as the wind, slipping through the gap between the two raised weapons, leaving the two guards dumbfounded, angrily watching his back as he walked in. One guard rushed up, reaching out to grab Luo Chu's shoulder tightly, trying to stop him from going deeper inside. Stupid old man. Luo didn't hesitate, swinging his arm hard, flipping the person into the air, then falling hard to the ground. The strong impact kicked up a cloud of dust. Seeing this, the remaining guard did not hesitate to unleash a special move, spinning the saber in his hand. I won't forgive you, pointing the blade at Luo Chu to attack. Luo Chu didn't even dodge. With a neat movement, he used one hand to swing the simple bamboo staff in his hand, tapping lightly on the person's head. The person's body collapsed to the ground. The saber also flew aside, whole body motionless. He walked inside proudly. The two guards were knocked down on the ground, helpless. At this moment, one of the two managed to blow a whistle, alerting everyone in the sect. After the whistle, countless figures appeared from all directions. Who is it? What happened? It's an enemy. The disciples surrounded Luo Chu tightly, assuming attack stances, not letting him enter, seeming not to care about the weapons pointing at him, but focusing on searching for something in the crowd. Luo Chu's gaze stopped on the right. Not here. Not here. After glancing right, his gaze shifted to the left. Not here either. Finally, Luo Chu's gaze turned to the back. Not there either. From behind the crowd, Bai Guang, with a majestic expression, slowly stepped up, ordering the disciples. Everyone stop. Then he gestured towards Luo Chu, introducing. This is Luo Chu, leader of the beggar sect. Hearing Luo Chu's title, the disciples immediately buzzed with discussion. Really? One of the 7 great immortals of the previous generation? One of the 5 great powerhouses of the martial arts world today? Bai Guang frowned slightly, reminding the masters, I hope you pay more attention to educating the disciples. Truly embarrassing. He gave a polite smile. We apologize to you. Signor Liu Ke, please come inside. Luo Chu was still pondering. I don't sense it from anyone. Don't sense the divine chi here. He turned to leave. No, the one who should apologize is this old man for barging in. Everyone at the Kunloon gate watched Luo Chu's back. Bai Song, standing next to him, asked Bai Guang in confusion. What is going on lately? Top masters keep suddenly appearing one after another, causing a disturbance. Luo Chu thought as he left. I was too obsessed with divine chi that I searched blindly. Then he walked into the forest preparing to go down the mountain, telling himself, I should go to the inn halfway up the mountain for a bowl of rice wine. Someone shouted from the inn. The table is broken. Yin Long turned his head to look, intending to blame the 3, Feng Qi, Lung, Xiaopeng, and Huang Long. But they shook their heads denying. Not us. Yin Long narrowed his eyes, snorting coldly. Yin Long reached out to touch the stone wall next to him. A thought flashed in his mind. Right? Maybe it's not as fancy as Qing Wan, but if I make stone tables, they won't break. Yin Long focused internal energy into his arm, thinking, must reduce the thickness so Miss Su can move them. A stream of internal energy began to radiate from his body, all concentrated in his arm. Yin Long decisively split a large rock in half with his hand. The 3 standing by observing. Huang Long whispered, he's doing something abnormal again. Lung Xiaopeng replied, do we need to report? Looking down from the high mountain, the shape of an inn could be clearly seen. Luo Chu stopped in front of small inn. His gaze slowly swept across, saying, this inn is still operating. His eyes suddenly widened. Revealing surprise, as if sensing something special. Luo Chu's gaze was glued to the rough stone wall next to the inn. A mysterious green aura was radiating divine chi. Why would divine chi appear in an inn like this? Yin Long was focusing on channeling internal energy, gradually carving the stone block into a table leg. Yin Long carefully lifted the finished stone table leg, slowly moving it to the table side. One more leg, and the last table is done. Yin Long gently placed the stone table leg into the joint under the tabletop. After admiring the finished table, he stood up straight, speaking up, hey, bring that last table over here. Hearing the order, Feng Qi and Huang Long dared not delay, obediently moving the table. Seeing the two carefully carrying the table, A glint of satisfaction flashed in Yunlong's eyes. Seeing the stone tables, Sushi's eyes lit up, full of interest, face radiant. Wow, stone tables really improve the atmosphere here. Lung Xiao Peng, standing nearby, heard She praised the stone tables. He tilted his face slightly, frowning, showing disapproval. So cold. Who would like this? Suddenly, a figure glided past like the wind. Luo Chu appeared on the table. He lay comfortably on it, enjoying the comfort, letting out a satisfied groan. Huang Long saw Luo Chu like that, then said, "Seems someone likes it," caressing the table. Tone satisfied, saying, "This is overflowing with divine qi." Suddenly, Luo Chu's pine gupesking. Who exactly made these things? The three, Feng Qi, Lung Xiao Peng, and Huang Long, all pointed towards Yun Long cleaning on the other side. Luo Chu frowned slightly, gaze not leaving. He slowly walked step by step towards Yun Long. Yun Long looked up, frowning in confusion at the old man standing in front of him. Luo Chu clasped his hands behind his back, slowly walking a circle around Yun Long, eyes constantly evaluating him from head to toe. He looked at Yun Long unblinkingly, thinking to himself, "I don't sense anything from this young man. Can't even sense his internal energy." Luo Chu spoke first. "Can I talk to you?" Yun Long, cleaning the table, replied. "What would you like to order, sir?" "I only talk to customers." The old man remained silent, seeing him not answer. Yun Long continued, "Then treat everyone here to a meal. We're just finished the three Feng Qi." Lung Xiao Peng and Huang Long behind immediately shouted in unison. "Great!" Brilliant sunlight pierced through the rolling mountains, shining on the simple tiled roof of the inn. Su 11 Wolkting. Apiliteling Luoke. They will love it. Elder. Luoke tot discontentedly, even daring to extort a beggar. "This meal better be good." Yin Long brought out a hot bowl of noodles, announcing, "Your noodles are here." Luoke es eyes instantanément, staring at the bowl of noodles. "What is this?" Even the noodles are overflowing with divine qi. He quickly ate the noodles, muttering while eating, tone extremely satisfied. "I have never eaten such noodles in my entire life." Finished eating, Luo Chu introduced himself. "I am Luo Chu of the Beggar Sect." Yun Long sat opposite him. "I am the chef of the Kunloon Inn." Luo Chu's gaze became serious, looking straight at Yun Long. "Are you a martial artist?" He replied, "In my youth, I was at Kunloon." Luo Chu heard this and was extremely surprised. On the other side, Huang Long told Lung Xiao Peng, "Should I also learn from him? Open it myself?" Lung Xiao Peng signaled Huang Long to be quiet. "Don't talk nonsense. I can't hear clearly." "Quite a bit." Lung Xiao Peng looked suspiciously towards the two. "Wait, what? You look so young, but say in my youth. You used to be at Kunloon?" Luo Chu asked Yun Long. "Exactly how old are you?" He held the bowl of noodles, smacking his lips, replying, "I am definitely over 100 years old." The old man lowered his head in thought for a moment. A moment later, Luo Chu suddenly slammed the table, asserting loudly, "Indeed it is so. You have rejuvenated." He continued, "This old man is 115 years old this year. Do you know Master Yunyi?" Yin Long heard this name. Expression changed slightly, thinking, how does the old man know second senior brother? In Kunloon, a group of Kunloon disciples lay unconscious, hands tied behind their backs to pillars. A disciple woke up. Ing Sheng tied next to him asked, "Junior brother, you're awake?" The guy realized he couldn't move, gritting his teeth in anger. "Senior brother, why is everyone tied up like this?" Another disciple tied in the corner also spoke up angrily. "Who did this to us?" Suddenly, someone opened the door, ordering, "Take them all outside." Seeing a crowd rushing in, the guy jumped in shock. While being dragged away, they shouted loudly, "On what grounds do you treat us like this?" The group shouted angrily, "Shut up." They were dragged outside, hands tied tight behind their backs. Everyone looked worried, not knowing what was about to happen. The guy stared wide-eyed in horror at the scene before him. Before his eyes were people of Kunloon, tied tight, forced to kneel on the ground. The guy turned pale with fright. All Kunloon Taoists. A person stepped up to report. Reporting to Lord Huang Long. "We subordinates have searched all over Qinghai. Captured them all here." Guixing stood there, looking contemptuously at the worthless trash. You should have waited for death on the mountain. Why come down to beg? Ing Sheng being tied up saw this group. Thinking, Huang Long? Guoxing? Does that mean we were captured by the Four-Dragon Sect? He straightened his back, kneeling, posture proud, saying, What do you want to do to us? A subordinate kicked him in the back from behind, making him fall face down on the ground. I told you to shut up. The guy looked at him, smiling sinisterly. Anyway, you all have to die. Let me tell you, we will chop off your heads. Hang them on poles. We will chop you into 100 pieces. Throw them to the dogs. Then we will never have to see your damn uniforms in this Qinghai again. The guy heard this and was stunned with horror, thinking, torturing us publicly in the market? Have they prepared to declare war? People watching saw this scene, buzzing with discussion. What is happening? Seems the Four Dragons Sect captured Kunloon people. More and more people whispered, Kunloon has finally reached this dead end. They never helped us commoners anyway. Better not get involved. Yin Yu, Sin holding a fan, leisurely walked over. We won't do anything to you immediately either. People around recognized him. It's White Dragon. White Dragon, Yin Yu San, smirking sinisterly. Continuing now, we will take you all home. Then, we will gather you all together. Then slice by slice, Guo Xing turned to Yin Yu San, face satisfied, saying, Finally, we can eliminate the bunch that has been suppressing our Four Dragons Sect for decades. Yin Yu San heard this, covering his mouth, hiding a vile smile. I have waited for this day for a long time. Brother. Ma Chu appeared majestically from nowhere, followed by a group of people in black. Curious people recognized his identity, whispering, It's Red Dragon, King of Destruction's sword. Yin Yu San bowed. Brother, you have arrived. Guo Xing also bowed. Brother. Ma Chu drew the sharp sword at his waist. Ma Chu raised the sword to the sky, shouting loudly, Listen, today is the day Kunloon ends. Luo Chu stared at the person in front of him, asking, How can a person accumulate divine qi? Yin Long sat opposite, arms crossed, silent for a long time. After that, he spoke up, not answering directly, but asking back. Let me ask you a question. Why do you try to contain nature in your small body? Argument sounds rang out in the inn. Because I want to use the power of divine qi. Yin Long disagreed, analyzing. What is the divine qi you speak of? Isn't it the crystallized power of heaven and earth? Yin Long's eyes were serious, thinking of the gods in nature, then explaining further. Nature has its own flow. It is not something for you to compress and use. Doing so, how is it different from cultivating mental cultivation methods and transferring internal energy into the body? Hearing these words, Luo Chu was stunned into silence, stammering, asking, Then, Yin Long just smiled mysteriously, not continuing. A moment later, Yin Long spoke up. Instead of trying to embrace nature, let nature embrace you. Ryuku seemed enlightened, suddenly standing up, slamming the table and shouting loudly, startling even Yin Long. He recalled the arduous cultivation process of his youth, unconsciously gaping, secretly lamenting, I was truly foolish. For so long, I was bound by the desire to reach a higher realm than others. Comparison, desire. Didn't I lose the mindset of a beginner, drowning in arrogance? After that, Luo Chu hurriedly clasped his hands, respectfully bowing. Thank you for explaining to this old man. Thanks to your guidance, I could reevaluate myself. Finished speaking, Luo Chu turned to leave, but his heart still held some reluctance. Probing, Can I come here often? Yin Long also happily waved to him. Then always welcomes distinguished guests. Luo Chu clasped his hands in farewell. Then, see you again. Leng Xiaopeng's group saw this scene, narrowing eyes looking. Huang Long guessed. Looks like he's trying to trick that senile old man into becoming a regular customer. At this moment, Feng Qi also chimed in. I think so too. Didn't the old man claim to be Luo Chu of the beggar sect? A brat daring to joke that he is over 100 years old. Huang Long snorted contemptuously and continued. Maybe later he'll say a sneeze of his is enough to kill us. Only Leng Xiaopeng didn't join their joke, but seriously reminded the two. This is not something to joke about. Looking at the two-arm wrestling and laughing haha, Leng Xiaopeng said, I think we should go down the mountain. A regretful voice rang out in the inn. You gentlemen are leaving now? Leng Xiaopeng led the two out. For Duel Misu, we rested very well. Also enjoyed delicious noodles. Now, we have to go back to work. But Huang Long's attitude was improper. Huang Long whispered to Feng Qi. Yeah, what work? Hearing Lung, Xiao, Peng finish speaking. Sushi didn't keep them, but happily saw them off. Then come again next time. Just then, a deep voice suddenly rang out. Leaving already? The three turned around startled. Seeing the arrival was Yun Long. Lung Xiao Peng also respectfully bowed. Clasping hands, stammering reply. Yes, we have work to do. The two next to him were also scared motionless. But Yun Long just smiled and instructed. Take care. Go. Hearing this, Lung Xiao Peng was also a bit surprised, but immediately snapped out of it replying. Yes. After leaving the inn door, Huang Long laughed, awkwardly asking, Boss, but we... Lung Xiao Peng was extremely impatient by now. Turning back to scold idiots, he said loudly, Of course back to the Golden Tiger Gang. Do you have to ask? Hearing this, Feng Qi clicked his tongue. Huang Long sweating profusely, frantically replying. Scene shifts to a forest. Guoxing's army was aggressively riding towards Kunloon, dust flying blindly. Huang Wu Liang opened. Lord Huang Long, before going up to Kunloon, please definitely stop by the inn I mentioned. You must go there. Guoxing leading the way, eyes cold saying, If there really is a strong person as you say, I also want to go see. Huang Wu Liang immediately smiled happily. Thank you, my lord. Yin Yu Sin narrowed his eyes thinking. I also want to see with my own eyes. Who exactly is the deity that defeated the gang leader's subordinates with just one move? Machu beside also had his own thoughts. If such a master really exists, I must fight him once. Unlike the expectations of the three, Huang Wu Liang thought smugly. No matter how strong you are, 3 of the 4 dragons attacking together. Today is your death anniversary. Scene shifts to another mountain. At this moment, Yin Long was standing on a rock, hands clasped behind his back, face serious in thought. 10, 20, 100. About 200 people. Quite a few. Are they coming to attack Kunloon? Suddenly, a glint of suspicion flashed in Yun Long's eyes, looking towards the Thai group being escorted in front, secretly shocked. No, those are Kunloon Taoists. Looking at those Taoists tortured until covered in injuries, still having to drag many heavily injured people, Yun Long silently observed and evaluated. There are even young Taoists. While walking, some wild horses suddenly stopped and neighed. This unexpected situation surprised Guoxing too. He shouted loudly. What's going on? Yun Long leisurely stepped out, standing in front of them, shouting, You villains! Dare to mistreat Taoists like that. Seeing Yun Long suddenly appear, the group was stunned into silence, speechless, just staring straight ahead. Just then, Huang Wu Liang broke the silence, screaming, It's him! Guoxing gripped the reins tight, evaluating what? He looked so weak. Yin Yu-san opened the folding fan, contemptuously saying, Seems you've gone mad. But Yun Long calmly stated his conditions. Release the Kunloon people immediately. Then go back to where you came from. Otherwise, before Yun Long finished speaking, Yin Yu-san had spurred the horse forward. Yin Yu-san raised the fan. Finish him off quickly. Hearing the order, several masked subordinates in black rushed up with murderous intent. Madman, Yun Long just calmly held a small dry twig in his hand, playing with it. The subordinates in black holding weapons had rushed close to Yun Long. Seeing them getting close, he made his move. Yun Long raised the dry twig to the sky, channeling internal energy, then quickly pointing to the ground. In an instant, dust flew blindly, blasting them backwards. The men in black flipped several times in the air before falling flat on the ground, groaning in pain. Witnessing this scene with their own eyes, Yin Yu-san and Guoxing were both stunned into silence, exclaiming in shock. What? Guoxing gaped and shouted. Brother, I've heard of that thing. It must be sulfur fire made by the western regions. Finished speaking, Yin Yu-san immediately borrowed force from his toes. I don't know where he got such a rare thing, but immediately after, Yin Yu-san leaped up from the horse, flying towards Yun Long, arrogantly saying, But that thing is useless against me. Immediately after, Yin Yu-san unleashed the cold ice whip move. Countless attacks interwoven, aiming straight at Yun Long. However, Yun Long remained as usual, calmly observing. At this moment, several streams of internal energy appeared around Yun Long. Yin Yu-san frowned, expression becoming even more terrifying. Yin Yusen thought. My cold energy dissipated as soon as it touched him. How can this be? Yin Long still gently raised the dry twig, then quickly swung his hand forward. Yin Yusen was hit, blasted backwards. Yin Yusen crashed hard into the group of men in black from earlier, causing a chain reaction. A large group of people fell down. Another loud explosion. Dust flew blindly. The men in black also rolled around. Immediately after, a pile of men in black lay scattered on the ground. Motionless. Only faint groans were heard. On the other side, Yin Yusen lay on the ground, also spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Guoxing, seeing this, was even more horrified. Why is it like this? Only Huang Wuliang was not too panicked, crying out, I told you to be careful. Yin Yusen clutched his stomach, coughing once, saying, Brother, I think my internal energy is crippled. Hearing that sentence, Guoxing's eyes widened, whites showing completely. Gritting his teeth in horror, Guoxing looked at Yin Yusen clutching his stomach, suppressing pain to stand up, shouting, What did you say? How could he have crippled your internal energy? But Ruan Yusen couldn't even stand for a few seconds before weakly collapsing to the ground again. Seeing that the situation was not good, another person jumped off his horse. He faced Yun Long. Ma Chu held a great saber in his hand. He stared at him with killing intent. Allow me to introduce myself. Iae Kilong, Maku. And who are you? Yin Long said nonchalantly. The cook of the Kunloon Inn. Bayou? Hearing this, Ma Chu gritted his teeth and spat out each word. A mere cook. Before he could finish his sentence, Ma Chu had already charged straight at Yin Long. He announced loudly, I will kill you. At this moment, the men in black regained their senses. They roared and cheered. Lord Ma Chu has made his move. The greatest warrior of our Long sect. Makuesfas was Filosu. He charged forward, great saber in hand. But Yin Long just narrowed his eyes. He seriously swung the dry branch in his hand. When Ma Chu's saber came slashing down, it was surprisingly blocked by Yin Long's dry branch. Then, Yin Long used a bit of force. He flicked the branch upwards. It actually caused Ma Chu to spin in midair before falling to the ground. The saber in his hand was also pointing straight at the sky. Only then did Ma Chu's eyes widen in shock. He cried out in alarm. What is this? Ruan Yusan, clutching his stomach in agony behind them, tried his best to persuade him. Brother, stop. My internal energy has been completely crippled. If you continue like this, you'll be in danger too. But ma que remens tu born. Ma Chu sprang to his feet. He tightened his grip on his long sword and said resolutely, Nonsense. How is that possible? Just one bowl of medicine and you'll recover immediately. Ma que glaire dat yun long, inconvaincu. He roared, I don't know what kind of sorcery you used, but I will take your head and hang it on the tip of a spear in front of the inn. With that, Ma Chu quickly struck, unleashing the soul-annihilating, heaven-shattering sword. Seeing this, the men in black began to buzz with discussion. It's the heaven-shattering sword. The heaven-shattering sword. And that's not all. Ma Chu quickly unleashed a new technique, the lightning slash. A chain radiating blue electricity immediately wrapped around his long sword. The men in black stared with wide eyes. They held their breath and watched. But Yin Long, on the opposite side, used only one hand. He gently swung the small branch. He drew a purple arc in the air, a move that looked gentle, but it concealed an incredibly terrifying power. It shattered the surrounding boulders. Rock fragments flew everywhere. As expected, it was no surprise. When the dust settled, Ma Chu was seen lying sprawled on the ground. He looked utterly miserable, seeing the situation turning increasingly unfavorable. Guoxing hurriedly shouted, Qilong. After a long moment, Ma Chu finally managed to push himself up. He groaned and sat up. Then, he remained silent. He clutched his abdomen in discomfort. As if sensing something, Ma Chu's eyes widened in horror. In disbelief, Ma Chu placed both hands on his abdomen. He rubbed it, unable to believe it. He thought to himself, I can't feel a single trace of internal energy in my body. It's completely empty. Immediately after, Ma Chu also spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His condition was identical to Ruan Yusan's. Then, Ma Chu no longer had the strength to support himself. He collapsed to the ground. Ma Chu gritted his teeth and spat out one word. Damn it. Guoxing turned to look at the subordinates behind him. He roared, What are you all waiting for? Whoever captures him will be greatly rewarded. A promotion of 1 rank. One subordinate stammered in fear. A reward? Another one tightened his grip on his sword. An idea struck him. Even a master can't fight against a crowd. That sounded reasonable. So, the whole group of subordinates charged forward in unison. They shouted as they ran. Get him! Attack him! Yin Long saw the crowd rushing towards him. He knew he could no longer use the small branch. So, he placed the branch on the ground. He began to channel his internal energy. Yin Long took a deep breath, channeling his internal energy. The surrounding energy began to envelop his entire body. The men in black had yet to realize the danger. They recklessly brandished their weapons and charged towards Yin Long, waiting for the opportune moment. Yin Long suddenly took a step forward. He shifted into his stance, kicking up a cloud of dust. Immediately after, Yin Long unleashed a palm strike, pushing out all the accumulated internal energy. Yin Long's dominating style. The men in black were terrified. They had no time to react. They only had time to let out a wretched scream before being sent flying backward. Witnessing this scene, Guoxing's expression changed from shock to panic. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Guoxing stared wide-eyed at Yin Long. His heart was filled with disbelief and doubt. With just one move, he took down my entire elite squad? Guoxing trembled in his saddle. He stammered out. Wait, it can't be that easy. A hand from behind grabbed Guoxing by the collar. Immediately after, Yin Long pulled Guoxing off his horse. He dragged him along like a prisoner. Guoxing's mouth was wide open, screaming. I was wrong. Then, Yin Long gently flicked his hand. He sent Guoxing flying, as if tossing something as light as a feather. Guoxing cried out in terror and despair. Guoxing skidded a long distance on the ground before slamming hard into a large boulder in the distance. Having dealt with everything, Yin Long landed gently on the ground. The men in black stared with wide eyes. They buzzed with discussion. He's a god, a divine being. I can't believe Kunloon has a divine being helping them. Yin Long glanced at the men in black. He spoke in a warning tone. See Long's Sect. Immediately cease your wicked deeds. If you don't, I will make every single one of you pay for your crimes. Meanwhile, the men lying scattered on the ground had regained consciousness. They groaned a few times. They looked at Yin Long in fear and said, That's no man. They watched his majestic figure as he departed. They continued, I heard a dragon resides on Kunloon Mountain. Could he be that dragon in human form? Ignoring the chatter of the crowd behind him, Yin Long soared into the sky. He vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving behind only an effect like an explosion. After he left, the scene was left with a crowd of people lying scattered on the ground. Even the ground was covered in sprawling cracks. It was an incredibly strange sight. The sky was clear and blue. White clouds drifted by. The scene shifts to the next day in Shanghai. A loud call echoed from within a room. Big brother. Big brother. Feng Qi pushed open the door. He reminded him, the sun is already high in the sky. Let's go. At this moment, Leng Xiaoping was still half asleep in bed. He rubbed his eyes and replied, Is it that late already? He gave an embarrassed laugh and explained, It's been a while since I've had a drink, so I lost track of time. Then, the three of them quickly walked out side by side. Huang Long, walking behind, said, We don't even know what mission the gang leader will send us on at the Golden Tiger Gang. So we might as well drink to our heart's content while we can. After speaking, Huang Long looked ahead and sighed. But man, I'm craving some noodles. Feng Qi, walking beside him, also spoke up. Oh, you too? Speaking of noodles, Leng Xiaoping licked his lips and thought. Damn it, so, it's not just me craving that bowl of noodles. What on earth did they put in it? Just then, the three of them saw a thick column of black smoke rising in the distance. What's that? A fire? Isn't that near the Golden Tiger Gang? Then, the three of them rushed towards the rising smoke. Looking at the raging fire inside, Leng Xiaoping said worriedly, Is it really the Golden Tiger Gang? He then grabbed a passerby by the shoulder and shouted, Move aside. The fire grew larger, and people could only stand and watch in panic. What's going on? Who did this? A kind person nearby said, Brother, you're behind on the news. They say a dragon appeared in Kunloon yesterday. Leng Xiaoping was extremely shocked to hear this. He asked again, a dragon? From the Xilong sect? The person continued. No, it was a dragon that transformed into a man. He wiped out 3 of the 4 dragons. I heard the leader of the Golden Tiger Gang also got caught up in it. And what is Sea King Yama? This made Leng Xiaoping more and more horrified. The person continued his story. Those who had a grudge against the Golden Tiger Gang gathered like a pack of dogs. They set the fire and then fled. The ancients said you reap what you sow. It's really true. After hearing the whole story, Lung Xiaoping gritted his teeth and silently watched the large fire inside. The three of them had grim faces. They were utterly terrified. Feng Qi spoke first. Big brother, what should we do? Amidst the burnt-out ruins, Lung Xiaoping was comforting the other two. The western regions are full of dark sects. We can make money wherever we go. Hearing this, Huang Long could only nod. I understand. But Feng Qi, who had been silent until now, suddenly objected. The western regions? I'd rather not go. This confused Lung Xiaoping. Seeing Lung Xiaoping's puzzled expression, Feng Qi explained. To be honest with your skills, you'd probably be treated well there. But if Huang Long and I go to such big cities, we could very well lose our lives. I'd rather stay here, no matter what happens. These words left Lung Xiaoping silent. He didn't know what to say. Watching the ever-growing fire, Feng Qi said, I want to go back there. Huang Long beside him asked doubtfully, Where? Huang Long was startled. Don't tell me you mean the Kunloon Inn. Feng Qi, hearing Huang Long guess correctly, also replied resolutely. That's right. Seeing Feng Qi's serious expression, Huang Long asked, confused. But why? Feng Qi didn't hide his intentions. He said, Do you need a reason to be near Master? Just by hanging around him, who knows, we might pick up a martial art or two. Who can say? If I leave a good impression, maybe they'll even teach me martial arts. Hearing Feng Qi's purpose, Lung Xiaoping frowned and snapped quietly. Nonsense. Who would teach their martial arts so easily? But before he could continue, Huang Long, beside him, rubbed his chin. He said with a wise look, But what he said is right. The opportunity is much greater than searching elsewhere. So, I'll go with you. Big brother probably won't go, right? Feng Qi, seeing his idea was supported, also chimed in, right? Looking at the other two, Lung Xiaoping also began to waver. He thought, these two have a point. Just as Lung Xiaoping was about to agree, he was cut off. The two were still discussing amongst themselves. They didn't notice Lung Xiaoping's hesitation. Big brother won't go. Forcing someone who doesn't want to go is very rude. Besides, Big brother can live very well in the western regions. After their discussion, the two of them bowed to bid farewell. Thank you for taking care of us for so long, Big brother. Take care, Big brother. Lung Xiaoping gritted his teeth and cursed silently in his heart. These two, seeing the two of them about to leave, Lung Xiaoping's voice called out from behind. Wait, turn around. Lung Xiaoping was silent, but his anger was palpable. His jaw was clenched tight. Veins popped on his forehead. Seeing Lung Xiaoping like this, Feng Qi and Huang Long gave an embarrassed laugh. Cold sweat beaded on their foreheads. They called out in unison. Big brother, Lung Xiaoping spoke up. I'm going too. Of course, I'm not going to learn anything. It's because the food there is too delicious. So I'm just going as a customer. Lung Xiaoping continued to explain. After all, with my level of skill, there's nothing left for me to learn. He said that, but he appeared hesitant, as if he wanted to go, but was trying to act aloof. Seeing this, Feng Qi and Huang Long couldn't help but laugh. Yes, yes. The scene shifts to the inn. Inside, Su Hui happily looked at the newcomer. You've come again, sir. Opposite her was the newly arrived Luo Chu. The old man smiled and said, From now on, you'll be seeing me every day. So don't say that anymore. Hearing this, Su Hui happily asked back, Really? Thank you, sir. Luo Chu looked around. He didn't see someone, so he asked, Where's Bai Yu? Su Hui didn't hide it. She said, He's in the kitchen. She also asked curiously, Is something the matter? Hearing her question, the old man explained, Today I want to see his noodle-making skills. Seeing him mention Yunlong's cooking skills, she also asked cheerfully, Everyone is obsessed with Brother Bai Yu's noodles. Are you sure, sir? The old man said resolutely, of course. Then he continued, Also, have Bai Yu come out for a moment. A while later, a jug of white wine and 2 cups appeared on the table. Yun Long crossed his arms and looked at the wine jug on the table. He asked curiously, What is this? Seeing his curiosity, the old man boasted, This is 10-year Emperor's wine, a special kind of liquor. I had to travel very far to find it. Luo Chu picked up the wine jug and said, I heard a dragon appeared at the foot of Kunloon Mountain yesterday. He said as he poured the wine. It's clear that the Si Long sect from Qinghai only knows how to do evil things. On their way to attack Kunloon at night, they encountered a dragon. As a result, they were taught a lesson they'll never forget. The ringleaders are all dead. The lackeys have also scattered in all directions. They're finished. He, Luo Chu said in a mocking tone. Those scoundrels did so many evil things for money. And now they have a chance to atone. Who knows? Maybe they'll be grateful for it later. Hearing this, Yinlong also fell into deep thought. He didn't know what to say. Luo Chu raised his wine cup. He smiled and toasted that dragon person. That person did such a good deed yesterday. He must be very tired. Come on, have a drink. Yinlong picked up the wine cup. He thought, wine, huh? It's been a long time since I've had a drink. Yinlong tilted his head back and drank it all in one go. Watching him drink, Luo Chu also smiled. Then he put down his cup and continued. I heard that the ringleaders didn't actually die. Yinlong was surprised. So he also picked up the wine jug and poured the old man a cup. Please have a drink, sir. Luo Chu happily accepted it. Thank you. The old man held the wine cup. He couldn't help but exclaim, wow, this is truly a masterpiece. I'm afraid I'll be troubled by not being able to forget this taste. Yinlong also exclaimed in complete agreement. For me too, it's been a very long time. It brings back so many memories. After exclaiming, Luo Chu picked up the wine jug. He said generously, I brought this from far away. Let's drink to our heart's content. Yinlong also replied cheerfully. Great idea. After drinking, along with Su Hui's voice. The noodles are here. Looking at the fragrant bowl of noodles in front of him, Luo Chu also said his thanks. After Su Hui left, Luo Chu said, hey, bye you. Hearing the old man's next words, Yinlong was very surprised. How about we become sworn friends? The old man held his wine cup. He said as he looked at the wine in his cup. At my age, all my old friends have passed away. As for my disciples, they are all busy with their own lives. I don't even have anyone to drink with. It's very lonely. Looking at Luo Chu in front of him, Yinlong fell into deep thought. Kunloon martial arts and the Taishin divine art all have turned to dust and smoke. He is lonelier than anyone. Luo Chu asked again seriously, are you willing to be my friend? Hearing the old man's question, Yinlong also replied, it will be my honor. Seeing Yinlong agree, Luo Chu was overjoyed. The old man said happily, to make a friend at my age, and a young man who could be my grandson at that. Others would die of envy if they heard about this. The old man raised the wine gourd in his hand and asked him, so, shall we be equals? What do you say? Yinlong also smiled and replied, why not? Luo Chu shook the wine gourd. He found that it was empty. He couldn't help but complain. Come on, friend. Let's have a drink. Ah, we're out of wine. After shaking it for a bit, the old man waved and called for Su Hui. Me Su, if you have any good wine, could you bring us some? Hearing this, Su Hui also exclaimed, wow, so fast. The scene shifts to the Golden Tiger Gang. This place was now just a desolate ruin. Amidst the rubble, a dark figure was pushing something with his hand. It turned out to be the only remaining pillar in the ruins. And that dark figure was none other than Huang Wuyang. He rubbed his forehead. He let out a sigh of relief. His face was relieved, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. That was a close call. Running away right after Qi Long was defeated. That was a brilliant move. Looking at the chest at his feet, Huang Wuyang laughed smugly. I, Huang Wuyang, the leader of the Golden Tiger Gang. How could I die so easily? He bent down, full of anticipation, and opened chest. Inside was a mountain of gold and silver. Seeing this, he couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. This is a new beginning. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. You cowardly rat. Huang Wuyang immediately turned around. He only saw a dark figure standing silently on the roof. He shouted in panic. Who's there? The dark figure gradually became clear. It was a young man covered in tattoos. He spoke in a mocking tone. Abandoning your own brothers. Escaping all by yourself. And even looting the treasure. Looking at the scene before him, Huang Wuyang couldn't believe it. He thought to himself, Hey Long, Zhu Du Kui. The scene shifts to Kunloon. In the main hall, the sect elders were seriously discussing the recent events. There's a rumor that, a few days ago, a dragon appeared on Kunloon Mountain. Hearing this, an elder spoke up. Now those rumors have turned into a legend, saying that our Kunloon sect won a great victory against the Silong sect. Fourth elder of Kunloon, Bai Guang. Seeing this, another elder also said, I've heard it too. Where on earth did this rumor come from? Bai Guang continued. According to our captured disciples, they were defeated by a young man. Hearing this news, another elder exclaimed in shock. What? Just one young man? Third elder of Kunloon, Bai Mu. Bai Guang didn't argue. He just said, this is indeed hard to believe. But that's what they said. Hearing these words, many people couldn't help but object. Impossible. They must have been brutally tortured and started hallucinating. Or maybe they're just making excuses, making things up to save face. Amidst the objections, a calm voice spoke up. Regardless of the truth, our sect's reputation has indeed been enhanced. Hearing this, the elder smiled faintly. That's right. He asked, what was the name of the disciple who attended the 9 Sects Spring Assembly? Bai Guang replied, it's Yongfeng. He continued asking, he said they removed our name from the 9 Sects Spring Assembly. Is that true? Bai Guang nodded and replied, it's true. After confirming, he slammed his hand on the table in anger. His voice was filled with rage. Those bastards. After venting his anger, the elder asked again, have a 9 sects really turned against us? If that's the case, we have no choice but to act. Bai Mu beside him asked, what is your plan, senior brother? He ordered Bai Guang, you will lead a few disciples to pay a visit to the Nangong family. Hearing this, Bai Guang also exclaimed in surprise. The Nangong family? The scene shifts outside. A foot is stepping down the stairs. Let's go. A disciple asked Bai Guang, Master, why are we suddenly going to the Nangong family? Bai Guang didn't hide it. Because the 9 sects have cut ties with us. We need to find a new connection. I mean an ally. Behind them, Yongfeng heard Bai Guang's words. He fell in a deep thought. I heard the Nangong family is extremely wealthy. Just as they stepped out the door, a voice called out, hello. Seeing the newcomers, Su Hui was surprised. Please come in. Looking at the 3 of them, she said in surprise, didn't you all say you had business to attend to? Why are you back so soon? The 3 of them walked in together. Lung Xiaoping said smugly as he walked. Because things went smoothly, I decided to stay a while longer. Su Hui's eyes widened in surprise. Really? That's great. Huang Long gently stroked his chin. He gave a sly smile. Actually, I came back because I couldn't forget the taste of the noodles here. This remark made Su Hui burst out laughing. But when Lung Xiaoping heard it, his face turned as black as if he'd been doused with cold water. The sound of slurping noodles echoed in the quiet space. Zhao Hui was hunched over, eating his noodles with gusto, just as he was about to grab another mouthful of noodles. Zhao Hui suddenly froze, because he noticed Lung Xiaoping staring at him intently. 3 seconds later, Zhao Hui hurriedly put his chopsticks down on the table. His eyes clearly showed his intention to flee. He had just cursed, damn it. But before his feet could even leave the ground, a cold hand grabbed him tightly by the collar. It pulled him back. Zhao Hui turned his head. He forced a smile, brother. It's so good to see you again. Lung Xiaoping's face darkened. He lowered his voice and said, where do you think you're running? Afterward, Zhao Hui and Lung Xiaoping's group sat at the same table. Feng Qi said, you don't need to run anymore. The Golden Tiger Gang has fallen. Zhao Hui's eyes widened in shock. Really? That's great. But Lung Xiaoping's tone changed. However, you kept running and hiding, causing us a lot of trouble. How should we settle this debt? Zhao Hui broke out in a cold sweat. He forced a smile. Zhao Hui turned his head. He said generously, Su Hui, 3 bowls of noodles for us. Su Hui smiled happily. She also added, we have steam buns too. Looking at the not-so-friendly smiles of Lung Xiaoping's group, Zhao Hui asked meekly, then, how about a plate of steam buns too? Lung Xiaoping, getting an inch, took a yard. He immediately said, add another week's worth of room fees. Hearing this, Zhao Hui jumped in his seat. What? Huang Long also chimed in. Little brother, you're really generous. From behind, a figure was approaching. It turned out to be Yin Long. He was carrying a tray and walking towards the group. Feng Qi and Huang Long were happy to see him. It's a pleasure to see you, sir. As for Zhao Hui, he quietly lowered his head. His eyes darted from side to side, looking for the perfect escape route. My chance has come. Lung Xiaoping looked at Yin Long. He was so nervous, he started sweating. He thought, it's not like I haven't seen him before. I don't know why I'm so tense. Yin Long placed the food down. He smiled and said, 1 extra. It's on the house. One person in the group didn't understand. What do you mean, sir? Yin Long looked at the plate of steam buns and explained. Usually, a plate only has 3. After speaking, Yin Long prepared to leave. The others were excitedly preparing to eat. Lung Xiaoping asked, "How is it?" Feng Qi replied, "Of course it's delicious. And it's free too. If I knew you were planning to leave, I wouldn't have brought it for you." Hearing this, Lung Xiaoping turned back in surprise. "Hey," he shouted. "Hey, you idiots." Zhao Hui ran away. But those two didn't even care. "Big brother, let's just eat first." "Yeah, the noodles are getting soggy." Lung Xiaoping was so angry he couldn't speak. "You guys." Night falls. The rain falls incessantly. In the rain, several figures are approaching the inn. One of them asks, "Why did it suddenly start raining like this?" Another replies, "Let's take shelter in that and over there." Sushi steps out to welcome them. "Please come in. May I ask?" It turns out to be a group from Kunloon. Bai Guang, leading the way, says, "For people." Sushi asks further, "What would you like to order?" Facing Sushi's question, they reply as they walk in, "Just bring whatever you have." Sushi doesn't leave immediately, but says, "Currently, we only have noodles and steam buns." Suddenly, she recognizes Yongfeng in the group. "Hello, brother Yongfeng." Seeing this, Yongfeng scratches his head and smiles awkwardly. "Hello, you still recognize me?" Yongfeng thinks to himself, "I originally planned to just pass by quietly to avoid upsetting the elder." Yongshu turns and asks, "You've been here before?" Yongfeng doesn't hide it. He says yes. "Before attending the 9 Sect Spring Assembly, I came here." The Kunloon group finds a table and sits down. Yongfeng praises, "The noodles here are delicious." Hearing that, Bai Guang immediately says, "Then give us 4 bowls of noodles." Outside, the rain continues to fall. Very quickly, 4 bowls of noodles are served. Yinlong looks at Yongfeng. Yongfeng also bows his head to greet Yinlong. After Yinlong walks away, Yonglin asks immediately, "Who is he that you bowed so respectfully?" Yongfeng says awkwardly, "I owed him a great favor last time." Yongshu whispers from the side, "Senior brother, eat first." "Then what is this?" "So good." Picking up the noodles, Yongfeng thinks, not just his martial arts, but this senior's noodles are also surprising. While eating, Huang Long at the next table hears the conversation behind him. The guy is crying. No, broth just splashed into his eye. Huang Long is about to turn around to look when Lung Xiaoping's voice rings out. "Don't look at them." He says, "Didn't they say the dragon of Kunloon wiped out the 4 dragon sect? Surely that's just an exaggeration. The story of Kunloon defeating the 4 dragon sect. We have no backing right now. It's best not to get involved with them." Back at the Kunloon table, Yongshu asks his master, "Do you know how much money the Nangong family makes?" Bai Guang replies, "I haven't heard the details." Yongfeng continues, "I heard their daily transaction volume reaches thousands." Hearing such a huge number, Bai Guang can't help but exclaim in surprise. Truly impressive. Yongshu adds, "Yes, rumor has it there isn't a business sector in Anhui that they don't have a share in. They are definitely not like the 9 sects." Hearing this, Bai Guang sighs. "We stay on a mountain all day long. How can we earn money or rice? No one even knows who we are. TSK. There is much to learn from them." Yongshu flatters. Master is truly wise. They continue chatting, but Yongfeng sinks into thought. "So if we go there, will we be treated like royalty?" "Ha, of course." In the kitchen, Yinlong also hears their conversation. The important thing is we need to ally with them." Bai Guang pushes off the table and stands up, saying, "All right, we're done eating. The rain has stopped too. Let's go." Seeing this, Sushi comes out to settle the bill. Guessed, the total is 8 taels of silver. Hearing this number, Bai Guang is startled. He calmly walks forward. Before leaving the door, he turns back and says, "I am Bai Guang of Kunloon. I will pay next time." Hearing this, Su Hui was shocked. "What?" Yongfeng beside her stammered, "Master, you really should pay before you go." This confused Bai Guang. "What?" He paid no attention. He continued walking. As he walked, he said, "I'm not refusing to pay. I said I'll pay next time. Whoever has money, pay up." The disciples replied one by one, "I don't have any. I don't have any either." Yongfeng took out his money pouch. Inside, there was only 1 tael of silver. Yongfeng looked a bit embarrassed and said, "Sorry, this is all I have right now." Then he gave all the money to Su Hui. "I promise I'll pay you back the rest later." Su Hui didn't mind. She smiled and said, "All right, let's leave it at that." Seeing her agree, Yongfeng happily thanked her. Bai Guang, walking ahead, urged him, "What are you still waiting for? Let's go." But before he could leave, Yin Long strode out aggressively. He said angrily, "The stench has reached all the way to the kitchen." Yin Long reached out and took the money from Yong Feng. "Let me see how much you received." Seeing Yin Long's anger, Yong Feng hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. "I'm sorry." Looking at Yong Feng bowing before him, Yin Long said softly, "You have nothing to apologize for. Isn't the amount you paid more than what you ate?" Yin Long took out the money. He placed the extra money into Yong Feng's palm. "I'm returning this to you." Then Yin Long shouted loudly, "The rest must be paid by those guys." Hearing Yin Long's words, Yong Zhu and another disciple shouted, "What did you say? Us? No, we said we pay next time." Feng Qi saw this scene. He smiled and said, "This is getting interesting." Huang Long, beside him, also chimed in. "We're in for some trouble," Yin Long said with a serious face. "At the Kunloon Inn, there are no free meals, and no running a tab." Seeing this, Bai Guang snorted coldly. "Brat, how rude." The other two disciples smiled smugly and said, "Yes, master." But suddenly, a voice came from behind. "Friend, how are you?" It was Luo Chu. The old man smiled cheerfully and said, "It's only been a day, but I've already missed you, my friend." "Haha, it's good to see you again." Seeing the old man, Bai Guang was shocked and thought, "Luo Chu, the drunken immortal elder." Seeing Luo Chu, Yin Long stepped forward to greet him. "Please have a seat first. I have some business to take care of." Hearing this, Luo Chu also happily agreed. From a distance, Bai Guang saw this scene. He thought to himself, he actually treats the drunken immortal elder as a friend. Immediately, he approached to greet him. "Elder, it's so good to see you." Luo Chu stroked his beard doubtfully. "You are Bai Guang quickly finished. "Bai Guang." Then he turned and scolded his disciples. "You fools, why aren't you greeting the elder?" After he spoke, the disciples also bowed and greeted him. "It is our honor to meet you, sir." Yin Long had, at some point, walked to the door. He said, "Now that you're done with the greetings, follow me outside." Seeing his action, Bai Guang was secretly shocked. To be able to befriend the drunken immortal, I cannot underestimate him. But how is this possible? Then, Yin Long led the Kunloon group outside. He said as he walked, "From now on, you'll use those to work off your debt." Looking at the giant boulder before them, they thought, what nonsense is he talking about? Yin Long even kindly instructed them, "I'll cut them to a suitable size for you to work with." With that, Yin Long channeled his internal energy into the branch. It condensed into a sharp sword chi. Seeing this, Bai Guang was shocked. But Yong Lin and Yong Zhu burst out laughing. "He's really lost his mind. Let's go." But in the next moment, reality slapped them hard in the face. Before their astonished eyes, the giant boulder shattered into many pieces. Back inside the inn, Luo greeted Yong Feng friendly. "Young man, we meet again." Yong Feng replied politely, "Yes, elder." Luo Chu asked again, "But why did they end up in such a state?" Yong Feng didn't know how to answer. He just stammered a reply. Outside, Elder Bai Guang and his disciples stood frozen like statues. They were speechless. Before them were neatly cut boulders. Yin Long's calm voice echoed in their ears. "You need to use these stones to make tables identical to the ones in the inn." A disciple was shaken to the core. He thought, how can he be a master? An unparalleled master. Bai Guang gritted his teeth. He couldn't help but feel terrified. "The tables in the inn are made of stone?" Yin Long stood with his hands behind his back. He said leisurely, "1 bowl of noodles, 1 table. You ate 3 bowls, so you must make 3 tables before you can leave." Yin Long's voice was gentle, but it held a threat. "You must grind them until they are perfectly smooth. So smooth that a child could press their face against it without getting a scratch." Hearing this unreasonable demand, Bai Guang's group protested. "Impossible. We're not stonemasons." But Yin Long completely ignored their words. He just turned his head and said, "Then you can't leave." Bai Guang and his group were furious but could do nothing. They could only grit their teeth and endure it. At the same time, inside the inn, Yong Feng had recounted the whole story to Luo Chu. The old man chuckled. They brought this trouble upon themselves. The scene shifts to another sect. In a gloomy main hall, accueilli l'enjeu du QI question coldly. "So, you abandoned my brothers and escaped by yourself. Is that right?" Below, Huang Wuyang knelt on the ground. He trembled and begged for mercy. "I'm sorry. Please spare me." Hearing this, Zhou Duqi showed no reaction. He just asked coldly again, "Tell me, Who did this? Huang Wuliang immediately answered. It was Kunloon. This made Jiu Duqi's entire body tremble. He questioned him with surging killing intent. What? Kunloon did this? But Huang Wuliang shook his head. To be more precise, it was the cook at the inn at the foot of Kunloon Mountain. Hearing this, Jiu Duqi was stunned. He repeated in disbelief. The cook? It seemed Jiu Duqi didn't believe him. Huang Wuliang hurriedly added, I know you find this strange, but I told Lord Huang Long about this before, but he didn't believe me at all. Jiu Duqi rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. After a moment, Jiu Duqi spoke coldly. Even if what you say is true. As he finished speaking, two men in black immediately appeared behind Huang Wuliang. They grabbed his arms tightly. At the same time, Jiu Duqi's icy voice rang out. Your crime is unforgivable. Now go and die. As he was being dragged away, Huang Wuliang still struggled. He begged He Long loudly. Please, sir, I will offer all my wealth to you. Hearing this, Jiu Duqi sneered. He glanced at the chest of gold. His tone was full of ridicule. What are you talking about? Those things were already mine to begin with. What nonsense? Jiu Duqi rested his chin on his hand, thinking. But he doesn't look like he's lying. Who could it be? My three brothers were taken down at the same time. It seems even I would have a hard time. Back at the inn, a cheerful shout rang out. All right. Yongzhu was holding a sword, instructing Yonglin. If you hold the sword like this. Yongzhu shouted and swung the sword down. Amidst Yonglin's gasps of admiration, the boulder split in two. Yonglin held the two broken pieces of stone. He exclaimed with a smile. This method really works. The elder beside him smugly turned to ask Bai Guang. Master, you should give it a try too. Bai Guang cleared his throat. Then he shouted, I can't stand this treatment any longer. With that, Bai Guang turned and walked away. The elder and Yonglin watched his retreating back. Master, are you going down the mountain? He waved his hand and replied, It's time to go. Yonglin pointed at the inn and said, What if he finds out? Bai Guang said without a trace of fear, Do you listen to your master? Or do you listen to a cook? The elder standing beside him, seeing this, also said, Then let me go scout the situation first. The elder went to the door. He peeked inside. He only saw inside. Yin Long, Luo Chu, and Yong Feng were chatting happily. After looking, Yongzhu came out. He covered his mouth and whispered, Our chance has come. Luo Chu, Yong Feng, and that cook are busy talking. Let's escape quickly. Hearing this, Bai Guang corrected him. We're not escaping. We are leaving in a hurry because we have an urgent mission. The two disciples nodded in agreement. That's right. One disciple asked, What about Yong Feng? Hearing this, Bai Guang snorted coldly. It seems Yong Feng likes it here. Then we'll go by ourselves. That's right. Inside the inn, Yin Long was still chatting happily. Have you made any progress? Hearing Yin Long's question, Yong Feng also replied politely. Yes, I practice diligently every day. I have not forgotten your teachings. Seeing that Yong Feng seemed a bit complacent, Yin Long gently reminded him. Don't be complacent. There's always a higher mountain. Yong Feng also understood. He bowed his head and admitted his fault. I will remember that. Elder Luo Chu, seeing this, smiled and said, If I had known earlier that you were his disciple, I should have treated you with more respect before. Yong Feng said, a bit embarrassed. Elder, how could someone like me be his disciple? The old man was slightly taken aback after hearing this. He then turned to Yin Long. Yin Long also nodded and smiled at the old man. After confirming, Luo Chu turned back. He smiled encouragingly at Yong Feng, which made Yong Feng a bit embarrassed. You are his disciple. The old man continued to smile and said, If not, maybe I should teach you a move or two. Hearing this, Yong Feng also pondered. To be taught by the drunken immortal Luo Chu for a session. This is indeed a precious opportunity. But after some thought, Yong Feng said, I am already a disciple of Kunloon. Unless it concerns my sect, I cannot accept guidance from anyone else. Seeing this, Luo Chu didn't insist. He just complained, Why say such disheartening words? You truly are a proper Kunloon Taoist. Yin Long stood by, pondered for a moment, then turned and left. Luo Chu asked, Where are you going? He replied, I'm going to take care of something. I'll be right back. Back to Bai Guang's group. They were running as if flying. Bai Guang said, Remember, we are using our lightness skill because we're afraid of wasting time, not because we are running away. Yonglin chimed in. Master is truly a master. Suddenly, he seemed to see something ahead. It was Yinlong. Bai Guang thought to himself, how can this be? Yinlong shouted angrily. You people, how dare you? The scene shifts to Yongfeng and Luo Chu. Yongfeng was about to say something when he heard a series of smacking sounds from outside. When the two of them went out to see, Bai Guang's group was already lying on the ground, groaning. As he passed by Yongfeng, Yinlong didn't forget to explain. They'll be staying here for a while. Yongfeng could only reply. The scene shifts to a temple in the mountains. Above, there was a plaque with some characters carved on it. Inside, there was an old statue of Buddha, sitting on a lotus pedestal. The Bodhisattva's statue had a broken arm, creating an eerie atmosphere. Then, the sound of a broom sweeping came from somewhere. An old man was sweeping the steps. At this moment, he was turning his head to look at the door that had just been pushed open. Yu Duqi walked in. Jiu Duqi said, have you been well? Seeing the visitor, the old man was very surprised. Long time no see. Hey Long, who do you want to hire from the Assassin's Guild this time? Jiu Duqi didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked, the Assassin's Guild will dispatch an assassin corresponding to the price. Correct? 10 taels of silver gets a 10-tael assassin. 100 taels of silver gets a 100-tael assassin. The old man nodded. That's right. After confirming, Jiu Duqi opened the chest. Inside were 200,000 taels of silver. Seeing such a huge amount of money, the old man was shocked. Who does Jiu Duqi want to kill with so much money? The old man didn't accept immediately. Instead, he asked Taelong, this is a large sum of money. Is the target the Sect master of Wudong? Jiu Duqi reached into his chest. He then took out a portrait of Yinlong. Seeing the person to be killed, the old man was utterly shocked. The cook of the Kunloon Inn, Jiu Duqi Yeskid. 100,000 taels of silver just to kill a cook? Jiu Duqi Froned. He said, don't underestimate him. All of my brothers died at his hands. The old man confirmed and said, we'll take this job. Since you value this 100,000 taels so much, you can consider the cook at the Kunloon in a dead man. At the same time, back at the inn, Luo Chu was asking the person in front of him in a surprised tone. What? You said you're going to the Nangong family? Yongfeng didn't understand. But something unexpected happened. Seeing that Yongfeng didn't understand, the old man sincerely advised him. If that's the case, it's best you go alone. If you go with your master and senior brothers, you'll only bring shame upon yourself. Hearing this, Yongfeng pondered. He's right. Those people only think about taking advantage. After some thought, Yongfeng replit tout lieu que. Then I'll go ask for my master's opinion first. Outside, Bai Guang's group was still diligently grinding stones. A disciple shouted happily, it's done. It's done. The elder held the newly finished stone pillar and showed it to Yonglin. Look, it's almost identical, right? Seeing this, Yonglin also praised him. Well done, junior brother. Then the elder turned his head and asked, Master, what do you think? You should give a try too, Master. Bai Guang looked at his disciple's work. His expression was arrogant. He said nothing, but Yongzhu continued. But just grinding this has made me hungry. At this rate, aren't we going to starve to death? Seeing this, Yinlong gently asked back, who said you can't eat? Yinlong's question made Yongzhu and Yonglin overjoyed. The elder's eyes lit up. We can eat? Yinlong replied gently. Of course. Yonglin clutched his stomach and exclaimed. Then, thank you for the bowls of noodles. However, his next words were like a bolt from the blue. It made their faces turn pale. However, after you eat, you'll have to make 2 more tables. Just then, Yongfeng walked over and said, Master, I have something to report to you. Seeing Yongfeng, Bai Guang asked, what is it? Yongfeng hesitated for a moment, but he still said, I think it's best if I go to the Nangong family alone first. Hearing this, he was immediately shocked. What? Your master and senior brothers are all here. How can you go alone? Yongfeng didn't hide it. He said, frankly, if I don't go now, it will be difficult to arrive by the appointed day. Looking at Yongfeng's determined expression, Bai Guang secretly assessed him. This kid, Yongfeng, how can he trust him so much? To say such inappropriate things. He turned his head to look at Yinlong. He was puzzled. How could Yongfeng say he wants to go alone? Bai Guang thought to himself as he stood up. I can't let this stand. Though he was fuming inside, he still forced a pleading smile. Excuse me for a moment. We have an urgent matter. Before Bai Guang could finish, Yinlong cut him off. Except for the one who has finished his table. No one is allowed to leave. Seeing the conversation reach a stalemate, Luo Chu hurriedly stepped in to mediate. If it's possible, just let the disciple go first. If you break your appointment with the Nangong family, the only ones who will be seen as fools are you esteemed masters. There was no other way. He had to accept it. I understand, elder. Seeing Bai Guang agree, Yongfeng was immediately overjoyed. Then I'll be on my way. Bai Guang just glanced at Yongfeng and turned away. I permit it. Watching Yongfeng's retreating figure, Yonglin thought to himself, Junior brother is really leaving. The elder beside him also lamented. I never thought I'd be jealous of him. The scene shifts to a certain city. In a room full of weapons. Swords, spears, everything was there. Someone's feet stood firmly, seemingly in a battle stance. In front was a wooden dummy used for training. Inside was a man. He looked like a master. He was focused on his training. Then a startling phenomenon occurred. An axe not far away was enveloped by a wave of power. It slowly floated up. He focused his mind and controlled the axe. Then he swung his arm and threw the axe towards the wooden dummy. Then he spun on his heel. Countless weapons flew up with him. Behind him, he flexed his muscles. He threw all the weapons towards the wooden dummy. Not a single one of those weapons missed. They all embedded themselves in the wooden dummy. He raised both his hands. He began to regulate his breathing. White smoke continuously rose from his body. Outside the door, several subordinates had been waiting for a long time. One stepped forward and offered a towel. He said carefully, Sir Su, your martial arts have improved again. Sir Su took the towel. He said as he wiped himself, Do you think I'd be satisfied with just being one of the 10 great masters of the Assassin's Guild? My path is still long. Hearing this, the subordinate flattered him, as expected of our master. He gave a sinister smile. Bring that thing here. He opened the chest that the subordinates had just brought. Inside was a pile of sparkling silver. He looked at the silver before him. He rubbed his chin, deep in thought. 70,000 taels of silver. So that guy must have paid the Assassin's Guild 100,000 taels. A mere cook from an inn. How could he be worth so much? He turned his head slightly. He asked his subordinate, Have you investigated his background? The subordinate replied respectfully. He is by you, the cook of the Kunloon Inn. The inn is located on the way up Kunloon Mountain. His background is unknown. Considering the Kunloon Taoists are with him, it's very likely he's involved in this matter. The inn's owner is Su Hui. 19 years old, no parents. Recently, there's been a wild rumor that the Si Long sect, with the exception of Hei Long, were all defeated by a divine beast. I suspect this matter is related to him. The subordinate continued. Furthermore, the drunken immortal Luo Chu goes there every day. Hearing the name Luo Chu, he was startled. What? The drunken immortal Luo Chu? The greatest master of the 2 generations, past and present. One of the 7 immortals. Then his eyes became dangerous. It seems I should go see for myself. The scene shifts to the inn. The place was as peaceful as ever. Su Hui was teaching Yin Long how to make Dragon Child chicken. The key to Dragon Child chicken is to clean the inside without cutting open the belly. She continued to instruct. Like this. Make a small incision under the chicken's wing. Then, Su Hui gently inserted her hand into the chicken's belly. She removed the organs through that small incision. Then she stuffed it with spices and high-quality broth. She smiled gently. She patted it and said, Then put it in a wooden bucket to soak. Then Su Hui turned her head and asked Yin Long, When it's time to eat, just blanch it in boiling water. It's not difficult, right? Looking at Su Hui's cheerful expression, Yin Long thought to himself, It's really not difficult. It seems suitable for a new dish. The thoughts continued to swirl in his head. This is a new chapter in my life. I must succeed. Yin Long said in a resolute voice. I'll give it a try too. But Su Hui said, But this is the last chicken. Yin Long asked back. So that's why we didn't hear the rooster crow this morning. She smiled a little sheepishly. That's right. If we can sell it today, we could buy a few more chickens. Seeing that she seemed a little worried, Yin Long comforted her. Well, to definitely sell it. Don't worry. A voice came from outside the door. Is anyone here? The 2 of them turned their heads to look out. Su Hui asked, It seems a customer has arrived. Yin Long also nodded and said, I'll go see. A foot stepped inside. Yin Long walked out and called out cheerfully. Greetings, esteemed customer. The person who arrived was none other than Sir Su. He looked around once. Yin Long thought to himself, A customer. Other than that guy, I can't sense a single trace of martial arts. Yin Long quickly stepped forward. Esteemed customer, what would you like to have? looking at Yunlong's rather ordinary appearance. He confirmed, full of openings. He's definitely not a martial artist. He asked, what dishes do you have? Yunlong also enthusiastically introduced. We have noodles, steamed buns, and also dragon child chicken. Hearing the last dish, he found it strange. So he asked, dragon child chicken? Yunlong confirmed and said, I'll bring the dragon child chicken to you right away. Seeing that he seemed to have misunderstood, he quickly raised his hand to call him back. No, I was just asking what it was. Unable to call Yunlong back, he had to accept it. He sighed, oh well. Eating the dish is fine too. But just as he finished sighing, Yunlong's voice rang out. Esteemed customer, your dragon child chicken is here. He exclaimed in surprise. That was fast. Yunlong also replied cheerfully. Speed is the essence of cooking. He began to enjoy the food. Meanwhile, his companion beside him was staring at the piece of chicken, drooling. The noodles were already as good as a banquet. I wonder what this chicken will taste like. Noticing those gazes, he wondered, why are those guys drooling? He also noticed by Guang's group. I'm so hungry. It smells so good. He became even more suspicious. This guy, that guy. Everyone's gaze is unusual. At this moment, a foot stepped inside. It was Luo Chu, walking in cheerfully. Friend, I'm here. He was startled. Liuke. He looked at Luo Chu. He assessed him silently. He is indeed Luo Chu, the former leader of the Beggars Sect, one of the 5 great masters of the current era. And yet he comes here every day. He continued to analyze. He must be here to see that cook. He'll be out soon. Yunlong stepped forward to greet him. You're here. This stunned him. What? Luo Chu handed something to Yunlong. Here, friend. Take it. As for Sir Su, he couldn't believe it. That ordinary-looking guy is the cook? He opened the object. Inside was a ginseng root. Luo Chu said excitedly, this thing is 200 years old. Yunlong was surprised. Ginseng? I don't eat that. Ryuku smiled. Then he looked towards Su Hui, who was busy in the kitchen. I know, but what about that child? Hearing this, Yunlong guessed. I guess this is necessary for simple martial arts training. It's good for the body. So he also accepted it and said, you truly are a good friend. Ryuku. Hearing this, Ryuku looked at Tili. I'm very happy to hear that. Seeing this, he put down his chopsticks and began to analyze. No matter what, the target, I must deal with him as soon as Luo Chu leaves. However, Luo Chu's next words startled him. By the way, this place used to smell so fragrant. Why does it smell so foul now? Yunlong didn't understand. He asked back, you mean the smell of blood? Ryuku no dead. That's right. Yunlong turned around. He looked towards him. He replied, just ignore him. He's not worth bothering about. Luo Chu asked in surprise. You know him? But Yunlong just said softly, no. This made Luo Chu even more confused. Then why ignore someone like that? Hearing this, Yunlong explained. He is a customer. As long as he doesn't cause any trouble, I have no reason to interfere. Luo Chu also agreed. That's true. Sir Su, sitting beside them, broke out in a cold sweat hearing their conversation. But then Luo Chu changed the subject. He said, by the way, on my way here, I saw a dozen or so martial artists hiding in the forest. Hearing this, he thought to himself, assassins. He listened to the conversation between Luo Chu and Yunlong, cold sweat dripping down his back. I know about that too. I thought so too. Sir Su was tense. He knows about this. Ryuku asked tuktfuli. Are you still going to ignore them? Yunlong remained calm. Not a trace of fear. He smiled and joked with Luo Chu. Who knows? Maybe they'll all come here as customers. Luo Chu found a table and sat down. He then pulled Yunlong's hand. He smiled and said, you truly are on a level that I cannot comprehend. Come here. Sit down and have a drink. On the other side, he was still analyzing the situation. It's not that he's full of openings. It's that he has no openings at all. He made me think the opposite. If I had acted rashly just now, I would have definitely been sent to the next world. He swallowed nervously. He thought to himself, my heart is beating like crazy. His 2 legs were trembling. He didn't even dare to draw his saber. He thought to himself, a monster. Seeing Sir Su's pathetic state, Ryuku siged. He's trembling. He's about to leave. Yunlong also turned his head and said to Luo Chu, didn't I tell you to just ignore him? After finishing his meal, Sir Su quickly went to the counter to pay. How much? Hearing the amount, he was stunned. 145 taels. He shouted in shock. It attracted the attention of the 3 Lung Xiaoping and his friends. Why is it so expensive? Sui explained. You had the most expensive dish in our inn. He didn't argue further. He paid and left. Here's the money. He left, but he couldn't hide the unease on his face. Behind him was Su Hui's voice seeing him off. Thank you, esteemed customer. Please come again. He ran as if flying. But suddenly a figure rushed out and called him. Master. The subordinate didn't notice his expression. He asked how to go. He said nothing. He just said, don't ask. Let's get out of here quickly. The scene shifts to Tianshan 1 month ago. The air was fresh. The forest was dense. The water flowed swiftly. But then a loud boom echoed through the sky. It startled 2 doves into flight. A wretched scream echoed from within the mountain cave. The scream grew louder. In the darkness, a pair of eyes filled with killing intent appeared. The sound came from a young man whose hands were bound by chains. A strange purple aura enveloped him, in a thick cloud of dust. His face was partially visible, as his laughter echoed. It added to the terrifying atmosphere. He smirked. I did it. The third form. He was the number 1 of the demonic path. The blood heaven demon saint. He began to reminisce. He was once the leader of the heavenly demon cult, the master of 100,000 demonic followers, but he was still not satisfied with his position. He wanted to hold the entire world in his hands. Would the heavens grant his burning wish? In the final years of his life, he obtained what he craved. A secret manual appeared, the Tian Mo Divine Art. This was the supreme philosophy left behind by the heavenly demon, the creator of the demonic path. And that secret manual had fallen into his hands. Chun Sen burst out laughing. I finally have it. The memory continued. After a brutal period of secluded cultivation, he was only missing the final 3 forms of the heavenly demon. When he mastered the first form of the demonic path, the heavenly demon flower slash, his body began to change. The sound of his pained cries still echoed in the mountain cave. His meridians began to change. He underwent a process of rebirth. His entire body was now enveloped by a powerful internal energy. When he mastered the second form, Azura, Great Destruction, he experienced reverse growth. An image appeared. It was the moment he was practicing the Azura, Great Destruction sword form. This was the source of the rejuvenation he had always dreamed of. Back in the present, Chunsen gave a dangerous smile. He looked at his palm and thought, if the second form can lead to rejuvenation, then what will the third form be? Finally, he had reached the realm of the elusive third form. Chun Sen muttered, the third form. However, he looked around. He wondered, where is this? I can't remember my own name. Chun Sen looked at the chains on his hands. He forcefully broke them. The chains fell. He wondered, why was I wearing these cumbersome things? Chun Sen began to walk out of the cave. He stood on a cliff, looking at the distant scenery. He became even more suspicious. What was I planning to do in a place like this? Chun Sen thought as he bent his knees to gather power. But I can feel a terrifying power surging within my body. Then he launched himself into a leap. His speed was so fast, it drew a beautiful arc in the air. Chun Sen laughed heartily. As he zipped through the air, he landed on a boulder. Then he leaped off again. His voice still echoed. This is fun. This man, who has lost his memories of the past, having overcome the madness of the third form, had been leaping and flying for a whole month, enjoying the feeling of flight. Back to the present at Kunloon Mountain. The sky was blue, the clouds were white. The sun was shining brightly. Sir Su was gathering his men and horses. Everyone, listen to me carefully. They shouted in unison. Master. He recounted everything he had witnessed at the inn. The cook in that inn is a monster the likes of which I've never seen in my life. But his tone changed. But I have accepted the mission, and I have no intention of giving up. The subordinates below flattered him. The master is truly wise. Suddenly, a voice rang out. What are you all babbling about? The person who arrived was none other than Chun Sen. He asked, does anyone have anything to eat? Looking at the newcomer, Sir Su was terrified. Where did he come from? Without a sound, Chun Sen waved his hand. He continued, I'm hungry. If you have anything to eat, bring it out now. Seeing his arrogance, the subordinates couldn't help but charge forward. How dare you? Who do you think you're talking to? But just as they were about to touch Chun Sen, he stomped his foot hard. Countless pebbles flew up. They embedded themselves straight into the chins of the subordinates. Sir Su was so shocked by this scene that he was speechless. Chun Sen stood tall. His fists were clenched. His eyes were filled with killing intent. At his feet, rows of men collapsed. They were piled on top of each other. The incredibly powerful stomp created a gale so strong that even Chun San himself was surprised. Opposite him, Sir Su's jaw dropped in shock. He was stunned by this extraordinary power. All his subordinates were defeated with just one stomp. His face darkened. He gritted his teeth and stammered as he questioned Chun San. "What the hell are you?" Chun San frowned. His eyes were fierce. He said after 30,000 successful attempts. Sir Su, opposite him, was stunned. He asked back what? Chun San held up 3 fingers. He shouted with a solemn expression. "Since I woke up, I have been continuously jumping from the top of the mountain. They call it Tian Shan. Anyway, because it was fun, I decided to jump 30 times. Chun San stood there arrogantly. He looked down at one of the subordinates and said, "But because the scenery was too beautiful, I jumped 31 times. One of the subordinates at his feet pushed himself up with his hands, trying to get up. He groaned in pain. Seeing this, Chun San stomped his foot hard again. Dust flew everywhere. This stomp caused an earthquake. A red light flashed. The heavens and earth seemed to shake. Sir Su broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't dare to make a sound. He could only think to himself. Chun San stood opposite him smugly. So I tried 300 times. But the result was 301 times. For a moment, an image of a group of ferocious men flashed in Chun San's mind. Foreheads full of scars, hands holding weapons. Sinister smiles on their faces. He remembered some guys suddenly appearing and demanding money from him. Chun San gave an inhuman smile. He said with amusement, "I killed them all. Anyway, I failed even after trying 3,000 times. The majestic mountain scenery, the towering cliffs, the lush trees were full of life." Chun San looked up at the sky. His hands were clasped behind his back. "So on my 30,000th jump here, I finally succeeded." Hearing Chun San's words, Sir Su's face contorted. In an instant, it was drained of all color. Chun San asked as cold as ice, "Jumping around non-stop like this, I have a right to be hungry. Isn't that right?" Chun San couldn't hold it in any longer. He flew into a rage. He gritted his teeth. "And yet when I asked for food, you pointed a sword at me." He also started to go crazy. He gritted his teeth, his face ferocious. He channeled all his internal energy to control a row of flying swords, sending them towards Chun San. He muttered, "Back off." Dozens of sharp swords flew towards Chun San, but his expression didn't change. He held his head high, without a trace of fear. A terrifying destructive force caused the dozens of flying swords to explode instantly. Fragments flew everywhere. Witnessing that terrifying scene, he was scared out of his wits. The ferocious expression on his face immediately changed. Chun San advanced towards him. His hands were clenched into fists. He could only grit his teeth and retreat continuously. Chun San threw a devastating punch at him. The punch caused him extreme pain. He let out a wretched scream. Chun San lifted one leg and said, "If you don't have food, then get lost." Chun San delivered an extremely powerful kick. He kicked him flying into the sky. A wretched scream echoed in all directions. At this moment, Chun San's stomach suddenly rumbled. Chun San rubbed his stomach. He grumbled, so hungry. Amidst the rolling mountain ranges, the peaks stretched one after another to the horizon. The trees were covered in a vast expanse of green. At the foot of the mountain was an inn built of stone. The tiled roof was very sturdy. Chun San pushed open the wooden door and walked in. Lung Xiaoping, Huang Long, and Feng Qi, who were eating at a table, all turned their heads to look. Seeing the strange customer who had appeared out of nowhere, Su Hui warmly stepped out to greet him. "Welcome, esteemed customer." Chun San maintained his cold demeanor. "Is this a place to eat?" Su Hui smiled and introduced. "Yes, currently, we only have noodles and steamed buns." Chun San thought to himself. His expression darkened. Noodles, steamed buns, they sound like names of dishes, but I don't remember them clearly. Su Hui smiled gently and said, "Shall I bring them for you?" But she only received Chun San's ice-cold reply. However, Chun San blurted out, "But I don't have any money." This casual remark made Lung Xiaoping, Huang Long, Feng Qi, and the others turned their heads in shock. The 3 of them huddled together. Their expressions were sinister. Lung Xiaoping began to have a bad idea. This is a good chance to show off in front of IU. Suddenly, a voice came from another direction. "Hey, you brat, Chun San and Su Hui turned their heads in surprise. Lung Xiaoping threatened aggressively. Are you trying to dine and dash? This is no ordinary place. The three of us are guarding it. The other two, behind Lung Xiaoping, also glared fiercely. Chun San's body tensed with anger. His rage flared up again. He glared at the three of them. At this moment, Lung Xiaoping began to break out in a cold sweat under Chun San's gaze. That murderous gaze. Could he be a master? Feng Qi and Huang Long each grabbed one of Lung Xiaoping's hands. They stopped him. Feng Qi advised, Big brother, Bai Yu told us not to cause trouble. Although Lung Xiaoping was scared, he still tried to act calm. He turned back to threaten Chun San. You're looking for death. Don't act rashly. Chun San replied to the threat. The three of you are lucky to be alive. If there were only one or two of you, you would have been dead long ago. This statement was like a bolt from the blue. It made Lung Xiaoping sweat with fear. Lung Xiaoping's hand was clenched so tightly it trembled. He thought, what kind of nonsense is he spouting? The three of them looked at Chun San with wary eyes. Lung Xiaoping covered his mouth and calculated. His eyes are terrifying. Chun San sat down in a chair. He propped his hands on the table. He said arrogantly, Bring me the noodles now. Yin Long, standing in the kitchen, witnessed everything. He felt annoyed by Chun San's arrogant attitude. Yin Long walked towards Chun San, filled with anger. Chun San's eyes widened, as if he wanted to kill Yin Long. Yin Long stood solemnly beside Chun San and said, The Kunloon and has no free lunches. Chun San scowled. He retorted irritably, So what? Lung Xiaoping, Feng Qi, and Bai Yu stood aside, watching the show. They sensed something unusual. They all frowned like gorillas. Yin Long clasped his hands behind his back. He told Chun San to leave. If you don't have money, please leave. Chun San started to become wild. His face clearly showed his annoyance. I don't want to leave, while I'm still being civil. Bring me the food. Yin Long maintained a serious attitude, but his words now carried a hint of a threat. Do you want to be thrown out by force? Chun San slammed his hand on the table. You. Chun San raised his fist. He swung it forcefully at Yin Long, but Yin Long casually raised one hand and gently blocked the attack. Chun San never expected someone to be able to block his punch. How could he block my punch so easily? This is a punch that can shatter boulders. Suddenly, Chun San was thrown to the ground by Yin Long. Chun San fell back in his chair. He was stunned, his hair standing on end. Chun San opened his mouth and shouted, as if he couldn't believe what had just happened. Impossible. Everyone else fell to a single blow from me. Then, Chun San looked at Yin Long in front of him. He thought, am I not strong? Or, is he even stronger than me? Chun San slammed his hand on the table. Impossible. Chun San gathered all his strength again. He punched the table. It caused the table to shatter into pieces. Damn it. Yin Long's expression was calm. His eyes were ice cold. His brows were furrowed, his expression solemn. Yin Long brought his hands forward. He blocked Chun San's attack. Yin Long's block caused the internal energy from Chun San's fist to rebound. It knocked him backward. He had no idea what was happening. Chun San was sent flying. Dust flew everywhere. Chun San planted his feet firmly on the ground. His front leg was slightly bent. His back leg was straight to resist the incoming force. At the same time, Chun San raised his hands high. His elbows were slightly bent to steady his swaying body. Chun San's face showed extreme anger. Suddenly, Chun San's expression changed drastically. Sweat poured down like rain. It turned out Yin Long was walking towards him. Yin Long's eyes were blazing red. He slowly approached Chun San. Chun San thought to himself, he really is stronger than me. Yin Long looked down thoughtfully at the footprint on his chest. It was slightly indented. He thought, this is the first time an attack has had this much of an effect on me. Yin Long clasped his hands behind his back. He walked out coldly. Chun San's entire body was enveloped in killing intent. He still clenched his fists. His eyes were wide open. Yin Long looked at him. He thought a flawless physique. Has he mastered a demonic art? Looking at Chun San's youthful face and sharp eyes, Yin Long guessed, but he looks younger than 20. Could he have also achieved rejuvenation? Chun San stared at Yin Long with eyes as cold as daggers. Every time he gets closer, my heart feels like it's being squeezed. Damn it. Yin Long's demeanor was majestic and cold. His gaze was icy. His entire body radiated a powerful pressure. Yin Long walked up to Chun San and asked, Who are you? Yin Long crossed his arms. He stared at Chun San without blinking. It made him feel afraid. At this rate, I'm going to die. At this moment, hearing Yinlong's question, Chun San's eyes suddenly darkened. He said tragically, I don't know. Yinlong's hands suddenly dropped to his sides. He relaxed. Then he continued hesitantly. Who am I? Yinlong was quite surprised by this answer. He asked, confused. You don't know? Yinlong guessed. Could he have lost his memory during his cultivation? Chun San hung his head. He looked dejected. Yinlong asked Chun San, Are you hungry? Yinlong turned and walked inside. Follow me. This statement made Huang Long, Feng Qi, and Lung Xiaoping, who were eavesdropping nearby, and even Chun San himself, extremely surprised. A steaming bowl of noodles was placed on the table. The noodles were thin and long, garnished with various herbs. It looked incredibly appetizing. Chun San sat opposite Yinlong. He stared blankly at the bowl of noodle soup, as if seeing it for the first time. What is this? Yinlong answered his innocent question. This is the noodle you were asking for. Chun San was surprised by this answer. He asked again, This is a noodle? Chun San slowly lifted the bowl. He began to pick up the noodles. Steam rose from the bowl. Feng Qi smirked. He said curiously, I wonder how he'll react. Huang Long replied with interest. He'll definitely cry his eyes out. Lung Xiaoping also chimed in sarcastically. He might even roll on the ground and throw a tantrum. As Chun San took his first bite of the noodles, he involuntarily froze. Tears began to well up in the corners of his eyes. To eat such a delicious bowl of noodles, Chun San was deeply moved. Huang Long turned to Feng Qi and Lung Xiaoping. He said smugly, See, he's crying. I guessed right. Chun San kept stuffing noodles into his mouth. He ate ravenously, as if he had been starving for 100 years. In the blink of an eye, the large bowl of noodles was wiped clean. He slammed the bowl down on the table. Chun San's eyes were wide open. He stammered, asking in disbelief, Did you make this yourself? Yinlong replied. Chun San froze for a moment. He praised reservedly, Very delicious. Feng Qi, sitting far away, grinned smugly. These are the noodles that can teach a man some manners. Seeing this, Yinlong stood up and asked seriously, Another bowl? This question stunned Chun San. Then he nodded. Inside the inn, the warm yellow light shone on the ceiling. The long wooden beams were arranged neatly. They formed even squares. Yinlong stood next to Su Hui. He asked coldly, Do you remember your name? Chun San lowered his head. He replied with a thoughtful gaze. San, just San. Hearing this, Su Hui felt a little sad and sorry for him. How pitiful. Su Hui then suggested, How about you stay here until you remember? This suggestion stunned Chun San. He was dumbfounded. Yinlong's gaze suddenly became serious. Chun San looked at Su Hui and thought. As expected, Su Hui can't ignore someone in need. Well, it's thanks to this trait of Su Hui's that I'm staying here too. An image of Chun San smiling sinisterly amidst a pool of blood appeared in Yinlong's mind. If he joins the martial world and has the potential to walk the dark path, then the Jianghu will surely be thrown into a bloody storm. Yinlong looked at Su Hui and smiled. An extra helper isn't so bad. As for Su Hui, she happily clasped her hands together. She said excitedly, Right? You think so too? As for Chun San, he was a bit stunned at being asked to stay by the two of them. Is he telling me to stay? Su Hui slowly approached Chun San. She said excitedly, You heard him, right? From now on, we'll be together for a while. Suddenly, Chun San's eyes darkened. His expression was gloomy. We. Huang Long's eyes lit up. He shouted excitedly, Please hire us too. Feng Qi beside him also shouted happily. We want to be errand boys too. Only Lung Xiaoping stood there. He glared at the two with a stern face. He shouted, You two brats. Sit down. The spring sky was clear. An endless expanse of jade green. A voice came from inside. Well, it's a bit late, but spring is still spring. Yinlong turned to Chun San and said, Let's just call him Chun San, adding Chun for spring. Chun San was bewildered by Yinlong's idea. He looked up. Su Hui, standing beside him, praised happily. Wow, that's great. How did you think of such a nice name so quickly? Do you like it, Mr. Chun? Huang Long had a disgusted expression. So cheesy. Feng Qi, beside him, also frowned similarly. So cheesy it could kill you. Suddenly, Huang Long's expression darkened. He sighed, It's time. Feng Qi, beside him, asked blankly. What time? Luo Chu appeared out of nowhere. He waved and greeted, Friend. I'm here. Feng Qi and Huang Long had ugly expressions. That old man is here again. Luo Chu approached the table where Yunlong and Chun San were sitting. He said, I've never met this gentleman before. Yunlong glanced at Luo Chu. He explained, he's the new helper. The old man replied calmly, Is that so? That's good. Liu Ku approached Chanson. He pointed to himself and introduced. We'll be seeing each other often from now on. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Old Chu. Chun-san also replied, I am Chun-san. This statement startled Luo Chu. His eyes widened, his eyebrows raised. His mouth was slightly agape. The old man immediately turned away. He sighed. He's really a man of few words. Chun-san said calmly, I have no reason to respect someone weaker than me. Liu Ku chutait d'engridi. What? The old man frowned. He raised his hand, pointed at Chun-san's face, and shouted angrily, This brat. Suddenly, Liu Ku's eyes widened. Sweat poured down like rain, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. Chun-san's body was enveloped by a wave of internal energy. It terrified the old man. His entire body is filled with divine energy. Luo Chu immediately turned to ask Yunlong, Friend, what is this? Yunlong, with a solemn expression, suggested, Let's go outside and talk privately. Outside, the elder was sitting with Bai Guang and Yonglin. Yongzhu and Yonglin were holding a sword. They were focused on sharpening the blade. Behind them, Bai Guang was sitting cross-legged in meditation. He was staring intently in one direction. On another side, Yunlong and Luo Chu were talking intently. They looked quite serious. Luo Chu raised his hand and stroked his chin. His eyes were heavy. Oh my, is that so? Suddenly, the old man's expression became tense and solemn. So, that guy's like a volcano that could erupt at any moment. And it's a volcano that contains enormous energy. Yunlong clenched his fist. He made up his mind and said loudly to Luo Chu, That's exactly why I'm keeping him by my side. A great disaster could befall the martial world. Luo Chu closed his eyes. He let out a sigh. It seems there's no other way. The night was silent. A full moon hung in the sky. Twinkling stars dotted the sky. The trees stood silently in the deep night. A simple wooden rack. A rabbit was being roasted. The orange flames burned brightly, sizzling on the fragrant rabbit meat. Green smoke curled up into the air. Bai Guang, Yonglin, and Yongzhu were roasting meat together. Everyone looked expectant. The elder said excitedly, It looks delicious. Then he said cheerfully to Yonglin, A rabbit just jumped into the yard on its own. In the middle of the night, Bai Guang called out, Disciples. The two disciples answered, Yes, master. Bai Guang smiled sinisterly. I don't want to cause trouble here. I don't want to follow unreasonable orders. So, each of you give me one of your tables. Yonglin and Yongzhu were terrified. The elder spoke up. That's not right. Yonglin said fearfully, We'd rather give up this rabbit. Out of nowhere, a large hand reached out. It snatched the roasted rabbit skewer. An interested voice rang out. Oh, it was Chun-san. He took the rabbit skewer. He ate ravenously like a hungry tiger. It left the three of them stunned. The three of them were dumbfounded by Chun-san's appearance. They said in unison, What is going on? Chun-san ate with gusto. His cheeks were puffed out, as if he had been starving for a long time. Rabbit bones fell to the ground. After eating, Chun-san turned and walked away. Before leaving, he didn't forget to leave a critique. Compared to the noodles, this is nothing. This statement angered all three of them. Yonglin and Yongzhu shouted in unison, Hey, who do you think you are? Chun-san glanced at the tables and said, It's too crowded. What are these stone tables for? The other two warned loudly, Don't you touch it. Chun-san swung his hand and slammed it down with a palm strike. The stone table immediately shattered. Stone fragments flew in all directions. Dust flew everywhere. The three of them could only stand there stunned. They exclaimed in unison. He shattered it with just one palm strike. Bai Guang and Yongzhu could only stand and watch. But Yonglin shouted, My table. The sky was clear and blue. The bright sunlight shone through the leaves on the canopy. The light illuminated the patterns on the inn's roof tiles. Chun-san kept stuffing steamed buns into his mouth. He said as he chewed, The steamed buns are delicious too. Luo Chu sighed and said, If you were a paying customer, you'd be great for business. So we just gently praised Chun-san. Sir Chun-san, your appetite is truly amazing. So we asked worriedly, What should we do? Since he's not getting paid, we can't just pretend not to provide him with food and shelter. Luo Chu also sighed thoughtfully. If business were good, and we had a lot of money. Yin Long had a serious expression. I think it's best to hire another helper. Yin Long continued. Someone smart enough to maximize our revenue. This surprised her. Su Hui lowered her head slightly. Her eyes were sad and worried. But is it really okay to hire more people? Business isn't very good right now. Yin Long was sitting at a table. He was drinking tea and eating peanuts. Yin Long comforted Su Hui with a serious expression. At least it will be better than it is now. Luo Chu suddenly seemed to have an idea. He said cheerfully, a smart person. I know someone from the Zhuge family. Mentioning the Zhuge family. Both Yin Long and Su Hui were shocked. Their eyes widened. Su Hui said worriedly, isn't the Zhuge family one of the 5 great families? The family that gained power solely through their intellect. I don't know if someone from a family like that would be willing to come here. Liu Ku smiled mysteriously. His eyes were sharp. The old man slowly lifted the teacup to his lips. They owe me a favor. The old man recalled the scene back then. A servant shouted, the dark sect has broken through the defense line. Master, you must escape this way. At that time, the head of the Zhuge family said angrily, we're not even martial arts family. The young master beside him had a forehead drenched in sweat. His expression was worried. It seems that sending strategists to the martial arts sects was the cause. Father, suddenly, an incredibly fierce attack struck the sturdy stone wall. It caused it to explode into pieces. A group of men with ferocious faces, holding sabers and swords, rushed in. The leader shouted, where do you think you're running, you coward? The subordinates also chimed in with ridicule. These people from the Zhuge family only know how to scheme and talk. Today, your family will not escape annihilation. Suddenly, a stern voice came from nowhere. Today, the ones who will be annihilated are you. It was an enraged Luo Chu. The old man held a staff in his hand. His eyes were wide open. He shouted, Kulme, dog-beating staff technique. Let me use this dog-beating staff to teach you scoundrels a lesson. The young master stood beside his father. Both of them were stunned. The young master stammered. He couldn't believe his eyes. The old man has defeated all of them. Luo Chu held the staff high. 1 foot forward, 1 foot back. He was as majestic as a god descended from heaven. On the ground, the men were lying scattered. Back in the present, the old man leisurely poured wine and said, if I ask, he won't refuse. After all, he owes me such a great favor. Yin Long raised his wine cup. He smiled with relief. If you can do that, I will be very grateful. Luo Chu smiled and replied, of course. After all, we are friends. Luo Chu propped his hands on the table and stood up. He said softly, then I'll be going. Unexpectedly, Yin Long replied, no. He stood up. He clasped his hands behind his back and said solemnly, I should go with you. How can I leave everything to my friend? Let's go together. Liu Ku smiled rapidly. Oh, really? Then that's even better for me. Su Hui stood behind them. She smiled gently and said, please take care, you too. Meanwhile, Chun San held his bowl. He grinned from ear to ear, as if he had just enjoyed a supreme delicacy. He was in an extremely excited mood. Yin Long glanced at him. He thought, it's too dangerous to leave this guy here alone. Yin Long then turned to invite Chun San to come along. Chun San, you come with us too. This suggestion stunned Chun San. Me too. Yin Long turned to Lung Xiaoping and Feng Qi, who were watching the excitement nearby. He said, I'm leaving you in charge of protecting the inn until we return. Hearing this, Lung Xiaoping was ecstatic. He was overjoyed but still pretended to be modest. Oh my, this is too embarrassing. I'm just a guest here. Although he refused with his mouth, his heart was filled with joy. They finally recognized my true worth. Yin Long, Chun San, and Luo Chu left together. Lung Xiaoping happily waved from behind and shouted, but for the sake of our friendship, I will do my best to complete the mission. The 3 of them walked outside. In the yard, Yong Lin and the other 2 were busy carving stone. Yin Long turned and said to Luo Chu, Luo Chu, you know the way. You go first. We'll follow. The old man replied, a little surprised. Luo Chu started walking. He thought as he walked, he's clearly being considerate because my lightness skill is inferior. The old man flew forward at an incredible speed. They'll go on ahead. Then, he shot off like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, he had vanished without a trace. Yin Long silently watched the direction he left. Chun Sen also watched. He said disdainfully, His running form is pathetic. Yinlong said calmly, "Let's go." The two of them shot through the sky like two bolts of lightning. They zipped off in pursuit. It left the other three stunned. They couldn't believe their eyes. Suddenly, a man's voice rang out. "He told me to make you all focus." Hearing this, the three of them had blank expressions. It turned out to be Lung Xiaoping's voice. Lung Xiaoping stood proudly next to Huang Long and Feng Qi. He said loudly, "Of course, talking is also forbidden." Immediately, someone's extremely angry curse rang out. Damn it! The sky was as blue as a silk ribbon. The mountains rolled on and on. They rose majestically amidst the clouds. A few mysterious dark figures shot out from nowhere, as fast as rockets. It turned out to be a group of people in black cloaks. Each of them had a ferocious expression. They glided as if they were walking on waves. Suddenly, two of them stopped. They called out loudly to the others. "Here! Here!" Everyone stopped. They looked down at the ground. A few cheers rang out as if they had found something. "Here! It's here!" A giant footprint was imprinted deep in the ground. A resolute voice rang out. "This footprint, it's definitely the heavenly demons." Everyone looked towards the towering mountain. They began to speculate. Based on the direction, the mud splattered. He must be on that mountain. Why would the heavenly demon travel like this? The mysterious group continued to rush towards the mountain. One person gave an order. There must be a reason. Continue the search. At the heavenly demon cult, a city with magnificent architecture, overwhelming power, and strict laws. In the room, there was the shadow of a tall man, the strategist of the heavenly demon cult, Sima Zongqi. His demeanor was majestic. His eyes were sharp. The goatee under his chin added to his imposing presence. He held a brush in his hand. He was writing on white paper. Suddenly, a sound caught Sima Zongqi's attention. A wary glint appeared in his eyes. A person walked in. His voice was full of authority. "May I come in?" Sima Zongqi bowed his head. He said respectfully to the person, "Please come in." The person said majestically, "I've come to ask about the progress of the search for the heavenly demon." It turned out this person was the grand elder of the heavenly demon cult, Heliantu. Sima Zongqi sighed. "We have sent 200 teams to search for the heavenly demon. The heavenly demon is only moving between mountain peaks." Hearing this, Heliantu asked in surprise, "Only between mountain peaks?" Sima Zongqi continued, "The heavenly demon has crossed over 20,000 mountains." Heliantu had a confused expression. 20,000 mountains? How is that possible? He stammered worriedly. He was in seclusion for 10 years. And then the heavenly demon suddenly disappeared in one day. If this causes an internal rebellion, Sima Zongqi immediately interrupted. That is indeed the greatest danger. Suddenly, Sima Zongqi's expression darkened. His eyes became sharp. The next cult leader has not been officially appointed yet. The young masters may fight amongst themselves for power. Outside the study, wine jugs were lined up on the wooden beams. The conversation from inside could be heard. Heliantu feared that something bad would happen. So he ordered Sima Zongqi, "Before that happens, quickly locate the heavenly demon." Sima Zongqi maintained his majestic demeanor and replied, "Yes, Grand Elder," arriving at the Zhuge family's estate. Liuke waked in solemnity. On either side were Yunlong and Chun San. A respectful man's voice rang out. "Signor Liuke, what brings you here today?" The head of the Zhuge family sat down to discuss with the three of them. Liuke began. "I have a favor to ask." The head of the Zhuge family said with a smile, "This is the first time we've met these two young gentlemen. Are they your disciples?" Liuke looked ludely. "Disciples? No, no." The old man explained gently. "They're my friends." Looking at the three of them, sitting silently with serious expressions, the head of the Zhuge family was extremely surprised by what he had just said. "What?" Senior Luo Chu introduced these young men as his friends. A young maid brought tea. "Please have some tea." He immediately reached out to take it. "Give it here." He poured tea into each of the exquisite white porcelain cups with intricate patterns. Steam rose from the cups. Chun San, seeing tea for the first time, asked blankly, "What is this?" Yinlong explained to him, "This is tea, a drink made from dried tea leaves." Chun San immediately picked up the teacup. He drank it straight down. This made the head of the Zhuge family warn him in alarm. "It's hot." After downing the cup of tea in one go like water, Chun San immediately complained. "It's too bland." Yinlong retorted, "That's because you don't know how to appreciate it." Luo Chu just laughed loudly and said, "Actually, compared to tea, I also prefer wine." The way the three of them talked left the head of the Zhuge family astonished. He thought they really talked like friends. His expression was full of confusion. Unless the old man is senile, he wouldn't be able to befriend such young people. Could they be masters who have achieved rejuvenation? Ryuku suggested. Could you recommend someone? He asked back in surprise. Someone? The head of the Zhuge family thought to himself. If they are peerless masters who have achieved rejuvenation, then befriending them wouldn't be a bad idea. The head of the Zhuge family asked seriously, "What kind of person are you looking for?" The old man replied, "Someone relatively smart." He looked at Luo Chu and asked probingly, "Are you looking for a strategist?" The old man stammered, "It's hard to say." Luo Chu gave a forced laugh and explained, "It's not that serious." But in his heart, he thought, "This is really hard to explain." Suddenly, Yinlong said directly, "I'm looking for someone to hire." After hearing this, the head of the Zhuge family thought for a moment and then said, "If that's the case, could you tell me where you work? I need to know the purpose to be able to recommend a suitable talent." Yinlong immediately replied, "The Kunloon Inn." This answer made the head of the Zhuge family's face turn pale. The head of the Zhuge family asked, flustered, "You mean Kunloon?" Yinlong corrected him. "The inn." Yinlong said solemnly, "The Kunloon Inn needs a smart person." Yinlong's words shocked the head of the Zhuge family. His face contorted. Sweat poured down like rain. The head of the Zhuge family was a bit hesitant. He frowned slightly, looked at Yinlong, and began to speak. "So, you're currently running an inn?" Yinlong replied softly. "Someone else is the owner. I'm just the cook." The head of the Zhuge family found this hard to believe. He assessed the young man with the expression he was thinking about in front of him. He silently sized up this person brought by Senior Luo Chu under the title of friend. He looks like a master who has achieved rejuvenation. And such a person is just a cook. He's not even the owner. And he came to our Zhuge family to recruit people with Senior Luo Chu's status. He couldn't possibly be joking or deceiving me. Seeing the cautious expression on the head of the Zhuge family's face, Luo Chu thought to himself, "It's only natural that you find this strange." He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Luo Chu's voice suddenly rang out. "Actually, the inn where my friend works, business has been very slow lately. Therefore, that place needs a smart person. That's why we came here for help." The old man looked at the thoughtful expression on the head of the Zhuge family's face. He continued, "After all, when it comes to this field, isn't the Zhuge family the best?" The head of the Zhuge family calculated silently. These are the words of the current great master, the drunken, immortal Luo Chu. This is definitely not a joke. Even so, does this mean our Zhuge family has to send someone to an inn to be an errand boy? He pondered him. Recommend a suitable person? Suddenly, an idea flashed in the head of the Zhuge family's mind. That's right. There's that kid. Xiaoming appeared with a fawning and flattering demeanor. His cheeks were flushed. He said, "I'm back, father." As soon as the head of the Zhuge family saw him, he covered his nose, his face full of disgust. "Good heavens! You reek of alcohol. Are you drunk again?" Xiaoming hurriedly made an excuse. "Father, a man of great ambition should be able to handle a cup of wine, shouldn't he?" The scolding from the head of the Zhuge family immediately silenced Xiaoming. "This brat, shut your mouth." He obediently hung his head. He didn't dare to say another word. The head of the Zhuge family asked loudly again, "I told you to get rid of the rats in the warehouse. Is it done yet?" He stammered in reply. "Rats are also living beings. How can we kill them so casually?" The family head became angry. "So you still haven't done it?" Xiaoming's voice rang out again, trying to explain. "The grain in the warehouse is all stored on the second floor." The head of the Zhuge family asked, "So what?" In front of them was the second floor of the grain warehouse. Xiaoming continued his presentation. "But the rats still climb up and down the pillars." The family head replied, "That's natural." The head of the Zhuge family and Xiaoming were standing in the courtyard. He pointed to a large pillar. "I installed a device like this on the pillar. Now they can't climb up anymore." Xiaoming explained, "When a rat climbs the pillar and encounters this round plate, it will fall off, or it will have to give up." The head of the Zhuge family thought to himself, that's a novel idea." He suddenly turned back to look at his son. "What is that thing made of? How did you install it?" Xiaoming smiled brightly. He said cheerfully, "I molded it from soybean mud and let it harden in the sun." The head of the Zhuge family smacked him on the head. He scolded loudly, "You idiot!" Xiaoming was caught off guard by his father's blow. He only had time to cry out, "Ah!" The family head said angrily, "If the rats chew on it, won't it be useless?" Xiaoming held his head. His face was dejected. "Ever since you were young, you've never been able to do anything right. You only come up with these strange ideas." The scolding from the head of the Zhuge family grew louder. In early spring, you even secretly took the family's money to build a dike. Building a dike in the middle of a great drought. No wonder the world laughs at you. Xiaoming hurriedly explained to his father. "That's because of the moon's fortune this year. That's because of the moon's fortune this year." The head of the Zhuge family shouted, interrupting him. "Shut your mouth." He stood there dejectedly. He was scolded until he broke out in a sweat. "Because of your strange antics, I don't know how many times I've lost face." Luo Chu's voice pulled the head of the Zhuge family back to the present. "Have you thought of anyone yet?" He was startled and stammered. The head of the Zhuge family looked at the old man. He blurted out, "It's my youngest son, Zhuge Xiaoming." Luo Chu was momentarily stunned. He said in surprise, "Oh my, isn't the youngest son the treasure of the family? Your father was the same. There are very few people like you in this world." The head of the Zhuge family replied, "Your words leave me at a loss. For what to do?" The faint sunlight spread across the ground. At this moment, in a small tavern, like the bowls of rice on the table, a surprised voice rang out. "What? You're leaving?" The owner angrily pointed at his face. "Absolutely not. Until you pay your debt in full. Don't even think about taking another step out of here." Xiaoming stood beside him, cowering and taking the scolding. Just as he was feeling dejected, he heard 3 people at the table behind him talking. One person stood up and said, "I'm going to the latrine for a moment." Another person immediately instructed him, "Go quickly and come back quickly." He looked at the sullen face at the table. He said, "You're not planning to sneak off, are you?" The remaining man replied, "I'm losing money here. Where'd I sneak off to?" Xiaoming walked up to them. He smiled and said, "Can I play in his place for a bit?" He asked, "What? Do you have a money to play in his place?" Suddenly, the other man leaned in and whispered a few words in his ear. On the table, the tiles were arranged neatly. After hearing it, he exclaimed in surprise, "So you're from the Zhuge family. Please have a seat. Have a seat." Xiaoming happily sat down at their table. He joined the game. "This is great." He looked at the tiles in his hand. He calculated. His hand holding the tile decisively played it. The other man was focused on his own hand. A bewildered voice rang out. "How did this happen?" Xiaoming hugged his winnings. He couldn't stop smiling. "Sorry I won." He was a bit angry. He said loudly, "One more round." The man who had just gone to the latrine returned. Seeing Xiaoming in his seat, he asked, "What's going on? Who is this person?" The other man replied, "Just wait. You can play the next round." Suddenly, a family servant appeared. He called out loudly, making Xiaoming turn his head. "Young master, you're here again? The master is looking for you." Xiaoming was a bit stunned. He said, "Father's looking for me?" The servant replied, "The master instructed me to bring you back immediately." Hearing this, he immediately stood up from the table. He smiled and said, "Sorry, I'm afraid I have to go." The man who had lost a large sum of money angrily refused to let him go. "What? You're planning to leave after winning so much?" Xiaoming thought for a moment. He felt that leaving just like that was a bit too much. He reached out and took some money from the table. "Then I'll just take these 7 taels." Then Xiaoming continued to the other players. "As for the rest, you can split it among yourselves or do whatever you want." Xiaoming took the 7 taels of silver and paid the owner. He said politely, "Owner, here's 7 taels. Is this enough?" As soon as the owner saw the money, he immediately beamed with joy and replied, "Enough, more than enough." Returning to the Zhuge family estate, the head of the Zhuge family frowned as he looked at Xiaoming in the study. "Are you drinking at this hour again?" He quickly found an excuse to cover it up. "I was worried about you, father. You work day and night for the family. I tossed and turned all night, unable to sleep. As a result, I had a cup of wine." Xiaoming thought sadly to himself, "I'm about to get scolded again." The family head slowly began to speak. "So that's how it is. And here I was, unable to understand your deep filial piety." Xiaoming witnessed such a huge change in his father. His face showed a look of astonishment. He was so surprised his jaw dropped. "What's going on?" The head of the Zhuge family began to ask, "How old are you this year?" Xiaoming replied, "I am 21. "Father," the family head continued gently, "All right, you're old enough to go out and make a name for yourself." Xiaoming broke out in a sweat. He didn't understand what his father meant. Go out and make a name for myself? The head of the Zhuge family explained. An old friend of mine is looking for a strategist. I think you're the most suitable person. You should go there. Yes. He hurriedly tried to refuse politely. Father, as I've said before, my abilities are still shallow. The family head frowned and replied, I know. Seeing his father's strange expression, Xiaoming was filled with doubt. Father is so strange today. He spoke with a bit of worry. Can I really handle the position of a strategist? I fear I will bring shame upon our family name. The head of the Zhuge family said, You can do it. Xiaoming was suddenly held in high regard by his father. He couldn't help but widen his eyes. He could only reply with a doubtful tone. The family head chuckled softly. I mean, it's okay even if you make a few mistakes. Xiaoming found a new reason. He hurriedly said, But father, you once taught me that. If a strategist is incompetent, countless people under him will suffer. The head of the Zhuge family crossed his arms and looked at his son. He replied nonchalantly, That's right. Hearing Xiaoming's plea, the head of the Zhuge family's face remained calm. Then, in a matter concerning the lives of countless people, how can mistakes be made? He heard his son's question. He closed his eyes and calmly replied, Did I ever say this matter concerns the lives of countless people? The head of the Zhuge family said his final words. The place we must go is an inn on Kunloon Mountain. Xiaoming stammered in shock. An inn? The family head, with a sly look, chuckled and replied, That's right. The place that needs a strategist is an inn. He asked, But why? The head of the Zhuge family clasped his hands together. He replied, Because business there has been poor lately. Xiaoming thought blankly. An inn with poor business? You mean you want me to do my best to help the inn's business? Seeing his son's expression, the family head thought to himself, You finally understood my meaning. The head of the Zhuge family stood up decisively. With a snap, he opened his fan. As if to hide his calculating expression, he immediately spoke loudly to overwhelm him. Besides, aren't inns your favorite places? Just think of it as relaxing for a few years. Xiaoming cried out in alarm. Father, the family head quickly pushed him out the door. Let's go. They're waiting outside. Just as Xiaoming stepped out the door, he saw Yinlong, Luo Chu, and Chun Xin waiting for him. Xiaoming blurted out, Is it Senior Luo Chu's inn? The head of the Zhuge family quickly replied, No. He introduced, It's that gentleman. Yinlong was young, but he exuded an extraordinary aura. He stood there silently. The head of the Zhuge family said politely, This child still has many shortcomings. I hope you will look after him. Yinlong replied, I understand. The family head leaned closer to Yinlong. He whispered, This kid is still immature, so it's fine to be strict with him. Xiaoming was filled with fear. He lamented, What is going on? The head of the Zhuge family signaled to Xiaoming, Go and greet him. From now on, you will serve this gentleman. He stepped forward and bowed. I am Zhuge Xiaoming. I still have many shortcomings. I hope you will guide me, brother. Yinlong replied, I am by you. I'll be counting on your help from now on. Xiaoming assessed him silently, but he looks about my age. He frowned and observed. He was a bit incredulous. Is he really an innkeeper? Xiaoming's feet felt nailed to the ground. His mind was in turmoil. The thought of really having to leave home. It was truly agonizing. He clasped his hands and put on a fawning smile. Father, I can't bear to leave you without me by your side. The head of the Zhuge family seemed to see through his son's intentions. He immediately interrupted. Don't worry about me. Just go. Xiaoming put on a pleading face again. If I leave without seeing mother one last time, it will be very. The family head looked at his son. He said coldly, I will tell your mother everything for you. The head of the Zhuge family spoke. Elder, please take care. Luo Chu looked at him and replied, You take care as well. The head of the Zhuge family opened the door. He pushed his son out forcefully. Then he deliberately followed him out to instruct Xiaoming. You must strive to build a career and bring honor to our ancestors. Do you understand? Xiaoming was helpless. He walked away dejectedly. He watched helplessly as the door to his home slammed shut right in front of him. Tears welled up in his eyes. His face darkened. It was filled with sorrow. He knelt down and kowtowed. I respectfully wish you a long and prosperous life, Father. Inside the door, the head of the Zhuge family was leaning against it. His eyes were already filled with tears. He told himself, If I didn't do it this way, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to let you go. That summer, after Zhuge Xiaoming left, a great flood swept through the land where the Zhuge family lived. However, Thanks to the dike that Zhuge Xiaoming had built earlier, the flood passed without causing any significant damage. And that round rat-proof plate also became a trend. It became popular throughout the region. The footsteps of the three people echoed on the street. 1,000 thoughts raced through Xiaoming's mind. I can't just be led away like this. I have to pretend to have a stomach ache and go to the latrine. Then I'll take the opportunity to slip away. Xiaoming pointed in a direction and said to Yunlong, I drank a bit too much yesterday. My stomach is a little upset now. Can I go to the latrine for a moment? Yunlong said coldly. Hold it in. Yunlong added with a serious face. We're almost there. Xiaoming didn't understand. He exclaimed in surprise. What? Xiaoming continued. It should take at least 3 or 4 days to get to Kunloon Mountain. However, no one paid attention to Xiaoming's words. Luo Chu observed the surroundings. He said, It seems there's no one around now. Yunlong replied, Then let's go. Yunlong's hand suddenly grabbed Xiaoming's collar tightly. It made him jump. Yunlong warned him. It might get a little dizzy. In just a blink of an eye, Chanson, Liu Ke, and Yunlong, carrying Xiaoming with one hand, had executed their lightness skill. They soared into the air. Their speed was astonishing. Xiaoming was stunned by the sight before him. He screamed in terror. The three of them executed their lightness skill. They glided between the mountain peaks. Their speed was so fast that their figures were invisible in the air. They only left after images. They transformed into several blurry gusts of wind. In an instant, they had traveled an extremely long distance. Chun San, Luo Chu, and Yunlong, carrying Xiaoming, quickly landed on the ground. Yunlong looked at Xiaoming, who was sitting on the ground. He was trying to regain his composure. Then he said, We're here. I told you it would be fast. Xiaoming's face suddenly contorted. He gagged and then threw up. Yunlong, Chun San, and Luo Chu watched helplessly as Xiaoming vomited nonstop. Chun San said coldly, What can someone this useless do? Xiaoming quickly covered his mouth in fear. He tried to hold it back. He looked at the sign in front of him. He thought Kunloon in. Is this really Kunloon Mountain? He asked Yunlong curiously. Brother, are you planning to train soldiers here? Hearing the answer was to gather them here. Xiaoming frowned and his mouth fell open. An idea flashed in his mind. Gather? Could it be? Xiaoming said innocently. If it's to gather martial artists. Before he could finish, Liu Ke explained. It's to gather customers. Yunlong turned and said, Let's go inside. Chun San sighed. Oh, I'm starving. Xiaoming was still in shock. He stood frozen on the spot. His mouth was agape, unable to speak. Inside the inn, Su Hui walked out and said, Hello, my name is Jin Su Hui. Xiaoming's eyes lit up. He introduced himself cheerfully. I am Zhuge Xiaoming. He was secretly amazed. What a beauty. Yunlong reminded him. Don't look down on her just because she's a woman. She's the owner here. Luo Chu sat down at a table. He called to Su Hui, Give me a jug of wine. Chun San, beside him, also spoke up. I want to eat steamed buns. Yunlong looked at Chun San. He said in a cold voice, You have to wait until noon to eat. Chun San broke out in a cold sweat and replied, Yes, understood. Xiaoming gritted his teeth. He calculated in his mind. Is this really an inn? Since when did I become an inn's waiter? Are all my years of study just for this? Suddenly, Feng Qi appeared with a ferocious expression. He glared at Xiaoming. Brat, who are you? Huang Long, beside him, also chimed in. Order for lunch. Xiaoming was so scared by them that his voice trembled. Who are you gentlemen? Lung Xiaoping leaned in close. He asked menacingly, You're not planning to dine and dash, are you? Lung Xiaoping slammed a knife onto the table. He threatened through gritted teeth. Dine and dashers have to chop off a finger first. Xiaoming screamed in panic. Just as the atmosphere was getting tense, Yunlong appeared. He looked at them coldly. He reminded them, Don't cause trouble. Lung Xiaoping quickly changed his attitude. No. We were just checking if he was planning to dine and dash. Yunlong explained. He's not a customer. He's the waiter. Hearing this, they hurriedly spoke over each other. Feng Qi was surprised. The waiter? Huang Long said sincerely. We were too rude. Lung Xiaoping said with a smile. Sorry, we were rude. Xiaoming sat still. He thought their attitude changed so fast. He looked at Yunlong. He asked with a smile, Are they also waiters? Yunlong replied, No, they're customers. Xiaoming was stunned. Not waiters? Why do they have to be so arrogant with me? Yunlong looked outside. He continued, They're just regulars. Outside, 3 pairs of heavy and staggering feet walked in. Bai Guang was in the lead. Yong Lin and Yong Zhu followed behind. They looked both tired and scared. Xiaoming's eyes widened in shock. He thought, what's with these people now? He watched the 3 of them walk to a nearby table and sit down. They collapsed onto the table, exhausted. Bai Guang looked at Yin Long with some fear. He asked, can I have some water? Yin Long replied, of course. Water is free. Xiaoming's voice rang out. Who are they? At the same time, the elder watched his master hurriedly drink water. He held out his hand and begged, Master, save some for me. Yin Long's voice replied, they're the Dine and Dashers. Xiaoming exclaimed in shock. What? Yin Long explained. They ate and didn't pay, so they have to work to pay off their debt. Xiaoming looked incredulous. He thought, Kunloon Taoists also dine and dash. But what does working to pay off a debt mean? Yong Zhu pointed to the stone table in front of him. He sighed, how can it be this smooth? Yong Lin beside him also frowned dejectedly and said, Junior brother, no matter how much we grind, we'll never get it to this level. After resting, the 3 of them stood up one by one. The elder said, Master, let's go. Bai Guang replied softly. Xiaoming frowned and thought. Then he calculated a strange place. Extremely strange. It's still best to find a chance to escape. Suddenly, a gentle voice rang out. Eat. A fragrant bowl of noodles was placed in front of him. Looking at the appetizing bowl of noodles before him, Xiaoming comforted himself. That's right. Even if I want to escape, I have to fill my stomach first. He picked up a mouthful with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth. After one bite, Xiaoming's whole body froze. He stared blankly at the bowl of noodles. His voice became a stammer. My God, how can such a flavor exist? Xiaoming recalled the countless delicacies he had tasted. He was deeply shocked. I have frequented major inns and brothels. I even often visited the most famous restaurant in Hubei, Zuelu, in a Zhuge family. I always considered myself the greatest connoisseur of food. Su Hui, beside him, looked at Xiaoming's expression. She asked happily, how is it? Delicious, right? Xiaoming was still lost in thought. He was dumbfounded. To think I was planning to run away after eating something this delicious. How shameful. Su Hui said with a focused expression. This is a precious asset my grandfather left me. But now I keep it, not just for him. She gave a radiant and proud smile. She continued, but also to spread the wonderful taste of serve-by-use noodles throughout the world. I must revive this inn. Yin Long stood in front of Xiaoming. If you want to leave, I'll give you the chance. Xiaoming's foot twitched slightly. No. Xiaoming stood up. He bowed deeply. He shouted loudly, no. I will also do my utmost to help. Please look after me. Everyone gathered around to discuss. Yin Long spoke up. Are there any good measures? Xiaoming's voice rang out. There's one method that is guaranteed to succeed. Someone immediately pressed him. What method? He replied with a confident expression. That is, to move to another location. According to Xiaoming's description, a scene of bustling customers appeared before their eyes. If we have the capital, this type of business model is very easy to do. We just need to open a large inn in a bustling neighborhood. Even if the food isn't good, customers will still flock to it, because an inn is not just a place that sells food, but also a place to stay and gather information. A voice suddenly rang out. It made Xiaoming's expression freeze. If we had that much money, why would we need to open it here? Then, Yin Long said seriously, this is the place Su Hui's grandfather left for her. It has deep meaning. Success here is what matters most. We cannot leave. A selfish thought flashed in Yin Long's mind. Moreover, for me, this place also has a special meaning. Su Hui was secretly grateful. As expected, Brother Bai Yu is so thoughtful. Xiaoming rested his chin on his hand, thought, and then concluded. If we insist on staying in this place, it will be very difficult in every aspect, but it's not entirely impossible. Xiaoming excitedly proposed another plan to everyone. If we can implement the strategy I'm about to present, the Kunloon Inn will become the #1 inn in Shanghai. The small, cozy and nestled amidst the vast mountains and forests. Xiaoming began to speak. The first strategy is rumors. Luo Chu asked back. You mean word-of-mouth rumors? Xiaoming said resolutely. That's right. We must make the Kunloon Inn famous throughout the world, no matter what method we use. We must make rumors about it spread in all directions. Most importantly, the rumors must be sensational. Xiaoming gave many examples. We can't just say the food is delicious. We have to say it's a feast for the gods. so delicious that if two people are eating, one could die and the other wouldn't even notice. A seriously ill person can be cured after just one meal. A martial artist who eats here, their internal energy will immediately increase greatly. Even the dead can be resurrected after eating it. Suhui was horrified. Isn't that just deceiving people? Luo Chu was also indignant. Only now do I see your true colors, old man. You're making us hand out flyers because we ate noodles. But for free? Yinlong said coldly. If you hand out the flyers properly, I will let you return to your sect. The three of them, master and disciples, were so shocked they were speechless. The elder and Yonglin said happily, so we just need to hand them out in the village? Yinlong replied, no, I'll take care of the village. You were to go to Sichuan. Bai Guang broke out in a sweat. He thought, Sichuan? He stammered. Isn't that too far? Yinlong reminded him coldly. Are you saying you want to give up this opportunity? Bai Guang, Yongzhu, and Yonglin hurriedly said, No, we'll go even if we have to go to the western regions. That's right. Yinlong held out a piece of paper in front of Bai Guang. These are the places you need to go, written down by Xiaoming. Yinlong gave a sly smirk. He warned, if I happen to visit one of those places and don't see any sign of flyers being handed out, at that time, I will bring you back here to grindstone table for the rest of your lives. Hearing this, the three of them were stunned. Their faces turned pale. A fawning voice immediately rang out. We absolutely won't miss a single place. Just leave it to us. A hurried footstep stepped outside. Bai Guang breathed a sigh of relief. He and his two disciples carried the flyers on their shoulders. They were overjoyed. We can finally breathe the air outside again, Yonglin exclaimed. This is bliss, master, Bai Guang ordered. Then let's go. The replies rang out. Yes, master. The scene in Qinghai was extremely lively. People passed by on the road endlessly. Chun Sin carried a large bag of flyers. He stood before a giant gate. Above the gate hung a plaque with 3 characters carved on it, Deng Family Manor. He thought to himself, this is the largest mansion. There must be a lot of people. Chun Sin resolutely stepped inside. Suddenly, a guard blocked his way. Halt! State your name. He spoke up. This is the Deng Family Martial Manor, the most illustrious family in this region. Outsiders are not allowed to enter at will. Chun San frowned. His eyes were filled with killing intent. The guard saw Chun San's expression. His heart trembled. His gaze and aura are so sharp. Suddenly, Chun San thrust a flyer into his hand. Take this. The guard was halfway through reading it when he saw Chun San casually walk in. It made him panic. What is this? Come to the Kunloon Inn. I said you can't go inside. Immediately, 3 quick-reacting people appeared in front. They rushed forward with weapons in hand. They shouted, Who dares to trespass here? Chun San stepped forward. His eyes were as cold as ice. He observed silently. Chun San's entire body was enveloped in killing intent. He said in a cold voice, You dare point your weapons at me? The crowd exclaimed. His aura is so sharp. The sense of oppression is terrifying. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly. Everyone stand down. He quickly ordered the crowd to lower their weapons. You too. He pointed to himself. He introduced himself to Chun San. I am the manor's master, Deng Changbai. I don't know what business brings this warrior to our manor. He spoke up. Our manor's warriors were not disciplined strictly enough, unintentionally offending such a distinguished guest. I hope the warrior can find it in his heart to forgive us. Deng Changbai calculated in his heart. Murderous intent surging. I must prepare to deal with him. Chun Sin maintained a cold expression, not saying a word. Suddenly, the bag of flyers dropped heavily to the ground. Chun Sin channeled his internal energy. A surge of power erupted from Chun San's body, controlling the flyers inside the bag, creating a vortex in midair. 2 flyers quickly flew towards the 2 men. Another one stuck firmly onto Deng Changbai's chest. He looked at the words on the paper. Shocked, he said, This is Kunloon Inn? The crowd read together, buzzing with discussion. Is this real or fake? All food is free. Are they crazy? Deng Changbai looked ahead. The figure was no longer there. He thought in confusion. What on earth is going on? In the blink of an eye, Chun San had arrived at another place. Passers-by recounted. That place is even more crowded. Isn't this the brothel that the brat mentioned? The scene shifts to a small village. The people here were quietly walking on the road. A hand appeared in front of a villager, holding out a piece of paper and saying, Please take this. Yinlong, with a face full of determination, appeared. He carefully handed each flyer to the villagers. Someone replied. They looked at the strange paper, involuntarily saying, "What is this?" It was too sudden. No time to refuse. Yin Long stood behind, quietly watching a young boy squatting by a stove. The boy was constantly fanning the fire. Yin Long spoke up and asked, "Where have all the adults gone? Why are you brewing medicine here?" The boy thought for a moment and replied softly, "My father went to earn money. He hasn't returned since spring. My mother passed away early. My grandmother is sick. I had to go to the doctor to get medicine to brew for her." Yin Long's voice rang out. "You've had a hard time. Boy, what is your name?" The boy replied, "My name is Guan Yuping." Yin Long said softly, "Guan Yuping, let's go visit your grandmother." The boy obediently replied. Mixed with a bit of confusion, Yin Long pushed open the door, only to see an old woman lying on her side on the bed, turning her back to the door. He spoke up to greet her. "Madam Guan." She still lay on her side. Trembling, she replied, "Oh my. Who are you?" This old body is about to fall apart. Yin Long approached, gently touching her head with his hand. "I am by you." Yin Long explained. Illness is born from an imbalance of yin and yang. When that happens, the body gradually weakens, unable to eat or drink normally. Therefore, health deteriorates day by day. At the same time, Yin Long channeled his internal energy, helping the old woman regulate her body. Small spots of light around his palm gradually disappeared. Now you can move easily. She was able to turn around. Her aged face revealed a look of shock. She sat up in surprise. "Why do I feel so comfortable? How can it be such a strange thing?" Guan Yuping saw his grandmother sitting up. He shouted in joy, "Oh heavens, grandmother!" The grandmother and grandson smiled emotionally at Yin Long, saying, "How can we ever repay this kindness?" The boy laughed happily. "This is great." Yin Long looked at the two of them, smiling, holding a flyer in his hand. "I'm a chef at Kunloon Inn. I invite you to come and have a meal." Suddenly, shouting rang out from outside. "Guan Chong, get out here now." A man with a ferocious face appeared, cursing loudly. "You bastard, dare to look down on me?" He roared in anger. "The protection money hasn't been paid yet. What do you plan to do?" The cronies behind him chimed in. "I think he plans to welch on the debt." Yin Long stepped out and asked, "Who are you to dare cause trouble in a house without its master like this?" The man was surprised. "Huh? This guy?" He immediately raised his broadsword to threaten. "Are you a family member? Then pay the debt for Guan Chong immediately." Yin Long frowned, looking at the sharp blade pointed at his face. "I asked who you are." The man said angrily, "Haven't you heard of the South Road Village Dapian Sect?" The cronies behind chimed in. "Looks like you're not from around here." He laughed triumphantly. "Listen clearly. We are the Dapian Sect, the sect that leveled the Golden Tiger Gang in North Road Village." "Got it. That means North Road Village is about to belong to us." Yin Long found it increasingly grating to the ears. Brows furrowed tight. His eyes gradually turned cold. The man's voice continued. "If you understand, then pay up quickly." Yin Long's thumb and middle finger pressed together. Yin Long flicked lightly, striking the broadsword in the man's hand, causing it to shatter into many pieces. The man looked in horror at the hilt remaining in his hand. "My blade! How did this happen?" Yin Long quickly grabbed the hair of two Dapian sect members. Yin Long's majestic voice rang out. "Kneel." Their knees immediately slammed onto the ground. Yin Long picked up the bag of flyers. Yin Long looked at Guan Yuping, smiled, and turned to leave. "I will keep a portion of free noodles and buns for you. No expiration date. Come any time in the future." The boy replied happily, "I definitely will." Yin Long's face became serious, ordering the two Dapian sect members, "Walk on your knees. Lead me to your leader." The two men couldn't control their bodies, helplessly obeying the order. "Why is my body suddenly?" Guan Yuping behind them intently read the words on the flyer. "Gurunin," in the lair of the Dapian sect. A voice rang out. "These people are really..." Inside, 5 villagers were huddled on their knees, opening their mouths to beg, "Please spare us. If you increase the protection money anymore, we will truly starve to death. We are already tightening our belts to pay now." Zhuo Shihyang sat up high, gnawing on a large leg of meat, looking at them, asking, "How many mouths to feed in your house?" A villager replied in fear, "My house has 4 people, counting me." He asked further, "For people? Do you know how many people are in my sect now?" Zhuo Shihyang pointed at himself, speaking loudly, counting those outside. "A total of 58 people. I'm about to be unable to feed this many mouths myself." he said aggressively. You only feed 3 people and dare to complain in front of me? If anyone feeds more people than me, step forward. Suddenly, 2 subordinates were thrown with a thud in front of Zhuo Shihyang. He asked in surprise, "What's going on?" The 2 subordinates looked up, trembling, saying, "Leader." Yin Long spoke coldly. "So you're the leader." The 2 subordinates prostrated on the ground in fear. Zhuo Shihyang's voice rang out. "What you guys doing?" A subordinate gritted his teeth and said, "Leader, run." Yin Long clasped his hand behind his back, looking at him. "I asked if you're the leader." Zhuo Shihyang looked at the person in front of him, secretly despising him in his heart. This guy looks like a pampered rich kid, yet dares to stand in front of me so arrogantly. Is he sent by the government? But who would care about this dirt-poor South Road village? He spoke loudly. "I am the leader of the Dapian Sect, Zhuo Shihyang," in front of everyone. Yin Long's voice rang out. "From today, disband everything for me." All members of the Dapian Sect widened their eyes in shock. Zhuo Shihyang, seeing Yin Long's aura like that, couldn't help but feel a bit worried. "May I ask if your excellency is from the government?" Yin Long replied coldly. "No." Hearing that, Zhuo Shihyang immediately laughed contemptuously. Everyone also immediately burst into laughter, faces full of mockery. This guy is truly crazy. Some even laughed grotesquely. The people of the Dapian Sect all held swords and blades, aggressively shouting, "Charge! Chop him up and feed him to the dogs." Zhuo Shihyang stood watching smugly with crossed arms. Living until now, this is the first time I've seen such a lunatic. He suddenly widened his eyes. His expression changed drastically. 5 or 6 subordinates were sent tumbling in the air by a single palm strike from Yin Long. Immediately after, they all planted head first into the ground. Groaning in pain, Zhuo Shihyang was stunned into silence. How did this happen? The subordinates immediately began coughing up blood one after another. Yin Long calmly informed them, "I have crippled your internal energy. It won't affect your daily life. From now on, live a good life." Yin Long looked coldly at Zhuo Shihyang, scaring him into a cold sweat, stuttering as he spoke. Wait, this matter. One of Yin Long's hands channeled internal energy, aiming at his stomach. Zhuo Shihyang immediately let out a bizarre scream, face twisted. Immediately after, he also coughed up blood. Yin Long's voice rang out. "Tell the villagers. On the way here, I heard about your situation. From now on, they will not come to bother you anymore. I hope you can live peaceful days." A villager looked at Yin Long and asked, "Who is this benefactor? Where are you from?" Yin Long handed them a flyer. "I am Chef by you of Guluan Inn." The small Guluan Inn appeared amidst nature. 2 hands clinked glasses in the air. It was hard work for everyone going to distribute flyers. Sushi replied, "Everyone worked hard." Yin Long looked at her, declaring, "Tomorrow will definitely be very busy." Sushi was extremely happy. "Really?" Xiaoming poked his head out, excitedly clenching his fist. "I also have this premonition." Luo Chu held up a jar of wine and said, "The village chief is really good. I specially poured a cup for you." Xiaoming happily raised his cup. "Thank you, elder." The next day, the sky was clear. Beautiful sunshine. The inn door was suddenly pushed ajar from the outside. 2 people hesitantly poked their heads in and asked, "Is this Guluan Inn? Is it really free?" Xiaoming and Sushi greeted the guests in unison. "Welcome, guests." On the road, footsteps hurried. Buzzing discussion. "Free? How can that be possible? Just consider it being tricked and go try it out." The guests stopped in front of the inn, telling each other, "That's the place. Let's go in." Inside the inn, there's almost not a single empty seat. Xiaoming was spun around like a top by the guests calling for orders. "Give me 3 bowls of noodles." He replied loudly, "Yes, coming right up." Another guest called, over here too." Xiaoming enthusiastically welcomed guests. In the kitchen, Yin Long was using his power to cook nonstop. Bowls of fragrant noodles, piping hot, were quickly completed. Chun Sin walked back and forth with both hands holding trays of buns piled high. Huang Long looked at Feng Qi, chatting. "Wow, look at that stream of people." Feng Qi replied, "We don't even have a place to sit." Chun Sin saw them and ordered, "What are you standing there gaping for? With so many customers. Hurry up and lend a hand." Feng Qi scratched his head. "We are guests," Huang Long added. "Regular guests." Suddenly, Lung Xiaoping eagerly stepped forward. "Of course we must help." Feng Qi and Huang Long looked at each other in shock. Speechless. A call echoed over. Table number 3. Lung Xiaoping replied quickly. Coming. After speaking, he turned his head to glare at Feng Qi and Huang Long. Grumpily, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and help. Another voice replied. Got it, big brother. The moon hung high. Night had fallen deep. Feng Qi closed his eyes and sighed, exhausted to death. Huang Long lay sprawled on the table, motionless. Xiaoming laughed excitedly, truly beyond imagination. I didn't expect the first day to be this lively. Moreover, because the food is delicious. Many guests ordered more dishes. In the end, we didn't lose money. Sushi also replied happily. I really didn't expect so many people to come. Xiaoming looked at her, giving a thumbs up and asking, Great, isn't it? Lung Xiaoping suddenly ran over aggressively. He clasped his fists and bowed before Yunlong. Please accept me, great hero. Huang Long was bewildered. What is he saying? Feng Qi guessed. Could it be he wants to become a disciple? Lung Xiaoping said to Yunlong, I want to be a waiter here. Huang Long was shocked. A waiter? Feng Qi gritted his teeth, thinking. Come to think of it, that guy Chun San ordered us around like waiters too. So all three of them clasped their fists and bowed. We also want to work here? Lung Xiaoping said, sweating profusely. Please. Yunlong calculated silently. Usually, but if we add more people, I'm afraid it exceeds the budget. Xiaoming spoke up. How about letting them work temporarily? Yunlong looked at Xiaoming with a bit of confusion, asking back, temporarily? Xiaoming explained. After the free period ends, customers will be even more numerous. We also need a plan to retain customers. So there will definitely be a lot of work to do. Sushi and Yunlong quietly looked at each other, asking for the other's opinion. Sushi smiled and spoke up. I'm fine with whatever. Brother, by you decide. Yunlong's voice rang out. Working as temporary waiters is fine, but until the situation improves, there will be no wages. Are you willing? Huang Long, Lung Xiaoping, and Feng Qi grinned from ear to ear. All three answered in unison. Of course we are willing. Just covering food and lodging is enough to satisfy us. Lung Xiaoping calculated in his gut. If I can be taught a little more martial arts, that would be even better. Yunlong chuckled softly, turning to leave. Let's decide on that then. Just like that, Kunloon became more crowded day by day. Xiaoming stood on the steps and announced, We will distribute numbers. Please line up, everyone. By the 4th day, at the invitation of Zhuge Xiaoming, Bai gathered everyone in one place. Yunlong stood in front of the crowd and spoke. So far, everything's gone very smoothly, even exceeding my expectations. Sushi asked happily. So that means the first strategy was successful? Xiaoming added. But this is just the beginning. Xiaoming's face was full of determination, saying, to become famous throughout the world. There's still a long way to go. Xiaoming continued. Therefore, I plan to proceed immediately with the second strategy. Yunlong was curious. Second strategy? Countless delicious dishes appeared in Xiaoming's mind. To become the #1 in Under Heaven. Just noodles and buns are not enough. Top restaurants everywhere have extremely rich menus. Therefore, we need to find someone to teach Brother Bai more dishes. A head chef from a famous restaurant is exactly who we need. Liu spoke up. If they're a head chef of a famous restaurant, why would they agree to come here? Xiaoming replied. This junior has already targeted a suitable place. A plaque engraved with 4 large characters, Yellow Crane, Inn appeared in his mind. His excited voice rang out. That is the Yellow Crane Inn. The #1 inn in Hubei. Luo Chu, hearing about the Yellow Crane Inn, also chimed in. That place is very famous. I've been there too. They have over 100 types of dishes. She was astonished. Really? Over 100 types? Someone replied. That's right. Xiaoming said. Just regarding noodles and buns. I dare to confidently say that our inn is #1 under heaven, unmatched by anyone. But our weakness is that the menu is not rich enough. Liu dit. The dishes there are so numerous, it's hard to choose. Su undicesimo exclaimed in surprise. Oh my. Chun San also understood the point. Speaking up, you mean, we should develop new dishes. Xiaoming said seriously. That is also a way. But with the current situation, we don't have enough time and conditions to do so. Yunlong asked, not understanding. Then, Xiaoming summarized. Therefore, the second strategy one thought of is to invite the head chef there to come here. Huang Long was shocked. Invite them here? Feng Qi hesitated. This matter, Lung Xiaoping quickly said. You mean kidnap them, right? Xiaoming chuckled softly. How can we do that? We will request them to teach us cooking. Yinlong worried. But a head chef of the world's #1 famous inn. What reason would they have to agree to come here? Xiaoming, after a moment of deep thought, said, I will write a letter. You go meet that person and try. I think they might agree. Yinlong said in surprise. Just relying on a letter to invite someone? Xiaoming replied. That's right. Yinlong heard Xiaoming speak so firmly. Still a bit hesitant, but then he suddenly stood up, decisively saying, Then I will set off immediately. The prosperous scenery of Hubei appeared before his eyes. Yellow Crane Inn, a magnificent and majestic high-rise building, towering majestically. At this moment, in the kitchen, the chefs were busy cooking. 3 chefs chatted during a break. How is it? Is it okay? The head chef is famously difficult. Every time this month comes, I get depressed. Someone announced. The head chef has arrived. Along with the announcement, a row of chefs immediately stood up straight and orderly. Outside the door, an elderly woman walked in, face stern. It was the head chef of Yellow Crane Inn, Chao Yujing. A dish was ladled into a bowl. Chao Yujing scooped a spoonful and put it in her mouth to taste. The chef standing behind her followed closely. Expression, extremely tense. Her voice rang out. The taste of this dish is very special. Hearing that, the chef felt happy in his heart. His face immediately brightened. He hurriedly introduced. This is clay pot steamed chicken, a traditional dish of Yunnan. This lowly one wanted it to be richer, so I added lard and duck eggs. Gao Zuding Sautet Stenli. Shut up. She frowned and spoke up. Do you think I said that because I don't know clay pot steamed chicken? Gao Zuding Leto. The characteristic of this dish is keeping the meat tender and retaining its clear broth flavor. You actually put both lard and duck eggs in. What exactly did you want to do? She ordered, by this time tomorrow. Remake the clay pot steamed chicken for me to inspect. The chef heard this. Tears immediately fell. Chao Yujing tasted another dish. The chef who made this dish stood by and said, This is stir-fried duck meat. Completely made according to the traditional method. Didn't add anything else. She commented, Too mediocre. Mediocre to the point of being superfluous. If it's just this, why use expensive duck to stir-fry? Might as well use chicken meat. The chef heard such a comment, panicked and cried out. Head chef of Yellow Crane Inn. Chao Yujing always strictly taught skills. That was because she loved cooking from the bottom of her heart. And what she always felt regretful about was that the talent and effort of her disciples were still not enough. She clasped her hands behind her back and left, sighing loudly. It can't go on like this. Who can I trust so that I can retire with peace of mind? A chef stepped forward to report. Head chef, there's a guest waiting for you downstairs. Chao Yujing asked, Who is it? The chef replied, I'm not sure either. I only know his name is Baiyu. Hearing this name, she frowned and thought. Baiyu? Sunlight pierced through the window lattice, casting dappled spots of light on the ground. Footsteps echoed. Yinlong and Chun Sen appeared. Yinlong spoke up. Sorry to disturb you. In the guest room, Chao Yujing sat opposite Yinlong. Chun Sen sat next to him. Behind Chao Yujing were 3 other chefs. She silently evaluated. Where's this person from? His temperament is truly extraordinary. Looking at Yinlong in front of her. Gao Zuding Gangulet Silenti. Doesn't look like someone from the government. But if he's royalty or nobility, I must be even more careful. On the table, 2 cups of tea steamed. Chao Yujing's voice rang out. This old woman is head chef Chao Yujing. I don't know where you are from. Yinlong replied. I am Baiyu, chef of Kunloon Inn. Hearing this answer, she was so shocked her mouth fell open. Chef of Kunloon Inn? Never heard of such a place. Moreover, this person looks no older than 20. Chao Yujing breathed a sigh of relief. Speaking up, what business do you have with me? Chun San was impatient. Hey, you speak too rudely. Yinlong hurriedly used his eyes to stop him. Yinlong replied gently. I came to ask for help. Yinlong said honestly. Actually, I haven't been a chef for very long. The dishes I know how to make can be counted on one hand. Therefore, I want to ask for your guidance. Chao Yujing didn't put Yinlong in her eyes at all. Her face clearly showed disgust. After hearing Yinlong's words, she said to a chef behind her, See the guest out for me. Yinlong hurriedly took out a letter, earnestly saying, Please take a look. Chao Yujing opened the letter to read. The lines in the letter appeared before her eyes. Junior Zhuge Xiaoming sends greetings to teacher Chao. She thought to herself, it's the youngest son of the Zhuge family. Chao Yujing continued reading. My father is still healthy. I am currently establishing a career at Kunloon. This Master Baiyu is the Lord I serve. She thought in surprise. Lord? This young man? The words in the letter were extremely earnest. I know well that Teacher Chao has always regretted not finding a successor for your world-class cooking skills. Brother Baiyu is the most suitable person. I am willing to use my honor to guarantee it. She blurted out, what? In the letter, Xiaoming also admitted. Brother Baiyu currently only knows how to make buns and noodles. But after I tasted them, I shed tears right on the spot. Those were the best buns and noodles I have ever eaten. Chao Yujing read up to here, unable to hide the shock in her heart. Thinking, the greatest gourmet of the Zhuge family, Zhuge Xiaoming, could actually make such a comment? Brother Baiyu is a heaven-sent cooking genius. You can test him immediately. She observed Yin Long calmly drinking tea in front of her, while continuing to read the letter. If you find my words to be untrue, I beg you to come to Kunloon to teach him. Teacher Chao. Chao Yujing gently folded the letter, placed it back on the table. She spoke up. Is what is said in this letter true? Saying you're a rare genius in the world. The three chefs behind heard this and covered their mouths to snicker. Chao Yujing decided. How about this? Since he pleaded so earnestly, I will give you a chance. Well, dare to cook in front of me? Yinlong asked back. Just cooking is enough? She pointed to the three chefs behind her, saying, of course not. Everyone present here will judge the taste of the dish together. Chao Yujing's eyes flashed with strictness. If everyone acknowledges it, not missing a single person, then I will do as written in the letter. Follow you. Personally transmit my cooking skills to you. Yin Long's decisive voice rang out. I will try. She stood up and ordered. Go to the kitchen. Yin Long replied. No need. Yin Long said confidently. I will demonstrate right here. Just bring the ingredients. Chao Yujing was a bit confused, but didn't speak up. Water and various spices were quickly brought in full. Yin Long stood in front of everyone, quickly channeling internal energy. Yin Long used internal energy to control the spices, processing them into ingredients to eat with noodles. The chefs exclaimed in surprise. Is this preparing ingredients? Water in the small bucket was controlled to float in midair. How is it possible? At this moment, the water and processed ingredients blended together in midair. Yin Long spread his arms wide, quickly completing the noodle dish. Bowls of piping hot noodles, fragrant, were delivered to the hands of the chefs, leaving them stunned in amazement. Chao Yujing looked at the extremely eye-catching bowl of noodles in her hand, thinking, this way of cooking, even witnessing it with my own eyes, I still can't believe it. What about the taste? She picked up some noodles with chopsticks and put them in her mouth to taste. Chao Yujing's eyes suddenly widened, revealing a look of shock. Her expression changed in a flash, shocked to the point of speechlessness. The other chefs, after tasting the noodles, were no exception. Everyone wore bewildered and shaken expressions. Chao Yujing's whole body trembled slightly. Her voice rang out. This dish is fresh and new. She put the empty bowl down on the table. The food inside had been eaten clean, not a bit left. Chao Yujing quietly glanced behind. The chefs, after finishing the noodles, were all in high spirits, surprised, touched, thinking in their hearts, Impossible. I feel like I've ascended to another world. Chao Yujing spoke up to ask Yin Long, how long have you started cooking? When she heard him answer, about a month. Chao Yujing was shocked beyond belief. Her hands clenched into fists. This is truly a God-given talent. Gao Zuding spoke up. Although I'm not a person of the martial world, I have seen countless martial artists coming in and out of this place. But I dare say, no one can compare to you. She looked at Yin Long, gently said, if you stepped into the martial world, perhaps you could summon wind and rain, all the world, yet you chose to be just an ordinary chef. Yin Long replied honestly, professions have no high or low, noble or humble. What matters is how much heart and faith one puts into the work. Hearing Yin Long's answer, Chao Yujing was surprised once again. Moreover, being a chef is a proud job, because it can bring warm meals to hungry people. She turned and called a chef behind her. Ming He. The person bowed slightly. Yes, head chef. Gao Zuding Institute. During the time I am away, you will temporarily take the position of head chef in my place. Ming He replied, yes. Please set off with peace of mind. Her voice rang out again. He is completely trustworthy. Yunlong and Chun Sin quietly waited for Chao Yujing to arrange her work before setting off with her. She ordered Manager Gua, immediately prepare a carriage and a driver. Manager Gua hesitated for a moment. That, he reported. Today there are 2 official trips. There's only 1 carriage left. Gao Zuding Adang. Then use that one. Manager Gua explained. Even a horse. Only 1 old and weak one remains. But the carriage will return past noon tomorrow. At this moment, Yunlong gently interrupted. That's fine. Hearing Yunlong say that, Chao Yujing looked surprised again. Leave that matter to us. You may withdraw. She walked out with Yunlong and Chun San. The chefs behind bowed and shouted in unison, respectfully sending off the head chef, have a safe journey. As soon as Chao Yujing left, the group of chefs felt like a burden had been lifted. Everyone cheered and jumped around, shouting long live. Yunlong was observing something. When seeing a luxurious carriage, Yunlong thought to himself, is this that carriage? Yunlong looked at Chun San and said, Chun San, pull the carriage for a bit. Chun San silently responded. Yunlong extended his hand to invite Chao Yujing. Please get in the carriage, she asked in surprise. Wait, where's the horse? Yunlong explained. You just need to sit inside. Chao Yujing sat in the carriage, curiously looking at the person in front and asking, a carriage without a horse. Can it move on its own? Yunlong smiled and replied, even faster than a horse. Yunlong's calm voice rang out. If the carriage flies up a little later, please don't be too surprised. Chao Yujing still didn't understand what was happening. Confusedly said, just as she sat firmly, the carriage body shook, making her unable to sit still, screaming in fear. Oh heavens! Chun Sin gripped the carriage shafts with both hands. With a grunt, he flew into the air. Steep cliffs appeared and disappeared. Gula Mountain area. Night fell on a certain valley. In a forest late at night, a wisp of cooking smoke drifted up. A majestic man was intently roasting meat. In the air, 3 subordinates appeared flying towards him. All 3 quickly landed at the same time. One of them spoke up, reporting to the leader. Subordinates have returned from scouting Kunloon. Just as expected, there are no traces there. This person is the captain of the 5th assassination squad of the Heavenly Demon Sect. The leader took a bite of a large piece of meat. Leisurely said, with Kunloon's current situation, even if they use all their forces, they are no match for the sect leader. He spoke while eating. In other words, they are not worth mentioning. However, there's one thing that keeps weighing on my mind. This is the leader of the assassination squad, Bai Lu. His voice rang out again. 11 corpses, all killed by a single blow. That technique is extremely similar to the sect leaders. A subordinate reported. Near where the bodies were found, there is an inn. Bai Lu asked so. The subordinate said, in such a remote place, yet hundreds of people come and go. That inn is called Kunloon Inn. Hearing this, he fell into deep thought. Bai Lu ordered, from today, focus on investigating that place. Find an opportunity to capture someone related and bring them here. 2 subordinates clasped their fists and replied, as you command. Scene shifts to Kunloon Inn. The quiet and nestled amidst green mountains, blue water, blue sky, and white clouds. Chao Yujing saw the bustling scene of guests here, and her jaw dropped in surprise. Xiaoming was carrying a stack of dishes to clean up, happy to see Chao Yujing. He said, Teacher Chao, I was right, wasn't I? Chao Yujing hadn't had time to speak yet. Another guest raised his hand to call. Hey, the food hasn't been served yet. Xiaoming hurriedly replied. Yes, coming right up. Xiaoming said sheepishly to Chao Yujing, who still hadn't recovered. I'm afraid there won't be any free time from now until dark. She was still amazed. Just go do your work. I only came to observe today. A voice suddenly rang out. No seats? Why stand like that? Chao Yujing glanced at the person who just spoke. It was Luo Chu. He was holding a jar of wine looking at her. He spoke up to invite Chao Yujing. I'm sitting here alone. If you're interested, and don't mind, come sit together. He spoke up and asked, You're the head chef of Yellow Crane Inn, right? Chao Yujing was a bit surprised. Did not answer immediately. She went over and sat down opposite him before replying. How do you know me? Luo Chu said, I heard Xiaoming say it. Actually, I brought him here. I used to visit the Zhuge family often. Chao Yujing thought to herself, Zhuge family? Just a raggedly dressed old man like this? He handed her a bowl. The guests won't thin out until evening. Being idle is being idle. Want a bowl? Gao zuzing ziplit politili. I don't drink wine. But she thought, well, all right. It's been a long time since I enjoyed this leisure and freedom outside Yellow Crane. Gao Zuding spoke up. Since you poured it, then I accept. Liu looked triumphantly, while pouring wine into the bowl for her. He said, I'm the chef here, friends. Chao Yujing looked at Luo Chu in surprise, blurting out, what? Such a young person is your friend? Hearing Chao Yujing's words, he burst into laughter. If you knew my age, you would be startled. I am, even older than your father. This answer stunned her. Gao Zuding stood up. With an angry look, she said, if you continue to talk nonsense like this, I will take my leave. Luo Chu hurriedly waved his hand to reassure. Sit down first. Sit down first. The conversation between the two continued like that, since we have met by fate. How about we introduce our names to each other? I am Luo Chu of the Beggar Sect. Gao Zuding Wen. A hint of surprise appeared on her face. She looked at Luo Chu, asking loudly, you mean? You are one of the 7 immortals of the martial world from the previous generation? A top master? Drunken immortal Liuke? Luo Chu heard and laughed in reply. That's right. I am that drunken old madman. Chao Yujing stared at him scrutinizingly. Suddenly, she burst into laughter, making Luo Chu beside her confused. This is really interesting, but it's not easy to make me laugh like that. The scenery changed. In front of Chao Yujing and Luo Chu was a vast, lush green forest. The atmosphere here was unusually quiet. Liu spoke up. How is it? Is this scenery worth seeing? Gao Zuding thighs. Truly beautiful scenery. He laughed happily and smugly. The ancients had a saying, come into Kunloon Mountain. After eating and drinking enough, one must enjoy the beautiful scenery. The stomach is full. It's time to feed the eyes too. She saw the thing in his hand, curiously asked, but why are you still holding the wine gourd? Luo Chu sat down and explained, sitting here, sipping a cup. Feels like truly becoming an immortal. Chao Yujing gently stroked her chin in thought, looking at the clear stream in front of her. She silently agreed. Truly wonderful. It seems all worldly troubles vanish into smoke. Liu suddenly became alert. His whole body emitted a dark aura. 2 eyes shot out sharp glints. He stood up abruptly, shouting angrily, based on the aura. Looks like it's not the same group as last time. Are you dogs of the demon sect? Right? Chao Yujing saw him like that, asked in confusion, why are you suddenly saying that? Are you drunk? Liu stepped forward, reminding, hide behind me. In front of them, indeed, a group of men in black appeared. One of them shouted warily. The old man detected us immediately. Seems he's not an ordinary old man. Another one said, no matter. He's the person who enters and leaves the inn every day. Capture him and bring him back. The speaker was the captain of the assassination squad, Jin Guang. The group of men in black shouted loudly, yes, sir, then rushed straight towards the two, looking at the group of men in black aggressively rushing forward. Luo Chu reassured Chao Yujing behind him. Won't take much time. After speaking, he quickly rushed up to engage. Quick as lightning, the group was easily scattered by Luo Chu. They rolled on the ground, groaning in pain. Jin Guang gritted his teeth. He recognized this as the shifting shape-changing shadow technique. The group of men in black still didn't give up, continuing to attack. Gao Zuding Sudeli Saudet Lao Li. You are so bold, she shouted angrily. I am the head chef of Yellow Crane Inn. I have connections with the royal family. Get lost immediately. Luo Chu turned his head to look at the person in front, secretly praising in his heart. Truly worthy of being a leader in a field. Her bearing is indeed extraordinary. Jin Guang roared contemptuously. So what if it's a chef's fist? What are you still standing there for? Luo Chu calmly waited for them to come. One approached, swinging to attack him. Luo numbly ducked to dodge, using the wine gourd in his hand to strike hard at the guy. Luo Chu used the wine gourd to easily block the dangerous sword strike of the black-clad man behind. He glanced contemptuously. Swordsmanship is too clumsy. The guy was kicked flying by him, smashing hard into the tree trunk behind. Luo Chu said arrogantly. All seen through. Bai Lu watched the scene before him, eyes wide, gritting his teeth and cursing silently. These fools. The opponent is a master who has surpassed the transformation realm. He pondered, thinking of the sound transmission technique. He stood on a high treetop, ordering a retreat. Very quickly, there was a response. Yes, sir. Immediately after, the group of men in black immediately panicked, turned around, and ran away. Luo Chu saw that and shouted, "Now you want to run?" He leaped up, intending to chase, but suddenly glanced back worriedly. Leaving her alone might be dangerous. Luo Chu turned back, laughing awkwardly. Chao Yujing asked in surprise, "Are you really the drunken immortal?" Looking at the black-clad men beaten flat on the ground, his voice rang out, "Come on, change location. Let's go see the scenery elsewhere. We have to leave so those wild beasts dare to come fill their hungry bellies." Gao Zuding Zeep. That's true too. At this moment, inside the meeting hall of the Heavenly Demon Sect, Xian Tu said in surprise, "Really? The drunken immortal is there?" Sima Zongqi replied, "Yes." Xian Tu revealed a worried look and asked, "So our sect leader went to duel with him?" Sima Zongqi replied solemnly, "But at Kunloon, there is no sign of the sect leader either. Could it be the sect leader was defeated by that old beggar of the orthodox path? Killed? No. Impossible. Once the sect leader has completed secluded cultivation, I can't think of anyone who can defeat the sect leader." His voice rang out, "Besides me, who else knows about this?" Sima Zongqi replied, "Only the assassination squad." Absolutely do not let this news leak out. He worried. In his head, scenes of slaughter appeared. If this matter spreads out, everyone will assume the sect leader is dead. By then, the struggle between the young lords will be uncontrollable. Xian Tu looked helpless. The power struggle between them is getting more intense day by day. How could they put effort into finding the sect leader? Sima Zongqi hurriedly asked, "Do you have any plan?" Sima Zongqi's voice rang out. "First, recall the assassination squad. Then announce within the sect that they have found the sect leader." Xian Tu quietly listened to the countermeasure, then announced that the sect leader has issued an order. He asked anxiously, "What order?" Sima Zongqi blurted out, "Pacify the western region's martial world." The martial world is not only the Central Plains, but also 4 outer regions, east. Among these outer regions, the western region's martial world is closest to the demon sect. There are powerful forces like Tianzhu, Blood Sect, and Brurgota, Great Thunder Sound Temple. I see. Divert the young lord's struggle outwards. Even if there is bloodshed and sacrifice, it can also become a stepping stone for us to dominate the world. Xian Tu gave the order. As soon as dawn breaks, transmit the sect leader's order to the young lords. Declare war on the western region's martial world. Whoever achieves the greatest merit, that person will become the young sect leader. Sima Zongqi replied, "As you command." Scene shifts to Kunloon. Yin Long knelt down to bow to his master. Disciple pays respects to master. Chao Yujing looked at Yin Long, smiling with satisfaction. "All right, there are still many things to learn in the future. Must try to comprehend." Suddenly, a commotion came from outside, making her stunned in surprise. A fat wild boar was thrown into the courtyard. The two hurriedly opened the door to look. Turning back, they saw Chun San had also just landed on the ground, sitting on top of a wild boar. Chun San smiled slightly. "Is this enough?" Chao Yujing replied in disbelief. "I told you to prepare pork. But this is the first time I've seen such a huge wild boar." The scenery changed. The residents of the Namgung family appeared before the eyes, extremely magnificent and majestic. Yong Feng clasped his hands and said, "Umipa, I have troubled you much during this time." A person replied, "Not at all, not at all. We, on the contrary, have broadened our knowledge quite a bit. Please convey our words to the sect leader. We will definitely visit soon." Yong Feng turned to leave, leaving behind 2 contemplative faces, making it impossible to guess what they were thinking. The person who just spoke frowned slightly, determined in his heart. It seems Kunloon has always been hiding its strength. This person is the second young master of the Namgung family, Namgung Yun, and the person standing behind him is the 4th young master, Namgung He. He suddenly gritted his teeth. Too humiliating. Time turned back to a week ago. Namgung Yun and Namgung He were standing in front of the door welcoming guests. Looking at Yong Feng in front of them, Namgung Yun spoke up and asked, "I heard Kunloon would send someone. Could it be only you alone?" He evaluated the person in front, thinking to himself, only sending a Taoist priest less than 20 years old, and talking about mutual assistance. This is clearly looking down on our Namgung family. Yong Feng introduced himself. "I am Yong Feng of Kunloon." Before he finished speaking, Namgung Yun and Namgung He coldly turned around and said, "Please come in." 4 cups of hot tea were brought to the table. Namgung Yun provoked without politeness. I wonder if we can invite the Taoist priest to let us admire Guluin's martial arts staff techniques. Namgung, he beside him, chimed in. That's a good idea. Guluin's staff techniques are very famous. The two understood each other, secretly calculating to humiliate this annoying Guluin brat and then chase him away. Although Yongfeng was a bit angry, he still said humbly, "My strength is mediocre. I'm afraid it's difficult to display my sect's kung fu in front of you all." Namgung Yin said bluntly, without reservation. "The letter mentioned your sect asking us for financial support. Then there must be give and take for it to be reasonable, right?" Namgung Yin said in an arrogant voice full of mockery. "For example, Guluin should also demonstrate some new kung fu technique, shouldn't it?" Yongfeng was truly angry hearing this. Brows furrowed tight. Yongfeng lowered his head in thought. "Looks like I can't refuse." A voice rang out. Let our seventh brother exchange a few moves. In the courtyard appeared a young man holding a staff. Speaking up, "I am Namgung Xuanwu." Yongfeng humbly clasped his hands. "Please advise," Namgung Yin said contemptuously. "Planning to use bare hands to deal with the staff?" Namgung he also chimed in. "We only told him to demonstrate staff techniques." He actually understood it literally. Namgung Xuanwu suddenly spun the staff in his hand into a circle, spinning fast then attacking. Yongfeng's body was agile. Leaping forward, Namgung Xuanwu delivered a powerful blow downwards, but was shocked to find Yongfeng's figure had disappeared at some point. His blow shattered a large patch of the ground. In the blink of an eye, Yongfeng appeared behind Namgung Xuanwu, whispering, "Excuse me." He lightly tapped the acupoint on the back of the opponent's neck with one hand. Namgung Xuanwu was controlled. Consciousness gradually blurred. Then both person and staff collapsed to the ground. Namgung Xuanwu fell flat, body hitting the ground hard, unconscious on the spot. A burst of surprised shouts rang out. "Just one move." Heat Sangyin stepped forward, clasping his hands in greeting. His deep voice echoed throughout the courtyard. "I also want to exchange a move." Namgung he was slightly startled, eyes flashing. "That's great. If it's the lightning swordsman Heat Sangyun, perhaps he can deal with him." Yongfeng frowned slightly, glancing at the opponent. Yongfeng clasped his hands, eyes cold, saying, "Please advise." Above were ancient mossy roofs. Heat Sangyun staggered, face pale. How is it possible? He was knocked flying by Yongfeng, body spinning in the air, then falling with a thud to the ground. Namgung Yin and Namgung, he were both shocked. Heat Sangyun actually only lasted 7 moves. Then even if we personally take action, I'm afraid it's hard to have a chance of winning. A moment later, Namgung Yin slowly sat back down on the stone bench, fingers tapping lightly on the armrest, coldly saying, "If this matter spreads out, I'm afraid it will be very troublesome." Namgung he pondered, tone calm, but unable to hide the worry. "It's also possible they deliberately sent only him to hold leverage over us." Namgung Yin gritted his teeth. "No matter what, wait for father and big brother to return. We must report this matter." Namgung he beside him couldn't hide his panic. Face pale, voice trembling. "If we leave it like this, our Namgung family might become a laughingstock for the world. This time we must wash away the humiliation we suffered." Their inner thoughts surged like an undercurrent. Guluin Sect. You just wait. Scene shifts to Guluin Inn. In a quiet room, a low voice rang out. "Today is the 20th day since we started distributing flyers," Sushi said gloomily. "Since stopping the free meals, customers have become much scarcer." Feng Qi beside her had calm eyes. "But compared to before, it's still more than double." Sushi looked over at Chao Yujing and Yun Long, sighing, "Fewer freeloaders. Brother Baiyu also has more time to learn." Xiaoming beside her heard that. Turning his head, half-jokingly said, voice carrying a hint of thoughtfulness, "It's time to try a different promotion method." Sushi was excited, eyes flashing. "Another method?" Xiaoming said slowly. "Instead of distributing flyers, why not let people spread the word for us?" Sushi was a bit stunned, asking in surprise, "People?" Xiaoming raised his hand, making a gesture pointing to the sky, face confident and insightful. "Depending on the situation, the visit of a famous figure will bring greater effect than dozens of ordinary guests, because it can create a much bigger buzz." Sushi's voice couldn't hide her excitement. "You mean sending invitations?" Xiaoming shook his head, voice slow but decisive. "Whatever method is used, just inviting them here is enough. The more famous the person, the wider their connections, the greater the effect." Luo Chu slowly poured a cup of tea, glanced over and asked, "Have you thought of anyone yet?" Xiaoming nodded slightly, eyes shining with intelligence. "Yes, there is such a person." His low voice continued to ring out. "Moreover, that person absolutely cannot refuse my invitation." Scene shifts to the Zhuge family. The head of the Zhuge family narrowed his eyes, intently reading each line in the letter, muttering, "If so, then," a look of dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes, thinking, "This is clearly calling me over to help advertise." A young and beautiful lady walked in, snatched the letter and held it high. Face immediately radiant. "It's the brat Xiaoming calling me." Madame Zhuge, Su Songling, smiled slightly, eyes gentle. "Then we must go immediately." He thought, this brat definitely calculated that I would respect his mother, would definitely show up. The head of the Zhuge family hurriedly stood up, awkwardly whispering, "Wife, I'm not free right now." She immediately turned around, eyes sharp as knives, shouting, "What did you say?" Su Songling pointed at him, trembling with anger. "You dared to let Xiaoming leave home while I wasn't here, arbitrarily letting him go." I toss and turn every night, unable to sleep worrying about Xiaoming. The carriage clattered on the stone road. A low and respectful voice came from outside the carriage. "We're almost there." Hearing that, Madame Zhuge immediately became happy, poking her head out. "Where? Where?" Seeing the ancient and hidden in the forest, Su Songling pointed ahead, excitedly cheering. "Over there, Kunloon." At this moment, inside the inn, Xiaoming was sitting alone, head bowed, looking at the words on the letter. She rushed in like the wind, arms wide open. "Mingya!" Xiaoming was startled, standing up abruptly, seeing the familiar woman in front of him, eyes shining with emotion. "Mother!" The two hugged each other in the small room. Feelings suppressed for so long instantly burst out. "Oh, my child!" Xiaoming constantly called out. "Mother!" After the short reunion, Su Songling suddenly lowered her voice. "Is there anyone in this world who leaves home abruptly like you?" Xiaoming laughed awkwardly. "Father said he would report it for me." So she immediately asked worriedly, "So do you have any illness?" Xiaoming hurriedly replied, "I'm fine." "Mother." Su Songling continued to ask with concern, "How is the food?" Xiaoming hurriedly nodded, smiling softly, "I eat very well." She crossed her arms over her chest, sternly asked, "Have you been drinking all night lately?" Xiaoming laughed forcefully. How could there be such a thing? A calm voice rang out from behind. "You can rest assured. Xiaoming is very hardworking." The head of the Zhuge family slowly walked over. Smile gentle. "All right, didn't you say we came here to enjoy delicious food? Then let's try it first." Xiaoming hurriedly extended his hand, respectfully inviting, "Father, please sit." Just then, Sushi came out from inside, holding a menu in her hand, gently saying, "This is the inn's menu. Please take a look." Su Songling clasped her hands, eyes shining. "Oh my, this young lady is so beautiful. I wonder how old you are this year." Xiaoming was startled, hurriedly interjecting to explain, "Mother, she is the owner of this inn." She immediately interrupted, waving her hand. "You step aside a bit." Suonsis Maïd politely replied, "Madam, this humble girl is 19 years old this year." Su Songling Bolin Get, voice lowered, eyes deep. "Just right, 2 years difference." She continued, "I'll rely on you in the future. This brat Xiaoming looks lazy, but has a good heart." Suonsev lash slightly. "Not at all, not at all. It is I who have been taken care of by the young master." Sunlight pierced through the tile gaps, sprinkling warm golden streaks on the ground. Meanwhile, the head of the Zhuge family remained silent, eyes deep. He looked at the 8 dishes in front of him, deep voice saying, "This is the most delicious steamed meat I have ever eaten in my life." Su Songling beside him was also enjoying a bowl of hot noodles. She held up her chopsticks, squinting in surprise. This bowl of noodles really defies description. Truly not something of a mortal world. By the time she came to her senses, she had unwittingly drunk all the broth. Su Songling spoke softly. "So, mother is truly very moved." Xiaoming asked happily, "Really, mother?" She nodded, voice becoming unusually gentle. After returning, mother will definitely spread the news about this place to the whole world. A happy voice rang out in the quiet atmosphere. Then it wasn't in vain for parents to travel a long way here. Su Songling rubbed her chin. "However, before that, I must stay for a few more days. Taste all the new dishes first." The head of the Zhuge family changed expression. "WH what?" Scene shifts to outside the inn. Everyone stood still, faces gloomy. Chow Yujing said in a deep voice, "From tomorrow, there will be more new dishes. Need a large amount of wild vegetables. You guys go up the mountain. Pick the types I instructed." She sat down, pointing at the wild vegetables. "This is moss. This is ice plant. This is fern. This is shepherd's purse. There's also yellow ginseng. Water butterfly. Tiger head vegetable. Water celery. Feng chi stood by, lips pressed tight, eyes full of bewilderment. We are martial artists. Huang Long beside him was also panicked. Even this kind of work has to be done. The heavy atmosphere was suddenly broken. Lung Xiaoping raised his hand strongly. This sudden action made everyone stunned, looking at each other, laughing awkwardly. Seems Big Brother has something to say. Big Brother, just say it, don't be shy. When his deep voice rang out, the other two's faces turned pale. How much is enough to pick? Gao Zuding Ziplit Gan Li. The more the better. He nodded slowly. We will do our best. Scene shifts to a desolate and quiet forest. Wind rustled the leaves. Chun-Sin pouted arrogantly. No matter how hard you try, you won't pick more than me. But just try. Lung Xiaoping replied coldly. Then let's split up for now. Gather after picking. The two turned their backs, walking in two opposite directions. Feng Chi changed expression, gritting his teeth. Where did the Lung Xiaoping known as the cold-blooded man I knew go? Sunlight pierced through the canopy, weaving dappled light and dark streaks on the ground. Footsteps slowly moved forward. Yong Feng calculated silently. Walking a bit more will reach the mountain base. Suddenly, a strange sound rang out, accompanied by a terrified scream, like tearing apart the silence of the entire forest. Help! Yong Feng immediately rushed towards the source of the sound. Yong Feng's shadow whizzed through the tree trunks, feet stepping on roots and boulders, not stopping for a moment. Yong Feng jumped down from a high branch, landing lightly. Yong Feng was terrified to the extreme. Why? In front of him was a man being torn apart by a giant spider. Fresh blood dyed the ground red. The spider's mouth was still gnawing on the person's corpse, throat emitting low growling sounds, like the sound of sharp teeth crushing bones and flesh. Yong Feng stood frozen. He frowned, horrified, uttering a few words. Human-faced spider? Memories flooded back like a tide. Ventiusi said in a deep voice. Yong Feng, have you heard about the human-faced spider? Yong Feng looked up, eyes shining with curiosity. What is that, senior brother? Vingtuk Viplit Sholemni. It is a species of spider living in caves, deep in the valley slopes. To the west, heard that its head bears a human face, but the body is a giant spider. Ventiusi's hoarse voice still echoed in his head. The power on this mountain is very strong. Sometimes there are beasts that eat humans to increase their internal energy, turning into monsters. Elder Bai Song also saw it from afar once. Yong Feng replied, hard to believe. Yong Feng put the heavy luggage on his back down on the ground, both hands clenched into fists. He thought to himself, I can't save that person, but at least I must prevent the sacrifice of innocent lives in the future. The spider hissed continuously, crawling closer step by step. Its blood-red eyes flashed with cold light. This guy looks delicious. Suddenly, the giant body of the spider rushed forward, flying into the air like an arrow. Time to eat. Yong Feng clenched his two fists tight. Wind roared around his body. Yong Feng utilized the internal energy tempered from the Yunlong style. Both hands began to rotate. Streams of fiery red power converged in his palms. He focused his consciousness on his palms and suddenly pushed out. Fire Wind Palm. A powerful stream of fire energy spewed from Yong Feng's hand, rushing straight toward the spider. Red light tore through the air. Smoke and dust filled the air. Yong Feng breathed heavily, forehead beaded with sweat. Hit it! A giant black shadow rushed out as fast as lightning. It was almost unharmed. Only the outer shell was slightly scorched. Yong Feng retreated in panic. Unharmed, the spider's long leg raised high. The leg, sharp as a reaper's scythe, chopped down. Yong Feng had to use his sword to struggle to block. Yong Feng gritted his teeth tight, hand holding the sword, trembling slightly. Thinking, the power is truly terrifying. A few more moves. The sword will break. Quick as lightning, the spider leg chopping down suddenly retracted, then unexpectedly circled around Yong Feng's head, sweeping like a giant whip. Several logs fell from the sky. interlocking to trap the spider in the middle. A tremor. Dust rose thickly. In the thick smoke, its figure appeared. The giant body still stood tall, not falling. Blood-red eyes constantly darted around, looking for the target. Hissing continuously. Suddenly, Yongfeng appeared high above. "I'm here, monster." Yongfeng raised his hand, gritting his teeth. "Sword has no effect. Then I'll use palm strikes." A raging fire exploded, striking down from the sky. Rocks around instantly shattered. Yongfeng panted, thinking, "I used all my internal energy earlier. It absolutely cannot block it." But from within the rubble, a hoarse wheezing sound rang out. The hideous head of the spider poked out again. It growled. This move hurt quite a bit. Words just finished. The spider suddenly looked up, opening its mouth to spray a stream of dark green liquid. Yongfeng's face changed drastically, hurriedly leaning to dodge. The stream of viscous liquid grazed past his ear, splashing onto a large rock behind. Yongfeng was both terrified and angry. That rock immediately emitted white smoke, sizzling, then melted into a puddle of mud. Yongfeng's spine went cold. Truly a disgusting monster. Bronze skin and iron bones, cutting iron like mud, and has venom that melts even stone. Yongfeng's body froze. Eyes became blurry. A thought flashed. "I'm dead. Was I poisoned?" Yongfeng clasped his hands into a circle, closing eyes to concentrate. At this moment, I can only drain the remaining bit of internal energy to detoxify. It stared at Yongfeng, throat emitting growls, like a hunter enjoying a dying prey. Yongfeng frowned and gritted his teeth, heart unwilling, praying, "Ba. I'm not afraid of death. Only regret not being able to eliminate this monster. How many more people will become its victims?" Suddenly, from afar came the sound of footsteps on grass. Chun-san said in a deep voice, "There are only a few weeds here." Yongfeng opened his eyes in horror, shouting loudly, "That brother over there! Dangerous!" Yongfeng desperately waved his hand as signal, looking at the person who just appeared. "Leave here quickly." But Chun-san walked leisurely, eyes indifferently looking around. Just then, the monster appeared right in front of him. Chun-san's eyes narrowed slightly. What the hell is this? Human head? How many legs exactly? A sharp leg raised high. The leg flashed with cold light, like the scythe of the reaper. Yongfeng shouted loudly, "Dangerous!" A leg chopped down on Chun-san's head. But Chun-san's head was hard as rock. The spider looked confused. Couldn't cut through? Chun-san raised his hand. The spider leg, sharp as a spear, was chopped off neatly. Black blood sprayed everywhere. The spider hissed in pain, giant body retreating, then leaped high up. From the air, it opened its mouth wide, spraying straight down a stream of green venom. However, Chun-san still stood still, not moving at all, until the venom was about to touch him. A kick was suddenly launched, kicking the stream of venom flying far away accurately. The spider was stunned in place with fear. Chun-san huffed coldly, voice hoarse and low. "Filthy thing." Chun-san's face was emotionless, spitting indiscriminately. It panicked. "Are you really human? What exactly are you?" Chun-san raised his fist, gritting his teeth. "Die." A powerful punch struck straight at its head. The spider howled in pain. Chun-san quickly rushed forward, smirking. Legs are quite numerous too. A red streak of light shot down. Its head flew off. Fresh blood sprayed everywhere. Looking at the devastated scene, Chun-san frowned. "Stinks so much." His eyes suddenly looked down. A round bead rolled to his feet. Chun-san picked it up, asked in confusion, "What is this?" Yongfeng said from behind, "Seems to be an internal core." Yongfeng respectfully clasped his fists and introduced, "I am Yongfeng of Kunloon. Thank you, brother, for saving me." Yongfeng's hoarse voice rang out. "This kindness, I really don't know how to repay." Chun-san muttered the word kindness. Chun-san suddenly smirked, leaning close to him. Deep voice, Chun-san's sharp eyes swept over. "Pay back right now." Yongfeng clenched his hands, eyes determined, tone serious. "Please let me know what needs to be done." When Chun-san opened his mouth, Yongfeng frowned, face full of confusion. "Now I will tell you the names of wild vegetables." Chun-san sat down, pointing at the wild vegetables laid on the ground. "This is moss, ice plant, fern, shepherd's purse, yellow ginseng, water butterfly, tiger head vegetable, water celery. Pick all of these and bring them back here." Yongfeng was bewildered, frowning in confusion. "I also know a little about mountain vegetables." but repaying kindness this way, is it okay? Chun Sin waved his hand indifferently. That's enough. Yongfeng caught the internal core, flying towards him. Yongfeng asked in a deep voice. Brother doesn't need the internal core? Chun Sin calmly turned and walked away, saying casually, do whatever you want with it. Chun Sin stood silently in front of the shattered corpse of the spider. Black blood spreading. Chun Sin muttered hoarsely to himself. Spider meat, huh? Wonder if it tastes good. Scene shifts. Gulunin. A white cloth spread on the ground, covered with various mountain vegetables. A low voice rang out. How is it? I picked quite a lot, didn't I? Another person chimed in. Seems I picked more. Next, Lung Xiaoping walked over leisurely. You guys are too sloppy. Lung Xiaoping sat down, opened a cloth bag, pouring out a pile of fresh wild vegetables piled high like a mountain. Sounds of admiration rang out around. So many. Huang Long's eyes went wide. Curiously asked, Big brother, where did you dig them? Lung Xiaoping laughed heartily. Don't be greedy. You'll die. A voice in his head rang out. My big brother has become weird. Who would be greedy for this stuff? Lung Xiaoping slid to the side. A voice echoed from beside him. Kidding me? A large cloth bag fell with a thud to the ground. A disdainful voice rang out. If a man takes action, at least get this much. Lung Xiaoping burst into laughter. Indeed, Brother Chun San is still formidable. Yongfeng slowly walked over from behind. I surprised. Unexpectedly, he is a waiter at Guluin Inn. From afar, a familiar voice echoed. You guys are back. On the table in front. 2 cups of tea were steaming hot. Yin Long crossed his arms. Tone serious. So that's how it is. It was a human-faced spider? Yongfeng hurriedly nodded. Thanks to Chun San, I managed to keep my life. Yongfeng suddenly frowned, face showing worry. But where have Master and the senior brothers gone? Yin Long nodded. Eyes deep. They have a mission. Went to Sichuan. Perhaps they are on their way back now. After completing the mission, they will return to the sect. Yongfeng suddenly spoke loudly. Elder, there's one thing. Yin Long said in a deep voice. Just say it. Yongfeng clenched his hands. Seriously said, Can I transmit the Yunlong style to others? A heavy silence covered the area. Yin Long replied calmly. After all, it was originally to repay the kindness received from Guluin. Let's decide on that. Yongfeng immediately replied happily. Thank you, Elder. Yongfeng happily replied. Then I bid farewell to return to the sect. Yongfeng immediately turned to leave. Yin Long sat quietly, cold eyes silently watching. Yongfeng slowly walked into the forest. He smiled, thinking to himself, if I can transmit the Yunlong style outside, it will be very beneficial for the revival of Guluin. The swordsmanship of the Namgung family will not be difficult to counter anymore. Suddenly, a strong wind swept through. As if something tore through the air. Yongfeng, Yin Long suddenly appeared. Calling him back, Yongfeng stood stunned in surprise. Elder? Yin Long said in a deep voice. Take one more thing. Yongfeng stopped, turning to look at Yin Long. In his eyes was unconcealable surprise. What? Sunlight pierced through the leaves. The low voice continued to ring out. When I reached the rejuvenation realm, I thought I had forgotten everything. Guluin's martial arts. But over time, memories of Master gradually returned. Yin Long extended his hand. Deep voice, let me see your sword. Yongfeng hesitated slightly, then slowly placed his hand on the sword hilt. Yes, Elder. Yin Long touched the blade with his hand. Voice calm but full of majesty. Shaoqing sword art. Falling flower sword art. Tracing sword art. Cold plum 13 swords. Swimming dragon sword art. True flow 5 elements sword. 4 paths splitting light sword. These are all essences of famous sword arts. Yin Long took the sword. Expression solemn. You must remember carefully. And pass it all on to Guluin. Yongfeng nodded solemnly. Yes, Elder. Yin Long's steps were light as a breeze. But the internal energy around began to vibrate violently. The origin of the world is thought. From Yin Long's body, streams of internal energy swirled out. Thought gives birth to form. Form gives birth to transformation. Yin Long swung the long sword. But all the most important things are hidden in the formless. Form reveals meaning. Meaning guides the way of the sword. Streaks of sword light spun in space. Yin Long's sword was stirring up the whole sky. Yongfeng's mouth gaped in shock. Majestic and magnificent. No, it is breathtaking. But I must focus my mind. Cannot miss a single bit. Yin Long extended his hand. The long sword shot up into the sky, as if wanting to touch the 9 heavens. Power converged and spun in the wind. The center of the giant storm was absolute silence, like the deep sea bottom without a ripple. Yin Long swung each sword stroke down. Moreover, even the operation of the sun, moon, and stars contains the power of the formless. That power is infinite and endless. Accepting it is the Tao of non-action. A streak of sword light flashed, tearing the sky apart. The sky was hazy with smoke. A circle of sword light was drawn on the ground, surrounding Yin Long, like a magic formation, emitting light like the creation of the world. Yong Feng clenched his 2 fists, tears streaming down. My tears won't stop flowing. Yin Long held the sword, eyes sharp as if able to pierce the soul of the person opposite. Using a deep and decisive voice, you must remember carefully, as long as one is single-minded in progress, anyone can comprehend this sword art. Yong Feng received it with both hands, as if receiving a sacred divine weapon. Voice emotional beyond control. Yes, Elder. So what is the name of this sword art? Yin Long looked up at the distant horizon, eyes seeming to sink into the past years. Its name is Tai Su Dragon Slaying Sword Art. Yong Feng clenched his hands. Unbelievable. Tai Su Dragon Slaying Sword Art. The name of the sword art, taken from the Taoist name of the benefactor master, dragon, slaying, immortal. Just like that, the supreme sword art of Kunloon. Also one of the 3 great orthodox sword arts famous in the martial world, was born from the disciple's memory of his master. Scene shifts. Kunloon. A low voice continued to ring out. My son. All right. Xiaoming laughed forcefully. Mother. Father is still waiting over there. Mother has hugged me for the 3rd time already. From the carriage came the low shout of a man. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up. Su Songling impatiently turned back to shout. Really? Coming right now. However, just as she sat in the carriage, she still tried to lean out the window, constantly waving, as if reluctant to leave. Take care. Xiaoming smiled. My parents will definitely help spread the reputation. They are completely captivated by brother by Yu's cooking skills. Sushi walked to Xiaoming's side, breathing a sigh of relief, a slight smile on her lips. That's great then. Xiaoming continued, eyes a bit distant. So far, everything is progressing smoothly, but there is still a group of people. We must. Xiaoming focused his mind, sitting down at the table to discuss. My parents will probably mainly promote to people of the same generation. In other words, we also need to promote Kunloon into the youth. Sushi tilted her head, pondering. So how do we reach the youth? Xiaoming continued. Just like before, we must utilize the reputation of a famous person. Liu Kufroned, asking in a deep voice. Do you have anyone in mind yet? Xiaoming said slowly but decisively. Shimin family. Yin Long frowned. Shimin family? One of the 5 great families? The clan in Hangzhou? Xiaoming immediately replied. That's right. Xiaoming nodded. The family head is about to hold a birthday banquet. Suonse froned slightly. But what does this have to do with the youth? Aren't the guests at the birthday banquet mostly people of the same generation? A gentle and beautiful image appeared in Xiaoming's mind. Clear eyes, but flashing with sharp light. Xiaoming continued. The head of the Shimin family has only one unique daughter. Now she has reached marriageable age. So countless people are eyeing the position of her husband. It can be affirmed. In this banquet, young heroes from all over will flock there. He smiled, excitedly said, the target we aim for is the young lady of the Shimin family. If we can invite her to our inn, our reputation will immediately spread far and wide. Not to mention those trying to curry favor with her will follow. Luo Chu heard this, eyes flashing with brilliance. Deep voice. Then the most suitable person to go is this old man. Xiaoming laughed forcefully. Senior, forgive me for speaking frankly, but this time, brother, you must personally take action. After all, many young figures are gathered there. Liu Kufroned angrily. Calling me old? Chao Yujing said in a deep voice from behind. You are an elder. Should also have the appearance of an elder. Sushi spoke up to ask. So what about the kitchen? Chao Yujing's face became serious. You guys rest assured. I will look after the kitchen carefully. Yin Long said in a deep voice. Chun-san, you come along too. Chun-san replied coldly. Yin Long looked around once more, pondering. So who will protect the inn? Liu suddenly stood up, patting his chest and laughing loudly. I will stay to guard. You guys rest assured. He breathed a sigh of relief. Then thank you, Luo Chu said in a deep voice. Thank what? Why be polite between friends? Chao Yujing stood by with a panicked face. Really hard to adapt to this. Blue sky, white clouds. Sun shining. In front of the inn, Yin Long and Chun San had dressed neatly. Quietly setting off. Sushi waved from behind. Safe travels. Scene shifts to Daming Escort Agency in Hefei, considered the largest escort agency in the Jiangnan region. Agency head Yu Jingjia swept his eyes over the team of escorts lined up neatly, slowly speaking in a calm voice. Is a convoy ready? Have all the escorts arrived? The subordinate holding the list standing next to him immediately bowed to report. Sir Agency head, a total of 62 people have confirmed their presence. He waved his hand slightly, decisively ordered. Set off, set off. Amidst the sound of moving wheels and saddles, a worried voice rang out from behind. Do you really intend to offer all these precious medicinal herbs and silks to the Shiman family? Eugene Jia did not turn his head. Voice hoarse but full of weight. Do I have any other choice? He tightened the reins, urging the horse to the front of the group. Pointing back, look at that brat. The subordinate looked, seeming to understand something. Trembling. So you want to become the son-in-law of the Shiman family? The son, although not young, had the mind of a child, holding a pinwheel spinning in the wind. Giggling, Eugene Jia said in a deep voice. No matter what, he is my only son. Miss Shiman Hui is also not a bad wife. The subordinate said worriedly. But marriage is not a small matter. Moreover, the Shiman family lacks no treasures. What if the gifts don't catch their eye? He immediately frowned, speaking in a gloomy voice. That is not something you should worry about. Just do your duty well. The person immediately bowed his head. Yes, this subordinate misspoke. Eugene Jia quietly looked into the distance, eyes darkening, thinking, do you think I haven't thought about that? I still have a trump card. Light resembling a dancing dragon and phoenix surrounded the blade. His inner voice rang out. Among the 10 great wonders of the martial world, there is an item called the Overlord Saber. Now it is in my hands, at the birthday banquet of the Shiman family head. If I bring this item out, they certainly cannot refuse. Eugene Jia tightened the reins, eyes showing determination. Anyway, I don't have the aptitude to practice martial arts. Keeping this item is just a waste. If it can be used for this matter, isn't it better? Suddenly, a rain of arrows poured down like a waterfall from both sides of the mountain. Subordinates screamed in pain. Fresh blood soaked their armor. They struggled to resist, shouting hoarsely, Ambush! Is it bandits? Protect the agency head. A subordinate raised a shield to block arrows, exerting all strength, shouting loudly like thunder. Who dares to touch the Daming Escort Agency? Show yourselves. Right at that moment, from both sides of the cliff, a group of masked men rushed down simultaneously. The group of men in black charged together. One of them shouted in a deep voice, If you don't want to die, leave all the goods and get lost. His subordinate was fearless, sword unsheathed, cold steel reflecting murderous intent. Just a dozen guys dare to be insolent? Kill them. The masked man's eyes were sharp. Can 100 dogs fight against one tiger? Finished speaking, he swung a slash. The guard's shield broke in half like rotten wood. The group of men in black immediately swarmed up, swords and blades clashing chaotically, every slash carrying ruthless power. Blood splashed everywhere. Eugene Jia's face was pale, cold sweat pouring out. In just the blink of an eye, so many people have fallen. The subordinate blocking in front gritted his teeth. Agency head, the situation is not good. You hurry and leave here. He hadn't recovered yet. A voice suddenly rang out from behind. No way. Why turn this way? Yinlong walked over leisurely. They are about to die. Don't you see? One of the men in black darkened his face, aggressively saying, Who are they? Are those guys crazy? Another one raised a shining sword, tone full of murderous intent and mockery. If you don't want to die, pretend you saw nothing. Walk straight. Consider it this great master showing mercy and sparing your lives. A figure flashed past as fast as lightning. Chun Sen rushed over like a ghost. A cold palm strike hit straight into that guy's stomach. He didn't even have time to react. Eyes wide open, mouth gaping in heart-rending pain. When did he attack? The group of men in black were terrified. Who is he? Not an ordinary person. Chun Sen smirked, raising his fist. Coldly said, Too much nonsense. Eugene Jia still didn't understand what was happening. Heart full of confusion, Yin Long remained calm, slowly saying, "At least they can't continue killing innocent people anymore." Chun Sin stood in the middle of the battlefield. Under his feet were the fallen men in black. Not a single one moved. Indifferently said, "None of them are decent." Eugene panicked and walked quickly over. "Thank you, sir. How can I repay this kindness?" Yin Long turned around. Deep voice, "We didn't do this to seek reward. No need to bother." Finished speaking, Yin Long leaped away. "Chun-san, let's go." That subordinate was still stunned. Voice trembling. Who exactly are they? Could they be people of the heavenly demon sect? Those who only appear when the martial world is in chaos. Groans of pain from the men in black rang out. Eugene Jia clenched his hands. Eyes gloomy. First, we must think of a way to deal with them. Scene shifts. A giant Buddha statue covered in moss appeared in the ancient forest. Ing Tianbao walked heavily over. He clenched his hands tight. Streams of red internal energy radiated, wrapping thickly around his body. The Buddha statue's foot suddenly shook. A door opened accordingly. Ing Tianbao slowly walked down the secret passage. A cold voice rang out. "Ing Tianbao has arrived?" He said in a deep voice. "Lord Zhong Likong, I have good news and bad news." Zhong Likong, a mysterious figure craving the 10 great wonders of the martial world. Behind him is a huge force. Tell the bad news first. When the voice rang out, Zhong Likong's expression changed. The demon sword is dead. 10 swordsmen were all killed. Zhong Likong asked, "So what about the rest?" Zhong Likong's eyes turned from indifferent to ice cold, like an invisible blade slicing through flesh. "Want to die?" Shimin Hui widened her eyes in shock. "That look? Why at this exact moment?" Yin Long, who was leisurely picking food beside her, suddenly spoke up. "That won't do." Chun Sin turned around, smiling said, "Looks like I have to find other delicious food to eat." The girl trembled. A moment later, seeming unable to suppress it anymore, Shimin Hui burst into tears, tears flowing like rain. The scene shifts to a small courtyard at the foot of the mountain. Sounds of fists and feet colliding powerfully and decisively. He threw a young master to the ground, head of the Shimin family. Shimin Shi, standing there leisurely. A young master struggled to stand up. Clasping hands respectfully said, "Today I have learned and comprehended a lot. Thank you, family head, for the guidance." He laughed heartily. Indeed worthy of young Master D. Always straightforward like that. Truly a promising talent. The young master scratched his head, smiling brightly. Family head praises too much. Shimin Shi leisurely sat down on the chair, smile full of hidden meaning. "I will keep an eye on you more." Young Master D bowed. "Thank you, family head." He glanced at the crowd behind, laughing secretly in his belly. "See? The position of future number 1 son-in-law is mine." The person at the front of the line turned back to gossip. This act of being beaten into enlightenment. "Who can't act it out?" Another person said, "Not pretending like that will lose points." The person beside pouted. "So that's how it is." A voice suddenly rang out. "Must be very painful, right?" The person above showed clear dissatisfaction. "If you're afraid, retreat to the back." Shimin Shi felt surprised. Shimin Shi frowned, sharp eyes directed towards the source of the voice. "A strange young man. Where are you from?" Yin Long clasped his hands behind his back. Appearance leisurely. "I come from Guluan Inn." His expression changed. "What? Inn?" He thought. "I definitely heard wrong." Shimin Shi took the paper handed over. "Open it to see. What is this?" Yin Long said calmly, "A gift." The words on the invitation appeared. He stroked his chin. Shimin Shi gritted his teeth. "This matter is truly difficult to resolve." "You come from an inn?" Yin Long replied, "That's right. I am a chef." A wave of shock rose in the crowd. "What?" Chun-san was still chewing, casually wiping his mouth. Calmly said, "I am waiter Chun-san." His face began to change. A flame of anger smoldered in his heart. "These guys, looks like I have to teach them a worthy lesson." But Yin Long remained calm. "If you visit, I will treat you to a sumptuous meal." Shimin Shi slowly sat down, crossing his legs, deep voice saying, "Fine." He smiled and said, "Since you're here, do you two want to exchange pointers a bit?" Yin Long shouted loudly. "Very willing." He thought, "You're dead for sure." Yin Long looked up, looking straight at him. "But I have a condition." Shimin Shi said in a deep voice. "Say it." Yin Long spoke up. "If we withstand 3 of your moves, tomorrow you must come with us to Guluan Inn." Hearing his next sentence, Shimin Shi turned pale with shock. Of course, the young lady must also come along. Shiminchi's face changed slightly. Murderous intent exploded. Majestic face covered by dark clouds. What kind of person do these guys take me for? Must let them taste my power. He gritted his teeth tight, clenching his fist. Veins popping out. Shiminchi looked at his fist, gritting his teeth. Fine. Since it's a joyous day, I will only use 20% of my internal energy. His body moved like the wind, suddenly rushing forward, swinging a punch, tearing through the air. Take this. Yinlong still stood there calmly, just gently raising his hand to block. Shiminchi paused slightly. Yinlong withdrew his hand. Deep voice saying, one move. Shiminchi laughed forcefully. Seems you have some skill. Very good. Internal energy on the fist began to turn purple, vaguely with electric snakes circling. Shiminchi gritted his teeth, eyes burning with fighting spirit. This makes it interesting. He thought, I must increase to 40% internal energy. Yinlong calmly raised his hand to catch it again. 2 moves. The air in the hall seemed to stagnate. Everyone around was bewildered. Eyes terrified. This. Shiminchi was furious. Eyes like torches. Shiminchi shouted loudly. Just now was just a joke. Now if I use a bit of internal energy, it's okay, right? Yinlong replied calmly. Up to you. He channeled internal energy. Murderous intent erupted. Up to me? So arrogant. Internal energy burned fiercely, rolling like thunder on the fist. Everyone panicked. Are you doing it for real? Too dangerous. Shiminchi clenched his fist, thinking in panic. Damn it. I originally intended to use only 50% internal energy, but accidentally used too much force. Can't take it back now. That punch was like a meteor breaking a mountain. Striking straight at Yinlong's chest. Yinlong calmly extended a finger to touch it. Shiminchi couldn't believe it, thinking, my internal energy disappeared, like it was sucked away. Yinlong withdrew his 2 fingers. Deep voice saying, 3 moves passed. Shiminchi retreated half a step in horror. Who exactly are you? A round of applause rang out. So the family head released the move and retracted the internal energy at the same time. Truly a peerless master. Shiminchi heard that. Face darkened. Eyes empty. Do I look like that? Shiminchi tried to maintain his composure, forcing a smile. Little brother indeed has extraordinary ability. Very interesting. According to the agreement, I will come to your inn to visit. No one noticed. When he glanced at Chun-san, a malicious glint flashed in his eyes. However, I must deal with that guy a bit first. Shiminchi raised his hand to signal. Do you also want to test your skills with me? Chun-san crossed his arms, smirking. Competing again? Shiminchi held up 3 fingers. Deep voice saying, not difficult. Just withstanding 3 moves is enough. Don't worry. I will go easy. But in his heart he thought, I will beat you to a pulp. Chun-san clenched his fist. Cold smile. I also use fists. Is that okay? Shiminchi was purple with rage, but still faked a smile. Of course. Shiminchi thought. Just a waiter daring to be rude to me. His eyes swept over. I will teach you a lesson to remember. Let you taste my strongest punch. Tremble. This is all brought upon yourself. Shiminchi stomped his foot strongly. The ground cracked. Violent internal energy rose like a tidal wave. Shiminchi clenched his fist. Purple internal energy surrounded it. Frost divine fist. The crowd was silent, faces full of bewilderment. What is this? In the middle of the courtyard, 2 fists collided like divine weapons. Chun-san remained in his standing posture. Expression natural, face unchanged. The corner of his mouth even lifted into a cold, contemptuous smile. Is this your full power? Shiminchi's arm trembled violently. Blood in his body seemed shocked into flowing backward. Shiminchi let out a cry of pain, retreating 2 steps, then clutching his arm, as if wanting to hold onto every piece of bone about to shatter. My hand. The gossiping crowd outside buzzed even more. Eldest son of the Namgung family. Namgung Yu, face full of bewilderment, slowly approaching. What was going on? At his waist, the emperor's sword lay quietly, the scabbard inlaid with jade reflected golden light. Chun-san clenched his fist. Cold smile. Come here. Now it's your turn to take a move from me. Shiminchi gaped, throat seemingly choked. Behind, Yinlong still had a calm expression. Slowly speaking up. Chun-san, go easy. As soon as the words were spoken, Chun-san slapped him straight in the face. Really? Shimin-shi clutched his face, falling backward. A bun suddenly fell down. Far away, Shimin-hui was still holding chopsticks. Face pale. Father lost in this way? Did I see wrong? Her eyes glanced at Chun, since standing calmly. Moreover, that person is... Shimin-shi lowered his head. Nosebleed dripping. Damn it. Truly a great humiliation. Suddenly, streams of internal energy wrapped around his legs. Shimin-shi turned pale with shock. Everyone collapsed to the ground. The crowd immediately fell into chaos. Screams rang out incessantly. Shimin-hui's face was pale, eyes wide with terror, staggering a few steps, then falling down. Shimin-shi witnessed this scene. Expression changed. Clenching tight. Voice hoarse. My daughter. Shimin-shi's body trembled. Unable to move. Kichong slowly approached. Laughing heartily, he said in a deep voice, anyone who inhales the solitary demon scent, no matter how high their martial arts or internal energy, will not be able to move. But for the poison to take effect, one must be hit by the poison worm first. Then within 2 hours inhale the solitary demon scent. The conditions are quite troublesome, right? Chi-Chong tilted his head, glancing at Namgongyu. Is it that brat? He walked over, eyes flashing with fierce light, still able to rely on luck to regulate breathing to resist. Chi-Chong's rough hand smelling of poison reached out to touch Namgungyu's face. Makes sense. Having a father like the mad martial emperor indeed cannot be underestimated. He drew the long sword. Chi-Chong lowered his head, wide eyes fixed on the blade. Gaze infatuated. Is this the emperor's sword? Appearance truly worthy of a treasure. Namgungyu gritted his teeth and roared. You bastard. Chi-Chong's eyes turned cold. Still struggling? Namgungyu suddenly shut his mouth. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out. Chi-Chong laughed et Namgungyu fell to the ground. Chi-Chong turned around, staring with those dead white eyes. So, you are Shimin-shi. Just then, a stream of bright red nosebleed flowed from Shimin-shi's nose. Jingzi spoke up in confusion. But why the nosebleed? Is that also a symptom of solitary demon scent? Chi-Chong bared his teeth, revealing terrifying yellow teeth, then slowly answered. No, this poison doesn't have that symptom. Interesting. He slowly stepped forward, reaching out to lift his outer robe. Dragon scale body armor. Must be worn inside the clothes, right? Shimin-shi gritted his teeth, whole body trembling. No. Chi-Chong stripped off his shirt. He reached out to gently touch the surface of the armor. Expression infatuated. Another treasure. Suzi, Jingzi, Niuzi, leave this place to me. You guys go to Daming Escort Agency. Get the Overlord Saber. The three answered in unison. Yes. Suddenly, a gloomy voice rang out. Did you guys do this? Seeing Yun Long walking over leisurely, Chi-Chong was shocked to the extreme. Impossible. There's still someone not poisoned? Shuizi quickly rushed over. But at that very moment, an invisible stream of internal energy shot out. Shuizi fell to the ground. Jingzi widened his eyes in horror, staggering back half a step, stuttering, what? What did he just do? I completely didn't see him attack. Niuzi beside him also felt a chill down his spine. A hint of suspicion flashed in his eyes. Does this guy know evil arts? Yin Long stopped in the middle of the courtyard, eyes sharp as swords coldly sweeping over them. From the beginning, I noticed the food had a very strange scent. So it was poison worms? Chi-Chong's face turned pale, trying to muster courage to refute. Nonsense. Poison worms are colorless, odorless, tasteless, impossible to be detected. Once food is eaten and solitary demon scent inhaled, absolutely cannot move. Jingzi flew up. I'll take his head. You go cut his legs. Niuzi also quickly rushed over. But Yinlong quickly dodged. The two panicked. When did he move? Just as they were clumsily searching. A hand cold as steel gripped Chi-Chong's arm tightly, making him shudder. Chi-Chong's whole body trembled. Oh God, a master! This terrifying pressure. I have never felt in my life. Yinlong said in a deep voice. Hand over the antidote. Chi-Chong gritted his teeth, eyes full of murderous intent. But I still have the ultimate move, heaven-destroying 5 poison art. Even if I have to sacrifice an arm. But if I can eliminate a martial arts master of this level, it is absolutely worth it. One of Chi-Chong's arms radiated internal energy. Yinlong's face was cold as ice. Chi-Chong's arm snapped off. Fresh blood sprayed everywhere. He laughed triumphantly like a madman. This is the strongest poison in the world, sealed within my blood vessels. Even a #1 master under heaven. Don't dream of surviving. Dark green power wrapped around Yinlong. Yinlong exhaled a stream of black gas from his mouth. Kichong gupanikt, daring not believe his eyes. He is recovering? Too absurd. This guy is not human. He screamed, "Run quickly. Retreat to save your lives." The two subordinates quickly obeyed and ran away. Chun San suddenly appeared. One subordinate spewed fresh blood from his mouth. The other had his face beaten into deformation. Both fell to the ground. Yinlong gripped Chi Chong's severed arm tightly. Deep voice, hand over the antidote. Chi Chong's face was purple, whole body trembling. Voice hoarse, there is no antidote. After a while it will dissipate on its own. Yinlong didn't blink, eyes deep as an abyss, coldly asking, "Really?" Chi Chong trembled. This is the first time I've experienced such fear. In Chi Chong's head appeared the scene of him falling endlessly, like sinking into an endless abyss. Panic to the extreme, like falling into an abyss, feeling like struggling in a bottomless deep sea, an overwhelming power beyond measure. He stared in pain, then collapsed to the ground. Chun-Sin coldly turned his face away, muttering, "What's wrong with these guys?" Chun-Sin said arrogantly, "I went easy already." Result is they all died. Yinlong said in a deep voice, "Is it poison? I heard in the assassin world some hide poison in their mouths to commit suicide when captured." She sat cross-legged, weak internal energy circulating in his body. All masters I couldn't imagine. Namgung was also bewildered. I have never heard of such masters. Light breeze blew across the clear sky. She stood up, using eyes full of admiration, bowing deeply. Tone sincere. "I really don't know how to thank you properly." Yinlong stood in the courtyard, face cold as ice. Deep voice saying, "I didn't do this expecting repayment. No need to mind." She pondered, 2 fingers rubbing his chin. "But who exactly are you?" "Don't say. I said already. Chef of Guluan Inn." She frowned slightly, sharp eyes evaluating his calm and leisurely appearance. "I should have realized sooner. Don't know the inside story. But this person staying there with the identity of chef seems to be the truth, but absolutely not an ordinary chef." Yin Long stepped forward, voice gentle but decisive. "Please keep your promise." Yin Long dealt with those people in exchange for a promise. In Shi's mind, the invitation he was given appeared clearly. After a moment of silence, he laughed heartily. "Of course, you can rest assured. I will definitely bring my daughter along." Yin Long immediately said, "I have one more favor to ask." Yin Long stroked his chin, recalling the rumor Xiaoming once told. "Could you spread the news that you two will come to Guluan Inn?" Night fell. The first ray of sunlight of a new day pierced through the mountain crevice. In a secret passage beneath the Buddha statue, Ing Tianbao said in a deep voice, "The poison monster failed." A panicked voice rang out from the darkness. "What?" Zhong Likong stepped out, face pale, voice hoarse. "Is he dead?" Ing Tianbao replied, "Not yet. He is imprisoned to the Shimin family. Suzi, Niuzi, Jingzi have all committed suicide. The poison monster's martial arts have reached the super peak level. Regarding poison arts, he is unparalleled in the world. Among the people I know, Suzi, Niuzi, Jingzi are all peak masters." Zhong Likong gritted his teeth. "Just the 3 of them are enough to level a sect. How is it possible?" Ing Tianbao stood beside him, eyes heavy, slowly said, "Heard there are 2 young masters there." Zhong Likong suddenly turned around, shocked to the extreme. "What?" Ing Tianbao said in a deep voice. Not only were they not affected by solitary demon scent, but they also easily controlled those people. Zhong Likong's voice rang out. "Who are they?" Ing Tianbao lowered his voice, stammering, "This." Zhong Likong raised his eyebrows, coldly interrupted. "Right. Of course you couldn't know." Ing Tianbao continued. "Also, this morning, Shi and his daughter set off to the location they designated." Zhong Likong frowned. "Where is that?" Ing Tianbao said in a deep voice. "A place called Guluan Inn, on Guluan Mountain." Zhong Likong repeated, tone full of sarcasm and anger. "In?" Zhong Likong crossed his arms, sinking into thought. Could it be they traveled all the way to Guluan Mountain just to eat a meal? Gulunin. Is it related to Guluan? Or are they plotting something? Ing Tianbao clenched his fist. The poison monster absolutely cannot reveal information. So this is probably a trap targeting us. Zhong Likong gently rubbed his forehead. Eyes gloomy. True. Then we cannot rashly barge in. Ing Tianbao continued. But I know someone very suitable to go scout that place. Do you want to hear? The scene changed. At the foot of the mountain, a giant wild bear stood motionless, looking up at the towering mountain peak. In a secluded small courtyard in the valley, a tall figure carrying a pitch-black iron axe stepped out from the shadows. He swung the axe. Steps heavy. The axe blade reflected the cold light of the sunset, carrying a heavy murderous aura that made the surrounding vegetation tremble slightly. The axe chopped down on the ground. Rubble flew everywhere. Beast Heavenly King, Wang Julong, leader of the 12 Zodiac Gates. His eyes swept over. A small spider spinning silk slowly descended. The small spider slowly crawled onto his shoulder, legs moving slightly. Wang Julong stood motionless, gloomy eyes looking into the distance. His voice, hoarse like thunder, echoed through the valley. The human-faced spider is dead. The spider crawled up lightly. He still stood still, but the murderous aura radiating from his body surged like wild waves. Unbelievable. Its strength is equivalent to a super peak master, yet it was killed. Who exactly did it? Could it be there is a master of this level near Kunloon? Wang Julong suddenly turned around, gripping the handle of the double-bladed axe tightly, roaring angrily like a beast. Who is it? Come out quickly. A figure appeared. Ing Tianbao clasped his hands, bowed slightly, respectfully said, truly worthy of the Beast Heavenly King. Senses are really sharp. His cold eyes swept over the opponent. You know me? Lunin. The atmosphere was much livelier than usual. In the main hall, discussions buzzed. Shimin Shi is coming? Real or fake? Someone replied, it's true. The Shimin family personally announced the news. Probably arriving soon. The main door opened slightly. Morning sunlight flooded in. Sushi stepped out, holding a piece of paper in her hand, lovely face blooming with a bright smile. Welcome, guests. Two guards immediately drew their swords, carefully checking the surroundings, then turned back to report. Nothing unusual. Please, family head. Shimin Hui's eyes were a bit shy, cheeks blushing, so embarrassing. As soon as she entered, whispers immediately rose. That's Shimin Hui. How can she be so beautiful? The fragrance radiating from her. Truly a national beauty and heavenly fragrance. Shimin Shi was amazed when a voice rang out. Long time no see. He turned around abruptly, exclaiming in surprise. Teacher Chow, why are you here? Gao Dueling's my. I'm working as a chef here. Shimin, she turned pale with shock, retreating half a step. What? He was extremely astonished. How could they invite a head chef like her? Shimin, she was still stunned. A hand suddenly patted him lightly. Long time no see. Shimin, she started and turned back. Expression immediately changed, seeing Luo Chu walking over. He was extremely panicked. Shimin, she clasped his hands and bowed. Respectfully said in a deep voice. Elder, drunken immortal. Luo Chu said in a deep voice. Long time no see. Are you well? Shimin, she was a bit confused, but still maintained politeness. I am fine. I wonder why the elder is here. The old man replied. I'm a regular customer here. Also a friend of the chef here. Hearing this, Shimin, she immediately rejoiced, excitedly turning to Chow Yujing, blurting out, oh my. Teacher Chow, could it be you too? Before he finished speaking, Gao Dueling Beluset Lim Sung, hurriedly interrupting, don't misunderstand. Shimin, she suddenly turned around, hearing a voice ring out. Are you well, sir? Shimin, she turned his head. Eyes surprised. You are. Xiaoming bowed slightly. Eyes respectful. Junior Zhuge Xiaoming pays respects to family head Shimin. Shimin, she immediately took a step back, eyes full of horror. Zhuge Xiaoming? Person of the Zhuge family? Why is he here? Xiaoming smiled politely. Appearance leisurely and rustic. This junior is a waiter here. Shimin, she felt like there was an earthquake in his heart. Stunned on the spot. Eyes wide open. What? Hubei's #1 head chef works as a chef? The youngest son of the Zhuge family works as a waiter? Is this still an ordinary inn? Shimin, she hadn't calmed down yet. A voice full of momentum suddenly rang out. Since you've arrived, hurry and take a seat. When seeing Chun-san, he jumped. At this moment, Sushi smiled and stepped out. Chun-san, be a bit enthusiastic with guests. Chun-san said in a deep voice. Please sit. Food was immediately laid out neatly on the table. Xiaoming said gently. The dishes you ordered are here. Xiaoming stepped lightly to the table, respectfully bowing, tone polite yet friendly, wishing the guests a delicious meal. Hope to receive your evaluation of the dishes. She didn't wait a second, immediately picking up a piece and chewing voraciously. Hui also slowly enjoyed. He muttered in surprise, I have never eaten such a dish in my life. There is such a delicacy in the world. Hui also exclaimed, Father, so delicious. She became more addicted the more he ate. Eyes shining, I want to know the name of this dish. Xiaoming couldn't hide his excitement, immediately answering, smoked sour glutinous rice balls. She looked up, mouth still slurping noodles, frowning and repeating, whatever, delicious is enough. Hui dazedly used chopsticks to pick up noodles, eyes full of surprise. These noodles, how to say it, like eating vitality itself. Truly a wonderful flavor. She pondered, nodding while still full of doubt. Even eating it, it's still hard to believe. He secretly glanced at the other waiters. Temporary waiters? No, definitely all masters hiding their talents. In the back kitchen, Huang Long suddenly stood up, one hand rubbing his waist. Big brother, my waist is about to break. Feng Qi stood by, face emotionless, doing things I've never done in my life. Really? Lung Xiaoping leaned on a crutch, standing there calmly. Since we're doing it, do it well. Luo Chu carried a wine jar passing by, a smile on his lips. Just consider it training. Try your best. Lung Xiaoping immediately replied heartily. Yes, senior. She half closed his eyes, letting the soft flavor melt gradually in his mouth. Thinking, so that's it. From a young man named by you. To everyone here, are all disciples of Senior Drunken Immortal. They are exhausted because of undergoing harsh training. He nodded slightly, eyes full of admiration. This must be the senior's painstaking effort for the younger generation. His eyes swept over the dining table, stopping on Chun-san. He was leisurely eating a hot bun, expression cold but calm. Then she turned to his daughter, eyes full of satisfaction and warmth. Looks like a good match too. He slowly approached. Who knows, might even recruit a powerful master as a son-in-law. He patted Chun-san's shoulder lightly. Calling softly, he suddenly turned around, eyes flashing fire. What? Want to fight again? She hurriedly retreated half a step. Mutterin, no, just don't eat buns anymore. And what was it? Stupid. He was secretly confused. What's the dish name again? Chun-san gritted his teeth. Stupid? Right at that moment, a sudden pushing force hit, making his head tilt back, whole body staggering. She clutched his face, trembling. Chun-san smirked. I only hit lightly. Don't overact. The scene changed. At the 12 zodiac gates, a heavy wooden chest was opened. Silver light inside illuminated the whole room. Wang Julong was silent, deep eyes looking at the pile of silver, but without a ripple. Memories flooded back. He asked in a deep voice, so much deposit money. What is the content of the commission? Ing Tianbao said coldly. Investigata on in. Wang Julong didn't understand. In? Sunlight pierced through the door crack. The hoarse voice rang out. That's right. I want to know who comes in and out of that place. And everything happening inside. If the news you bring back is not valuable enough, the transaction ends with this deposit. But if there is important news, I am willing to pay 10 times more. Wang Julong was slightly stunned. Wang Julong clasped his hands in thought. Spending so much silver just to investigate an inn? And this is definitely not an ordinary inn. Outside, a gloomy voice echoed in. Is anyone there? I came to find the beast heavenly king. Wang Julong closed the silver chest. Surprised, today there are so many guests. Someone else came to find me. Wang Julong slowly walked out. A group of masked men, carrying a magnificent sedan chair appeared. Stepped silent. Sima Zongqi waved the fan in his hand, calmly opened his mouth. Pleasure. I am Sima Zongqi of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Night fell. Wang Julong glided swiftly. A loud explosion rang out. Rocks and soil flew everywhere. Wang Julong quickly jumped into the deep pit, landing firmly. Thousands of rats were swarming. Wang Julong gripped the iron axe tight. A light suddenly flashed on his palm. Squeaking sounds of rats rang out. He asked in a deep voice, Where's the Rat King? 2 blood-red eyes slowly lit up in the darkness, like 2 eerie rubies, illuminating the whole space. The Rat King appeared, whole body covered in pitch-black fur, claws sharp, growling angrily. slowly approaching. Wang Julong threw a punch, hitting it until blood splattered. What kind of thing is this? If you're a rat, squeak properly. It let out a weak moan. Squeaking softly, the gloomy voice rang out. I came to give you an important mission, he said slowly. The location is Guluan Inn. Halfway up Guluan Mountain. I give you 5 days. Monitor and report back all movements of everyone living or entering and leaving that place. The Rat King trembled. It hissed a sound, ordering the baby rats. Hundreds of rats quickly rushed away. Wang Julong jumped back to the ground, laughing. I originally intended to investigate the human face spider matter too. This is truly heaven-sent luck. Guluan Inn is commissioned to be investigated by both forces. Up Guluan Inn. A squeak. It looked up at the flow of people passing by. A small rat sneaked through the door crack. A voice rang out. Also okay, Chow Yujing said, if adding a little green onion. The taste will be richer. Sushi held a broom, acting as fast as lightning, smashing hard on the ground. Yin Long poked his head out from the kitchen, calmly asked, what's wrong? She turned back smiling. Just today, 3 already. The person beside also said, lately there are really many rats. That's right. Huang Long gritted his teeth saying, the boss has to work hard again. Feng Chi standing by said. Then, Lung Xiaoping raised a wooden stick high, eyes shining, shouting loudly as if going to war. Exterminate them all. Behind rang out response, full of spirit. Yes, big brother. Footsteps chasing chaotically in the inn. The rats ran in panic, squeaking noisily. Amidst that chaos, rang out angry complaints. Damn it, why so many? Can't catch them all. Hundreds of rats poured out from under the floor. Huang Long raised a stick high, eyes glaring fiercely, gritting his teeth. Not good. Too many. Chow Yujing panicked and climbed onto the table, voice full of worry. Must deal with them immediately before guests arrive. Otherwise, they will be scared to death. Yin Long gritted his teeth. Then he called in a deep voice. Chun-san. The corner of Chun-san's mouth lifted into a murderous smile. Chun-san rushed out like an arrow. He leaped into the air. Mur de roue aura explodé. Chun-san rushed straight down to the ground with the force of a 1,000-pound thunderbolt. The whole floor collapsed with a rumble, creating a black hole deep beyond sight. Chun-san dragged the Rat King up from underground. It howled in pain. Chun-san grabbed its tail, slamming it hard on the ground. Everyone was momentarily in chaos. What the hell is that? Is it a rat? Really a rat? It's almost as big as a wild boar. The Rat King, body covered in blood, lying paralyzed on the ground. It roared angrily, then sprang up, bloodshot eyes looking as if wanting to burn everything. Chun-san smirked, eyes flashing with murderous intent, cracking his knuckles. A palm strike hit straight into the Rat King's stomach. The strike not only had force, but also penetrating internal energy. It flew several meters away. The Rat King lay motionless, blood flowing into a pool. The surrounding baby rats were all stunned. They simultaneously panicked and turned their heads, scrambling to flee the inn like a tide. Chow Yujing stepped down to the ground. Surprised said, could it be because the leader died that they fled in fear? Not a single one left. Chun-san calmly looked at the motionless corpse. Deep voice saying, get firewood, roast it to eat. Lung Xiaoping immediately laughed heartily, waving his hand generously. Good idea. 12 zodiac gates. Red flames burned fiercely. Water in a large pot was boiling, emitting heat. The ladle suddenly fell to the ground. Wang Julong started slightly. This feeling could be the Rat King is dead? He gritted his teeth. That cowardly rat is so careful. Who exactly did it? Truly crazy. Wang Julong fell back. Just a little more, and I would have mastered the heaven-breaking 12-chain strike. He smirked. Right? Still have one more guy. Sunlight pierced through the mountain ranges. A strong wild boar was running frantically. Eyes panicked. Hurried steps kicking up layers of dust. A tiger leaped out from the bushes. Eyes bloodshot. Fierce light flashing. Sharp teeth bit into the wild boar's neck. Fresh blood sprayed everywhere. Miserable screams echoed. The tiger's cold eyes swept to the side. A large bear suddenly appeared. The tiger growled while slowly approaching. Wang Julong sprang up from a nearby rock. Hey, where's the Tiger King? Several tigers looked blankly from a towering rocky peak. A giant striped tiger, whole body exuding an imperial aura, roared a low sound. Wang Julong said in a deep voice, still haven't quit the habit of looking at me with those contemptuous eyes? Wang Julong smirked. You also don't want to turn into this, right? The Tiger King's whole body trembled slightly. An instinctive fear rose up. Seeing that, he spoke up to threaten. The thing once called the Bear King. Now it's just a fur coat of mine. Its body began to shrink, bones making cracking sounds, gradually getting smaller, then fell from the rock. Wang Julong ordered. Target is Kunloon in on the mountain. Tiger King, go monitor their every move. Then report back to me. The Tiger King roared once, body fast as lightning, disappearing into the dense bushes. Wang Julong crossed his arms, eyes solemnly watching. Strength not inferior to the human-faced spider. Intelligence comparable to the Rat King. And can shrink to the size of cat. Truly the most suitable candidate. Immediately after, Wang Julong turned around, rushing away like a storm. I must seize the time to practice the heaven-breaking 12-chain strike. Gurunin. Sushi happily said politely. You came again? Welcome, guest. Shimanshi replied. Greetings, young lady. Luo Chu smiled and said, That's right. You don't know until you try. Just eat once, and you will definitely return. Shimanshi clasped his hands respectfully. Yes, senior. The old man held a wine bottle, laughing heartily. Want a cup? Hearing that, Shimanshi was happy. Thank you, senior. Luo Chu said in a deep voice. From the Shiman family rushing here. At this hour, looks like something not simple happened. Shimanshi placed a wine cup on the table. I have something I want to show you. He took the Overlord's saber out of its wrapping. He said solemnly, Actually, I rushed here for this very reason. A gasp of surprise was heard. This is, Shimanshi said. That's right. This is the Overlord saber. Shimanshi recounted in a low voice. This is a gift from the escort master of the Great Ming Escort Agency. A few days ago, we encountered bandits. At a critical moment, we were fortunate to have these two great heroes here lend a hand. Only then did this saber come into my possession. As luck would have it, I now possess 2 of the 10 great treasures. The dragon scale body armor and the Overlord saber. An image of the red worm flashed in his memory. But the man I caught at the birthday banquet is too tight-lipped. No matter how I torture him, he won't say a word. Hearing this, Luo Chu replied. So that's how it is. Does possessing 2 of the 10 great treasures make you feel uneasy? Shimanshi said in a low voice. Yes, I want to entrust one of them to your disciple, senior. The old man heard this and said calmly. No, this person is not my disciple. He's a friend. Shimanshi straightened up slightly. Surprise, what? Yinlong pointed to the sword at his waist. I already have a weapon passed down by my master. I cannot accept another. Yinlong glanced at Chun San, who was chewing voraciously. He was startled when Yinlong called his name. Chun San, you take it. Chun San's face immediately darkened. He slammed his chopsticks on the table. A dull thud echoed through the room. Chun San asked in a low voice. His eyes were full of doubt. What is this? Shimanshi said in a low voice. The Overlord saber is one of the 10 great treasures of the martial world. Chun San held up the saber. A glint of interest flashed in his eyes, but he asked indifferently, You want me to carry this thing? Shimanshi nodded. He said sincerely, I want to ask you to hold on to it for me. Is that all right? Chun San pressed his lips together. He was silent for a few seconds. Then he smirked. Fine, let's do that. Shimanshi breathed a sigh of relief. His expression relaxed. He smiled and said, Thank you. I'll be counting on you then. Chun San lowered his head. The corner of his mouth twitched upwards. A cunning glint flashed in his eyes. If it's too much trouble, I can just sell it. Yinlong crossed his arms. A sharp gaze shot towards him. It seemed to see right through his thoughts. If you lose it, don't blame me. The scene shifts. Somewhere on Mount Kunloon, the Tiger King stood silently in the wasteland, staring at the decomposing corpses. He mused, so it was true. The corpses and fluid of the human-faced spiders were scattered everywhere. Who on earth did this? A memory suddenly flooded back. Even I was once poisoned by it. I was soundly defeated. I almost lost my life. The Tiger King looked up. If it weren't for the Taoist priests who saved me, I'm afraid I would have died. The memory returns to a desolate, snowy mountain. Yinlong cried out in alarm. Master, that's a tiger. His master approached. He said in a deep voice, It's not going to make it. He gently took out a small vial of medicine from his robes. It seems to have been hit by a potent poison. Yinlong took it. He asked blankly, What is this? He replied gently, A type of antidote, but I don't know if it will work. His gaze fell upon the Tiger King, lying on the ground. Its body was covered in blood. Its breathing was weak. Let's see how lucky it is. Give it a try. The Tiger King stood silently in the dense forest. Sunlight pierced through the leaves, shining on its scarred fur. Perhaps it was luck. Thanks to that vial of antidote, I managed to survive. To repay the favor, I returned and searched all over the martial world. But I could never find that person again. It glanced at the decomposing spider corpse. In any case, you're finally dead. With that, the Tiger King quickly dashed deep into the forest. Its body weaved through the bushes. Confirmation complete. Now my turn to act. Kunloon. A wooden sign hung on the door, closed for regular holiday. Inside, the sounds of clashing weapons and fists echoed continuously. Huang Long wiped the sweat from his forehead. He laughed heartily. Amazing. Feng Qi also turned back. His eyes were excited. That's right. Lung Xiaobing stood silently. He took a deep breath. His gaze was as sharp as a sword. It's truly extraordinary. So, inner cores really do exist. Smoke billowed up. A rich aroma spread throughout the courtyard. Huang Long exclaimed happily. This tastes even better than the wild boar last time. Feng Qi pouted. I can't believe this is rat meat. A confused voice rang out. What is this pearl? Chun San's eyes were cold. He replied in a low voice, that's an inner core. Lung Xiaobing was utterly astonished. An inner core? The kind that can enhance one's internal energy. Chun San glanced at the noisy group. Curious? Give it a try. Everyone's eyes lit up. Huang Long asked curiously, what about you, brother Chun San? Chun San took a bite of meat. He frowned. It doesn't look very appetizing. I'm not eating it. Feng Qi was excited. He said in amazement, Brother Chun San, I can really feel my internal energy getting stronger. Lung Xiaobing, full of vigor, shouted, Me too. Chun San glanced at them contemptuously. Getting excited over a tiny bit of internal energy? Chun San stood up. He casually crossed his arms. He grinned slyly. So, want to try a spider spirit? The kind with a human head. Feng Qi was instantly terrified. Cold sweat broke out. You even caught a human-faced spider? Huang Long stood beside him. He said in amazement, Is that thing real? Several spider legs fell to the ground. Huang Long was shocked. Where's its head? Feng Qi asked in a low voice. How did you catch this monster? Chun San suddenly jumped in front of the Tiger King, startling it. The Tiger King was easily caught in Chun San's hands. The scene shifts to inside a room. A low voice was heard. Actually, I hate rats even more than snakes. Chao Yujing slammed the table. She said, trembling, the sight of that rat swarm a few days ago. I really don't want to remember it. Suwon Sen Nadif. There were so many. Even a young lady like me found it disgusting. Suddenly, a hand grabbed the Tiger King, saying, So if we have this, it should be fine, right? Suwon Sismail Kapidi. This is, Chun San replied coldly. Akat. Sushi looked at it closely. Surprised. Is it a cat? Its markings are so strange. Chun San was also confused. It's not a cat. Then let's cook it. The Tiger King was so scared its face turned pale. Its body stiffened. It pretended to wriggle its body and let out a meow. Sushi immediately and happily hugged the Tiger King, doting on it endlessly. It really is a cat. Oh my God, it's so cute. She gently stroked its head. This way, the rats won't dare come to our inn anymore. Hearing this, the Tiger King breathed a sigh of relief. It had finally escaped death. Just then, Yin Long slowly walked over. This scent. The Tiger King was suddenly startled. It recalled a figure from its memories. No way. That person is... Mist covered the mountain peak. Wang Julong tightened his grip on the axe in his hand. He roared like a wild beast. The sharp blade struck the ground. Debris flew everywhere. It created an earth-shattering explosion. He looked grimly at the deep crater in the middle of the wasteland. The killing intent on Wang Julong surged. Even the heaven-shattering 12-hit combo and the hellish sky axe style have been mastered by me. As expected, I am a world-shaking genius. Wang Julong laughed smugly. Let's see who still dares to say I'm just one of the 4 heavenly kings of the underworld. This lord is the supreme being. The one and only. Suddenly, Wang Julong frowned. His eyes were angry. He looked towards the distant mountain. But what is that Tiger King doing? It still hasn't returned. Looks like I'll have to go myself. Kunloon. Suwon se greeted enthusiastically. Welcome, esteemed guests. Guan Shuang and his family walked in. Is this the place that was giving out free food? She was a little startled. The event is already over. Yin Long suddenly spoke up. Guan Yuping, have a seat. The child beamed. Uncle. Guan Yuping's father stepped forward. He said, no, we can't. If the free period is over, we must pay. I am Guan Shuang, Guan Yuping's father. Guan Shuang said with a smile. I've heard the whole story from him. So, I wanted to come here to repay you. Yin Long couldn't help but smile. Then, as you wish. The door was suddenly pushed open. Wang Julong said in a deep voice. His aura was imposing and terrifying. This is Kunloon. Wang Julong frowned, looking at everyone. These guys. Lung Xiaobing and Luo Chu's group glared at him. Wang Julong said arrogantly, is no one going to answer me? Sushi was still holding the Tiger King, not understanding what was happening. Wang Julong had already seen the Tiger King in her hands. Seeing the Tiger King obediently letting She pet it. He was a little confused. No, it was while She was happily greeting guests. Welcome, esteemed guests. The Tiger King had recognized Wang Julong. Its eyes lit up. It leaped out her arms. Sushi was still enthusiastically inviting. Please, have a seat over here. But Wang Julong stood frozen. He said insolently, do you think I came to this remote inn to eat? Lung Xiaobing gritted his teeth. Their blood was boiling. Huang Long, Feng Qi, and Lung Xiaobing. All three of them took a stance, ready to fight. So, you're here to cause trouble? If you're not a customer, I won't be polite anymore. Wang Julong was extremely arrogant. I don't see any masters here. Just a bunch of commoners. This lord is the beast heavenly king. I don't have time to waste on trash like you. In front of everyone. He was brazenly disrespectful. Wang Julong ordered loudly. Everyone present. Kneel before me immediately. Amidst the horrified gazes of Guan Yuping's family. He counted, then slowly counted to 2. Someone stood up. Son, stay here. I'll go. But Luo Chu quickly stopped Guan Shuang. The old man said, it's all right. Just stay put and don't move. Angry that no one obeyed his command. Wang Julong roared like a wild beast. The earth shook. Several flashes of red light appeared from nowhere, forming a terrifying force. Wang Julong was thrown out of the inn. Wang Julong landed headfirst on ground. Red light still flickered around him. He lay prone on the ground, not knowing what had just happened. Wang Julong looked like a fool at that moment. Before he could get up, Chun Sen was already standing beside him, staring at him. Wang Julong jumped up, trying to act tough. Who the hell are you? Chun Sen smirked. His messy hair covered half his face. He said slowly, you could take a punch, can't you? Lung Xiaobing looked out from inside the inn. Huang Long was somewhat impressed. That guy looks like he has some skill. Lung Xiaobing, who knew Chun San's superior martial arts, retorted. But he's about to be beaten to a pulp. Back to Wang Julong. After taking a punch from Chun San, he became a bit more cautious. Looking at the clear fist mark on his chest, Wang Julong thought to himself, to think he could leave a mark on my bamboo tendon mountain armor. I didn't expect to find such a strong expert in this remote place. Suddenly, Chun Sen rushed forward. He grabbed Wang Julong's neck with one hand, squeezing hard. His feet were far off the ground. He was lifted up easily by Chun San. Chun Sen looked up at Wang Julong, a meaningful smile on his face. This is just the beginning. What are you mumbling about over there? Wang Julong glared at Chun San with hatred. Gritting his teeth, his throat let out growls. He suddenly attacked. Wang Julong's movements were swift. He continuously tapped Chun San's body with his hand. Heaven-shattering 12-hit combo. It felt like an electric current running through his body. Chun San's eyes widened, trying to see clearly what was happening. Wang Julong had escaped Chun San's tight grip. He leaped high and retreated backward, landing lightly on the ground. Wang Julong thought he had defeated Chun San. He laughed smugly. It's over. But that wasn't the case. Chun San just raised his hand, stared at it, then asked as if nothing had happened. What did you just do? It hurts so much. Wang Julong was stunned. His eyes were wide open. His pupils were clearly visible. His face was full of astonishment. Hurts? That's it. To Wang Julong's amazement, Chun Sen waved his hand, felt it for a moment, and commented. It's a little itchy. It's really annoying. Wang Julong recalled the move he had just used. The image of splattering blood appeared in his mind. Flesh torn, bones shattered. Once this move hits, it will cause the internal body to explode. Bones and flesh will fly everywhere. You won't even find a corpse. And yet that guy only feels itchy. Looking at Chun-san now, his eyes were bloodshot. His face was filled with killing intent. He said slowly, "Now it's your turn to take a beating. 3 punches should be enough." Wang Julong gritted his teeth. His voice became hoarse. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Wang Julong gripped the 2 axes in his hands. He went all out, determined to fight Chun-san to the death. He started to roar. "Damn it. I can't believe I have to use the hellish sky axe style." Chun-san was not afraid at all. He just watched silently to see what tricks he had up his sleeve. Several streams of internal energy mixed with light gathered around Wang Julong, signaling the immense power of this move. Lung Xiaobing's group had another good show to watch. Huang Long shouted in alarm. "What is that? Big brother, could it be an aura?" Lung Xiaobing sneered. "What aura? It's just some petty trick." Hearing their whispers and mockery, Wang Julong was so angry he gritted his teeth. One must reach the transformation realm for this sky-rending aura to truly manifest. What do you small fries know to dare to comment? After I finish this guy, I'll slaughter all of you. Wang Julong attacked. An earth-shattering explosion rang out. The scene became extremely chaotic. Die for me. Chun-san neither attacked nor dodged. He just stood still. He took the full brunt of Wang Julong's attack. The ground shattered. A huge explosion caused an earthquake. Chun-san's figure was nowhere to be seen. The ground was blown to pieces. Crisscrossing cracks. Dust filled the air. Debris flew in all directions. Wang Julong looked smugly at the result he had caused. He cursed, "Damn rat. Couldn't even handle these small fries. Made me work this hard." They were all startled. They looked at each other and started whispering again. "Looks like it really was an aura." Lung Xiaobing spoke up. "Who said it wasn't?" Huang Long next to him also said, "Isn't it though? Big brother." Xiao Ming observed Wang Julong from a distance. He had discovered something. So he's the one who controlled those rats. Wang Julong was basking in the joy of victory when he heard a voice from behind him. "Finished already?" Wang Julong glanced over. A very familiar pair of legs was standing there quietly. Wang Julong turned around and saw Chun-san still standing there, unfazed. Only his clothes were torn. He immediately lost his composure. Chun-san said calmly, "Well then, my turn." Another explosion rang out. Debris flew everywhere once again. Chun-san was as fast as lightning. He got right in Wang Julong's face, threateningly. "Just take my 3 punches first." A punch landed on Wang Julong's face. He was sent flying into the air like a ball. Chun-san started counting. Wang Julong spun in the air, unable to control his body. He was beaten senseless. He stammered, "This? What the hell is this?" Before Wang Julong could fall to the ground, Chun-san had already leaped up, ready to give him another punch. As expected, Chun-san put all his strength into it. He shot down like an arrow. A devastating punch landed squarely on Wang Julong's chest. Then he shouted. Chun-san's eyes were wide and glaring. Killing intent radiated from him. He bared his teeth, his facial muscles twitching. "You bastard." Wang Julong lay groaning on the ground, in excruciating pain. But that still wasn't enough. Chun-san dragged him up, preparing to treat him to another punch. Another punch wouldn't be bad. Beaten to a pulp, losing all face. Wang Julong begged in terror. "Wait." Before Wang Julong could finish, Chun-san immediately counted to 3 and threw another punch. Wang Julong was sent flying by Chun-san again. He somersaulted a few times in the air. Blood from his nose and mouth splattered everywhere. Inside the inn, Guan Yuping's family had eaten their fill. They were happily chatting with Yanlong. Guan Shuang praised endlessly. "It's so delicious it brought tears to my eyes." Guan Yuping also praised nonstop. "It's so good, uncle." Old Madame Guan even made a plan. "I've decided. From now on, I'll come back here at least once a year." Yanlong said happily to Guan Yuping, "You must come back, okay?" The boy politely said goodbye. "Goodbye, uncle." Yanlong didn't forget to advise Guan Shuang. In life, one must have ambition. Life is meaningful only when you pursue a goal. I hope you will also raise Guan Yuping in this way. Guan Shuang agreed. "I will remember this forever." The scene became unusually peaceful. The blue sky painted a picture of majestic high mountains. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, scattering onto the weed-covered ground. It was unknown how long Wang Julong had been lying there. He still hadn't woken up. Wang Julong coughed a few times and opened his eyes. He struggled to get up. He groaned a few times in pain. Wang Julong couldn't believe the result before him. I lost. No. This was clearly a one-sided punishment. Wang Julong recalled painfully. I was defeated by just fists. Not by any superior martial arts at all. This shock was too great. He gritted his teeth in hatred. So what I've been pursuing all this time? What's the point of it all? Wang Julong was wallowing in misery. A familiar and terrifying voice suddenly came from behind him. You're pretty tough. Wang Julong looked behind him. He was so scared he trembled. He screamed. Chun-Sen had been waiting for him for a long time. Chun-Sen calmly ordered, go into the inn. Inside the inn, Yun-Long had long since shed his gentle expression. In its place was an extremely stern look. Yun-Long sat in the middle of the inn's walkway. He gave a kneeling Wang Julong a choice. You possess great martial arts, but your heart is not righteous. You have two paths to choose from. Yun-Long spoke slowly but firmly, word by word. Choose. Have your martial arts crippled. Or D. Wang Julong's face turned pale. He was terrified. Yun-Long crossed his arms in front of his chest. He quietly waited for Wang Julong's answer. Wang Julong was a little scared, but not completely subdued. You say you want to cripple my martial arts? He tilted his scholarly head, waiting for an answer. Yun-Long began to lose his patience. His expression grew even more stern. Liu Kekindi advised Wang Julong. It's better to just obey. Wang Julong's mind wandered. Even that old man dares to mock me. Liu Kefroned fiercely. He warned Wang Julong once more. It's still better than dying. Wang Julong leaned back in fear. Cold sweat broke out. Wang Julong thought in terror. Powerful internal energy is bursting from his eyes. Could it be that this old man is also stronger than me? Sushi walked over, gently and politely reminding him. You can't drink too much. The old man laughed heartily. He raised the precious wine gourd to his lips and drank deeply. TCH, it's just getting started. He had long heard of Luo Chu's fame. Now, seeing him in person, Wang Julong was already very scared. Now he was even more terrified. Liu Ke? Isn't he one of the strongest masters of the righteous path from the previous generation? What kind of place is this, anyway? On the other side, Xiao Ming walked up to Yun-Long. He called out to him, Brother Baiyu, please wait. Xiao Ming told him his assessment. He is one of the 4 heavenly kings of the underworld, known as the Beast Heavenly King. His voice wasn't loud, but it was just loud enough for Long Xiaobing, who was standing nearby, to hear clearly. They were all so scared that cold sweat broke out. The Beast Heavenly King. Wang Julong. Feng Qi was stunned. He stammered. What should we do? Just then, Xiao Ming explained his intentions to Yun-Long. He has a special ability. It will be very useful to us. Yun-Long's footsteps grew closer. He stood imposingly before Wang Julong. He repeated for the last time. Choose. Cripple your martial arts and live the life of a normal person. Yun-Long's voice was urgent and full of pressure. Or keep your danti on and work an hour in. Wang Julong was both scared and angry. His mind was reeling, trying to choose the best option. What? Before Wang Julong could choose, Yun-Long added, Of course, for now, you can only be a temporary waiter. Then he pointed at Long Xiaobing's group and continued. Just like those guys, Wang Julong knelt on the ground. His heart was full of resentment. He gritted his teeth and endured. Damn it, I painstakingly mastered the heaven-shattering 12-hit combo and the hellish sky axe style, only to end up like this? If so, Wang Julong saw Chun-Sen staring at him with those bloodshot eyes, as if he wanted to eat him alive. It was truly terrifying. Wang Julong had already made up his mind, and quickly made his choice. I'll work here. Yun-Long clasped his hands behind his back. He said to him, Follow me. By now, the sun was high in the sky. The heat felt like it could burn the skin. Yun-Long led Wang Julong to the back courtyard of the inn and stopped in front of a large boulder. Yun-Long asked, See that boulder? Wang Julong nodded. I see it. Yun-Long coldly assigned the task. Carve it into a stone table, 4 times the size of the tables in the inn. After hearing this, Wang Julong felt deeply humiliated. He asked dejectedly, You can't be serious. Yun-Long channeled his internal energy, staring at him coldly. Yun-Long adds a bit more internal energy, making himself look more terrifying, then threatens, do you want to go back to being a nobody? Just seeing that appearance is enough to make Wang Julong's legs go soft. Wang Julong immediately turned around. Yes, sir. I'll do it right away. When Wang Julong starts muttering, that guy Chun-san, and that chef too. Turns out they're all experts. Have they reached the realm of rejuvenation? Lung Xiaoping's group, watching the commotion at the inn, is also called over. You guys come here too. Yin Long leads them to a nearby forest. Asks, see that withered old tree over there? One of them replies, I see it. They think to themselves, what does he want us to do now? Yin Long orders, use it to make a water trough as tall as me. The leader, Lung Xiaoping, laughs loudly. Just leave it to us. His two subordinates also shout in agreement. This little task is nothing to us now. Back to Wang Julong. He is focusing all his internal energy. He leaps into the air, uses two axes to strike a large boulder. Stone fragments fly everywhere. Lung Xiaoping's side is also competing to chisel the wood. Their efficiency is not bad either. The air is filled with deafening chiseling sounds. Scene shifts to a brothel in Shanghai. The atmosphere is extremely lively. A restaurant bustling with people coming and going. Not a single empty seat. At a table in the restaurant, two guests are dining. They seem to be from out of town. Subordinate says, Shanghai is livelier than I imagined. Young master. The other person must be the young master he mentioned. He leisurely lifts the wine pot and pours another cup. Then says, that's right. Draining the cup of wine he just poured. He continues, for the Tang family to rise and match the Nangong family. We must seize this Qinghai region. Correct. This person is the third young master of the Tang family. One of the 5 great families. Dan Si Min. The subordinate laughs loudly. It's just a pity about the 4 dragons sect we intended to use. I didn't expect them to disband like that. Tang Si Min puts down a wine cup. Says, Black Dragon went missing. The rest, I heard, joined forces to attack Kunloon earlier, but suffered a crushing defeat halfway up the mountain. Since then, they have vanished. At this moment, only their conversation can be heard in the tavern. I heard recently dozens of bodies from the Underworld were found, dead from infighting. The subordinate replies, I heard that too. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approach. Someone shouts, get out of the way. A group of 3 suddenly appears, looking ferocious. One of them speaks up. Who are these strange faces? Tang Si Min and his subordinate remain calm, quietly observing the situation. Tang Si Min's subordinate narrows his eyes and asks, who are you? One guy leans his face close to him and says, looks like outsiders, huh? The foul smell from his mouth makes Tang Si Min's subordinate frown. He raises a hand to cover his nose. Tang Si Min sits still, watching him show off. He pulls out a pig slaughtering knife, stabs it right into the table. He grips the knife with one hand, points at their leader with the other, and roars loudly. We are the Ice Demon Beast gang that took over the 4 Dragons Sect's territory. This is our renowned gang leader, Qiu Juanshang. This is your honor. After Qiu Juanshang's subordinate finishes the introduction, even Tang Si Min's subordinate doesn't bother paying attention to them. He says, perhaps because it's still early, in this place, besides us, it seems no one knows martial arts. Tang Si Min takes out 2 pills, takes one for himself, and gives the other to his subordinate. Eat it, ignoring Qiu Juanshang's group completely. He stands up and orders, let's go. The subordinate immediately stands up to follow. Yes, young master. Qiu Juanshang's subordinate is ignored. His face shows annoyance. Seeing them about to leave, he roared angrily. You two stop right there. At this moment, Qiu Juanshang himself stepped forward. He aggressively raised his axe to block Tang Si Min's path. Stop. Who gave you permission to leave? Tang Si Min's subordinate looked at them, a meaningful smile on his face. I'm warning you. It's best not to make a move. The two didn't waste any more words with them. They continued down the stairs. Their footsteps echoed steadily. Qiu Juanshang was furious. He was about to teach Tang Si Min a lesson. He leaped up, shouting, you bastards! Who do you think I am? Suddenly, he froze. Qiu Juanshang felt that something was wrong. His face became extremely ugly. He inexplicably fell to the ground. Qiu Juanshang cried out in pain. His subordinates were horrified when they saw this. They shouted, this! Stop! Tang Si Min's subordinate seemed to have expected this outcome. He clicked his tongue mockingly. Tisk TSK TSK. I warned you. This is our Tang family's newly developed Emperor poison. A colorless, odorless poison. As soon as you channel your internal energy, you will die. What we just ate was the antidote. The two left the Honghua pavilion and continued on their way. The scene shifts to Kunloon. A complete water trough was placed neatly on the ground. Look, sir, look. Lung Xiaobing showed off his work to Yunlong. Then he boasted, I've been working hard carving this for the past 2 days. Looking at their work, Yunlong was temporarily satisfied. He commented, it's quite useful. Everyone was overjoyed to hear that. They waved their arms and legs, smiling from ear to ear, not letting them celebrate for too long. Yunlong said as he walked, all right. Now Yunlong stopped at the most conspicuous spot. He pointed into the distance. See that waterfall over there? Go get water and fill this up. Yunlong looked at the water trough they had just made and said, that water will be used for our daily needs. Then, Lung Xiaobing tried to bargain. But, isn't there a stream right next to us? Yunlong also patiently explained to Lung Xiaobing. Even Kunloon doesn't use that. Xiaoming appeared. He thoughtfully explained to everyone. Sometimes the water supply won't be enough. In the future, there will be more and more guests. Just do as he says. On Wang Julong's side, things were also progressing smoothly. He was still completing the final polishing stage. The sound of the axe grinding against the stone was very grating. Yunlong smiled and said to Xiaoming, as expected of someone with profound internal energy, the speed is also fast. Xiaoming was also very satisfied with the result. He gave Wang Julong a thumbs up, signaling, great job. But Wang Julong felt extremely wronged. He thought with tears in his eyes, I never thought I'd have to use my giant king twin axes to chop stone one day. As Yunlong and Xiaoming were enthusiastically commenting on Wang Julong's work, someone approached, calling out to Yunlong, hero by. Are you well? The person who appeared was the head of the Zhuge family. Xiaoming greeted him. Father. Yunlong led Xiaoming forward to greet the newly arrived head of the Zhuge family. Yunlong spoke friendly. You've arrived. The head of the Zhuge family said modestly. I came with a few close friends. Luo Qinxiu followed by introducing himself. I've long admired your great name. I'm the head of the Luo family in Wuhan. Luo Qinxiu. Mudahuo laft harteli. I am Mudao, an elder of the Su family in Yingcheng. Finally, Yang Fengqi spoke gently. I am Yang Fengqi, head of the Yang family in Yichang. Sushi stepped out. She bowed politely. Yes, please, everyone, take a seat. The door was suddenly pushed open, and a group of people with an imposing aura walked in. It was none other than the people of the Murong family, including Murong Tian, Murong Xiao Xiao, and Murong Zhong. Sushi was in high spirits. Her eyes sparkled as she said, welcome, esteemed guests. She thought happily to herself. It's so busy today. The head of the Zhuge family spoke up and asked, do you have noodles? Suwon said chirfili. Of course we do. Then I'll bring you 3 bowls. He requested very casually. Give me a plate of steamed buns as well. Murong Tian immediately recognized the head of the Zhuge family sitting opposite Feng Qi. He stood up in surprise and walked over to the head of the Zhuge family. Senior Zhuge. He was a little puzzled. Oh, you are. The head of the Zhuge family patted Murong Tian's shoulder. He smiled happily. Aren't you the second young master of the Murong family? Murong Tian? I didn't expect to see you here. He respectfully clasped his hands and bowed. Yes, senior. Murong Tian said excitedly. I heard the noodles here are delicious, so I came specially to try them. These are my 2 younger brothers. Come and greet him. Murong Zhong and Murong Xiao Xiao were very polite. They said one after another, Junior Murong Zhong. Junior Murong Xiao Xiao. The head of the Zhuge family nodded. So the 3 brothers came together. Murong Tian blushed with embarrassment. He scratched his ear. I am already married. But these 2 younger brothers of mine are both of marriageable age. The head of the Zhuge family heard this. He asked curiously, marriageable age? Murong Tian laughed excitedly. Yes. Huh. Actually, it's because we heard that Miss Shimen Hui often comes here. The head of the Zhuge family patted his shoulder affectionately. So that's it. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. But Miss Shimen doesn't come every day. Feng Qi brought the food over. He chimed in. I heard she's coming today. Luo Qinxiu was also intrigued. He asked quite excitedly. Really? A clear voice rang out. Welcome, esteemed guests. It made the three Murong brothers stare in stunned silence. They all turned their heads to look, only to see Shimin Shi and Shimin Hui walking in. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. "Oh, speak of the devil, and he shall appear." Shimin Shi greeted them very naturally. "Isn't this the head of the Zhuge family?" The head of the Zhuge family stood up calmly and replied, "A pleasure, a pleasure." Murong Tian seized the opportunity. He peeked out to greet the head of the Shimin family. "Are you well, sir?" Shimin Shi raised an eyebrow. "The second young master of Murong is here too." Murong Tian cleverly introduced his two younger brothers again. "These are my two younger brothers." Murong Zhong and Murong Xiao Xiao obediently clasped their hands in greeting. "Junior Murong Zhong, Junior Murong Xiao Xiao." Shimin Hui replied very gently. "Greetings, everyone. I am Shimin Hui." Murong Zhong said awkwardly. "Hello, hello." Amidst the lush green mountains and forests, the vast sky was originally quiet. Suddenly, a tremor occurred. A group of people leaped into the air one after another. Each one had a sturdy build that dared not be trifled with. Two other men quickly landed on the ground. Their movements were skilled. One of them was the fourth young master of the Nangong family. "Nangong He, Nangong Tai," next to Nangong He, said in a low voice. "I don't want to reveal my chaotic internal energy. Let's walk from here." He replied obediently. "Yes, uncle." That person had a complicated expression. He looked into the distance. "I'm following your father's orders to come to Kunloon and investigate the situation. But I don't know if I'll be able to meet the Taoist priest you mentioned." Nangong He asked, "Is it Yongfeng?" Nangong He's spirits lifted. He straightened his back and said magnanimously, "I also really want to see him again." Nangong He casually glanced at Gu Yu and the tall man beside him. He thought to himself, "Uncle is a master recognized by my father. These two are also his trusted aides. They are all top-tier masters." Nangong He was momentarily a bit lost. Seeing the solitary inn in the deep forest ahead, someone suddenly suggested, "But I'm hungry. How about we go inside for a bite before we continue?" The other person immediately agreed. "All right, let's go." The four of them then walked towards the inn. Nangong He led the way. He said curiously, "To open an inn in a place like this and not go out of business is truly strange." Guyu replied nonchalantly, "They just haven't seen the path to wealth." The door slowly opened. Inside was packed with people. It was extremely lively. Everyone was chatting amicably, making Nangong He unable to believe his eyes. What is this situation? His eyes suddenly widened, stopping at a familiar figure. Nangong He saw the head of the Zhuge family enjoying noodles. He thought in astonishment, "Senior Zhuge Xian?" He shifted his gaze elsewhere. Nangong He saw Murong Tian drinking tea. Murong Tian of the Murong family. Finally, he discovered that Shimin Shi and Shimin Hui were also dining together. And the Shimin family, too. The head of the Zhuge family spoke casually. "Isn't this brother Nangong Tai?" He and Nangong He clasped their hands in greeting. Head of the Zhuge family. The head of the Zhuge family couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "This is unbelievable. 4 of the 5 great families have gathered here. This is truly a rare sight." Nangong Tai agreed. "You're not wrong, my friend." Huang Long peeked out and asked, "Big brother, at this rate, won't all 5 great families be here?" Leng Xiaobing was too shocked to speak. "Impossible." Feng Qi said naively, "You never know. There are already 4 families here now." Leng Xiaobing stubbornly refused to give in. He muttered to comfort himself, "Why would the Tang family come all the way out here? They may be one of 5 great families, but they're no different from lone wanderers." The other 2 chimed in. "Big brother is right." In an unnoticed corner of the room, 2 people wearing straw hats appeared. They had been silently listening to the entire conversation. The bearded man smirked. If young Master Tang saw this scene, his expression would surely be interesting. A glint of light flashed in the other person's eyes. He said casually, "What a strange inn." The bearded man lowered his voice and whispered, "So, is the mission complete?" The other person understood his meaning. He replied softly, "You mean the Yin Emperor poison?" He recalled the moment he put the poison in the water. He said decisively, "It's been taken care of. I dissolved the Yin Emperor poison in the communal water jar." The bearded man heard this. He lowered his head uneasily. He said cautiously, "But there are quite a few people from the 5 great families gathered here. Even the family heads are here." The other person immediately interrupted him. He said firmly, "We are just following orders. We don't need to worry about what happens next. Outside, Tang Simin and his subordinate had arrived. His subordinate looked at the inn in the distance. That's the place. Third young master. Tang Simin Thao Wen. He was extremely vigilant. The more I think about it, the more suspicious that place seems. After all, the current Kunloon is not even a match for the four-dragon sect we intended to use. They surely have no connection to the recent events. Tang Simin moved forward. He said sternly, to be safe, there might be top-tier masters inside. So, I ordered a little emperor poison to be put in the water. Tang Simin's subordinate immediately flattered him. Young master is wise. He followed behind. He asked curiously, but why dissolve it in the water? Aren't there poisons that take effect upon inhalation? Tang Simin etlai ba dien di. When the opponent is numerous. Poisoning the water is a more certain method. He reached out to push the door. Unexpectedly, as soon as he stepped inside, the two of them were stunned by the scene before them. Shimanshi picked up a piece of meat from his bowl. He said with satisfaction, "Ah, this piece of meat is truly exquisite." The head of the Zhuge family politely suggested, "Please try this bowl of noodles. It's so delicious it will melt on your tongue." Nangon, he was salivating. This dish is truly refreshing and sublime. Nangon Tai beside him praised cheerfully. This is truly the greatest delicacy I have ever tasted in my life. Tang Simin gritted his teeth. His heart was filled with endless astonishment. 4 of the 5 great families are gathered here. What on earth is going on? Tang Simin's subordinate suddenly blurted out. Wait a minute, third young master. Could it be that you've poisoned the 5 great families with the emperor poison? Tang Simin was horrified. He quickly covered the man's mouth with his hand. He scolded angrily. You fool! Saying something like this out loud is no different from confessing. Tang Simin's subordinate said timidly. My apologies, young master. I was just too shocked for a moment. Tang Simin calculated in his head. As long as someone channels their internal energy, they will immediately vomit blood and die. That responsibility, Tang Simin didn't hesitate for a moment. He turned to leave, not forgetting to signal his subordinate. Let's slip away before we're discovered. But before he could act, he was spotted by the head of the Zhuge family. Oh, isn't this young master Tang Simin? Tang Simin, the head of the Zhuge family. Murong Tian was extremely impressed. You seem to have acquaintances wherever you go. The head of the Zhuge family introduced him warmly. This is the 3rd young master of the Sichuan Tang family. Nangon Tai suddenly turned his head to look. He thought to himself, even the Tang family is here. Nangon, he thought with annoyance. What a coincidence. What's he doing here? The head of the Zhuge family asked cordially. May I ask what brings you here, young master? Tang Simin Zipli Hat Wadili. I just heard a rumor and came to see for myself. The head of the Zhuge family looked over at Shimin Hui, who was eating happily. He teased playfully. Oh, could it be that the young master also heard that Miss Shimin Hui would be here? Shimin Shi slammed the table excitedly. He laughed smugly. Oh, it seems there are quite a few who want to be my son-in-law. Shimin Shi clenched his fist. He announced confidently. Then we'll have to see who is worthy. Tang Simin was startled. His face turned pale. Shimin Shi, still full of vigor, announced to everyone. Come on, first come, first served. Shimin Shi cleared his throat excitedly and asked, who will go first? Tang Simin clutched his head in worry. He thought anxiously, this is bad. If something happens to anyone, the poison will surely be discovered. And since I'm from the Tang family, famous for using poison, won't I be the first one suspected? Murong Xiao stepped forward. He volunteered, I shall be the first. Shimin Shi praised him with satisfaction. Courageous. +1 point. Murong Xiao laughed loudly. Haha, thank you, family head. He secretly glanced at Shimin Hui behind Shimin Shi. His cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Murong Xiao was so captivated by Shimin Hui's stunning beauty that he was speechless, even though she was still engrossed in her food, completely unaware of what was happening around her. Shimin Shi took a stance. He said enthusiastically, I will only use 30% of my internal energy. Murong Xiao replied with high spirits. Then I'll have to use more than 50%. Shimin Shi immediately gritted his teeth. He gathered his strength and channeled his qigong. Murong Xiao was also full of vigor. He faced him arrogantly. Both of them simultaneously threw a fatal punch at each other. The terrifying force caused an earthquake. The heavens and earth shook. Tang Simin frantically tore at his hair. He thought impatiently, "Damn it, what should I do now?" Suddenly, a small, unintentional movement caught Tang Simin's attention. He stared wide-eyed. The sound of continuous applause filled the space. Shimin Shi deliberately encouraged him. "You still have much to learn, young Master Murong." Murong Xiao immediately bowed politely. "It is truly an honor." Tang Simin was utterly astonished. Cold sweat broke out. What is this? How are they completely fine?" Shimin Shi took the opportunity to continue. He invited warmly. "Come on, who's next?" Tang Simin looked at his subordinate. He asked using a secret signal. "What's going on? Didn't you say you put the Emperor poison in the water?" He replied, trembling, "I did follow your orders." A gloomy voice suddenly rang out, interrupting the astonishment of Tang Simin and his 3 remaining subordinates. "Was it you who put the poison in the water?" Tang Simin became uneasy. He secretly transmitted his voice to his subordinate. Who? Who is it? Did you hear that too?" Tang Simin's subordinate replied cautiously. "This isn't sound transmission. Someone is speaking directly into our minds." Tang Simin's group was stunned. His face darkened instantly. Mind reading. The footsteps of the newcomer grew clearer. It was none other than Yunlong. He clasped his hands behind his back. He coldly ordered Tang Simin's group outside. Tang Simin's subordinate asked suspiciously, "Could it be him? Tang Simin not dead?" It seems so. Yin Long led Tang Simin's group out of the inn. In the courtyard, Wang Julong was working hard. Yin Long's tone suddenly changed. He threatened them, "If you lie in the slightest, I will show no mercy." Yin Long looked Tang Simin's group up and down. Yin Long said calmly, "Listening to your sound transmission, it seems you are from the Sichuan Tang family." Tang Simin was terrified. He thought to himself, impossible to be able to eavesdrop on sound transmission. How is that possible? Yin Long questioned him sternly. The Tang family is, after all, one of the 5 great families of the righteous path. Why would you do such a thing? Looking at Yun Long's imposing figure, Tang Simin Bonde, it seems this is a reclusive, peerless master. If he can hear sound transmissions at that age, and even use mind reading, he didn't dare to be careless for a single moment. He focused all his attention on Yun Long. That must be a master who has reached the state of returning to youth. That terrifying voice echoed in Tang Simin's mind again, making him freeze on the spot, unable to move. "If you don't confess now, you will die." Tang Simin respectfully clasped his hands and bowed. He reported honestly, "Senior, my crime is worthy of 10,000 deaths. I heard that many strange things have been happening in this area recently. So I came here to investigate." Yin Long replied calmly. "Continue." Tang Simin spoke each word carefully. "Because I thought there might be enemies of some mysterious force here." Yin Long interrupted him bluntly. "This place is not the Tang family's territory. Why would you think there are enemies here?" Tang Simin stam dimili. That is. Yin Long ordered impatiently. "Confess now." Yin Long stood before Tang Simin, exuding a terrifying aura, making him unable to help but feel afraid. He could only stammer, unable to form a complete sentence. Finally, Tang Simin had to bow his head humbly. He told him everything. "Our Tang family wants to expand its influence, to be on par with the Nangong family. So we thought we had to take Qinghai." Tang Simin's subordinate asked, confused. "Third young master." Tang Simin gritted his teeth and shouted, "Shut your mouth." Finally, Tang Simin secretly signaled his subordinate. "Everyone, kneel for me." Tang Simin's subordinates looked at each other awkwardly. A dead silence fell. They immediately knelt before Yun Long, frantically begging along with Tang Simin. "If you can spare our lives, we will leave immediately. We will never set foot here again." Senior, contrary to Tang Simin's expectations, Yin Long spoke softly. "There's no need for that." Yin Long said leisurely. "Compared to letting an underworld organization like the Four Dragons Sect occupy this place, righteous people like you would probably be better for the common folk." Hearing this, Tang Simin was stunned. Yin Long crossed his arms in front of his chest. He said in a firm tone, "Although your Tang family specializes in using poison, poisons and medicinal herbs are separated by only a fine line. Used well, they are good medicine." To Tang Simin's surprise, Yin Long calmly came to a final conclusion. Therefore, I do not completely see poison as something evil. However, Yin Long still reprimanded him sternly. But putting poison in the water and almost killing so many people is a serious crime. Tang Ximin whimpered in fear. Senior, Tang Ximin buried his head in the ground. I absolutely will. No. The next second, Tang Ximin faintly heard Yin Long's words. I'll give you a chance. Tang Ximin couldn't believe it. He looked up. Yin Long said very calmly. You've been wandering around here. You must know a place called Nanlu Village. Tang Ximin ziplit obedini. Yes, I know it. Yin Long's face immediately darkened. He frowned. There's a pharmacy there. You must bring half of the Tang family's most precious medicinal herbs there. Tang Ximin's eyes widened in shock. His mouth hung open. Half. Yin Long firmly made his demand, without any room for negotiation. I'll give you 3 days. If you don't comply, I will personally visit the Tang family to find you. At Kunloon, sunlight peeked through the layers of blue clouds. Yong Feng sat in an inn. In front of him was a purple inner core placed neatly on a soft cushion. Yong Feng picked up the inner core. He looked at it seriously. My internal energy is sufficiently channeled. I can absorb it now. Yong Feng decisively put it in his mouth. He chewed it carefully and swallowed. A fierce power suddenly surged from within Yong Feng. He frowned. He used all his strength to absorb and adapt to this power. A destructive wind enveloped Yong Feng, shaking the entire room. Yong Feng trembled in shock as he resisted. This aura is terrifying. The power gathered more and more. Yong Feng's internal energy was originally only about half a cycle, but thanks to Bai Yu's guidance, he was able to harness the qi of heaven and earth. Compared to before, it was truly an earth-shattering change, unmatched by others. Yong Feng took a deep breath, trying to keep his breathing as steady as possible amidst the terrifying storm. Yong Feng struggled to push himself up from the ground and stood up. After swallowing the inner core of the human-faced spider, his internal energy had reached 1.5 cycles, equivalent to the internal energy that would take 90 years of hard training to achieve. At the same time, someone outside ran over in a panic. He called out earnestly to Yong Feng. Yong Su pushed open the door worriedly. He shouted, Yong Feng, the elders are looking for you. But before he could react, he was blown backward by a strong gust of wind. Yong Feng stood in the room. He smiled calmly. You're here, brother. At the Taiching Hall of Kunloon, the atmosphere was extremely solemn. Silent. Yong Feng faced the 4 elders. He said respectfully, Elders, why have you summoned this disciple? An elder spoke sternly. You must answer truthfully. Do not hide anything. Yong Feng replied in a gentlemanly manner. I do not know what you wish to ask, but this disciple will obey. He placed 2 books on the table. One was titled Yin Long's Great Poetics. The other was Tai Su's dragon-slaying tribulation method. Then he asked directly, what are these 2 martial arts manuals? Yong Feng replied calmly. They were taught to this disciple by an elder from outside. He refused to give up. He continued to question. An elder from outside? Who? Besides the elders sitting here. Who else has a higher rank? Yong Feng stammered at this point. That is. Yong Feng thought to himself. I can't mention that elder. Before Yong Feng could speak, Bai Guang arrived just in time to help him out. That's what we found in the mountain cave. Yong Feng couldn't believe it. He turned his head in surprise. Bai Guang politely clasped his hands and bowed. I'm a bit late for the meeting. Please forgive me. The elder's mood softened a little. He lowered his voice and asked, all right, so you found a last testament? Bai Guang did not hide anything. He answered truthfully. Yes. Previously, when I was passing by the Nangong family with my disciples, I happened to discover a strange mountain cave. Bai Guang said seriously. Inside was a very old set of skeletal remains. The martial arts manual was right beside it. He was a little suspicious. Is this true? Yong Feng looked at Bai Guang. His feelings were extremely complicated. Are you helping me because you're afraid I'll be in a difficult position? Finally, Yong Feng thanked him silently with gratitude. Thank you, master. Meanwhile, Bai Guang's nerves were stretched taut like a bowstring. Bai Guang thought in a panic. If the matter at Kunloon Inn is exposed, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold my head up high ever again. Yong Lin suddenly spoke up to explain. It is written in the last testament that the person was from Kunloon. and wished to share the fruits of his cultivation with his fellow disciples. The other elder still didn't believe it. He said doubtfully, "That's what it says. But this martial arts manual is too clean." Yonglin didn't hesitate. He replied cleverly, because the Last Testament was severely damaged. So Yongfeng copied a new version. He asked softly, "Really?" Yongfeng replied decisively, "Yes." A thought flashed through Yongfeng's mind. "I only wanted to preserve the precious legacy that the elder left for Kunloon. I didn't expect to almost cause a big problem." The elder sighed. He pondered for a long time. Then he turned to Baisong and another elder and signaled to exchange opinions. Both of them nodded in agreement at the same time. Finally, he picked up the two manuals. He announced clearly, "The legacy left by the immortal of Kunloon is truly a great blessing. Then let's place it in the Tianchi Pavilion, so that any disciple of Kunloon can read it." Yongfeng was secretly pleased. "Right, that's much better." Returning to Kunloon, the four of them sat together and began to discuss. Bai Guang asked curiously, "Did that person really teach you personally?" Yongfeng immediately replied, like a machine, "Yes." Bai Guang crossed his arms in front of his chest. His eyes were downcast. He was lost in thought. As expected, I wasn't wrong. In this world, besides the masters who have reached the state of returning to youth, I'm afraid no one can teach this kind of martial art. Bai Guang suddenly asked Yongfeng, "So you've mastered it all?" Yongfeng replied excitedly, "Yes." Yongsu saw this. He exclaimed, both embarrassed and confused, "No wonder you look so different." Yonglin was so moved that tears streamed down his face. He buried his face and sobbed. "Boo-hoo, I still have nightmares about grinding stones." Yongsu said emotionally, "Yongfeng, we've been reborn." Yonglin smiled brightly. "From now on, we will never do anything foolish again. We must live righteously and diligently." Bai Guang, how says the Institute Zhongfeng? "So, if that senior asks about us in the future, remember to put in a few good words for us." Yongfeng's was firm. He said in a loud voice, "I understand. You can all rest assured." The door was suddenly pushed open. A disciple burst in. He shouted in a panic, "Master, something big has happened." Bai Guang glared with dissatisfaction. "How dare you barge in without announcing yourself?" The disciple froze at the door. He stammered, "Forgive me, master. The situation is urgent." This disciple was rude. He hurriedly reported in a panic, "People from a Nangong family have come to challenge us. The disciples of our sect are completely unable to resist." Bai Guang was stunned. "What?" Bai Guang quickly led everyone out to the courtyard. He explained the situation. All the senior brothers have been defeated one by one. As soon as Bai Guang went outside, he saw his disciples lying all over the ground. Some couldn't even lift their heads. Others were clutching their chests, coughing incessantly. Nangong, he held a wooden sword with an arrogant expression. He said majestically, "Fortunately, this is a wooden sword used for training. Otherwise, it would have been dangerous." The elder appeared from nowhere next to Nangong Tai. He laughed smugly. "The Nangong family truly lives up to its reputation. And you've even condescended to come for martial arts exchange. We are truly grateful." Nangong Tai politely suggested, "Please come inside and sit. Let's discuss the alliance between Kunloon and the Nangong family." Nangong Tai calmly replied with a sentence that made the elder, "En alliance. It can only be called an alliance if both sides are of equal strength." Nangong Tai glanced at the Kunloon disciples being defeated one by one. He said contemptuously, "If one side is so weak that it can only receive favors, then it's no longer an ally." Nangong Tai brazenly stared at the elder. He threatened, "Surely the Taoist priests aren't intentionally holding back just to secure an alliance?" The elder replied in a panic, "No, impossible." Nangong Tai pointed to his own people. He said arrogantly, "Then prove it to us." On our side, Guyu's aura was overwhelming. He stood there firmly, like a statue. A few Kunloon disciples couldn't help but be surprised. One of them stammered, Guyu? I can't believe it's him." Another asked blankly, "Who? Is this person famous?" They stared intently at Guyu. Someone kindly introduced him. "I'm originally from Guangdong. He was once one of the 10 strongest swordsmen in that region." Another person was extremely surprised. "Really? A figure like that joined the Nangong family?" At this moment, Guyu spoke in his magnetic voice. "I have long heard of the profoundness of the Kunloon sword style. Today, I have come specially to seek guidance. In an instant, everyone fell silent. They absolutely did not dare to discuss it further. After hearing this, Nangong Tai smirked coldly with satisfaction. The elder was unconvinced. He thought to himself, how could the Kunloon sect be looked down upon like this? Guyu's eyes swept around. He deliberately mocked them brazenly. I'm afraid this trip was a waste of time. Brother. Nangong Tai then pretended to smile amicably. In that case, the matter of the alliance between the Nangong family and Kun. Let's just consider it as if it never happened. The elder said fearfully. This, in a critical moment, a voice suddenly rang out, interrupting their conversation. Wait. Bai Guang stepped forward without a trace of fear. He calmly introduced himself. I am Bai Guang, an elder of Kunloon. Nangong Tai asked sinisterly. Are you planning to fight yourself? But contrary to Nangong Tai's thoughts, Bai Guang said calmly, it's not yet time for me to act. Bai Guang confidently pointed at the standing Yongfeng. He challenged with a clear voice. Defeat this disciple of mine first, then we'll talk. Yongfeng humbly clasped his fist and bowed before. Guyu, Amitba, I am Yongfeng of Kunloon. Seeing Yongfeng, Guyu silently observed him carefully. The aura he's emitting is truly astonishing. Am I mistaken? It turns out Kunloon has such a young master. Yonglin whispered worriedly into Bai Guang's ear. Master, is this all right? Bai Guang replied calmly. On the way here, Yongfeng told me something, returning to the past. At that time, Yongfeng had firmly pleaded with Bai Guang. I have just had a fortuitous encounter. I have used the inner core of the human-faced spider. If anyone wants to compete, please let this disciple fight. In the present, Yongfeng accepted the confrontation with Guyu. Guyu picked up his sword. He walked silently towards Yongfeng. He thought contemptuously. Even so, his practical combat experience must be very lacking. Guyu gritted his teeth tight. He decisively leaped up, rushing towards Yongfeng, wanting to land a preemptive strike. I will use the fast sword to defeat him. Yongfeng focuses completely, channels his internal energy, gently parries Guyu's attack. The two swords clash, emitting a blinding light. Guyu's hand trembles involuntarily. The sword hilt vibrates along with it. A sharp pain shoots from his wrist. Yongfeng seizes the opportunity, jumps up to counterattack. The two remain evenly matched, continuously unleashing fierce moves, neither giving an inch. However, the advantage seems to lean more towards Yongfeng. Only now does Guyu vaguely feel something is wrong. He widens his eyes in shock, feeling like he is facing a giant dragon. Guyu spins his sword, retreats, gathering strength to unleash a fatal blow. Then I will use my sharpest sword technique. He swings his longsword. Instantly, a ferocious white snake appears, opening its mouth, aiming at the juicy prey. White snake spits venom. Yongfeng is not outdone. The move he unleashes is many times more powerful. A giant dragon soars up from the ground, majestic and imposing, letting out a heroic roar that shakes the heavens and earth. A sword is suddenly knocked out of the battle circle, stabbing straight into the ground. Behind it are two figures chasing each other in the air. Nangong, he can't believe it. Stunned, the person standing behind him has a complicated expression. The Kunloon disciples witness it all, too shocked to speak. Facing an unscathed Yongfeng, Guyu gasped for breath. He speaks with difficulty. I lost. Applause begins to ring out. Everyone from Kunloon is overjoyed, smiles blooming on their faces. They excitedly chant Yongfeng's name in unison. Yongfeng, Yongfeng. Nangong, he thinks in astonishment. Impossible. I thought to beat Guyu, it would take at least 100 moves. I didn't expect him to be subdued in just a few moves. Does the Kunloon sect really have such a character? Bai Guang asks coldly. Is that enough proof? Nangong, he replies awkwardly. Enough, enough. Nangong, he lowers his head. He is too ashamed to look up at anyone. That elder pats his chest, laughing proudly. Teasing. Are you gentlemen satisfied now? That elder calmly suggests. Then please come inside. Let's discuss the alliance. Yongfeng quietly watches the elder lead the person away, still inviting enthusiastically. Come, please have a cup of tea first. Yongfeng smiles proudly, his heart filled with joy. Elder, thank you. Zhong Likong rests his chin on his hand, sitting in deep thought by the stone table. The surrounding scenery is somewhat gloomy. Only a few torches provide light. A voice suddenly reaches his ears. "Greetings, Lord Zhong Likong." And Guai quietly appears behind him, carrying a suffocating aura of internal energy. Zhong Likong sneers. "Long time no see. Your internal energy has improved quite a bit." And Guai replies humbly, "You flatter me, my lord." He suddenly speaks seriously. "The mission you gave me before is not yet complete. You suddenly summoned me. I guess the situation was urgent, so I returned immediately." Zhong Likong understands. "Not slightly. Sit down first." And Guai asks directly, "I wonder what this is all about." Zhong Likong speaks slowly. "Halfway up Mount Kunloon, there's an inn called the Kunloon Inn. I heard it is a gathering place for the 5 great families." Seeing and Guai still doesn't understand. He frowns in thought. "I have a feeling they're secretly plotting something," Zhong Likong said suspiciously. "Furthermore, the Beast Heavenly King seems to have a hand in this as well." And Guai exclaimed in surprise. "What?" He couldn't believe it. He retorted, "How could they ally with an evil figure from the underworld like the Beast Heavenly King?" Zhong Likong explained patiently. "According to the information from our spies, that is indeed the case." Zhong Likong's eyes widened. His expression was extremely vigilant. "You also know that the Beast Heavenly King is well informed about everything in the world. In the current martial world, in terms of the speed of information, no one can compare." Zhong Likong ordered without hesitation. "First, go and see if we can win him over." And Guai asked calmly, "And if we can't?" Zhong Likong's expression darkened. He said sternly, "If he has accepted our commission and still colludes with the 5 great families, then he must be eliminated to prevent future trouble." At Nanlu village, the space here was quiet and elegant. In the distance were rolling mountain ranges. Under the clear blue sky, a few patches of brilliant sunlight shone. A place, a wooden sign with the 2 words pharmacy written neatly. Simple yet elegant. For some reason, today there were countless people waiting in a long line, creating an extremely crowded and lively scene. Someone in the line said excitedly, "I never thought I'd live to see something like this in Nanlu village." The person behind him also chimed in happily. "Free medicine distribution. It's hard to believe." Inside the house, a doctor was carefully checking a villager's pulse. "Let me see." After checking the pulse, the doctor diagnosed the illness with a loud voice. "Your qi and blood are not flowing smoothly. Cold qi has invaded your already weakened body. It's best to abstain from alcohol. I will write you a prescription. Just take that prescription over there to get your medicine." The man was both moved and overjoyed. He clasped his hands in thanks. "Oh, thank you, doctor. How can I ever repay this kindness?" The doctor laughed loudly. He pointed at the standing Yunlong. "Don't thank me. Go and thank that gentleman over there." The man then walked happily to Yunlong, extremely grateful. "Sir," but Yunlong continued to point towards Tang Si-min and his subordinate standing outside the door. Yunlong said calmly, "It wasn't me. Go thank the person outside." A group of people heard this. They immediately rushed like moths to a flame. They swarmed their benefactor like a disturbed beehive. It was that gentleman who donated the medicinal herbs. Oh, what a great kindness! Their hearts were filled with gratitude. They sincerely bowed in thanks before Tang Si-min and his subordinate. "Thank you, sirs. Thank you, sirs. You will surely be blessed." Tang Si-min was stunned. He thought regretfully to himself, "Half of my family's medicinal herb inventory is gone just like that. And I even had to sneak it out behind my father's back." Tang Si-min's subordinate whispered into his ear to comfort him. "Young master, try to think of it differently. This may not be a disaster. It might be a blessing in disguise. If the people here spread the word, the reputation of the Sichuan Tang family in the Qinghai region will become even more renowned." Tang Si-min was convinced by these words. He nodded and thought, "That makes sense. Perhaps my father will be less angry after hearing this." At this moment, Wang Julong was using both hands to lift a giant boulder with great effort. He gently placed it in an empty space. In front of him was a stone pillar. On it were neatly carved the 4 characters Kunloon. The first order here sign was thus created in a unique way. Xiao Ming watched as more and more guests came to the stone pillar. He said with satisfaction, "There are more passers-by than before. This place is truly a prime piece of land." Xiao Ming seized the opportunity. He shouted loudly, "Come here! Come here! Since you're already in line, please come over and take a look. I am a waiter at Kunloon." A few people suddenly offered their opinions. We know. We've been there once. But the road is too difficult. Xiaoming patiently explained to everyone. That's right. The road up the mountain is arduous. But things are different now. He held a pen and paper in his hand. He said enthusiastically, from now on, if you suddenly crave a dish from Kunloon, just write it down on a piece of paper. Xiaoming placed the newly written paper into the stone counter next to a golden bell. Xiaoming calmly instructed. Then put in a slot at the bottom of this stone pillar. Xiaoming picked up the bell. He shook it a few times as a demonstration. Then ring the bell. The delicacies of Kunloon will be delivered directly to where you are standing. The guests were indeed intrigued. They asked, half believing, half doubting. Really? How is that possible? Xiaoming naturally had a way to increase everyone's confidence. He turned to ask Wang Jilong. Brother Jilong, all the birds here obey your command. If they hear the bell, can you order them to deliver the paper to the designated place? Wang Jilong's face darkened. He gritted his teeth, scaring Xiaoming into silence. Are my abilities to be used for such trivial matters? Yin Long suddenly appeared. He instructed sternly. This is by no means a trivial matter. It is an extremely important affair. Wang Jilong seemed to transform into a different person. He bowed his head happily. He replied with a gentle expression. Oh, of course. Leave this matter to me. No problem at all. Chun Sin peeked out from behind the stone pillar. His expression was extremely complicated. Chun Sin used only one finger. A line of clear characters immediately appeared on the stone tablet. Whoever dares to destroy this tablet will die by my hand. Chun Sin returned to the familiar and deep in the green forest and mountains. Lung Xiaobing, Feng Qi, and Huang Long were all surprised by Yin Long's words. From now on, I will teach you 2 martial arts. Yin Long still maintained his arrogant demeanor. He spoke in an extremely firm tone. The martial arts I am about to teach. One is the Nameless Heart method. The other is the 10,000-mile Gale step. Huang Long repeated naively. Nameless Heart method? Feng Qi frowned in confusion. 10,000-mile Gale step. Yin Long smirked calmly. These are martial arts I created myself. No other sect in the world could possibly have them. As soon as they heard this, they immediately cheered excitedly. Yin Long said calmly, by cultivating this martial art, you could travel 10,000 miles in a day without getting tired. Feng Qi became confused. Huh, isn't it for fighting? Lung Xiaobing thought blankly to himself. It's just for running? And Huang Long was utterly disappointed. His voice sounded dejected. Yin Long suddenly spoke fluently, making Lung Xiaobing vaguely realize something. All techniques return to the source. Physical strength is the foundation. If the heart has doubts, it is not necessary. Yin Long said sternly, I will only recite the incantation once. You must listen with your hands and memorize it well. First is the Nameless Heart method. A second later, Yin Long fluently recited a long string of incantations. Breathe like flowing water. Exhale and return the qi to the dantian. The remaining breath is stored and becomes one in the end. Guard the spirit like the autumn moon. The dantian is like the blazing sun. True harmony is gentle and soft, gathered but not scattered. The qi rises to the Naiwan palace, connecting the spirit and opening the orifices. Lung Xiaobing thought in confusion. How can I possibly remember all of that at once? The 3 of them suddenly bowed their heads. Feng Qi spoke politely. Pardon my rudeness. May I hear it one more time? In a hidden corner deep in the forest, Nguai was standing behind a thicket of bushes, silently observing their every move. He suddenly smiled slyly. The scene shifts to Wang Jilong. He gritted his teeth. He used his axe to strike the hard rock in front of him with all his might. Wang Jilong skillfully carved the block of stone. While working, he grumbled with dissatisfaction. Why does the number keep increasing? I've already made 16 tables, and now I have to make another 32 chairs. Luo Chu couldn't help but be amused seeing Yun Long teaching Lung Xiaobing. Feng Qi and Huang Long, he exclaimed. It's so lively this early in the morning. And Guai froze. He opened his eyes wide in surprise. After confirming that the person was indeed Luo Chu, he muttered and calculated. I didn't expect it to be the drunken, immortal Luo Chu. Suon se va pelaitli. Elle dit Luo que. You've arrived. Luo Chu waved enthusiastically in response. Good morning, the old man pondered. He was unexpectedly distracted by something else. Let me order first. Standing before a beautiful new painting of peach blossoms. Luo que curiously. These paintings are so exquisite. Did you invite a famous artist to paint them? Yin Long replied calmly from behind. These were all painted by Miss Su herself. Hearing this, Luo Chu laughed heartily. He praised joyfully. The brushwork is so fine. Truly admirable. Sushi said shyly. You flatter me, elder. Then, please come this way to see the next one. Another painting appeared before Luo Chu's eyes. The painting was an image of all the familiar people in this inn. He exclaimed in surprise. Isn't this us? Luo Chu crossed his arms in front of his chest. His spirits lifted considerably. He didn't hold back his praise. The technique is truly marvelous. You can tell who is who at a glance. Suons Ismail Yentli. Thank you, elder. Chao Yujing pointed at the painting. She asked, confused, everything is good. But why paint the guests in as well? Luo Chu pointed at Chao Yujing in the painting. He deliberately teased. Speaking of which, aren't you a guest too? Chao Yujing glared at him angrily. Then erase both of us. Luo Ku explained elegantly. I was just speaking casually. Why erase it? Just leave it there. To bring more business. Besides, you look much prettier in the painting. Chao Yujing was furious. She said through gritted teeth, Are you saying I'm uglier in real life than in the painting? Luo Chu was at a loss. He had to pretend he didn't hear. He turned and walked away. He said nonchalantly, Oh, I'm going to have a drink. Sushi quickly pulled him back. Elder, it's still early. Gao Zuding in Dezet Gonli. Just let him go. It'll be good for business. She glanced at the painting. She said doubtfully, but looking at it as a whole, it still feels like there's a lot of empty space. Sushi said, Then she replied politely. She then carefully explained the meaning of the painting to Chao Yujing. Because I don't know how many more people will join our big family in the future. I thought that if new people come later and don't see themselves, they will be sad. Chao Yujing was extremely surprised. You thought that far ahead, my dear. In the afternoon, Wang Julong was still focused on carving stone with his iron axe, trying to complete his hard labor. A voice suddenly came from a distance, startling him. Beast Heavenly King. Wang Julong looked around cautiously. He thought to himself, who on earth is it? To be able to come here without a sound, and with such a pressing, killing intent. That voice was very natural. It continued to speak clearly. My master sent me to test your sincerity. How is the task we entrusted to you coming along? Wang Julong frowned. He calculated in his head, speaking of commissions. One is from the demonic cult. The other is from a mysterious person who calls himself Zhong Likong. If it were the heavenly demonic cult, they would surely use the name of the heavenly demonic cult leader. Wang Julong clenched his fist. He calmly replied to the mysterious voice. It's Zhong Likong, isn't it? I cannot complete that task. If compensation is needed, I'm willing to bear it. A dark aura emanated from the nearby bushes, accompanied by a gloomy voice. So you've colluded with them? Wang Julong suddenly leaped up from the ground. He raised his arm high. He rushed aggressively towards the source of the voice. Damn it, I know where you are. Wang Julong didn't hesitate. He punched the solid giant boulder in front of him. Due to the immense force, the boulder shattered into countless fragments in an instant. They flew everywhere, stirring up a thick cloud of dust. Wang Julong discovered that his efforts were in vain, because there was nothing inside the boulder. He roared angrily. The killing intent just now clearly came from here. Nguai unexpectedly appeared behind Wang Julong. He threatened arrogantly. You dare to disregard our commission and join the righteous path? Then pay with your life. Countless chains brushed past Wang Julong's face, making him unable to react in time. He stood frozen on the spot. The ends of the chains were attached to sharp scythes of death, enough to easily sever a tree trunk in an instant. Nguai swung the chains, launching a series of continuous attacks on Wang Julong. Wang Julong was unfortunately struck in the shoulder by a sharp scythe. Fresh blood gushed out. He screamed in pain. Another scythe plunged deep into his abdomen. He couldn't suppress the intense pain. He coughed violently. After torturing Wang Julong to the brink of death, Nguai smirked contemptuously. Even the beast Heavenly King cannot escape my chained scythes. Nguai silently drew a sword from his black cloak. He said sinisterly, I will take your head back with me. Unexpectedly, Wang Julong suddenly smirked, completely different from his pathetic state just moments ago. He decisively reached out and grabbed the iron chain. He retorted confidently, "The one who can't escape is you." And Guai was terrified. He had clearly underestimated the beast Heavenly King. Wang Julong suddenly used his strength. He pulled the chain hard towards himself. "Get over here." And Guai was like a kite with a broken string. He fell head first to the ground. He lay paralyzed on the ground. He asked, barely breathing, "Could it be that you have a peerless protective aura?" Wang Julong laughed smugly. "A protectivo ha." Wrong. This body was forged by me with a bamboo tendon mountain armor, accumulating my own inner core, forming a bone-protecting hard chi that flows throughout my entire body. And Guai's eyes instantly became extremely sharp. He asked, half believing, half doubting, "Bone-protecting hard chi?" Wang Julong couldn't be bothered. He straightened up, preparing for a life-or-death battle with Nguai. "Enough! Die for me!" Wang Julong seized the opportunity. He decisively threw a fatal punch straight at Nguai's face. He pressed his advantage. He began to unleash countless continuous palm strikes, wanting to destroy his opponent. Wang Julong became more ferocious as he fought. He threatened fiercely. "It's too late to regret it now." Unexpectedly, Nguai slyly used a substitution technique. He used a small piece of wood and some rocks to replace himself. Wang Julong's movements froze. He was stunned. No wonder the feeling of the blows was a bit strange. "So you're also proficient in Chiman Duanjia." Wang Julong looked around. He blurted out involuntarily, "He's gone." Night fell, returning to the familiar inn in the quiet forest. In contrast to the gloomy coldness outside, the room was extremely warm. Feng Chi saw Chun sit engrossed in eating steamed buns. Feng Chi teased happily, "Brother Chun-san, you still only love steamed buns, huh?" Lung Xiaobing's mouth was full of food. He said while chewing voraciously, "I don't think I'll be able to leave this place in the future." Feng Chi nodded in agreement. "That's right, because only here can you get this kind of noodles." Then, Lung Xiaobing picked up his bowl. He ate with relish. He said nonchalantly, "Anyway, if the inn does well, they will surely pay me. It doesn't matter if I don't have money now." Suddenly, a hand reached out and carefully placed 2 scrolls of paper on the table. Lung Xiaobing looked at Yinlong. Then he looked at the 2 scrolls. He asked, confused, "Lord Baiyu, this is..." Yinlong turned away coldly. He said nonchalantly, "You guys keep forgetting the incantation, so I wrote it down for you." Lung Xiaobing, Feng Chi, and Huang Long were overjoyed to hear this. They shouted in unison, "Thank you, Lord Bai." Lung Xiaobing looked at Yinlong's back. He thought with admiration, to think he would go to such lengths for us. But he didn't know. At the same time, Yinlong had a completely different thought. To be able to order them around as I please. This is the only way. Yinlong walked straight to where Wang Julong was standing. Wang Julong's expression involuntarily became unprecedentedly tense. Yinlong didn't beat around the bush. He went straight to the point. He slammed his hand on the table. He questioned Wang Julong sternly. "Who was that person?" Wang Julong gritted his teeth. He thought anxiously, "I've been found out." Yinlong immediately used a scare tactic. He said sinisterly, "If you don't confess now, then it seems..." A second later, Wang Julong confessed. I don't know that person." Yinlong refused to let it go. In that case, Wang Julong sat obediently like a puppy. He lowered his head. He said in a small voice, "Actually, I came here on a commission to gather intelligence on Kunloon." Under Yinlong's scrutinizing gaze, Wang Julong knew he couldn't hide it anymore. He had to tell the whole story from beginning to end. 2 parties sent commissions at the same time. One was the heavenly demonic cult. The other was a mysterious figure named Zhong Likong. Yinlong judged seriously. "The people from the demonic cult are wandering around here. It must be because of Chun-san. In that case, the person named Zhong Likong is likely from the faction I encountered at the Shiman family." Yinlong asked suspiciously, "Was the person who came today a subordinate of Zhong Likong?" Wang Julong immediately replied, "That's right, because I didn't complete the commission. They wanted to take my life." Wang Julong said, "They are extremely dangerous people. If I may, I am willing to go down the mountain to investigate further." He was secretly pleased. Compared to carving stone, this is much better. Yinlong decisively refused. "That's not necessary." Wang Julong asked in surprise. "Huh?" He humbled himself. He tried to plead. There might be many assassins coming. Yin Long spoke calmly, leaving Wang Julong stunned. Assassins are also customers. Yin Long walked away leisurely, leaving Wang Julong standing there dumbfounded. If they cause trouble, we'll just deal with it. Yin Long reminded him sternly. Don't meddle in other people's business. Finish the rest of the stone tables and chairs. Wang Julong bowed his head respectfully. He immediately complied. Yes, sir. Deep in the misty forest, there was an exquisitely carved Buddha statue. The Buddha's hand held a precious pearl and a staff, blessing all living beings. Zhong Likong sat high above. He frowned in annoyance. I can't believe the beast Heavenly King betrayed us. I couldn't even get the compensation back. And Guai's eyes were truly open this time. He said modestly, his martial arts far exceed the data. Zhong Likong asked suspiciously, could he be even stronger than you? And Guai answered honestly, if we were to fight to the death, the outcome would be uncertain. Zhong Likong gritted his teeth in anger. He placed both hands on the table. He was clearly very impressed. The beast Heavenly King was originally the most underestimated of the 4 Heavenly Kings. Could it be that he has been training hard alone and improved his martial strength? And Guai suddenly said, furthermore, the drunken immortal is also there. Zhong Likong was startled. He asked again, what? The drunken immortal? Zhong Likong clenched his fist. He slammed it on the table to show his authority. Now it's clear. The drunken immortal is the central figure, gathering the forces of the righteous path to build up their strength. At this moment, Nguai mysteriously added, that's not all. He emphasized each word. The Overlord Saber is also there. This sentence was like a thunderclap, striking Zhong Likong's head. He shouted in terror. The Overlord Saber? Zhong Likong became impatient. He hurriedly questioned, if that's the case, is the person holding the Overlord Saber now the drunken immortal? Nguai immediately shook his head in denial. No. Zhong Likong couldn't believe it. No. Nguai described in detail. It's being carried by someone who looks like a waiter. After hearing this, Zhong Likong was filled with doubt. A waiter? He presented his findings seriously. According to my investigation, the key figure there is not the drunken immortal, but a young man in white. Nguai continued cautiously. That young man in white and the waiter holding the Overlord Saber. From their appearance, I'm afraid they're the ones involved in the incident with the Great Ming Escort Agency and the Shiman family last time. He pieced all the clues together. The images of Yun Long and Wang Julong, along with the scene of Yun Long talking to the drunken immortal, appeared one after another. Nguai thought deeply. The young man in white is named by you. He seems to be the one giving orders to the beast Heavenly King. Furthermore, his relationship with the drunken immortal doesn't seem to be one of superior and subordinate, but more like equals. Zhong Likong naturally regained his composure. He pondered in a low voice. This situation can no longer be judged hastily. Nguai showed his agreement. That's right. It's truly too complicated. Zhong Likong asked helplessly. If it were you, what would you do? Nguai quickly gave a reasonable answer. I would report it to the higher-ups and find a way to cooperate. This made him nod in approval. That's right. I think so too. Then Nguai asked directly, are you planning to go to He Valley? Zhong Likong replied nonchalantly. That's right. He immediately stood up. His aura was like fire, burning brightly. I must go to the Heavenly Saint Land to ask for help. Still the simple and nestled among the rolling mountains. The weather today was much milder. A pure white pigeon suddenly flew in from the window, carrying a piece of paper. After reading the paper, Shi couldn't help but be overjoyed. She smiled brightly. Wow, a big order. 35 bowls of noodles and 20 plates of steamed buns. It's from the Deng family in Beilu Village. Xiaoming also chimed in happily. Beilu Village has also started placing its first order with us. In the kitchen, Yin Long was enthusiastically using his fire technique, preparing top-quality dishes. He was excited. A good start. The bowls of food were arranged neatly, ready to be delivered to the customers. Next, Lung Xiaobing, Feng Qi, and Huang Long were the ones responsible for transporting the food. Each of them lightly carried more than 10 bowls. Lung Xiaobing even shouted encouragement with high spirits. If you spill a single drop of soup, I won't let you off the hook. Huang Long smiled gently. How could that happen? We've already mastered the 10,000-mile Gale step. Another person teased Lung Xiaobing. I'm just afraid that Big Brother will be the one to spill, and we'll have to take the punishment. Hearing this, Lung Xiaobing glared at him. This guy, so insolent. Then Lung Xiaobing, Huang Long, and Feng Qi, full of energy, carried the food trays. They ran like mad with all their might. They were like wound-up springs. Their speed was so fast that they disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving only a cloud of dust behind. The other person said proudly, "To be honest, we've really improved a lot." Lung Xiaobing just smirked smugly. He announced, "We're off Mount Kunloon now." Legend has it that there is a story like this. In the chaotic times hundreds of years ago, there were 3 people who were revered as the strongest in the Central Plains martial world. The Heavenly Saint, Zhong Lishan. The Martial Saint, Zhen Wuye. The Demonic Saint, Shao Wuji. No one could stop Wuye's power. However, the Martial Saint pursued only the path of martial arts his entire life. He did not accept any disciples. In the end, he ended his life in solitude. The Demonic Saint possessed the ability to create formations and control the 3 realms. He was the Demonic Saint who did not distinguish between good and evil. He madly absorbed all kinds of techniques. In the end, he suffered a backlash from his great techniques and died without a complete corpse. The last person was Zhong Lishan. But the Heavenly Saint was completely different. He believed that he could not pacify the martial world with his strength alone, and believed that he had to cultivate a powerful and absolutely loyal organization. Therefore, he lived in seclusion in He Valley, a remote and inaccessible place. At the ends of the earth, he secretly built up his forces, accumulating strength, plotting for a great cause later on. But in the end, he never had the chance to emerge. He passed away in solitude. But his descendants, over several hundred years, still inherited the martial arts of the Heavenly Saint. They revered him as a god to serve. In the pouring rain, a stone tablet with only the 3 characters, Heavenly Saint Cult, still stood tall. This is the Heavenly Saint Cult. Zhong Likong stood under the white curtain of rain. He stared unblinkingly at the stone tablet. He unconsciously muttered, "It's been over 5 years, hasn't it?" From somewhere, a thick layer of fog faintly appeared at Zhong Likong's feet, making him unconsciously take notice. Zhong Likong frowned. He thought seriously. The 8 trigrams formation. It completely prevents outsiders from finding He Valley. Noticing that the fog was getting thicker, Zhong Likong quickly raised both hands to perform a technique. He used both his hands and feet. 2 steps to the north, 3 steps to the northeast. His footsteps became more and more hurried. Zhong Likong said in a loud voice, 3 steps to the southeast, 5 steps to the south. He imagined all kinds of beasts in the deep forest, like bats, ghosts, and ferocious cobras, and green-eyed wolves, and poisonous flowers and insects, staring at him hungrily. He thought cautiously, if I don't follow the predetermined steps, I will surely be trapped by the maze, or be poisoned by poisonous insects, venomous snakes, or poisonous grass. After finishing, Zhong Likong stood with his feet together, waiting for the next move. A moment later, 2 giant boulders suddenly split apart like a gate, leading him into another world. Zhong Likong walked in calmly. He looked out into the distance, looking at the tall and sturdy city walls. But the peace did not last long. A violent commotion suddenly broke out in the city. A group of strange men in black rushed over, as if they wanted to swallow their prey whole. They held weapons in their hands. They charged forward aggressively, intending to attack. Each of them exuded a cold, killing intent, determined to kill the intruder. One person stepped forward, facing Zhong Likong. He ordered arrogantly, "Who goes there? State your name." He was not afraid at all. He slowly pulled down his straw hat. Zhong Likong decisively took off his hat. He smiled amicably. "It's me, Zhong Likong." The brilliant sunlight enveloped the capital of the city. It looked like a dream. Zhong Likong walked past arrogantly. The people on both sides bowed their heads respectfully. They welcomed him in unison. "You have returned." Zhong Likong suddenly stopped. In front of him was a figure with his hands clasped behind his back. That person said to him calmly, "You've arrived." Zhong Likong replied calmly, "Third brother, long time no see." That person was none other than Zhong Lihuang. Among Zhong Likong's 7 brothers, he was ranked 3rd. He was called the 3rd Great Duke, and Zhong Likong was the 5th Great Duke. Zhong Lihuang didn't even glance at Zhong Likong. He turned and walked away coldly. The 12 palace masters are waiting. Deep inside the cave, there were several stone pillars carved with human figures. They seemed to be all the elders of the previous generation. However, everything was hazy in the smoke. Zhong Likong looked up. Zhong Likong praised silently. The red-eyed palace master. The divine beast palace master. The shadowless palace master. The thousand-handed palace master. The fate-seizing palace master. All 5 palace masters are gathered. One person asked, confused, "Why has everyone been summoned?" Zhong Likong replied calmly, "Not only the palace masters. I also want to see my father." The other person immediately replied, "The cult leader is in seclusion." Zhong Likong looked displeased. He was lost in thought. He's in seclusion at a time like this again. Without my father, I'm afraid it will be very difficult to ask for their help. In that case, I'll have to change my plan. I'll have to use the second option. Thinking this, Zhong Likong announced in a loud voice, "The martial arts of the martial saint have been discovered." His words surprised the people there. On the side of Kunloon, the atmosphere was extremely cheerful. The next second, the door was opened. A group of people walked in. The leader said arrogantly and loudly, "Who is by you?" At this moment, Ru Min's face turned pale. She seemed to have guessed. The fate of this group would be exactly the same as hers. Ru Min looked at the 2 opposing sides. She thought to herself, the 8 dukes of the evil spirit from the divine beast palace. Yin Long replied faintly, "I am by you." The leader of the 8 dukes of the evil spirit growled, "I advise you to hand it over obediently." Yin Long pretended to be innocent and asked, "Hand what over?" The person roared angrily, "The martial arts of the martial saint." Yin Long didn't seem to care at all. He ordered impatiently, "It's too noisy. Sit down and eat." The person was so humiliated. He couldn't help but shout in anger, "What? You want me to eat what?" Yin Long then replied coldly, making the leader of the 8 dukes of the evil spirit freeze on the spot. Smoked meat. The scene shifts. The Shiman family. The air was fresh. The sky was as blue as brocade. A flock of small birds flew by, creating a poetic scene. A man staggered towards the gate, groaning in pain. He was hunched over as if looking for help. His mouth constantly let out miserable groans. The guard saw this and hurried forward to ask, "Brother, what's wrong?" Under the gaze of the 2 guards, the man suddenly collapsed to the ground. On another side, Shiman-Shi gritted his teeth. He swung his sword with all his might. Shiman-Shi gripped his precious sword tightly. His body spun lightly. He performed a beautiful set of sword techniques. Shiman-Shi slid to a stop, ending the spectacular performance. He frowned, trying to take deep breaths to regulate his breathing. The people around him cheered enthusiastically. One person praised excitedly, as expected of the family head. Another person also flattered him. "Your saber technique can truly be ranked among the top 10 masters of the martial world." Suddenly, a guard rushed in from outside in a panic to report, "Family head, something big has happened." Shiman-Shi asked unhappily, "What's all the noise about? Have you no sense of propriety?" The guard's expression darkened. He reported urgently, "The young miss has been kidnapped." Shiman-Shi's heart skipped a beat. He shouted in surprise, "What did you say?" The guard stammered, "The young miss was on her way out." Shiman-Shi asked urgently, "Where are the guards?" The guard reported with a grave expression, "Of the 5 guards for our dead, only 1 survived and returned." He held out his hand, handing Shiman-Shi a scroll. "And there's this." Shiman-Shi unrolled the scroll. He saw a line of neat characters. "Before the hour of Shun, bring the dragon scale body armor to Xiong Yen Peak. Come alone. Otherwise, your daughter's life will be hard to save." Shiman-Shi couldn't believe the truth before his eyes. He clenched the scroll tightly. His whole body trembled. "This." The 2 guards simultaneously clasped their fists respectfully. One said, "Family head, you cannot go alone." The other advised Shiman-Shi, "Please let the elders, the heavenly thunder, 10 guests, and a lightning squad go with you." However, he not only objected, but also firmly declared, "No, to me, Huir's life is more important than my own. I will go alone." In a desolate forest, only a few lonely rays of sunlight shone through the high mountain crevices. Shiman-Shi carried a bag. He walked alone in the forest. He gritted his teeth and thought angrily, "Just you wait. I will definitely chop them into 100 pieces." Shiman-Shi's eyes were vigilant. He glanced towards a slight noise. He stopped doubtfully. He pondered, strange. There must be a trap here. Xiongyan Peak was a mountain with dense trees, but its location was very secluded. It took quite a long time. Shi finally found the place. He roared fiercely. I have come alone, as you requested. Return my daughter to me. Zhong Likong grabbed the bound Shimin. He said coldly, You've finally arrived. She looked at Shi, crying in fear. Father. He threw the bag straight to the ground. He demanded firmly, I brought the item. Return my daughter to me now. As soon as he finished speaking, Nguai suddenly appeared behind Zhong Likong. He observed Shi carefully. He whispered to Zhong Likong. He really came alone. Shi frowned. He suspected in his heart. Did the aura that was following me just now come from that guy? Zhong Likong loosened the rope with his hand. He said nonchalantly, truly a man of his word. A promise is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Then I'll return her to you. When no one was paying attention, Zhong Likong channeled a powerful internal energy into his palm. Zhong Likong swung his hand without hesitation. He struck Shimin with it, making her scream in agony. She called out his daughter's name in terror. Yahello. He rushed forward. He caught Shimin in his arms. Zhong Likong looked at Shi emotionlessly, watching him anxiously care for the long unconscious Shimin. Zhong Likong said smugly, The 9 Snow Soul Palm is a supreme martial art. Whoever is struck by this palm, 9 streams of Shi will flare up every 4 hours. In the end, there's only death. Zhong Likong sinisterly emphasized each word. If you can dispel the Shi within the time limit, you live. If not, you die. Ximon ons piqued up Ximon. He threatened with blazing anger. You dare to do this and still expect to live. Zhong Likong admired the treasure in the bag. He said without a care, I just didn't want to waste my energy dealing with your martial skills. Don't do anything foolish. Worry about your daughter. Zhong Likong turned around coldly. He left just like that. Nguai, let's go. She was left behind, holding his daughter in his arms in pain. He sobbed and wailed in despair. Yahello. Returning to the Shimin family, the atmosphere became unprecedentedly desolate and cold. A doctor carefully checked Shimin Hui's pulse. Finally, the doctor said in confusion, Please forgive me. This illness is beyond my abilities. It is difficult to cure. She was unconvinced. He asked the doctor impatiently, Then what should I do? The doctor softly suggested a method. It seems we must find a spiritual medicine to supplement her yang qi. She said, He suddenly remembered. He said quickly, Didn't someone present a 200-year-old ginseng root at the birthday celebration? The doctor bowed respectfully. Yes. Should I prepare the medicine right away? Suddenly, Ximon coughed. Seeing this, Shi called out in a panic, Huir. Her face grew paler and paler. She seemed to have no vitality left. Shi's eyes widened in shock. He thought to himself, It's just as that person said. At the familiar inn, it was as lively as usual. It stood tall in the desolate mountains and forests. Regardless of rain or shine, inside the inn, guests came and went endlessly. All the tables were full. One of Rumin's subordinates praised. Damn, this is insanely delicious. Is this a skill that a human can possess? Rumin was also engrossed in her food. She pondered, the assassins sent by the palaces are just focused on eating. The Iron Fist 5 bandits suddenly kicked open the door and burst in. They shouted arrogantly, Who is by you? Rumin's mouth dropped open in surprise. She thought to herself with admiration, The Iron Fist 5 bandits, masters under the command of the fate-seizing palace master, famous for their martial arts. A second later, Rumin continued to enjoy her delicacy. She let out a cold, contemptuous smile. It seems they're all the same. A figure silently walked up to the Iron Fist 5 bandits. It was Chun-san. He casually crossed his arms in front of his chest. He ordered, It's too crowded in here. Go eat outside. They asked aggressively, Are you by you? A stream of internal energy suddenly erupted from behind Chun-san. He repeated, I told you to go eat outside. In the courtyard, Chun-san had effortlessly knocked the Iron Fist 5 bandits to the ground. They staggered to their feet. They looked at Chun-san suspiciously. He pushed all of us out with one breath. It must be by you. Unexpectedly, Chun-san calmly introduced himself. I'm the waiter, Chun-san. By you is the cook. The Iron Fist 5 bandits were stunned. Not by you. Then, they went berserk. If you're not, Then get out of our way. One of the Iron Fist 5 bandits attacked, but he was immediately and easily blocked by Chun-san's fist. The man was in so much pain that tears streamed down his face. He looked at his hands, which were about to be crushed. Chun-san nonchalantly looked at the crying member of the Iron Fist 5 bandits. He smiled faintly. I've already gone easy on you. Stop whining. They were terrified. What is this? Realizing they had no other choice, they signaled each other to attack together. He's a master. Everyone attack. The Iron Fist 5 bandits rushed forward like moths to a flame. They unleashed their moves, wanting to destroy Chun-san. The wooden door slowly opened. Chun-san walked in. He smiled gently. The table outside ordered 3 steamers of steamed buns and 5 bowls of noodles. Xiao Ming immediately replied. Coming right up. The sun set, being officially closed, ending a tumultuous day of business. Everyone gathered in the room. They listened attentively to the summary. Everyone worked hard today, Xiao Ming said with satisfaction. The customers came and went endlessly. Delivery orders also increased sharply. I think we can pay everyone now. Hearing this, everyone cheered happily. Full-time employees get 5 taels. Temporary waiters get 2 taels. Xiao Ming kindly encouraged everyone. Although the money isn't much, when Ian does better in the future, the benefits will surely be better. Lung Xiaobing, Feng Qi, Huang Long, and the others said excitedly in unison. This is already very good. Thank you, sir. Xiao Ming continued. The wages for the previous period will also be paid back to you. As soon as he finished speaking, they danced and cheered loudly. In the quiet of the night, the Tyrant's Forest, a magnificent mansion, was located here. There was once a rumor. The people who fought for interests in Jinan defeated the Huangfu clan. They became the tyrants of the region and became one of the representative forces of the underworld. The Huangfu family, once one of the 5 great families. After a life-or-death battle with the Tyrant's Forest, they finally fell into decline. Hua Yi and Hua Qi followed the wooden box. They stood imposingly before the mansion. One was the killing monster. The other was the flying monster. Hua Yi ordered arrogantly. Go and announce that the twin monsters have come to see the Forest Lord. One of them gritted his teeth. He said contemptuously, what are they babbling about? The people of the Tyrant's Forest sat there calmly, looking at the twin monsters before them. They deliberately acted superior. Do you think this is some righteous path? How ridiculous. Trash that crawled out of nowhere. Dares to mention the Forest Lord. Looking at the mysterious wooden box in Hua Qi's hand, one of them asked aggressively, what is that? Open the box and let's see. It persisted. We have an appointment with your Forest Lord. The person from the Tyrant's Forest drew his sword. He pointed it at his neck. He threatened with a loud voice. I told you to open it, so open it. Unidentified items are not allowed to be brought in. He suddenly jumped up. Hua Qi sinisterly dodged them. He roared angrily. You dare to draw your sword on us? The people of the Tyrant's Forest were completely stunned. They couldn't resist. Hua Qi easily did a flip. He used his terrifying strength to punch one of them, knocking out his teeth, making the man spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. The people of the Tyrant's Forest became victims under Hua Qi's fists one by one. They endured Hua Qi's fierce attacks. They were terrified. They cautiously took a step back. Where did these monsters come from? A hand suddenly covered one of their faces, making him stunned. The other hand squeezed tightly on another's, making that person unable to breathe. He struggled in pain. A foot kicked straight at the face of the scarred man from the Tyrant's Forest. He very smoothly took care of 3 people with one move. He stood proudly in the thick dust, as if nothing had happened. With a cold expression, he turned around. He clicked his tongue and walked away calmly. We clearly had an appointment, yet they're still so rude. The underworld is truly... Tisk tisk, he deliberately asked. Do you need me to clean them up? The 2 of them suddenly looked in the same direction at the same time. Wang Zhen walked down the steps calmly. He spoke slowly. It seems they didn't communicate clearly during the shift change. We have offended you in many ways. I hope you too can forgive us. Spoke faintly. The young heavenly king. Wang Zhen clasped his fist. He introduced himself respectfully. I am Wang Zhen. A pleasure. He crossed his arms in front of his chest. He praised with admiration. The mountain cave, fierce tiger. one of the 4 heavenly kings of the underworld, truly lives up to his reputation. This made Wang Jun reply politely. You flatter me. Please. He suddenly turned his head and shouted at his barely conscious subordinates. What are you doing on the ground? I told you to communicate clearly during shift changes. You lot. Wait for your punishment. Wang Jun walked away silently. He thought unhappily to himself. Elite troops, yet they were defeated in one move. They're even more formidable than the rumors say. Then, Wang Jun took out 2 bracelet-shaped treasures. He explained in detail. These are the Blood King wrist rings. They are peerless treasures that those who practice palm techniques dream of. They place the wooden box on the table. They open it carefully. We have also brought this. What she said with a serious expression. The heavenly mountain snow leaf herb. A spiritual herb that can instantly increase one's internal energy by 1.5 levels. Along with our master's promise to you. Everything is clearly written in the document. Wang Jun smirked dangerously. Compared to the Blood King wrist rings, I need the heavenly mountain snow leaf herb more. However, I have a question. Wang Jun faced what he asked directly. What exactly does your master want to do by collecting the 10 great treasures of the martial world? What she immediately replied. The 10 great treasures are not just weapons. They're the keys to breaking a seal. Wang Jun didn't understand. The keys to breaking a seal? He stroked his chin thoughtfully. That's all we know. It requested bluntly. Then I'll take my leave. He picked up the treasure. He left quickly. He had no intention of staying long. Let's go. Wang Jun's expression was grim. He thought to himself, that Zhong Li Kong guy. Who on earth is he? He held the treasure in his hand. He returned with Huichi to report to their master. The Blood King wrist rings. Your subordinate has brought them back as you commanded, my lord. Zhong Li Kong just let out an annoyed snort. He unconsciously looked in one direction. Zhong Li Shue, the second great duke of the heavenly saint cult, was standing with his arms crossed and a serious expression. He had his legs crossed, supervising Zhong Li Kong's every move. He also noticed Zhong Li Shue's presence. He greeted him politely. Oh, the second great duke is here. He was secretly surprised. I didn't expect him to be able to completely conceal his internal energy. Sitting there silently, as if nothing was wrong. Zhong Li Shue picked up the treasure. He asked doubtfully, what is this ridiculous bracelet? After looking at it to his heart's content, he casually threw it in front of Zhong Li Kong. He said contemptuously, Li Kong, you're so obsessed with these strange treasures. Isn't that why you've been delayed in completing your mission? Zhong Li Shue ordered coldly. Twin monsters, you may leave first. Then, Zhong Li Shue suddenly asked in a low voice. Do you remember what I said last time? Fragments of memories suddenly flooded back. At that time, Zhong Li Kong had declared loudly. The martial arts of the martial saint have been discovered. His words made the palace masters restless. The martial saint, Zhen Wuye. The martial saint who dedicated his entire life to the cultivation of martial arts. Really? Zhong Li Shue rested his chin on his hand. He looked at Zhong Li Kong calmly. The martial arts of Zhen Wuye. Are you that certain? Zhong Li Kong immediately affirmed. I have received accurate information. This answer made Zhong Li Shue ponder. He thought uneasily. The position of the next cult leader can only be one of 2 people. The saintess or me. Now, the martial arts of the martial saint have suddenly appeared. If I don't act first, I'm afraid that old fox will beat me to it. Seeing this, Zhong Li Kong couldn't help but feel smug. The corners of his mouth curved into a deep smile. Evil intentions arose in his heart. Let there be chaos. The more chaotic, the better. I can take this opportunity to seize the Overlord's saber. Zhong Li Shue finally chose to believe him. He turned and left. He also didn't forget to warn Zhong Li Kong. I hope this isn't a joke this time. Li Kong. He immediately stood up. He anxiously reminded Zhong Li Shue. Wait, don't be careless. I heard that the masters sent by the palace masters have all failed. They could only return with regret. Zhong Li Shue replied calmly. Don't worry. I've already dispatched the Black Wind Squad. Zhong Li Kong was stunned for a moment. He became suspicious. Isn't that too hasty? Zhong Li Shue asked doubtfully. Doesn't he possess the martial arts of the martial saint? With that, Zhong Li Shue flicked his cloak. He left leisurely. We must fight a quick battle. To avoid complications from a long delay. Seeing this, Zhong Li Kong gritted his teeth. His heart was full of resentment. He's crazy. If the Black Wind Squad attacks, I'm afraid not even a single tile of the inn will be left. Then, Zhong Likong looked at the treasure in his hand. He comforted himself. Anyway, I have 7 pieces in my hand now. Only the Emperor's sword and the Overlord saber are left. He unconsciously thought of the treasure. The final, brilliantly colored crystal ball. The snow ice jade that Nguai is on his way to the North Sea to seize. Zhong Likong immediately called out. Twin monsters. A respectful voice replied in unison. Yes, my lord. Zhong Likong placed both hands on the table and ordered in a powerful voice. Speed up the plan. Zhong Likong deliberately emphasized each word dangerously. Gather the men. I will launch a direct attack on the Nangong family. Returning to the inn, this morning was unusually quiet. A stark contrast to the usual liveliness. The Tiger King lay lazily on the stone table, enjoying licking its smooth, velvety, striped fur. Shiminshi suddenly pushed open the door from outside and burst in, startling the Tiger King into letting out a cry. He held Shiminhui. He called out in a panic. Elder drunken immortal. Xiaoming thought a guest had arrived. He ran out warmly to greet him. Why have you come so early? Shiminshi asked frantically. Is Elder drunken immortal here? Xiaoming shook his head blankly. No. He saw the unconscious Shiminhui in Shiminshi's arms. He asked in great surprise. It's not time for him to return yet. I wonder what's the matter. Family head Shimin? Shiminshi replied helplessly. Damn it. This is a big problem. Yin Long heard the unusual commotion outside. He stepped out to see. What's wrong? Shiminshi's face was pale. He shouted in terror. My daughter was kidnapped. They hit her with a supreme martial art. Is there no way to contact Senior Drunken Immortal? Yun Long slammed the table. He said calmly, First, help the young miss lie down and rest. Shiminshi did as he was told. He laid down his haggard daughter. He explained frantically. Huir has been struck by the extremely poisonous 9 snow soul palm. What should we do now? Yun Long began to channel his internal energy to heal her. A dazzling light erupted, making it unbearable for Shiminshi. He had to close his eyes tightly and turn his face away. Oh my God! Soon, Shiminhui's complexion changed noticeably. She seemed to be infused with a new stream of life force. Her cheeks flushed pink. She looked much more vibrant than before. Looking at the miraculous scene before him, he was startled by Yun Long's words. She's fine now. Shiminshi didn't hesitate for a moment. He immediately rushed to her side. She was slowly opening her eyes. He clearly couldn't believe it. How did you do that? All the spiritual medicines of my family were useless. The best doctor was also helpless. He joyfully grabbed his hand. He bowed in sincere thanks. Thank you. Truly thank you. I will never forget this kindness. After saving Shiminhui, the two finally had time to sit down and talk. Yin Long asked seriously, What exactly happened? Please tell me. Shiminshi sighed heavily. He recounted the incident in detail in a low voice. My young daughter was kidnapped by a group of strangers. They demanded to exchange her for the dragon scale body armor. I had no choice but to hand it over. I didn't expect them to still be so ruthless. Yin Long pondered and guessed. It seems to be the same group of villains who attacked her residence during the birthday celebration. Shiminshi nodded. I think so too. Yin Long's expression was resolute. He looked into the distance. Yin Long suddenly stood up. He said leisurely, I have a place I need to go. Family head, you and your daughter can rest here for now. He opened his mouth in surprise. Where are you suddenly going? Yin Long raised his sharp eyes. He replied calmly, I'll only know the specific situation when I get there. But it's probably related to those kidnappers. Shiminshi unconsciously said, Oh. He suggested, if that's the case, I want to go with you. Is that all right? Yin Long replied cheerfully. As you wish. In another place, squads of soldiers were lined up in neat rows. Each one was full of vigor and filled with determination. This group was the Black Wind Squad. A subordinate came to the leader's side. He reported, Sir, this mission is a bit unusual. The leader glared at his subordinate. He said majestically, We are just following orders. The subordinate timidly raised his hand. He said cautiously, That's right. If the order was to attack the royal family, your subordinate would not hesitate for a moment. But this is just a small inn. The leader cut him off decisively. That is not an ordinary inn. It is where the 5 great families and the drunken immortal Luo Chu are plotting a great affair. This left the subordinate completely stunned. What? He understood now. He accepted the order seriously. So that's how it is. Your subordinate understands. The leader thought to himself. The matter of the martial saint's martial arts. It seems there's no need to mention it. The leader tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. He pondered. The second great duke personally gave me the order. Kill the person named by you. Then seize the manual. The leader suddenly waved his hand decisively. He ordered, everyone halt. The Black Wind squad heard the order. They immediately stood still. The subordinate didn't understand. He turned to look at the leader. The leader gestured forward with his chin. From somewhere, Yunlong and Shimin she had appeared, blocking their path. In his hand, he held a small, bare branch. The subordinate judged vaguely. Two figures are hidden behind the thick fog. The person on the left must be a peerless master. The person on the right is just a follower. The leader frowned and thought to himself. No. The leader stared at Yunlong. He unconsciously became vigilant. My chest suddenly feels tight. This feeling, besides the cult leader, I have never felt it from anyone else. The leader did not hesitate to instruct his subordinate. Deploy the Black Windstorm formation. The subordinate didn't understand. He asked again, the ultimate formation is only used against the strongest enemies. Why use it on these people? The leader shouted angrily. Enough with the nonsense. Do as I say. Do it. The Black Wind squad received the order and formed up, preparing for battle. They were aggressive. When they used the shadow clone technique, they split into two sides, forming an encirclement. Yunlong and Shimin, she stood quietly, watching the dizzying whirlwind created by the Black Wind squad. Yunlong spoke with dissatisfaction. I originally intended to reason with you, but you attacked first. Shimin, she hurriedly advised Yunlong. The enemy is numerous. We should retreat first. The leader threatened fiercely. We are the Black Wind squad. Whoever dares to obstruct our mission will be killed without mercy. Yunlong just clasped his hands behind his back, calmly speaking up. I am by you. Facing them, Yunlong showed no fear. The inn isn't big enough to host all of you right now. Come back another time. The leader was stunned for a few seconds. Suddenly, he froze, thinking to himself, by you? He's by you? If that's the case. The leader decisively swung his sword and charged forward, arrogantly ordering his accomplices. Attack! The Black Wind squad moved like a swarm of black bats, chaotically rushing toward Yunlong. But Yunlong stood there tall and proud, looking up at them, with no intention of dodging. Shimin, she shouted in worry. His aura is too overwhelming. Get back! Yunlong waved his hand. A violent gust of wind rose up, carrying terrifying destructive power. It blew the Black Wind squad far away, sending them free-falling to the ground. The leader watched in shock as his subordinates were defeated by Yunlong one by one. His eyes widened in horror. How can something this absurd happen? Saying that, he gripped his sword, immediately flying straight to attack him. I have to at least critically wound him. Yunlong immediately channeled his internal energy, preparing to counter. Oomph. He slowly lifted his foot, then stomped hard onto the ground. Sure enough, a second later, the ground suddenly shook violently. Yunlong just stood still in his spot, but the Black Wind squad felt the world spinning around them. Not a single one escaped the violent attack. They panicked and scattered in all directions. Yunlong calmly turned around, admiring the handiwork he had just created. Another group of Black Wind members refused to give up. Roaring, they charged with their weapons. However, they all met the same tragic end. In an explosion powerful enough to destroy heaven and earth. They screamed in pain amidst the tornado of death. The leader disregarded everything and charged back in, intending to fight Yunlong to the death. This won't do. I have to do it myself. The leader decisively unleashed an extremely fast ultimate move toward Yunlong. Divine Thunderblast. Yunlong frowned, raising the dry branch in his hand, taking a stance to intercept. The leader stood frozen on the spot, not even understanding what was happening. Immediately after, the leader flew straight out like a meteor, pushed back by a massive force sliding across the ground. Tumbling backward, Shimin, she gritted his teeth in terror, thinking in admiration, he really is a monster. No wonder Chun Sen listens to him so obediently. The battle ended. The bodies of the Black Wind squad lay scattered, piled on top of each other, faces twisted in pain. The leader collapsed next to a rock, struggling to stand up. Speaking with difficulty. Are you really the successor of the martial saint? The martial arts of Zhen Wuyi are indeed terrifying. Yin Long suddenly spoke up. Are you in the same league as those who came to our inn before? Under Shimin, Shi's surprised gaze. The leader confessed. But I don't have any relationship with the one who kidnapped your daughter. Yin Long questioned the leader with a stern voice. Who sent you to the Kunloon inn? The leader immediately fell silent. After a long while, the leader stubbornly replied, Even if you kill me, I won't talk. Hearing that, Yin Long calmly said, If you don't want to talk, then fine. Contrary to the leader's thoughts, Yin Long was strangely calm, making the leader unable to help but be surprised. But in the next second, Yin Long suddenly spoke. However, go back and tell them. The martial saint you are looking for isn't here. The leader was stunned, asking suspiciously. Really? Yin Long remained silent, not answering, just looking at him with a gaze. Complex. The leader pondered deeply. Asterisk, that's right. If he wanted to make a move, asterisk, I would have easily been torn to pieces long ago. He has no reason to lie, just to spare my life. Yin Long turned to Shimin Shi, smiling. Let's go. The old man moved his lips, intending to say something, but stopped. Shimin Shi watched Yin Long's retreating back, thinking with satisfaction. No man is more suitable for my huier than him. Just looking at how he saved the child without caring for his own safety or asking for a reward is enough to know how extraordinary his feelings for huier are. When they returned to the inn, it was already near noon. Bright sunlight shone all over the ground. Shimin Hui bowed respectfully to Yin Long, speaking in a polite tone. I sincerely thank you, brother. I will never forget this favor. Yin Long replied in a friendly manner. Just visit the inn often, that's enough. This scene made Shimin Shi secretly rejoice inside. It seems he really does have feelings for my huier. He rode his horse following behind Shimin Hui, feeling incredibly smug inside. Looks like he's about to become my son-in-law. Inside the inn, a dissatisfied voice rang out. Why the sudden meeting? Yin Long stood in front of everyone, clearly announcing, I plan to expand our inn. Feng Qi asked blankly. Expand. Huang Long stood next to him, puzzled. The current work is already tiring enough. Chun Sin didn't understand. He turned to ask Xiao Ming. What does expand mean? Xiao Ming explained excitedly. It means building more, making it bigger. Chun San's eyes suddenly lit up, full of hope. So our inn will be bigger? Xiao Ming nodded. That's right. Hearing that, he became excited. That's great. Let's do it. Feng Qi and Huang Long shouted in unison. Xiao Ming was so stressed he broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, this isn't something to take lightly. Xiao Ming spoke uneasily to Yin Long. Expanding will cost a lot of money. The money we currently have isn't enough. But Yin Long just crossed his arms, decisively replying, I'll handle that. Xiao Ming's voice was still full of worry. But this is the architecture left by Su Hui's grandfather. If we expand it arbitrarily, Yin Long calmly reassured him. I've already discussed this with the owner. At this moment, Su Hui suddenly spoke softly. My grandfather also dreamed of building the greatest inn. She said gently, what he left me isn't just this building, but also the spirit to continue that dream. Xiao Ming stammered an ah. An aged voice rang out. Want to expand the inn, huh? It was Luo Chu. He was leisurely sipping wine, asking naturally. Then you'll need a carpenter, right? Yin Long sat opposite him. Musing, I was planning to find one. Luo Chu smiled and suggested. I know a carpenter. His skills are #1 in the world. The old man asked calmly. Have you heard of the Gong family? Yin Long was a bit vague, involuntarily answering. I think I've heard of them vaguely. Luo Chu filled his cup for him. Speaking gently, they've declined now. But 55 years ago, they were the wealthiest family around. Yin Long brought the wine cup to his lips, then suddenly stopped. Yin Long thought to himself. Asterisk, so that's it. No wonder it sounded familiar. Asterisk. Luo que continued. Right in front of that family estate, there was a huge mansion, built by a man named Gong Xiao. He was the #1 carpenter of his time. Yin Long asked curiously. So, he must be very old now. He can't work anymore, can he? Luo Chu replied. His grandson, Gong Zhua. He has inherited the skills. Gong Zhua was also once known as the #1 carpenter in the world. But, Yin Long asked, confused. Luo Chu lowered his voice. But, for over 10 years, there's been no news of Gong Zhua. Yin Long drawled. Gong Zhua, huh? Luo que frankly suggested. I can order the beggar sect. Just send people to search. There will surely be news soon. East of Jinan. Central Plains. There are countless cities here. Villas and mansions, large and small, stand close together, looking incredibly magnificent. Everything seems to clearly depict the wealth of this land. Inside an inn, people coming and going busily, chatting animatedly, extremely lively. Someone asked softly, "Hey, have you heard news about the Tianlu sect?" Another person asked curiously, "I heard they bought all the surrounding land. Are they planning to rebuild from scratch?" A guest in a sea blue shirt chewed loudly. "Gossiping, I saw it with my own eyes. It truly is majestic and magnificent." A person in a green shirt also joined the conversation. If it was built by Cui Daiwan, it's not surprising. The guest in blue nodded in agreement. That's right. He is the #1 carpenter in this Jinan region, after all. Gong Zhua, sitting behind the two, couldn't take it anymore and slammed the table in anger, roaring, "Who is the #1 carpenter?" The guest in blue was startled, reflexively turning to look. Whoa, scared the hell out of me. The person in green saw this and panicked too. "Old man, why are you so agitated?" Gong Zhua stood up abruptly, fuming with rage, yelling loudly, "Cui Daiwan is just the one taking the credit. The work was all done by my hands." The two asked in surprise at the same time. "Who are you, old man?" "Me?" He arrogantly crossed his arms, confidently replying, "Gong Zhua." The two guests were stunned at the same time, asking skeptically, "Gong Zhua? Is that the Gong Zhua?" One person didn't believe it, deliberately speaking in a scornful tone. "Isn't that the guy who squandered his family fortune and a reputation left by his ancestors?" The other person confirmed. "That's right. That's him." Gong Zhua's face darkened, trembling all over, stammering, "No, that's just a rumor fabricated by Cui Daiwan." Before he could finish, he was shouted at. "Shut up." The guest in blue roared rudely. "Don't ruin the mood for drinking here. Go back to your seat and finish your leftover wine." The person in green clicked his tongue in disdain. "Tsk tisk." Gong Zhua lowered his head, not daring to utter another word. The story goes like this. The Gong family was deceived by Cui Daiwan, signed a fake guarantee contract, almost lost their home and family. Only Gong Zhua survived, submitting under Cui Daiwan, living a lingering existence day by day. Gong Zhua down a cup of wine, thinking in shame. Asterisk father, wife, asterisk. I'm sorry, everyone. Only I am left, surviving alone and lonely. Enduring this humiliation, Gong Zhua was drunk, suddenly noticing two figures appearing from nowhere, standing tall in front of him. The arrivals were none other than Yun Long and Chun San. Yun Long asked politely, "Are you Mr. Gong Zhua?" Gong Zhua stammered in fear. "Yes, it is this old man." Yun Long smiled friendlily. "I want to invite you to oversee the expansion of our inn." Gong Zhua didn't even bother to care. He poured himself another cup of wine, replying dejectedly, "I don't know where you heard the news, but now I'm just a cheap hired hand. You'd be better off inviting someone more talented." Yin Long didn't beat around the bush, but went straight to the point. He said honestly, "We want to build the world's greatest inn." This surprised Gong Zhua greatly, thinking, #1 in the world, and they're looking for me? Yin Long, to increase credibility, affirmed firmly, "Therefore, I need the best carpenter in the world." Yin Long looked at Gong Zhua with determined eyes, persuading, "Only you can handle this task." He couldn't suppress the emotions bottled up for so long anymore, bursting into tears like a child, thinking deeply, "Is there still someone who needs me?" The three began to cross the dense forest of trees and flowers. Yin Long and Chun San glided effortlessly through the air, while Gong Zhua clung tightly to Yun Long's arm with difficulty, screaming incessantly. Their destination was Nanning in Guangxi, a poetic and charming land, under the warm sunlight. Seeing a familiar gate, the three quickly flew towards it. Yin Long and Chun San landed skillfully, while Gong Zhua was scared pale. Yin Long asked calmly, "Is this the manor of the man named Zhang Song?" Gong Zhua hadn't recovered yet. Struggling to reply, "That's right." Yin Long slowly walked in. "Let's go." Gong Zhua gritted his teeth in terror, thinking, "How could we arrive here so quickly? What kind of deities are these?" Back to the moment before. He had kindly suggested to the two of them, "First of all, if you want to build a large and like you say, then you must have Azure Dragonwood." Yin Long wondered, "Azure Dragonwood?" Gong Zhua slowly explained the details of that rare wood. Even if huge trees are available, They can't be used immediately. They must undergo many years of drying and careful processing so the wood won't warp. Azure Dragon wood is currently held in the largest quantity by a man named Zhang Song. Zhang Song lives in the south. If you want to meet him, you have to go there personally. However, after hearing this, Yin Long calmly replied, "You lead the way for me." This surprised Gong Zhua immensely. The three stopped where the guards were. Yin Long spoke in a light voice, demanding, "I want to meet the Manor Lord." The guard asked cautiously, "Who are you? Where are you from?" Yin Long clasped his hands behind his back, introducing gently, "I'm Bai Yu from the Kunloon Inn." Chun-san also chimed in, "I am waiter Chun-san from the inn." The guard immediately replied politely, "Please wait a moment." Zhang Digeo walked out in front of everyone. Zhang Digeo smiled and said, "I'm the head steward, Zhang Digeo." Yin Long nodded slightly in greeting. "I'm Bai Yu from the Kunloon Inn." Zhang Digeo was stunned with surprise, secretly doubting in his heart. Kunloon? Did I hear that right? Then Zhang Digeo carefully asked them, "May I ask what business you have with our manor?" In a small room, a majestic voice rang out. "Want to buy a large amount of Azure Dragon wood?" Zhang Song stepped forward. Zhang Song deliberately probed for more information. "What are you planning to build that requires such a large amount of Azure Dragon wood?" Zhang Digeo welcomed him respectfully. "Manor Lord, you have arrived." Zhang Song tried to appear amiable, asking, "I am Zhang Song. I wonder what business you have finding me." Yin Long replied confidently, "We plan to build an inn, even bigger than this building." Hearing that, Zhang Song's expression changed. Zhang Song was likely calculating. That big? The transaction value must be up to several 100,000 taels of silver. Thinking for a moment, Zhang Song said solemnly, "If it's such a large transaction, I cannot handle it alone. A big figure needs to step in. I'm just an intermediary holding the contracts." Gong Zhua keenly realized something was wrong. Turns out there's someone backing Zhang Song. But Yin Long just said calmly, "Looks like I came to the wrong place." This made Zhang Song bow cautiously. "Not necessarily. I just need General Tian Lin's permission to proceed." Zhang Song tried to explain. "A transaction amounting to several 100,000 taels cannot be done without going through the general. However, I wonder if you have prepared the silver?" Yin Long's steely voice startled both Zhang Song and Zhang Digeo. "Here is 400 taels." Zhang Song felt insulted. Zhang Song roared in anger. "Digeo, see the guests out." Zhang Digeo frowned, cursing inwardly. "Oh God, why did I lead this kind of person in? I'm going to get scolded to death for this." However, Chun-san was even fiercer. He glared with wide eyes, making Zhang Song tremble all over. "We're not done yet. Sit down." Zhang Song immediately shut up. Zhang Song's hands shook uncontrollably from fear. Zhang Song thought in horror. This gaze. He's not an ordinary person. Yin Long stood up, speaking arrogantly. "Looks like we have to go meet General Tian Lin." Suddenly, a scream tore through the quiet daytime air. The three immediately ran to the scene. This time Chun-san had an additional task. He grabbed Zhang Song by the collar, dragging him along. General Tian Lin's manor was their next destination. It was a fortified citadel. The guards saw 4 strangers arriving, immediately blocking the way, shouting, "Who goes there?" One of them hurriedly ran into the room, reporting hastily, "General, guests have arrived." Tian Lin was focused on reading a book, saying indifferently, "Let them in." He turned each page, mind distracted, nothing interesting at all. Then Tian Lin threw the book aside in boredom, thinking disappointedly, "Truly useless trash." Enter Yin Long. Chun-san, Gong Zhua, and Zhang Song held their heads high, pushed the door open, and walked in. Zhang Song reported timidly, General, please forgive me. This lowly one disturbed you abruptly." Tian Lin sternly asked Zhang Song, "Who are they?" Yin Long introduced politely, "I am Bai Yu of the Kunloon Inn." Chun-san spoke bluntly, "I'm a waiter. Name's Chun-san." Inside, his anger was suffocating him, about to explode. "Ask one more question, and I'll kill you all." Gong Zhua poked his head out, introducing humbly, "I am Carpenter Gong Zhua." Tian Lin laughed coldly. "Huh, truly an interesting group of people." He walked over slowly, stopping in front of Yin Long. He asked skeptically, "Are you from Jianghu?" Yin Long didn't hide it. "Used to be." Tian Lin probed. "So not anymore?" Yin Long introduced modestly. "Currently, I'm the chef of the inn. He was suspicious. Chef? Tian Lin still didn't believe it, asking bluntly. The person who cooks in the kitchen? Yin Long affirmed. Correct. Tian Lin heard this, involuntarily stroked his beard, rubbing his chin in thought. A long while later, he spoke disdainfully. A cook, a waiter, a carpenter, yet you dare to come find me? This sentence made Gong Zhuo and Zhang Song pale with fear. Tian Lin calmly sat down on the chair, speaking arrogantly, but having won consecutive battles recently. This general's mood isn't bad. Speak. What business do you have with me? In the small room, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Facing the three guests, Tian Lin discussed calmly. Not royalty. You want to buy a large amount of Azure Dragon wood? But as long as you have enough silver, nothing is impossible. Yun Long calmly interrupted. I don't have it. Tian Lin exclaimed in surprise. What? Zhang Song knew he couldn't escape blame, so he bowed and trembled, begging Tian Lin. This lowly one deserves death. Please show mercy, General. He suddenly fell silent. Seeing Yun Long's decisive demeanor, Tian Lin was a bit suspicious. No silver, yet you dare to speak so wildly in front of this general? Yun Long affirmed with a firm voice. I don't have silver, but if there's anything the general wants, I will definitely do my best to achieve it. Yun Long straightened his back, speaking boldly. Just give me the Azure Dragon wood, and I can definitely accomplish it. Tian Lin doubted. You can definitely accomplish it? Yun Long nodded. Correct. He asked again. Anything? Yun Long replied with an unchanging expression. No matter what it is, just say what you want. Tian Lin hesitated. What I want? He suddenly pondered for a moment. His eyes accidentally fell on the book he had just thrown away. Tian Lin bent down to pick it up, holding it out in front of Yun Long. Look at this first, then tell me your thoughts. Yun Long immediately took it, seriously flipping through it from beginning to end. Chun Sen saw Yun Long reading intently, also curiously leaned over to look. The next second, Chun Sen snatched the book from Yun Long's hand. Roaring in anger, you bring out this kind of trash? Chun Sen crushed the book with both hands in frustration. He directly channeled fire, burning the book to ash. The whole process took no hesitation. Just in the blink of an eye, Tian Lin witnessed this scene, just stunned into silence. Looking at the smoke surrounding Chun Sen, he scratched his head, clearly in disbelief. Are these magic tricks popular in the Jianghu lately? Whatever. I don't care. Tian Lin roared in annoyance. Right now, there is only one thing I want. That is a set of martial arts manuals that can help me become famous in the world, squeezing into the top 100 martial arts experts. He signaled a concession. If you can bring that to me, then however much Azure Dragon would you need? I won't hesitate to give it to you. Yun Long replied calmly. Absolutely possible. He crossed his arms. Not just a manual to help you enter the top 100 experts. If you focus on training hard, you will surely be able to compete with the top 10 experts of the Jianghu. In the end, tranquility seemed to always be the word to describe this place. Chao Yujing in the kitchen just finished a dish. She called out gently, Done. Take it out. Su Hui quickly brought the food to the customers. She said cheerfully, Here are your noodles, dear guests. They excitedly enjoyed the bowl of noodles, praising it ceaselessly. Oh! Chao Yujing walked out, quietly observing the customers' expressions. A guest suddenly spoke up. Huh, not the flavor from a few days ago. His companion immediately asked worriedly, Why? Have they lost their initial passion? Chao Yujing muttered in confusion. Then, the guest in the sea blue shirt lifted the whole bowl and slurped it up. He was extremely excited. But it's not that it isn't delicious. Another person nodded. I admit the skill here is still top-notch. The remaining person hummed sadly. It's just a little pity, that's all. Then, Chao Yujing turned back to the kitchen, involuntarily smiling. Being the master, yet my skills aren't equal to the disciples. This feeling is truly wonderful, Chao Yujing thought proudly. But having such an excellent disciple, what more could a teacher ask for? Then, she continued her work, diligently bending down to chop vegetables. Then I must work even harder. Suddenly, Chao Yujing called out. Owner, Su Hui quickly stepped forward. She responded respectfully. Yes. The older woman said softly. Get 10 caddies of premium pork ribs out here. Su Hui went to where the meat was hung, suddenly realizing the hooks were empty. Oh my god, we're out of pork. Su Hui muttered sadly. If Chun Sam were here, Chun-Sin would surely have gone into the mountains to catch some immediately. A sudden noise caught Su Hui's attention. She pushed the door open, slowly stepping outside. What is that? Only to see a fat black wild boar lying motionless in the yard. Su Hui was startled. She stammered in confusion. Who did this? Wang Julong appeared behind Su Hui. He calmly answered her question. The Tiger King did it. Su Hui was completely stunned. Tiger King. Wang Julong nodded decisively. That's right. Su Hui was still skeptical. Oh my, don't tease me. Wang Julong turned his head to see the Tiger King lying on the steps sunbathing, then said leisurely, that Tiger King is the king of beasts. It's just using magic right now to turn into a small cat. Su Hui was speechless, staring at the Tiger King stretching. Changing to another pose, Yin Long thought to himself, traitorous Tiger King, your true face has been exposed today. Don't expect anyone to pamper you in the future. Immediately after, Su Hui picked up the Tiger King. She asked innocently, Tiger King, did you do it? It meowed adorably. Su Hui hugged the Tiger King, stroking it with utmost affection. So that's it. So good. It meowed happily in response. Wang Julong pondered uneasily. Why is it like this? Not scared. Su Hui spoke up excitedly. I really didn't expect it. Wang Julong was confused. What? She innocently praised Wang Julong. Turns out you are such an interesting person. This sentence made him unable to react for a moment. Su Hui stroked the Tiger King with satisfaction. She smiled radiantly, looking at it with doting eyes. Such a cute cat. How could it be a Tiger King? You really know how to joke. Su Hui happily asked Wang Julong directly. You brought it for us, right? Uncle Wang. Wang Julong was embarrassed, hurriedly stammering a denial. No, I said it was the Tiger King. But Su Hui insisted on teasing. What's there to be shy about? Su Hui tilted her head, saying sincerely, you must be very busy. Yet you still thought of helping us. Thank you so much. Wang Julong coughed lightly, thinking whatever. Talking more will only make me lose more face. Wang Julong couldn't suppress his curiosity, blurting out, by the way, why call me Uncle Wang? Su Hui replied innocently. This is a form of address suitable for hero Wang Julong's age. Don't you like it? Wang Julong couldn't keep his cool, snapping, then, how old do you think I am? She answered innocently. At least around 40 years old. Wang Julong corrected her in frustration. What nonsense! I'm only 32. Su Hui was surprised. Wang Julong smiled gently. Never mind. Just call me whatever you find convenient. She immediately obediently, not forgetting to thank him. Yes, thank you, big brother Wang. Wang Julong's face gradually turned red. He gaped in surprise. Big brother? As if given new strength, Wang Julong began grinding the stone table with his axe at breakneck speed. Wang Julong thought foolishly. Big brother Wang. Su Hui saw Wang Julong like that, so she reassured the Tiger King. Having a big brother as steady as Mount Tai like this is truly lucky. Right, Tiger King? It immediately cried out in agreement. At a distant manner, gusts of wind carried dust and dry leaves. Swirling in the air, Tianlin sat leisurely in the room, unrolling scrolls to read. He involuntarily frowned. Deep in thought, Tianlin spoke up hesitantly. What is the name of this martial art? Yinlong immediately explained in detail. It is the wood flower art. Time was tight. I haven't had time to copy it into a book. Tianlin pondered seriously. Originating from heaven and earth, following the law of birth and death. What begets fire? Fire refines steel. Not hard to practice. Once mastered, moves like thunder, momentum like fire spreading across a grassland. He suddenly spoke up. You kept your promise. The next second, to the surprise of Zhang Song, standing nearby, Tianlin announced loudly. The Azure Dragon wood. I give it to you. By the tea table, Tianlin rested his chin on his hand, looking sternly at Zhang Song. Hey, Zhang Song. Zhang Song heard his name called, immediately responding respectfully. Yes, General Tianlin. After hearing his request, Zhang Song was momentarily stunned. Quickly bring the Azure Dragon wood and give it to Master Bai. Receiving the order, Zhang Song asked further. Then the quantity, Tianlin immediately interrupted. Give them however much they want. This sentence immediately panicked Zhang Song. If that's the case then. However, Tianlin decisively rejected Zhang Song's thought. I will pay the cost myself. You don't need to worry. Zhang Song could only obediently bow and accept the order. Scene shifts to the inn. Su Hui of the Kunloon inside incessantly in the kitchen. Today was really tiring too. Suddenly, Xiaoming appeared from nowhere and struck up a conversation. Miss Su has worked hard. She replied without minding much. You too, Master Xiaoming. But immediately after, Lung Xiaoping and the other two questioned. What about us? At this moment, the inn door was pushed open, making a loud noise. Seeing Yunlong enter first, everyone inside rejoiced. As soon as Yunlong walked in, everyone bowed and spoke in unison. Welcome back. Gongzhou followed behind Yunlong, wondering constantly, is he a waiter? Suddenly, his gaze swept over the fierce faces of Lung Xiaoping. Huang Long, Feng Qi, asterisk something's wrong. They look too fierce, asterisk. Seeing a familiar figure, Su Hui ran out happily. You're back. Yinlong also took this opportunity to introduce. Say hello. This is the owner of the Kunloon Inn. Seeing an unfamiliar face, she opened her eyes wide. This is Seeing Sui Pasiv. Yinlong introduced on behalf of Gongzhou. This is the master carpenter in charge of expanding our inn. He introduced briefly. I am Gongzhou. She also responded enthusiastically. I am Chen Suvi. Please speak freely. Hearing that, Gongzhou became polite. No, it's our first meeting after all. Su Hui hurriedly said happily. I'm only 19. It's fine. Suddenly, he leaned close to her ear, whispering in an ambiguous tone. So how old is Master by this year? Yinlong had sharp ears. Immediately hearing the question, he spoke loudly, startling Gongzhou. I'm not sure, but probably around 122 years old. Hearing this, his face immediately showed confusion and shock. What? Is this warning me not to think about getting too friendly? At this moment, Chao Yujing suddenly appeared from the kitchen asking, You're back? Yes. Disciple has returned. Saying that, Yinlong continued to introduce to Gongzhou. This is the head chef, Madame Gao Zuding. He immediately replied politely. I am Carpenter Gongzhou. She also welcomed him warmly. We rely on you for everything. But suddenly, Chao Yujing leaned close to the other person. Looking closely, Gongzhou saw her expression, asking in surprise, Why are you staring at me like that? Do you know me? Chao Yujing guessed without hesitation. Your father was also a carpenter, right? He stammered a bit because of this accurate statement. Yes, that's right. In a flash, she recalled a face similar to Gongzhou's. When building the Yellow Crane Inn, the master carpenter at that time was Gong Xiao. Hearing the other party's godlike guess, he was extremely astonished. Speaking loudly, That's right. That is my father. My father is the descendant of the head chef of the Yellow Crane Inn in Hubei. Chao Yujing didn't answer, just leaving a reminder. Sorry to trouble you with the renovation this time. After Gong, Zhuo got acquainted with everyone. Yinlong continued to introduce. Xiaoming. This is the strategist. Xiaoming spoke softly. I'm Zhuge Xiaoming. Nice to meet you. Hearing this sentence, he was struck dumb as if by lightning. Just froze. Strategist? And it needs a strategist too? And someone from the Zhuge family? Did they really hire someone from the Zhuge family to be a waiter? At this moment, someone happened to appear. Wang Julong had just returned, happily greeting Yinlong. Master is back. As soon as that person's figure caught his eye, Gongzhou retreated in fear repeatedly. He trembled while turning to ask Xiaoming, Isn't that the beast heavenly king? Seeing Gongzhou panic, Xiaoming just asked calmly, You know him too? As soon as these words were uttered, Gong, it would jumped up. Of course I know, even if not in the Jianghu. One would have heard of the 4 heavenly kings of the Black Way. Seeing the situation seemed unstable, Yinlong spoke up to urge, Come say hello. This is the carpenter. Wang Julong introduced himself cheerfully. I am Wang Julong. Gongzhou heard that and took the hint to continue. I am truly honored to meet the beast heavenly king here. I am Carpenter Gongzhou. Suddenly, Sui appeared. Looking at Wang Julong with admiring eyes, making him extremely smug. Looks like there are people who know my big brother Wang, huh? My big brother is quite famous, isn't he? While everyone was happy, Yinlong suddenly asked sternly, You didn't cheat when making the tables, did you? Wang Julong immediately replied decisively, Of course not. Gongzhou was stunned witnessing the shocking scene. The beast heavenly king made dining tables with his own hands? At this moment, Su Hui suddenly interjected. Where are Chun San and Huang Long? Yin Long heard that, jerking his chin backward to signal. Too much luggage, so they're late. They should be arriving soon. Just as he finished speaking, a terrifying skidding sound rang out, startling everyone. Immediately after, Lung Xiaoping ran out first. What's happening? Before their eyes was a brown mass submerged in fog, making everyone scream in terror. What is that? I can't see anything. When the smoke gradually cleared, he and Wang Julong were still bewildered. Then both were stunned with surprise. This is... Appearing before everyone was a giant pile of wood. Up high, a black figure stood dashingly. Chun San, the person just mentioned, appeared extremely coolly. Sweated a bit too much this time, huh? Standing up high for a while is enough. Chun San quickly landed on the ground, surprising everyone. Lung Xiaoping looked at the pile of wood in front of him, somewhat panicked. Big brother Chun San, did you do all of this alone? Even Gong Zhuo was struck dumb by this shocking event. I've never heard of such a character in the Jianghu. If they enter the world, Chun San just landed and pointed straight at Wang Julong's face, shouting, What did you just say? Being held accountable, Wang Julong denied blankly. No, I didn't say anything. But Chun San exposed Wang Julong with a fierce face. You dared to be disrespectful to the owner? I heard everything from up there. As soon as the words were out, Wang Julong was immediately tongue-tied, speechless. The space echoed with the sound of the two arguing. Is it about me calling myself Big Brother? That's right. That's exactly it. Chun San was not polite at all, raising a fist towards Wang Julong. Brat, come here and take 3 punches from me. Wang Julong saw Chun San getting angry and hurriedly made excuses. No, Su Hui agreed to it. This sentence was the last straw, making Chun San grind his teeth, cornering Wang Julong against the pile of wood. Su Hui, take 30 more punches. Wang Julong was momentarily terrified. Wait, just then, Su Hui suddenly appeared like a savior, rescuing Wang Julong. That's right, I agreed. Chun San was still a bit unbelieving, asking again, really? And Wang Julong, as if having just escaped disaster, tremblingly replied, Of course. Hearing these affirmations, Chun San finally let Wang Julong go. Only Gong Zhuo remained astonished by these scenes. Is this really the world I know? The sky was gradually getting dark. Scene shifts to the Nangong family. Outside the wall of the Nangong estate, a group of men in black jumped in together without hesitation. Just like that, they rushed toward the palace ahead. Inside the room, everyone was still happily pouring wine. A person holding a wine cup, speaking loudly in hospitality. I'm holding this banquet to thank everyone for their efforts. Drink to your heart's content tonight. That person was the eldest young master of the Nangong family, Nangongyu. However, immediately after, someone spoke up to stop him. But the family head ordered a ban on alcohol for a month. Is it okay for you to do this? He just gently raised his hand to signal silence. Nangongyu was completely unguarded, frankly stating his intention and laughing loudly. Drinking in secret tastes better, but right at this moment, the group of men in black from earlier quickly broke down the door and rushed into where they were drinking. Seeing them, the people of the Nangong family shouted, What? Who is it? Outside the door, the twin monsters appeared. Then calmly said a sentence. Looks like there's not just one. The 2 twin monsters stood outside the door, chatting naturally with each other. I thought this time would be like kidnapping the descendant of the Shiman family to exchange for the Emperor's sword. He continued. Life doesn't always go according to plan. Suddenly, Anye recalled the conversation with Zhong Likong in the past. You mean we won't send troops to attack the Nangong family anymore? Zhong Likong calmly said one sentence. It's no longer appropriate. This confused Huanye. Why? Zhong Likong's next sentence immediately shocked Huanye. The Black Wind Squad has been wiped out. By just one person. Zhong Likong slowly uttered a name. It's that by you again. Huanye was momentarily stunned. How is that possible? Zhong Likong sat in front of Huanye with a domineering air, bluntly declaring, Therefore, a great war is no longer appropriate. Twin monsters, I leave this task to you two. Make it neat and clean like when snatching the dragon scale body armor from the Shiman family. Zhong Likong's expression suddenly became serious, brows furrowed tight. However, this time is the firmament martial emperor, not an opponent to be underestimated. If you encounter him, Abort the mission immediately. Retreat at once. Back to the present. The people of the Nangong family were continuously fending off the fierce attacks of the men in black. At this moment, a subordinate suddenly ran in front of Nangong Yu to shield him. Young master, please step back. They are attacking straight into the inner hall. It seems the main target is the young master. On this side, Hui walked in arrogantly. He slammed his two fists together, channeling internal energy throughout his body. So troublesome. Let's finish quickly and withdraw. In the blink of an eye, he curled himself into a ball, rushing straight toward Nangong Yu subordinates. They didn't hesitate, using their bodies to block the attack. However, they were knocked flying in all directions. Nangong Yu saw defeat his subordinates and advanced toward him, unable to help but grit his teeth. This monster, he quickly lowered his body, holding his sword horizontally, preparing to confront Hui. Heaven-turning sword. Nangong Yu's powerful aura made Hui praise him, worthy of being the young master. You have some skill. Suddenly, the heaven-turning sword accelerated, whizzing toward Nangong Yu, making Nangong Yu panic and dodge. Then let me double the speed. Let you taste my power. But in the end, Nangong Yu still couldn't dodge Hui, knocked into the wall by him. Only when Nangong Yu lay motionless on ground did he realize in shock. Too strong. As for Hui, after hitting the person, he stopped, then spoke disdainfully. I thought it would be more interesting. Turns out there's nothing special. Seeing Nangong Yu lying on the ground, unable to resist, he quickly ordered the men in black beside him. Tie him up. Take Nangong Yu away. Suddenly, a majestic voice rang out, making Huanya have to turn his head back. Stop! Nangong Chichuan and Nangong Tai stepped to the door, shouting, Do you know where this is that you dare to be so insolent? The old man walked in, raising his voice as the patriarch of the Nangong family. Firmament Martial Emperor, Nangong Chichuan. This is the Nangong family, head of the 5 great families. Seeing that aura full of killing intent, and yes, slowly glanced at his sword. I didn't expect the Firmament Martial Emperor to act personally. Suddenly, remembered the instruction. If you encounter him, abort the mission immediately. Retreat at once. He felt a bit indignant. These Central Plains martial artists, no matter how much they struggle, what can they do? The twin monsters pondered for a moment, then began to plan. Things have come to this. Might as well just rob them directly. What do you think? Huo responded. I think so too. Brother. Saying that, Huo pointed forward, shouting, Whoever seizes the Emperor's sword, reward 500 gold taels. Seeing their ungrateful attitude, Nangong Tai was furious, drawing his sword. You bastards. However, immediately after, he was stopped by a hand. Nangong Chichuan drew his sword, rushing forward. Let me handle them myself. The men in black saw his momentum and were startled, eyes wide, but Nangong Chichuan still rushed up steadfastly with a will for revenge. It's too late to regret now. In an instant, a bloody scene with miserable screams appeared. Huanya and Hui saw this scene and were extremely terrified. After dealing with the minions, the old man continued to confront the twin monsters. Don't dream of leaving here alive. His threat quickly made them panic. What do we do? I didn't expect to meet such a strong person in the Central Plains. But immediately after, Huanya suddenly crossed his arms in front of his chest. We can only fight to the death. Then Huanya shouted, Summon weapon. Divine needle, flexible sword. Huanya now had new power, threatening without politeness. Just hand over the Emperor's sword. We will retreat immediately. On Hui's side, he was also facing Nangong Tai. Nangong Tai raised his voice threateningly. Your opponent is me. Saying that, Hui used his old trick again, rolling towards him. Ridiculous. In an instant, the sound of the door being smashed rang out. Hui stood up, continuing to attack ceaselessly. Excessively arrogant. He was also attacking with his weapon. That weapon quickly attacked the top of Nangong Chichuan's head. The old man was forced to hover in the air, continuously dodging Huanya's surprise attacks. Then, Nangong Chichuan roared and landed on the ground. Swordsmanship of the Nangong family is not for you to look down on. He slashed several times mercilessly. Huanya was hit a few times because of that. But Nangong Chichuan was not happy, because he discovered something. His moves are unpredictable. hard to approach. After fighting individually for a while, the twin monsters finally combined forces. When we brothers join hands, is there anyone in the Central Plains who can match us? Hearing that, Nangong Chichuan also quickly unleashed a terrifying power. Is that so? Sensing that internal energy flow, they froze for a few seconds. He grabbed the hilt of his sword without hesitation. Nangong Chichuan decisively drew the precious sword, glowing with blue light. The sword quickly pointed straight at the two of them. Ready, he provoked. If you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. A series of unexpected events happening at once made Hua Yi exclaim. That was when Ye beside him wasn't doing any better. Met a tough one again. After that, when Ye's legs moved. Cool when Ye jumped up. Shouting charge. Nangong Chichuan also ground his teeth fiercely. In an instant, a light flashed, knocking back the twin monsters. In a courtyard of the Nangong estate, the twin monsters were struggling together against that massive power. When Ye was beaten back, couldn't help but roar. When Ye looked at the black shadow looming in the internal energy, heart wavering. Firmament martial emperor. Indeed extraordinary. Then, when Ye blurted out a vulgar curse, reaching the ears of Hua Yi, who was rummaging for something. Very quickly, a spike ball appeared in Hua Yi's hand. He threw it straight forward without hesitation, while Nangong Chichuan smirked calmly. In the blink of an eye, his sword had sliced that unlucky ball in half. But no one expected. It suddenly exploded right in front of Nangong Chichuan's eyes. A stream of black smoke quickly covered the space. He thought to himself, looks like poison mist. Cannot inhale it. After the smoke cleared, the figures of the twin monsters also disappeared. Looking at the empty scene before him, Nangong Chichuan could only curse silently. Disappeared? Truly cunning foxes. Suddenly, Nangong Yu's groans attracted his attention. Nangong Chichuan saw this, quickly stepping forward to ask, So, are you okay? But Nangong Yu didn't answer. Instead, gritting his teeth tight, struggling to speak. Father, I'm truly ashamed. This self-blame made the old man extremely worried. All right, don't push yourself. Observing for a while, Nangong Chichuan breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, the wound isn't severe. The vengeful killing intent in him immediately flared up, clenching his hand into a fist. Whoever you are, even if you are at the ends of the earth, I will catch you. Dare to mess with my Nangong family? Scene shifts to a desolate place with only a stone Buddha statue. The twin monsters had appeared in a secret chamber, bowing their heads to listen to questioning. The plan has completely failed. The plan failed too? I told you again and again. If you encounter the firmament martial emperor, you must abort the plan immediately. Zhong Likong was extremely angry at this moment. Because originally dealing with Shimin Shi, we could still suppress him. So the kidnapping plan was effective. You dare to use that trick on the firmament martial emperor? Truly a disastrous mistake, knowing it was hard to deny guilt. And Ye hurriedly asked for a mission to atone for his crimes. Master, spare us. I will think of another way immediately. But was rejected in a ruthless manner. Forget it. Hasting will only ruin things again. Zhong Likong could only rest his chin on his hand and thought. Overlord Saber and Emperor's Sword. Indeed not easily obtained. In the quiet space. Only Zhong Likong's inner mind was noisy. This failure. They will certainly be more vigilant. But compared to dealing with that guy named by you, for now, we should still focus on the Nangong family's Emperor's Sword first. The scene then shifts to the next morning at the Shimin family. Inside, 6 people were gathering to discuss. Heard that the Nangong family was attacked last night. Shimin Shi jumped upon hearing this shocking news. Because of excessive worry, he hurriedly asked those around him, could it be the group that stole the dragon scale body armor? One person quickly replied, very likely. In a flash, Shimin Shi remembered Chi Chong still being tied up. The clue obtained from the monster's head. Pausing for a moment, he concluded that Zhong Likong is targeting the Emperor's Sword. At this moment, a servant suddenly ran in. Master, a guest has arrived. Shimin Shi was in the middle of a meeting, so he impatiently refused. Tell them to wait. But the servant's next sentence surprised Shimin Shi. It is the firmament martial emperor. At this moment, Nangong Chichuan was already sitting right in front of them with 2 others. Shimin Shi greeted as soon as he walked out. Why arrive so early? The other party also stood up politely to respond. Long time no see. The two quickly sat down, talking about the terrifying scene last night. I also guessed the reason you came to find me. That's right. My house was attacked last night. As soon as the words were out, she asked in panic. Then the Emperor's sword. At this moment she noticed the sword by the old man's side. Thinking, luckily it hasn't been stolen yet. Nangong Qichuan appeared extremely confident at this moment. Decisively, it's in my hands. How could I let those scum steal it? Hearing this, she felt a bit annoyed inside, cursing silently. Is he mocking me now? This arrogant personality. Self-important nature hasn't changed. Nangong Qichuan didn't beat around the bush anymore. Seriously getting straight to the point. I came to see if I could find any clues. At this moment, the scene from last night flashed in Nangong Qichuan's mind. According to my son Nangong Yu, reporting word for word. Father, in my opinion, it seems to be the group that targeted the Emperor's sword at the Shimin family head's birthday banquet last time. Hearing these words, Shi also agreed in his heart. Indeed it is. Then, to make the atmosphere less awkward, Shi continued. You still don't know about that person? Shi revealed. It's a subordinate of a guy named Zhong Likong. This momentarily surprised Nangong Qichuan. Zhong Likong. Shi's speculation echoed in the room. Besides the fact that they are targeting the 10 great treasures of the martial arts world. I don't know anything more. Chatting for a while, the two fell into deep thought again. A long while later, Nangong Qichuan rested his hands on the table. Thank you. Then I will take my leave. Before he left completely, Shi left a sentence. Halfway up Mount Kunloon, there's a place called Kunloon Inn. Shi continued. The person who saved my family from danger is the chef there. By you. This unexpected suggestion stunned Nangong Qichuan. By you, Shi approached him closer. Moreover, the Overlord Saber is currently kept by a waiter named Chun Sam there. As soon as the words were out, a pile of question marks appeared in Nangong Qichuan's head. Giving the Overlord Saber to an inn for safekeeping? What kind of weird logic is this? Shi recounted this with a cheerful face. Going there should yield more information. Finally, Shi ended the conversation with a shocking sentence. They are disciples of the drunken immortal. As soon as these words reached his ears, Nangong Qichuan was stunned, silent, not speaking. Disciples of the drunken immortal? At this moment, Shi couldn't help but secretly rejoice. Because he had achieved his goal. Just bring that arrogant face there and try. I'm afraid you won't have a single tooth left. Very quickly, the scene at the Kunloon Inn appeared again. Lung Xiaoping, Huang Long, Feng Qi were lining up neatly, waiting for assignment. From now on, you have two things to do. The person arranging everything was Yin Long. First, as before, serving tea and water in the shop and delivering food outside. Everything was normal, until he said. Second, is building walls. Everyone was stunned, asking in unison, building walls? Just then, Xiaoming suddenly walked out carrying a towering stack of bowls. The food delivery to South Road Village is ready. They quickly accepted the task, striding out. Then I'll go first. The suffering is about to begin. Suddenly, Yin Long continued speaking. This delivery is Huang Long's responsibility. The others stay. The three of them heard Yin Long say that. Overjoyed. Finally remember my name? Soon, Huang Long appeared with a mountain-high stack of dishes on his back. Suddenly feeling fired up, Huang Long suddenly accelerated, flying down the road. Those remaining couldn't help but swallow their saliva, exclaiming, this guy is really something today. Having arranged one part, he turned to Wang Julong in the kitchen. Yin Long pointed at Feng Qi and Lung Xiaoping, ordering, you lead these two to fetch stones to build the wall. Lung Xiaoping looked at Yin Long's departing back. Couldn't help but ask, using stones to build walls. Yin Long heard that, then pointed to the high mountain far away. Shocking Lung Xiaoping. Correct. There are plenty on the slope of that second mountain. Yin Long quickly assigned the work, not forgetting to add a light sentence. Any problems? At this moment, Lung Xiaoping could only hurriedly shake his head, retorting in his heart, no, but internally exhausted thinking. Huge problem, actually, seeing their gloomy faces. Wang Julong couldn't help scolding. What's with those faces of yours? The tables I made also use stones from there. Lung Xiaoping approached Wang Julong a bit shyly. Then could you please help us get? Before Lung Xiaoping finished speaking, Wang Julong bared his teeth and roared. Do you take me for a fool? I am Wang Julong, the beast heavenly king. Carry them yourselves. Saying that, Wang Julong turned to leave. But at this moment, for some reason, he raised a fist. Damn it. But seeing the person appearing was Chun-san. Wang Julong immediately shrank back in fear. What? Because he was still afraid of Chun-san. Wang Julong could only wave his hand to cover it up. I mean, must try to keep working. A moment later, Chun-san left, not forgetting to remind Wang Julong, who was sighing in relief. 3 big rocks, remember that. Scene shifts to a deserted inn. In the room, the super expert known as the first retainer of the Nangong family, Hua Laodong, was questioning Nangong Chi-Chuan suspiciously. Is Elder Drunken Immortal really there? Even Fei Yu, leader of the Red Flying Corps, the intelligence organization directly under the Nangong family, also chimed in. Honestly, I don't really believe it. Family head Shimin is famous for boasting. Her analytical voice quickly echoed in the room. My Red Flying Corps has never accessed any news about a place called Kunloon. Right then, Nangong Chi-Chuan spoke up to refute the two. But if it's true as family head Shimin said, those people are targeting the 10 great treasures of the martial arts world. And the Overlord Saber is there. We should also go take a look. Seeing his attitude so determined, the two stood up in unison. Then I am willing to go with the family head. But they were all rejected by Nangong Chi-Chuan. No need. You return to the family. Strengthening defense is urgent. Although he said that, Fei was still very worried. But if you go alone, the current situation is because she couldn't persuade them. Nangong Chi-Chuan had to be stern and decisive. Have you forgotten who I am? Hearing that, the two had no more objections. Quickly clasping hands to Nangong Chi-Chuan. In a forest, Nangong Chi-Chuan said to Yunlong, heard from family head Shimin. This place probably knows best about their origins. Didn't you fight them? Yunlong didn't answer his question, instead quickly changing the subject, saying that this is just an inn under renovation, temporarily closed for business. Come back another time. However, Nangong Chi-Chuan stubbornly shouted, Stop being naturally arrogant. He scolded Yunlong's face. Just a lowly disciple of the Drunken Immortal, yet daring to be so rude to the head of the Nangong family? Who did you learn these manners from? Nangong Chi-Chuan showed no mercy, immediately releasing internal energy to threaten. Call your master out here. He even went too far, picking up a stone and throwing it straight at Yunlong's head. A sharp pain came from his head. Yunlong couldn't take it anymore, turning back furiously, replying rudely, Looks like I have to get physical. Finished speaking, he rushed in front of Nangong Chi-Chuan as fast as lightning, catching the old man off guard. In the blink of an eye, Nangong Chi-Chuan took a thunderous punch. The sudden pain made him hold his face and groan. Then, Nangong Chi-Chuan flew into a rage, killing intent billowing, gritting his teeth and saying, Bastard, do you know who I am? Dare to... However, Yunlong didn't let him finish his sentence at all, throwing another punch. Finally, Nangong Chi-Chuan could only sit helplessly on the ground, screaming. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. Impossible. Then Nangong Chi-Chuan frantically drew his sword, rushing toward Yunlong. I'll make you taste regret. At this moment, Yunlong was still calmly twirling the branch in his hand. The one who should regret is you. Nangong Chi-Chuan confidently pointed the murderous sword forward. Want to oppose my emperor's sword with just that thing? Yunlong faced Nangong Chi-Chuan without fear, even waving his hand to provoke. Nangong Chi-Chuan couldn't stand this contempt. Roaring, although one of his eyes was swollen shut, he still stubbornly rushed forward. However, in a flash, that withered branch miraculously blocked the sharp sword. After the sword was parried, Nangong Chi-Chuan seemed extremely surprised. Blocking my sword with just a branch, he still didn't believe it, swinging the sword to slash again. But all subsequent slashes were blocked by Yunlong with one hand. The crowd watching the excitement outside witnessed this scene. Couldn't help but praise Yunlong endlessly. Master Bai Yu is indeed magically powerful. Even the firmament martial emperor was beaten up like that by the master. At this moment, Luo Chu appeared, also coming to watch the drama. I'm really lucky today. Lung Xiaoping ran out happily to welcome him. You're here. Su Hui also quickly stepped out to watch the excitement. Can one really fight with a branch like that? Luo Chu heard and replied. Of course it's possible. However, a question immediately after made him awkward. Can you do it too? In midair, Nangong Chichuan's Emperor Sword had been knocked away at some point. It quickly lost its support, stabbing into the ground amidst the fierce battle. The old man stared blankly at his empty hand. Before he could react, Nangong Chichuan's eyes squinted, accompanied by miserable screams. Streaks of light flashed continuously before his eyes. Still the familiar inn. Construction was still ongoing. Wang Julong was struggling to split large rocks. He was engrossed in work, completely ignoring the figure behind him. At this moment, Nangong Chichuan woke up from his coma. He squinted his swollen eye, thinking suspiciously, what on earth is going on? What happened to me? While still confused, Nangong Chichuan suddenly remembered the final fight scene. Couldn't help but be horrified. Suddenly, the sound of arguing nearby caught his attention. Hey, didn't I say split it into 3 pieces? That piece is too big. Not passing, Chun Sin scolded, while slapping Wang Julong hard on the head. Just do it. It will definitely work. Opening his eyes to witness this shocking scene, Nangong Chichuan helplessly gritted his teeth. The beast Heavenly King is being ordered around like a minion? Suddenly, a laugh rang out from behind him. Got beaten up pretty badly, huh? Nangong Chichuan turned his head, seeing Luo Chu sitting leisurely at the table. Sobered up a bit yet, he looked at Luo Chu's relaxed appearance, thoughts racing in his heart. Asterisk, who are you? Are you mocking me? Asterisk. However, Luo Chu calmly said a few sentences. Want to taste my fist again? Still haven't realized it? This surprised Nangong Chichuan extremely. What? Seeing Nangong Chichuan's exaggerated expression, Luo Chu didn't want to tease anymore. Just kidding. Have a drink. Nangong Chichuan stared at Luo Chu curiously. Is this person the drunken immortal? A moment later, the 5 people from the inn stood in a row in front of Xiaoming. Xiaoming announced, according to Mr. Gong, the construction will probably last another 4 months. Xiaoming continued, because it affects business. So we will use order tokens to increase deliveries. Finished speaking, everyone was stunned. Lung Xiaoping couldn't help but retort. Going to South Road Village and North Road Village isn't enough. We still have to help build walls too. Nangong Chichuan stood by listening to their dialogue. His tightly clenched hands relaxed. Disciples of the drunken immortal, my foot. This place is clearly doing legitimate business. Right then, a question from Luo Chu caught his attention. By the way, why did you come here? Blue sky, white clouds drifting fast. After hearing Nangong Chichuan tell a long story, Liu Ku exclaimed, so that's it. But this has nothing to do with this place. You see it too. This is just a small inn. At this moment, Nangong Chichuan was out of options. Had to lament to Luo Chu. But they are clearly a mysterious force hiding their identity. If left alone, the future of the martial arts world will sink into darkness. Luo Chu seemed to have seen through Nangong Chichuan's intentions, bluntly refusing, surprising the old man greatly. That has nothing to do with me. Although rejected ruthlessly, Nangong Chichuan still tried to appeal to Luo Chu's sympathy. No matter what, you are the drunken immortal, once recognized as the #1 expert in the martial arts world. Can you sit still and watch the martial arts world in danger? Luo Chu replied in the calmest tone. I washed my hands of the sword long ago. This is a matter for you juniors to shoulder. The two were talking animatedly. Chun-sen ran over from somewhere. Hey, you're here. Immediately startled. Asterisco overlord sabe? Could he be the Chun-san she mentioned? Asterisk. Liu Ku reacted coldly to Chun-san, making him a bit unhappy. I'm here. I'm Bayu's friend after all. Can you not talk so rudely? An unintentional remark by Luo Chu suddenly caught Nangong Chichuan's attention. Bayu's friend, Nangong Chichuan thought. If the drunken immortal isn't crazy, there's no reason to associate with these young people. In that case, they are. A thought flashed in the old man's mind. Experts who have rejuvenated? Thinking of this, Nangong Chichuan pushed himself up to stand. Seeing him about to leave, Luo Chu held him back. Have a meal before you go. You'll regret it for life if you don't eat. But was refused by Nangong Chichuan. No need. Then, Nangong Chichuan turned around. Boingin salute. Liu Ku immediately responded. Then come again next time. Nangong Chichuan just walked away, refusing in his heart, and cursing. Unless I'm crazy. Otherwise, I will never return here again. Scene shifts to inside the majestic architecture of Kunloon. By the tea table, 5 people were discussing. I confirmed it with my own eyes. Bai He, hearing this firm statement, immediately flew into a rage. What? Expanding the construction without permission? The 2 sitting next to him also chimed in. That's right. Look at that structure. The scale is quite large. Who allowed them to do that on our Mount Kunloon? At this moment, Bai Zhong couldn't help but intervene. We can't leave it like this. They didn't notify us at all. Everyone was shouting excitedly. Only Bai Guang had a confused look. Sunlight shone into the bustling citadel. Bai Guang sat on the stone steps, uneasy at heart. How should this be handled? Right then, a hand carrying a bucket of water slowly approached Bai Guang. Yongfeng, after putting down the water bucket, hurriedly asked with concern, Master, your complexion isn't very good. Is something on your mind? Seeing him, Bai Guang spoke thoughtfully. Have you heard about the Kunloon in expanding? Yongfeng answered honestly. I heard. Senior brother Yong Shu announced it. Suddenly, a sentence from Bai Guang surprised Yongfeng. The sect leader has sent people there to demand an explanation. Yongfeng felt anxious inside. He could only hurriedly ask Bai Guang, should we go personally to stop them? But Bai Guang waved his hand. No, we have many things to do here. Must do. But finally, Bai Guang left a sentence. If you want to go, then go make a trip yourself. Bai Guang added another sentence. To prepare Yongfeng. But I'm not sure if that stubborn senior brother Bai Zhong will listen. Yongfeng thought to himself. If it's him, he definitely won't listen to me. At this moment, Bai Zhong led a team of people in white into the forest. He walked, while talking to the disciple beside him. I don't know why Elder Bai Guang opposed it so fiercely. The other person quickly replied. It is indeed very strange. Another person couldn't help but interject. Does he have some relationship with the inn? Otherwise, why side with them? Speaking of this, the people following behind also clamored in agreement. Anyway, daring to build such a large structure on Mount Kunloon without permission, we must teach them a profound lesson. Master, or at least we should collect reasonable taxes, right? They walked and calculated. That's right. If they sincerely show goodwill, then we can consider it. On the inside, Gongzhu was still working hard. Suddenly, Su Hui walked over carrying a bowl of water. Drink some water. Rest for a bit. Gongzhu took the bowl naturally, drinking it all in one go. Then Gongzhu returned the bowl to Su Hui, saying politely, Thank you. Suidi plaif happily. You're welcome. When she left, Gongzhu quietly watched her retreating back. Asterisk, this child is about the same age as my daughter. Every time I see Su Hui, asterisk, I remember her. Unknown since when, anxiety for his daughter rose in his heart. I wonder if she is being mistreated over there. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, pulling Gongzhu out of his thoughts. Where is everyone? 2 men in white just arrived, rushing in and shouting. Is there anyone in charge here? Call the person in charge out here. Gongzhu heard the noise. Hurriedly went out to greet them. Who are you? They asked impatiently. Who are you? Gongzhu introduced calmly. I am Carpenter Gongzhu. But they immediately sneered. If you're Carpenter, then get lost. Saying that, they continued to yell. Where's the owner? Who allowed you to build here? Right at this moment, Wang Julong's muscular figure suddenly appeared in front of them. He was very unhappy. Asking sternly, what is it? Bai Zhong quickly stepped out from the crowd, evaluating Wang Julong rudely. This appearance doesn't fit in at all. Seeing him, Wang Julong sneered. People from Kunloon? Wang Julong's contemptuous attitude immediately made the group furious. Audacious! Do you know who we are that you dare act like this? Wang Julong didn't show any respect either, openly raising his axe. Then do you know who I am? This sentence immediately made Bai Zhong look closely at that face again. This is an aura sufficient to suppress top experts. In an instant, he saw the thing in Wang Julong's hand, and that crescent blade. Immediately after, all the Kunloon people were struck dumb as if by lightning, standing frozen on the spot. It's the beast Heavenly King. Bai Zhong carefully asked the tall man in front of him. Wait, are you really the beast Heavenly King? Immediately, he received a decisive answer, making him a bit scared. That's right. Bai Zhong tried to stay calm, asking with an uneasy mood. Then why are you here? Wang Julong looked straight into his eyes, answering boldly. Working as a waiter. Hearing this sentence, Bai Zhong couldn't hide the surprise on his face. He thought to himself, is this guy crazy? Looks like an imposter of the beast Heavenly King. Anyway, conflicting with him brings no benefit. Bai Zhong secretly glanced at the weapon in Wang Julong's hand, then hurriedly walked away. We need to see the owner. Before taking a few steps, he was blocked by Wang Julong, standing in front with his hand out. Wang Julong looked at him with cold, sharp eyes. Tone firm. No need. Then, he smiled meaningfully, eyes lighting up. Let me entertain you. That's enough. Those determined eyes and confidence made everyone present feel a cold air and fear. At this moment, inside the Kunloon manor, sounds of discussion were ringing out. Bai's voice rang out. The elder went to the Kunloon inn. But there hasn't been any news so far. Bai Sheng replied. That's right. Hearing this answer, Bai's face was full of worry. Raising his voice to ask, he's been down the mountain for a while. Why is there still no news? Bai Sheng asked, could he have encountered some mishap? Should I go down the mountain to check? Bai thought this plan seemed feasible, but was still a bit worried. Even he couldn't handle it. Is it okay for you to go? Bai Sheng replied firmly. I will lead the disciples with me. Consider it taking a walk. Receiving Bai's consent, Bai Sheng turned and walked out, asking the disciples with a serious face, are you all ready? His disciples responded loudly with excitement. Ready. We'll catch them all. And so, the group lined up neatly, setting off one by one. Walking for a while, they finally arrived. Before their eyes was a mountainous forest area with charming scenery. But when seeing Bai Zhong and the others, Bai Sheng and the disciples were astonished. Isn't that the elder and the junior brothers? They began to wonder, only seeing everyone holding farming tools, ceaselessly striking the ground. What were they doing? The person next to him heard and replied, not sure. Looks like digging soil. A disciple standing next to him volunteered. Let this disciple go over and ask. But Bai Sheng hurriedly stopped him. No need. Before the disciple could step forward, Wang Julong appeared in front of him with a dangerous smile. Bai Sheng opened politely. May I ask who you are? Wang Julong also introduced himself boldly. I'm the Beast Heavenly King. Hearing this, the disciple beside him couldn't hide his surprise, asking skeptically, Impossible, one of the 4 heavenly kings. Hearing that, Wang Julong appeared very smug, confidently emphasizing, that's right, one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Black Way. That is me. Bai Sheng and the disciples couldn't believe their ears. Eyes wide in shock. You say? This is too absurd. Wang Julong saw their expressions, also couldn't hide his helplessness, raising his hand to scratch his head, explaining, right, a big figure like me appearing here is indeed truly confusing. Don't waste effort thinking about it. I myself don't understand why I'm here either. Putting aside the helplessness, he rested his hands on his hips, clearly announcing, in short, just do as I say. That way you will return safely. Understand? Hearing that, everyone was stunned. The disciple beside him spoke up with an annoyed face. What does this mean? Wang Julong directed everyone's gaze toward those still bent over digging. Don't you see what your fellow disciples are doing? But that wasn't enough to make the other disciples submit. They gritted their teeth, saying angrily, you dare force our elders and fellow disciples to do hard labor? Even if you were a heavenly king. We have over 30 people here. Seeing that situation, Wang Julong flew into a rage, gripping the weapon in his hand tightly, emitting a powerful red glow. Next, Wang Julong raised his weapon high and shouted, get to work for me, then struck the ground with all his might. That power opened everyone's eyes. The ground cracked after the shock just now. Dust flew blindly. He warned, with your status, you are not qualified to cause trouble at the Kunloon Inn. Witnessing the terrifying scene before their eyes, everyone was scared stiff. Seeing that, Wang Julong began assigning tasks. See the line I drew on the ground? Just follow that line and dig down 3 feet for me. Everyone hurriedly looked for tools, getting into position, waiting for his order. Start working. As soon as the words were out, under Wang Julong's urging, everyone bent down to work. Hurry up. Seeing this noisy scene, Gongzhuo working nearby was also distracted. He couldn't help wondering, since when did he call so many more people? Looks like it will be finished sooner than I thought. Back to the quiet courtyard of Kunloon. After receiving the news, he was both shocked and angry. Why has even Bai Sheng been missing for days? A group of people was summoned. Standing in the Kunloon courtyard, discussing animatedly. People were anxious. Why gather so many people? Someone guessed. Heard there's a group trading, illegally halfway up the mountain. Observing the team once. Bai turned to ask Bai Song, "Why don't I see Elder Bai Guang?" Bai Song quickly replied. He said he wanted to stay and guard the sect. Need to call him? Finding it reasonable, Bai He said, "No need. The sect still needs someone to guard it." Bai Song immediately understood. Yes. A tense atmosphere covered everything. Then, over 100 people marched aggressively toward the Kunloon Inn, reaching the foot of the mountain. The scene they saw was a pile of unfinished wood being assembled. Everything laid out before their eyes. Clear as day. Although not wanting to believe, Bai Song still spoke up. The rumors are indeed true. The elder standing next to Bai, he was also surprised. Azure Dragonwood is so precious. Are they very rich? Suddenly, a person walking towards them startled Bai He. That person had an extraordinary aura. Boldly introducing, "I am Bai Yu, the chef of this inn. So many people coming here. May I ask what business you have?" As soon as the words were out, an indescribable pressure hit Bai He. This feeling was truly strange. I've never had this feeling before. But Bai He hid that strange feeling, calmly speaking. "Ahem, I am Bai He, sect leader of Kunloon." Chun Sin didn't know when he had stood there. With a disdainful look, coldly saying, "So it's people from Kunloon. Why come in such numbers?" Wang Julong looked at Chun San and laughed loudly. Looks like they came to help their fellow disciples. Hearing that, everyone looked at each other in surprise. "We came to help." But some others firmly replied, "No, I haven't heard anything about this." The other two saw a scene they had never thought of. "Wait." Hearing the noise, Bai Song frowned and turned his head back. "What's going on?" The scene they saw made them unable to believe their eyes. Isn't that the great elder and the two elders? And the disciples? That elder saw such a scene. Couldn't endure it anymore. Roaring in anger. "You, what treasonous things have you done to our Kunloon?" Responding to that rage was Yun Long's cold face. Yun Long bowed his head without saying a word, then turned to leave. Seeing that, Bai Song was about to speak when old memories suddenly flooded his mind. "Wait, that person is..." Recalling for a moment, Bai Song recognized the arrogant person in front of him. Bai Song remembered the conversation with Yun Long. "Right, it's the Yun generation. Your Grandmaster and I are of the same generation." After remembering and confirming completely, Bai Song spoke up. "Wait, you were the guy who came to our Kunloon last time, talking nonsense about secluded cultivation and Grandmaster or something." Hearing Bai Song say that, Yun Long was confused, frowning but still silent. Bai He asked impatiently, "Who is it?" Bai Song quickly explained, "A young guy who came last time, talking nonsense about secluded cultivation and seniority with the Grandmaster, then left." Bai He suddenly asked Bai Song, "Wait, how do you know about our Kunloon's secluded cultivation?" Hearing this, Bai Song's face panicked, didn't know what to say. A voice sounding angry rang out. "You approach this place with impure intentions." Yin Long calmly crossed his arms, declaring loudly, "The land around this and was legally purchased by the previous owner. Now it is managed by his granddaughter, so you have no right to interfere." Hearing this, the disciples seemed convinced, lowering their heads. That elder angrily clenched his fist and said, "This brat dares to call us you?" Yin Long still didn't say a word, but perhaps he couldn't endure it anymore. Picking up a small branch, blue light gradually covered that branch. Yin Long slowly raised it in front of everyone, leaving Bai He and the disciples with bewildered faces. His eyes became cold, speaking in a dangerous tone. "Looks like I need to teach you a lesson." Not long after, a familiar voice echoed from afar. "Joe, isn't this Bai He?" It was Luo Chu. He smiled friendlily. Bai He asked cautiously, unable to hide his surprise, "Elder Drunken Immortal, why are you here?" Bai He ignored that question. He walked to Yin Long's side. "Friend, I'm here." Yin Long also smiled friendlily in response. "You're here." This scene surprised Bai He, seeing the branch in Yin Long's hand. Liu asked curiously, "By the way, what are you holding a branch for?" Yin Long replied calmly, "Had some business to use it for." Hearing their casual conversation, Bai He fell into thought. What is this? The Drunken Immortal and that young guy are friends? At this moment, he noticed Bai He's crowd. Why bring such a large crowd here? What business do you have here? As soon as the words were out, Bai He felt guilty. Didn't know how to answer properly. Asked her his trouble. Turns out this place has connections with the Drunken Immortal Asterisk. If it's discovered we came here to cause trouble. Seeing by he not answering. Liu pressed. Why aren't you saying anything? Hearing that, by he startled, stammering, it's like this. In that tense moment, Bai Song spoke up to rescue Bai He. We juniors came here to lend a hand. Bai He hurriedly nodded in agreement. That's right. We are good neighbors after all. The old man replied happily. Is that so? Very commendable. Then work well. Bai He clasped his hands and bowed, showing respect. Yes. While everyone wasn't paying attention, Yin Long gently put down the branch in his hand. Then he and Luo Chu turned to leave. The old man bragged as he walked. Hey, I brought good wine. Seeing the situation resolved satisfactorily, Wang Julong ordered. Carpenter, assign work to them. Gong Zhuo was surprised. Suddenly, so many workers? With such a large workforce. The progress of the expansion project was much faster than expected. Amidst the rolling mountains, clear sky after rain. 1 month later, gentle sunlight without glare shone down on the structure everyone had worked hard to build. Everyone gathered, admiring the result. Done. Gong Zhuo still held the hammer, looking at it with satisfaction. To be able to build a structure like this in the final years of my life truly makes this old man extremely satisfied. I thought I would never hold this hammer again. Su Hui gently walked to Gong Zhuo's side. Speaking up, thank you everyone so much. How much should I pay for the labor? Gong Zhuo also quickly replied. I've received enough payment to be able to create such a wonderful structure and to enjoy the world's best food every day. That is enough. Just looking at the details on the structure is enough to know how meticulous and careful the artisans were. It brings a feeling of purity, yet equally solemn. Hearing Gong Zhuo say that, Suido Sigarith. No. But before Su Hui could finish speaking, he interrupted. Later, if business is good, just invite me over, that's enough. Yin Long stepped forward. With a friendly smile and grateful eyes, asked, So, when do you plan to go home? Gong Zhuo replied, I must leave right now. Su Hui heard that and felt a bit regretful. Want to keep Gong Zhuo so soon? Why don't you stay a few more days? Yin Long stepped forward and said, Let's go. I'll see Mr. Gong Zhuo off for a segment. Gong Zhuo was a bit surprised, but still replied. The people who built this structure with Gong Zhuo came to see him off one by one. Safe travels. I will definitely miss the noodles here. Being loved by everyone. He was extremely happy. After that, the two stopped in Jinan. Gong Zhuo spoke to Yun Long with a happy and grateful face. Thanks to you, this old man can travel freely like this. Yun Long replied in a serious tone. Once again, thank you. This time I owe you a big favor. I will definitely repay it. Seeing that, Gong Zhuo politely raised his hand. No, as I said, if it's money. Yin Long immediately interrupted. I'm not talking about money. Bai Yu continued with stern eyes. I know you suffered much injustice because of a guy named Chui Daiwen. Hearing this, Gong Zhuo asked in surprise. How do you know, young master? Yin Long continued to explain. The first day, I came to find you. I heard about it. Gong Zhuo just hummed. At this moment, Yin Long's eyes seemed to shine with indignation on Gong Zhuo's behalf. Were you really betrayed by Chui Daiwen? Mentioning this matter, he just bowed his head, saying nothing more. Then, Gong Zhuo told Yin Long his story. Chui Daiwen was originally a brother as close as my own limbs. It all started when my father adopted him. War began. Jealousy and rivalry followed. But then, both he and I fell in love with Lu Shui, my wife. Gong Zhuo painfully recalled losing his most beloved person and his newborn daughter. The child won't have a mother's love. She chose me, but my father strongly opposed it. So we left home to be independent. However, she fell seriously ill and passed away, leaving behind our daughter. Gong Zhuo suppressed his grief to care for his daughter. But not long after, I received bad news. Hearing my father was seriously ill, I returned to the family. Father loved his granddaughter very much. But not long after, my father also passed away. In just a short time, Gong Zhuo had to endure 2 great losses, almost collapsing. But Gong Zhuo didn't fall. He still stood up and continued to move forward. At that time, I was determined to revive the family, pouring all my heart into work. But unknown since when, the eyes of those around me started to change. Gong Zhuo always worked hard, but behind his back were countless scrutinizing eyes, bringing tension and pressure. Rumors spread that when my wife and I left home, We stole all the family fortune and ran away. Those were lies fabricated by Chui Daiwen to seize the family. Finally, all the projects and works created by me were claimed by Chui Daiwen as his own. Then Chui Daiwen incited the clan members to expel me from the family. Yin Long listened attentively to Gong Zhua's story, brows slightly furrowed, indignant at the injustice Gong Zhua had to go through. He continued, "My daughter was taken hostage, living a life no different from a prisoner." Mentioning his little daughter, Gong Zhua couldn't hold back his tears. "It's all because of my stupidity." As soon as he finished speaking, Yin Long turned around, using determined eyes to refute. "No, the one who deserves punishment is Chui Daiwen." The atmosphere was silent. Dry leaves and dust flew around. This was the scene outside the Gong estate. Inside, a pair of large hands were wiping themselves with a clean towel, a voice sounding like it couldn't wait any longer. In front was a fat man sitting before a sumptuous feast. He held a large leg of meat, taking a big bite, preparing to enjoy. Well, look at this. Just as he was chewing voraciously, a loud crack suddenly rang out from his mouth, making Chui Daiwen frown, face annoyed. "What the hell is this?" Chui Daiwen slammed the table in anger, roaring, "Who made this thing? Almost broke my teeth." Seeing the servants standing still, no one speaking up, Chui Daiwen became even more furious. "Get out here now. Want me to beat you up?" At this moment, a servant ran over trembling. "This lowly one deserves death." Chui Daiwen vented his anger on that servant, pointing at her face and cursing loudly. "You did it on purpose, didn't you?" She explained in fear. No, this lowly one wouldn't dare." But Chui Daiwen didn't let go, ordering loudly, "Bring the pliers here. You wretched woman. I will definitely pull out all your teeth." Hearing that, she was scared pale. Amidst that tension, a voice rang out, tearing through the silent atmosphere. Just as the rumors say, truly a hopeless bastard. Chui Daiwen was startled, looking towards the source of the sound. Unknown since when, Yin Long had sat at Chui Daiwen's table, witnessing everything. Chui Daiwen couldn't suppress his anger. "What? Who are you to dare sit in my seat?" Yin Long stood up, calmly introducing himself. "I am Chef Baiyu, living on Mount Kunloon." Chui Daiwen repeated in confusion. "Mount Kunloon? Chef?" Yin Long took a step closer to Chui Daiwen. He immediately turned his face away vigilantly, ordering, "Are you crazy? Ridiculous. Guards, arrest this madman for me." But when they received the order, holding weapons ready to rush up. Yes. Seeing that, Yin Long just bowed his head, not saying a word, but then he gently warned a sentence. "Stand still obediently, and you won't get hurt." Hearing that, everyone stopped in fear. Next, they felt an invisible pressure suppressing them, bringing extreme tension. "What is this? Can't move. Something is wrong." Seeing that, Chui Daiwen shouted, "Hey, what's wrong with you guys? Why are you scared, trembling by that brat?" Yin Long turned to Chui Daiwen and said, "The guard you hired seemed to have some skill." Hearing that, Chui Daiwen looked confused. Yin Long added, "If they were mediocre, they would have rushed up long ago." Feeling insulted, Chui Daiwen clenched his fist and rushed forward. "What nonsense are you talking about?" But Yin Long remained calm, easily blocking his punch with one hand, then said disdainfully, "Truly stupid." Yin Long quickly twisted Chui Daiwen's wrist. Taking the initiative, Yin Long gently grabbed Chui Daiwen's hand and raised it. Countless purple rays of light shot out, causing Chui Daiwen extreme pain. His miserable scream stunned the guards. In the mansion, Chui Daiwen knelt on the ground, trembling ceaselessly. However, Yin Long's eyes showed no fluctuation. His hand still gripped the opponent's hand tightly, blocking that punch. Chui Daiwen saw this, mouth begging incessantly. "Spare me. What did I do?" Yin Long's calm voice rang out. "Do you know your crime?" This question seemed to freeze the air. Chui Daiwen stammered weakly. "All my life, I've just been a law-abiding carpenter." But not letting him explain, Yin Long continued to attack. Ear-piercing screams rang out. Chui Daiwen's body convulsed violently under the lightning punishment. Chui Daiwen completely collapsed at this moment, face twisted in panic. Chui Daiwen begged desperately, please spare me." But unexpectedly, that cold hand let go. At that moment, everything seemed to stop. This was not easy forgiveness, but a chance. Yin Long's voice was clear and strong. "I give you a chance to repent and atone." The cowardly Chui Daiwen immediately nodded repeatedly. Yes, whatever you want me to do, I will do it. At this moment, Yinlong's judgment rang out like thunder, striking hard on his face. Return everything to its original state. This seemingly simple sentence stunned Chui Daiwen. Face changing color, lips trembling. What does this mean? The cold voice continued to ring out. Return all assets and the position of family head to Gongzhua. At the same time, publicly admit the rumors you spread were lies. Chui Daiwen gritted his teeth, cold sweat pouring on his forehead. But things didn't stop there. Yinlong turned around, voice like the final sword strike, slashing down. 2 days. If you can't do it within that time, I will definitely not spare you. Chui Daiwen was struck dumb, eyes wide open, whispering in despair. Is he Gongzhua's man? Horror showed in Chui Daiwen's eyes. His subordinates also recoiled in surprise reflexively. On the paved road, Yinlong walked leisurely. Amidst the crowd, Gongzhua's daughter suddenly froze. Eye surprised. A wave of indescribable emotion rose in her heart. Did I hear wrong? That person clearly mentioned father's name. In the courtyard, witnessed by the people and subordinates, Chui Daiwen kept his word, handing over the land deeds and the position of family head to Gongzhua. Honor was cleansed. Power was restored. Chui Daiwen stood before everyone, admitting his deceitful behavior. Gongzhua couldn't hide the surprise on his face. A thought flashed. In just one night, how could things change so much? Gongzhua stood in front of Yinlong, bowing in thanks. Truly thank you very much, Master Bai. To be able to regain all these things, it's truly like a dream. Amidst this turn of events, Yinlong's calm voice rang out, gentle but full of weight. Everything just returned to the justice it inherently had. This is also my way of repaying your help. No need to worry. In this peaceful scene, Yinlong prepared to leave. Gongzhua's daughter spoke up hesitantly. Even so, please stay for a meal. Yinlong heard and spoke up to refuse. I must return quickly, because the opening day is approaching. Hearing that, she didn't insist anymore, seeming to understand something, hurriedly saying, yes. Before parting, Yinlong didn't forget to leave his special instruction. After I leave, a bird will fly to you. Please take good care of it. This surprised Gongzhua. Bird. The atmosphere was a bit tense, but Yinlong remained calm. He spoke up. If Chui Daiwen has any improper actions, you just need to write a note, tie it to the bird's leg, and release it. Gongzhua heard and replied softly. Thank you, young master. In this solemn and quiet meeting, the exchange between Yinlong and Gongzhua was full of respect. No fake plaisanteries. Only words coming from sincere admiration for each other. To be able to know Master Bai, I'm truly lucky, Yinlong said politely. No, to be able to befriend the world's #1 carpenter. I am the honored one. Saying that, Yinlong turned and walked away. Gongzhua's voice still echoed behind. Truly extremely grateful. Scene shifts to the inn. Endless praise rang out everywhere. Moreover, the food here is too delicious. I'm afraid no inn in the world can compare. A guest couldn't hide his curiosity. Is it really that good? He didn't answer, turning to ask Su Hui beside him. Is that chef still the same? As expected, the answer was exactly what he wanted. Still the same. No change. Great. Are there new dishes on the menu? Sui Ismail, replying softly, of course. Now, there are dozens of new dishes. The guest exclaimed in surprise. Oh! Immediately after, the menu was brought up. Not an ordinary menu, but a very long menu board, filled with exquisite handwriting, including all the dishes and wines of the inn. Dear guest, she said gently, this is the menu. It lists the dishes and wines of our inn. The guest couldn't hide his excitement. Wow, ordering is so convenient like this. One of them admired. With this scale, calling it the #1 inn in Shanghai is not an exaggeration. Someone even argued, what #1 in Shanghai should be called #1 in the world? The conversation atmosphere was livelier than ever. Someone spoke up. If so, I wonder if you plan to participate in the Sichuan culinary competition. Someone asked curiously. Sichuan culinary competition? Another person replied enthusiastically. You don't know. Soon there will be a huge culinary competition in Sichuan. In an instant, images of colorful dishes, fragrant and appealing, appeared before their eyes. From hot soups to exquisitely presented dishes, every detail was extremely attractive. Sichuan cuisine has always been famous, right? There are many famous inns and talented chefs there. Heard they will gather to compete, see who is the best. In the bustling and excited atmosphere of the inn, an interesting secret was revealed, making the atmosphere hotter than ever. The prize money is also very generous. Xiaoming asked in surprise. How generous? The answer made everyone's eyes widen in surprise. Seems to be 100,000 taels. The prize money increases every year. But that wasn't all. He continued. Moreover, if any inn wins, they will help promote that inn throughout Sichuan. Xiaoming seemed very surprised. Couldn't believe what he heard. Promote? Who would do that? The answer rang out. Who else could it be? It is the Sichuan Restaurant Alliance, a reputable organization guaranteeing the prize money and promotion. This made the competition not just a cooking contest, but a peak battle for supremacy in the Sichuan culinary world. This alliance was founded by large restaurants and inns in Sichuan. This competition is also organized by them. In this quiet setting, news of the competition spread quickly. Xiaoming asked curiously, when is that competition held? Then, Xiaoming received an answer from a friend next to him. Not sure. Probably in about 10 days. The atmosphere was filled with anticipation. Xiaoming smiled gratefully. Thank you, brother, for the valuable information. Right then, in the middle of the room, Yin Long was controlling some kind of power. Suddenly a voice rang out, breaking the inherent silence. Master by you. This news is truly amazing, isn't it? Yin Long's calm voice rang out in the quiet room. I heard. I will seriously consider it. Hearing that, Xiaoming just gently hummed. Immediately after, the scene abruptly returned to 5 months ago, at a remote border area, far from the Central Plains. Shouts and the sound of clashing weapons were incessant. On the brutal battlefield, the line between life and death was fragile. There was a man looking for a new path for himself. Amidst the thick gunpowder smoke, Chang Tian stood out with extraordinary agility. Facing dozens of soldiers alone, his swordsmanship was sharp as lightning. Every sword stroke carried destructive power. The soldiers looked at him in panic. One person shouted, "He's too scary." That is the famous Chang Tian. Another soldier also said, "In just 1 year, he wiped out half of our army." Amidst the chaotic battlefield, drawing his sword, eyes determined, "Enemy general, come out. No need to let your soldiers die in vain. Fight a life and death battle with me." Responding to him was the angry shout of a muscular martial general. Big talk. Bai Mu stood against the wind, hand constantly spinning a large saber. Let me see if your strength is just empty fame. The opponent was like a fierce tiger, roaring like thunder. Bai Mu's eyes burned with fire, momentum blazing, swinging the large saber down as if to tear the earth apart. Facing that storm of steel, Chang Tian stood still, cold as a stone statue. His deep eyes were sharp as knives. Not a single fluctuation. The ground shook violently. A black shadow rushed out like an arrow leaving the bow. Toes just touching the ground. Dust flying blindly, leaving behind a trail of white smoke tearing through the wind. Chang Tian rushed forward with astonishing speed. Bai Mu roared like thunder, swinging the large saber hard, momentum blazing as if to tear the opponent apart. Bastard! Chang Tian gently swung his sword, stabbing straight into the opponent's head. Fresh blood poured out endlessly. The soldiers behind were scared pale. Just one move. Soldiers were so scared they dropped their weapons. The air seemed to freeze. Suddenly, Chang Tian shouted, "Hey!" Anger flashed across his face, eyes becoming icy. "Don't surrender. It's annoying." The majestic shout rang out, making the whole atmosphere tense. Standing alone on the battlefield, the aura emanating from Chang Tian made the opposing soldiers dare not breathe loudly. Go back to your families." The soldiers hesitated, eyes wavering, inner minds torn between honor and life. A soldier spoke up tremblingly, kindling a ray of hope amidst the sea of fire and blood. "Can you unconditionally spare us?" But Chang Tian just stood silently, not answering. Seeing that, the soldiers immediately panicked, turned, and ran. No one dared to look back. "Run. I want to go home." The panic scream of a soldier echoed in the quiet space after the battle. "No, General, what are you doing? They are enemies." Dan, you didn't understand why Chang Tian spared the enemy. Eyes full of worry. But Chang Tian just quietly turned around. Chang Tian's face was thoughtful. No more anger, nor the killing intent when charging into battle. Enough. It's enough. I'm too tired. Chang Tian stood majestically in front of Pig. He gripped the hilt of his sword, rotating his wrist, then decisively stabbed the pig. The pig was tossed into the air, emitting a magical light. Not only that, Chang Tian continued to swing a few sword strokes, neatly slicing the pig into 100 pieces. Everyone around watched with interest. Too amazing. The person next to him continued. Watching it again and again, it's still truly magical. The last person's eyes shone. Bone and meat can be separated like that. Not long after, the pork had turned into neatly arranged dishes. Chang Tian sprinkled spices to enhance the flavor. Roasted pork, eating with salt is best. Done. Inviting the soldiers to enjoy. Eat. This is the last meal I make for you. Some soldiers watched, swallowing saliva gulpingly. In the tent, someone shouted, "Do you really want to leave?" Danny heard the unexpected news, questioning loudly. "Why exactly? Then what about our northern route Heavenly Phoenix Corps?" Chang Tian explained seriously. The northern route Heavenly Phoenix Corps has obeyed the imperial order, repelling the Mongols. After many years of fighting, even beheading the Khan to present, Chang Tian said, "That is enough. Cannot be bound by imperial orders forever." Chang Tian's fierce face became even angrier. "In the end, they might even make me chop off the Jade Emperor's head to bring back." Danny didn't back down either. "Threatening? You mean planning to disobey the decree?" Chang Tian replied, "Only our people are here. What imperial decree?" Then Chang Tian called softly, "Danye." This time Dan Yi suppressed his anger. "Yes, big brother." Chang Tian instructed specifically. "From now on, you be the vice commander. Lead everyone to my place." Finished speaking, Chang Tian walked straight out, leaving Dan Yi still stunned on the spot. Chang Tian said generously, "Just say I went crazy. Escaped from the military camp. Put all the responsibility on my head." Chang Tian's aura was extremely powerful. Every step showed authority. Behind was a crowd bowing deeply. Present. Peace in. Guests gathered from everywhere. Crowded like a festival. A man saw the unusual surroundings and spoke up. "Huh, why are there so many customers?" The person in yellow beside him said, "A few months ago, a new chef arrived. Top-notch skills." The other person heard and exclaimed in surprise. "Really?" He replied, "Of course it's true. Completely different from other inns." The person looked around. "Have to admit, the atmosphere is also completely different from before." The person in yellow added, "That's also thanks to the new chef." The other person didn't understand, asking, "There's that too?" "What do you mean?" He explained more clearly. Some troublemakers were handled by the chef in one move. The person in yellow described excitedly. "I saw it with my own eyes too. Just one move. They flew straight out the door." He continued, "Now only decent customers come here." The other person heard and praised endlessly. This owner must have accumulated a lot of virtue in his past life. The owner heard that, extremely pleased. In his heart, he also admitted, probably so. The skillful hands of a chef were preparing 2 pieces of meat emitting a fragrant aroma. He placed the meat on the plate. The owner walked in from outside. "Hey, Chef Chang." Chang Tian was the new chef they mentioned. He cooked while replying. "Owner." He laughed and thanked him. "Thanks to you, there are more customers. The inn's business is much better." Chang Tian replied calmly. "You said that last time too." He announced, "Therefore, I plan to raise your salary." Chang Tian didn't find it strange. "You already raised it a few months ago." Saying that, he turned to leave. Of course, income increased after all. Chang Tian bowed politely. "Thank you," as if suddenly remembering something. He turned his head back. "Right," he suggested. "Do you want to participate in the culinary competition held in Chengdu in a few days?" This time, Chang Tian showed surprise. "At the Kunloon Inn." "I'm going." Yinlong said goodbye to everyone. Preparing to set off, Xiaoming stood behind joking. "Prize money plus promotion. If we win, the benefits are huge." Su Hui beside him laughed loudly. "Why the word profit?" Yinlong looked at the person in front of him. Wang Jilong. He heard his name. A bit surprised. "He knows my name?" Yinlong instructed. "While Chun San and I are away, you look after the inn. Everything depends on you." Wang Jilong accepted excitedly. "I will definitely do well." He was even happier inside. Have I been recognized? Lung Xiaoping cheered loudly. You will definitely win. Wang Julong beside him also reminded. Safe travels. Chun Sen had a gentle face, softly saying, must make buns. Yin Long didn't understand why. Chun Sen answered simply, because the best bun will help people feel the taste of meat most clearly. Yin Long still didn't understand. Taste of meat? Then wouldn't making a meat dish directly be better? Chun Sen persisted with his view. Of course that dish is also delicious, but not as good as buns. This time Yin Long asked why. Chun Sen described sincerely like a fan. Buns, you see. The flavor of vegetables blends into the filling, plus the outer layer, creating a new flavor, eating without getting sick of it. Yin Long thought to himself, many flavors blending, creating a new flavor? Perhaps this is the essence of cuisine. Then he smiled and praised. Your opinion is very useful. Chun Sen was overjoyed being praised. Really? At this moment Chun Sen remembered. Still 5 days until arrival. Why do we leave so early? And not rushing either. Just taking it slow like this. Yin Long quickly replied. Because I want to go to a place before arriving there. Yin Long and Chun Sen entered a house in the forest. Yin Long spoke frankly. Here, I will research new dishes before the competition. So everything depends on you. Chun Sen didn't understand. Repeating, depends on me? Yin Long admitted. You are the only one who can taste and give feedback. Chun Sen heard that, crossing his arms in thought. You mean, I have to eat those experimental dishes continuously? Finished speaking, Yin Long prepared to start work. Let's start with dishes made of insects. Chun Sen panicked as soon as he heard that. Insects? Chengdu city center. Chengdu-in. This was an extremely bustling place. Chengdu-in, true to its name, is the inn representing Chengdu. This Sichuan is famous because of its owner. He is also the leader of the Sichuan Restaurant Alliance. Du Zongqi, leader of the Sichuan Restaurant Alliance. He sat in front of the dining table announcing, all right, this is the final meeting in the preparation time for the competition. Du Zongqi announced. Currently the number of registered contestants is 450. Those present discussed animatedly. Only that many? The person next to him replied. Still 2 days left. At this rate, 600 people is no problem. Another person leaned in smugly. This time it's our Taiyang's turn to win the championship. The other person disagreed, retorting, what are you saying? Should be the strength of the 7 Stars Pavilion. The room started to get noisy, full of arguments. But didn't the 7 Stars Pavilion get inspected for hygiene 2 months ago? Another person retorted, unconvinced. So what? Du Zongqi chuted Angrili. Silence, all of you. He explained the situation so far. We spent money to organize the tournament, choosing the winner among us. Neither losing capital, nor failing to promote Sichuan. But this time there's a slight change. The Sichuan Tang family and the 7 Kill Alliance requested a seat on the jury. They just heard it. Immediately shocked. Sichuan Tang family. Blackway 7 Kill Alliance? Du Zongqi explained deeper about the issue. The Tang family is one thing, but the 7 Kill Alliance is also a huge force consisting of 7 Blackway forces. We cannot ignore their request. The owner of Taiyang in questioned loudly. Why are they interested in a cooking competition? He answered obviously. Of course it's for money. Not just for the prize money. Du Zongqi explained more clearly. If the entire commercial market of Sichuan develops, they can also increase protection fees, right? The person heard the answer, but still had doubts about this matter. Finally, he announced the key point. Therefore, we might have to yield 2 of the 3 judge seats to them. The others became increasingly angry, contributed prize money already, and still have to go flatter them. Another person also agreed. Forget it. Don't organize it next year. Outside the Chengdu Inn, the person in charge of registration was working very efficiently. Registration complete. Next, at this moment, Yin Long and Chun Sen had arrived at the registration point. That person asked, may I ask where you are from? Yin Long answered calmly. I come from the Kunloon Inn on Mount Kunloon. The registrar had to admit, truly came from very far away. Name is... Yin Long gave a fake name. Baiyu. The person recorded it without suspicion. Baiyu. Kunloonin. Chun Sen suddenly leaned close to that person's ear and shouted. Must write Master Baiyu. Chun Sen demanded aggressively again. Write it 3 times. Yin Long saw him behaving rudely. Called out, Chun Sen. The registrar was also wary at this moment. Here is the entry form. It has the preliminary round location and accommodation written on it. Actually, in his heart, that person was secretly judging. Look at that face, truly hateful. Done. The two immediately left. Looking at the surrounding atmosphere, Chun-Sen was excited. So many inns. So he suggested, "Shall we take a walk?" Yin-Long silently agreed, reminding, "Just don't cause trouble." Yin-Long's eyes suddenly stopped on someone. Yin-Long stared motionless at that person. That was Chang Tian. Chang Tian was also on his way to the registration point. Chang Tian's eyes also met Yin-Long's. Just like that, the two looked at each other without looking away. A voice suddenly rang out behind Chang Tian. "Excuse me." The person in charge of registration saw someone coming, asking, "May I ask who you are?" "Where from?" Chang Tian took his eyes off Yin-Long, focusing on the matter at hand. "I am Chang Tian, chef of the Peace Inn in Sichuan." That person heard and thought, "There's such a place?" Finished writing the information. That person handed Chang Tian a piece of paper. "Here is your entry form. Look through it and you'll know." Chang Tian hadn't finished listening. Attention had shifted back to Yin-Long. There is a strange, indescribable internal energy. First time in my life, I felt it. The next morning, the atmosphere at Chengdu Inn was extremely lively. An announcer announced, "Contestants participating in the preliminary round at this inn, please gather here." Chun-Sen looked around suspiciously. "Where are we going?" Yin-Long saw a sign. On it was written Jiahua Inn. Yin-Long had found the place he wanted to go. A man looking powerful was introducing himself. "I am Hong Sheng, owner and judge of Jiahua Inn." "Pleasure." He is signed. "Now, please line up. 5 people per row." Waiting for them to get into position, Hong Sheng announced the rules. Each group of 5 people. Only one person gets to the next round. Then, the 6 winners from the groups will compete again to choose one person for the final. In other words, among the 30 people here, only one person gets to the final. A contestant heard and was surprised. So there are a total of 600 contestants. Stoves and everything were prepared. He continued to announce, "Please use the prepared ingredients to start cooking." Hong Sheng's eyes suddenly noticed someone. He was looking towards Yin-Long. "Wait, why doesn't this table have a stove?" Yin-Long just replied coldly, "I don't need one." People around saw this and also discussed animatedly. This guy is weird. That's right. How to cook without fire? Hong Sheng decided. But if he wants it that way, he guessed, probably planning to make a salad or cold dish. Just about to turn away, Hong Sheng felt the aura radiating from Yin-Long and stopped. Yin-Long didn't need a stove, because he could start a fire himself. He turned his head to look, shocked to the extreme. "Oh my God, that is..." Everyone around was amazed. Yin-Long skillfully handled the ingredients, completely ignoring them. Hong Sheng still hadn't recovered from the shock before his eyes. "When I was young, I also went to Mount Wudong to learn martial arts. I never saw an expert like this." In the blink of an eye, Yin-Long finished a dish, placing it on the table. Then, amidst everyone's amazed gazes, Yin-Long coldly announced, "Done." The others immediately sped up. "I have to hurry too." Chang Tian, who had been standing aside observing everything, commented, "Such an unfathomably deep expert. Why participate in a cooking competition?" Seeing him still dazed, Yin-Long reminded, "Aren't you going to taste it?" Hong Sheng tried to compose himself, thinking right. He's showing off power. Wanted to force me to pass him. He clenched his fist, telling himself, but here at Hong Sheng's place, martial arts are martial arts. Cooking is cooking. Hong Sheng recovered from the shock, calmly responding, "This is the contestant's dish." Yin-Long just replied lightly, "As you can see, it's noodles." He looked at the dish in front of him, evaluating in his heart. Just a bowl of noodles? He definitely wants to use pressure to win. Hong Sheng hesitated no more, starting to taste. He picked up some noodles with chopsticks and put them in his mouth, then looked up at the bowl of noodles. "This is..." Immediately after, Hong Sheng immediately changed his attitude, switching to a look of admiration. "I've been an owner for 35 years. This is the first time I've seen this kind of noodle. Truly an honor." Just like that, Yin-Long didn't need to participate in the second round. Went straight to the final. Qing Wu announced, "All right, the second preliminary round begins." The contestants were shocked again. "Look, he's not using a stove. Just with 2 knives." Chang Tian was able to handle ingredients skillfully. Yin Long also stood there observing the opponent. Delicious food presented beautifully. Qing Wu wanted to know what the delicious dish in front was. What meat is this? Chang Tian replied immediately. It's lamb. Qing Wu glanced at it, commenting, it's lamb that northerners often eat. Because of the strong smell, it's not very popular here. Then started putting it in his mouth to taste. A flash of surprise appeared in Qing Wu's eyes. Chang Tian briefly introduced the hometown delicacy. This dish is called skewered roasted meat. But since I use a blade to roast, let's call it blade roasted meat. Qing Wu also muttered, repeating the dish name. Blade roasted meat, but just tasting one piece. Qing Wu excitedly decided. Into the final, the surrounding contestants looked unconvinced. What is that? Even lamb can get into the final. The person next to him also objected. Isn't this favoritism? Qing Wu hurriedly reassured the contestants. Your dishes are also excellent. But Qing Wu concluded. But no dish can compare to this piece of blade roasted meat. To avoid gossip, Qing Wu turned to ask Chang Tian, if you don't mind, I want to let them taste this blade roasted meat too. Is that okay? Chang Tian agreed immediately. Go ahead, granted permission. They picked it up to taste. Isn't it just lamb? Others also shared the same view. Just lamb after all. Another person ate and felt it. Finally, they had to conclude. I admit it. Another person, although unwilling, also exclaimed. Me too. A person in blue admitted dejectedly. I lost. Meanwhile, Chang Tian was looking around, searching for someone's figure. Didn't see Yin Long anywhere. Chang Tian thought. Left already? Night fell. Moonlight shone on the tiled roof. In the room, Yin Long was concentrating as if practicing martial arts. Chunsen found it strange. So he asked, what are you focusing on? Yin Long replied, I'm trying a few cooking methods. He was curious to know, in imagination, remembering the talented Chang Tian. Yin Long commented, the person I met yesterday. His cooking skills are not ordinary. Chunsen also knew that person. Is it that guy who looks like he uses martial arts to cook? Therefore, Yin Long made up his mind. His cooking skills are so superb. I think I should try harder too. Suddenly, Chun Sen fell silent, then suggested, need me to go deal with him? Hearing this intention, Yin Long couldn't help exclaiming, what? Then spoke with a somewhat critical tone. Why do you have that thought? Chun Sen didn't answer immediately, but asked back. Master Bayu's goal is to win here. Right? Yin Long admitted this. Now Chun Sen stated the reason. Then Chang Tian will get in the way. So, I have to eliminate him. This answer made Yin Long frown, then asked a similar question. Then if you hinder my practice, can I also eliminate you? Chun Sen pondered, couldn't think of an answer. Finally Chun Sen admitted. I thought wrong. Morning sun shone brightly. A new day began. A series of hurried footsteps went up the steps. Huang Long, Feng Qi, and Lung Xiaoping were carrying a large food box. Lung Xiaoping's steps suddenly stopped. Standing in front of the door, Feng Qi announced, Here, Killer Sword Sect. Feng Qi's face was a bit worried. Here we are. But I don't feel very good. Huang Long had a question. Isn't this the evil organization Killer Sword Sect famous for brutality? Feng Qi revealed the information he knew. Heard that after the Four Dragons sect was destroyed, they became this powerful. At this moment, the door slowly opened. The three of them walked in. Here is the food. A person demanded. Set it on the table. Huang Long didn't understand. Being asked to do work outside his duty. We only deliver food. Setting. Lung Xiaoping didn't want to cause more trouble. So he interrupted. Do it quickly, then leave. Huang Long didn't dare argue back. Yes, big brother. Completed the assigned task. Huang Long went to collect payment. The total for the meal is 12 taels of silver. 205 copper coins. The person ordering was surprised. 12 taels of silver and 205 copper coins. Huang Long replied, that's right. The chief steward of the Killer Sword Sect, Shi Yi, complained. Why so expensive? Huang Long replied, you ordered all expensive dishes. The price is naturally high. Huang Long added, you ordered all delicacies from land and sea, so the price isn't cheap. The guy heard and pretended to understand. So that's it. However, we don't have money to pay right now. These words made Huang Long laugh awkwardly. You really know how to joke. Such a big sect. How can you not afford a meal? Right? However, Shiji thought for a while before speaking up. Just the daily income of our sect exceeds 10 taels of silver. The guy added shamelessly. But that money isn't for paying for meals. Lung Xiaoping was boiling with anger, repeating, not for paying for meals. Shiji showed no remorse, instead speaking disdainfully. A lowly delivery boy dares to have an opinion? Huang Long knew the situation was bad, immediately reassuring, Big brother, calm down, Feng Qi advised. We have to endure for now. Lung Xiaoping lost patience and shouted. Don't you guys understand yet? The other two were surprised in unison. Huh, Lung Xiaoping had seen through everything from the start. They never intended to pay. I bet there's another conspiracy. Shiji let out a sinister laugh. Well, one of them is pretty sharp. He ordered, men, shut the gates. As you command. The gates were immediately slammed shut. Shiji drew his sword and questioned them. You people are doing business in this territory, and you even have a sign up for deliveries. But you haven't paid a single coin in protection money. A sly smile spread across his face. I hear your business is booming, isn't it? And now I've got some hostages right here. Looks like I'll have to send you in a little letter. Let's discuss the protection money. Shiji added menacingly. And just for good measure, I'll include an arm from one of you. Lung Xiaobing showed a flicker of fear, but he still looked straight at the man before him. Lung Xiaobing thought of a plan. He spoke up, wait. There's a better way. We deliver food every day. It takes less than 2 hours to get back to the inn. Based on that, Lung Xiaobing made a suggestion. Instead of sending a letter, why not let one of us go back and persuade the manager? It'll be much faster that way. Suddenly, something behind them caught their attention. It was a master of the Killing Sword Sect, Tun Tai, the Killing Sword Gongjio. He was enjoying his meal. Shiji turned back, ready to make his choice. The sect master would never care about such a trivial matter. He might even get angry for being disturbed. Therefore, I've decided. He sheathed his sword and said, I accept your proposal. You have exactly 4 hours. Shiji then added a condition. In return, the first month's protection fee will be 30 taels of silver. Lung Xiaobing was stunned. Teach 30 taels? Then, the man threatened them again. If you don't bring back the full amount, the other two will lose their lives. Lung Xiaobing could only reply, understood. Elsewhere, Wang Julong was relaxing comfortably. Finally, a chance to rest. He was contentedly preparing to take a nap. The fence is finished. All I have to do is keep an eye on the delivery guys once in a while. This is the life. Now, if anyone dares to disturb my rest, before he could drift off to sleep, Xiaoming burst in frantically. Lord Wang Julong, something terrible has happened. Wang Julong's eyes shot open. Not again, he thought. Wang Julong roared in anger. What is it? Why are you bothering me when I'm resting? Xiaoming was a little scared, but he still spoke hurriedly. You have to go right away. He reported, Lung Xiaobing and Huang Long have been captured. Their lives are in danger. Even so, Wang Julong didn't seem to care at all. So what? Xiaoming anxiously explained the problem. Ivy never even held a sword. The only one who can save them is you, Lord Wang Julong. Wang Julong answered bluntly, I don't want to go. Then he tried to get something out of it. What's the pay? Xiaoming waved his hands awkwardly. This is no time for jokes. Wang Julong continued to rage. I'm the Beast Heavenly King. Am I someone you can just order around as you please? Xiaoming felt the situation was getting difficult. He thought with a sigh, as expected of someone from the Underworld. I can't expect him to have any compassion or camaraderie. So, this time, Xiaoming decided to try a different approach. I heard about that. He switched to questioning him. When Lord Baiyu isn't here, didn't you say you would be responsible for the security of this inn? Wang Julong recalled Yun Long's instructions. When Chun San and I are not here, you're to look after this inn. We're counting on you. Sushi appeared out of nowhere. Big brother Wang. Wang Julong heard her and turned around. Suwonse. She also tried to persuade him. Feng Qi said, if we don't resolve this quickly, their lives will be in danger. Wang Julong turned and snapped at Xiaoming. What? What on earth did they do to get into this mess? Xiaoming had anticipated this. The moment Sushi spoke, it had an immediate effect. Sushi added, according to the rumors, it's a very notorious place. Wang Julong repeated unconsciously, a notorious place? Xiaoming explained clearly. It's the Killing Sword Sect. They went there to deliver food, and ended up getting extorted for 30 taels of silver. Wang Julong mumbled vaguely. The Killing Sword Sect. 30 taels of silver. From what Wang Julong knew, the Killing Sword Sect wasn't a power in this region. Xiaoming also provided some information. I heard they just moved here a few months ago. Therefore, Wang Julong pressed him. Then why did you still deliver food to them? He explained the reason. Because Lord Baiyu instructed us not to be picky about customers. Hearing this, Wang Julong fell silent for a moment. If it was his word, then even if the imperial family owed a debt, we'd have to go collect it. Xiaoming hit the nail on the head. If we're missing those two, who's going to handle serving food and cleaning up all these chores? At the Killing Sword Sect, Huang Long and Lung Xiaobing were tied up. Huang Long was growing impatient. He turned his head and asked, why aren't they here yet? Lung Xiaobing next to him wasn't doing any better. Could it be that they failed to persuade big brother Wang Julong? Huang Long still held onto a sliver of hope. No way. We've been through thick and thin together, after all. In contrast, Lung Xiaobing had completely lost hope. He's a major figure in the underworld. What does he care about camaraderie? But in truth, a glimmer of hope still flickered in Lung Xiaobing's heart. Even so, I had hoped. At this point, Shige had run out of patience. He roared, damn it. This is unacceptable. I am furious. Finally, he made a decision. I shouldn't have wasted my time waiting. I'll kill you and drag your corpses back. The guard next to him was instantly excited. It would be great if we could get food tributes like this every month. Shige chimed in slyly. Indeed, Lung Xiaobing and Huang Long could only beg pitifully now. Please spare us. Just wait a little longer. They'll be here soon. Shige didn't want to drag it out any longer. He decisively raised his sword. Enough talk. I'll kill you first. And then I'll kill him too. Just as Shige finished speaking, the outer door was smashed open. Wang Julong stood in the doorway, as imposing as a fierce beast. He said contemptuously, who the hell do you think you are to talk about tribute? That's all the trash I heard from outside the door. When the two saw him, they were overjoyed. Lung Xiaobing shouted, Big brother Wang. Huang Long also yelled, Big brother is here. Wang Julong commanded with majestic authority. All of you on your knees. Gong Jiu, who was eating, saw the newcomer and asked curiously, who is this guy? The people around them roared in anger. Who are you? How dare you come here and act so arrogantly? Wang Julong didn't waste words. He sent each of them flying with a single palm strike. Only then did those men's eyes widen. Their faces were filled with shock. Gong Jiu finally spoke up in alarm. What's going on? Seize him. Hearing the order, the men charged toward Wang Julong. They cursed incessantly. What a bastard. Where did this madman come from? Faced with this mob, Wang Julong just stood there and watched silently. Then, with a slight exertion of his internal energy, all of them were knocked to the ground. If you don't listen, you get a beating. Gong Jiu was utterly astonished. He couldn't understand what had just happened. What is this? Wang Julong showed no regard for the men whatsoever. You small fries. Even if you all rush me at once, you're not even worthy of me drawing my giant king twin axes. They repeated in shock. Giant king twin axes? Another person suddenly realized. Could he be the beast heavenly king? The others below agreed. He really does look like the beast heavenly king. Feng Qi walked over and hugged Lung Xiaobing. Sorry to have troubled you. Big brother. Lung Xiaobing smiled and replied. It's all right. Hurry and untie me. Huang Long also joked. I thought we were dead for sure. Gong Jiu trembled as he approached Shige. Why is the beast heavenly king here? Although Shige was terrified, he forced himself to speak. Let this subordinate go and see. Shige gritted his teeth. He summoned all his courage. His expression looked like he was ready for a fight. But in reality, he bowed in salute. I was not aware of your visit, Lord Beast Heavenly King. What business brings you to this humble place? Wang Julong questioned him in a stern voice. You captured those two and demanded 30 taels of silver. Is that right? Shige was a bit surprised. To think he would come all this way himself just for 2 in-waiters. And it's the Beast Heavenly King, no less. Wang Julong shouted impatiently. Why aren't you answering? Shige could only face him, trembling. This must be some kind of misunderstanding. Wang Julong immediately punched him in the head. His head was instantly crushed. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Huang Long was stunned with horror. He's not even human. Feng Qi agreed. He showed no mercy. In contrast, Lung Xiaobing felt incredibly satisfied. So satisfying. Next, Wang Julong turned his attention to Gong Jiu. So you're the boss. Gong Jiu didn't answer. Instead, He hurried down the steps and immediately knelt. He said respectfully, "This humble one was blind and failed to recognize that Lord Beast, Heavenly King, had graced us with his presence." Wang Julong asked casually, "You have about 500 men, right?" Gong Jiu quickly replied, "Yes, sir." Wang Julong began to calculate. "Let's say one life is worth 15 taels. Hand over 7,500 taels, and we'll call it even." Hearing this, Gong Jiu was scared out of his wits. What? Wang Julong was displeased. "Too high? You have a problem with that." Wang Julong made his demand. "Then I'll just kill you and take it." Gong Jiu didn't dare hesitate. He rushed off. "This humble one will present it at once." In a flash, Gong Jiu brought back the full amount of gold. "Here it is, 7,500 taels." Wang Julong squatted down to inspect it. Then he tossed out a few loose coins. "Here's 15 taels and change." Gong Jiu was bewildered. "Why are you giving it back?" Wang Julong declared bluntly. "That's your ransom money." With that, Wang Julong launched a palm strike, sending Gong Jiu's head flying. The head soared far into the distance. At that moment, Gong Jiu's headless body looked incredibly gruesome. He was still holding out the few taels he'd just been given. Wang Julong showed no pity. "You can't spend it when you're dead anyway." "I'll take it." The others panicked. They scattered and fled. "Run, run, save yourselves. He's a demon." And just like that, the killing sword Sect vanished from the world. The Yellow River Pavilion was bathed in warm sunlight. The second day of the 30-person preliminary round was underway. The contestants were all highly focused. They showcased their cooking skills. Each one poured their heart and soul into their dish. A contestant with a reddish-brown headband received praise. "The color is beautiful." After a fierce competition, the final results were announced. "I hereby declare the winner." Everyone was on the edge of their seats. Of our Yellow River Pavilion's preliminary round is Chef Bai Yun from Xuchong. It was the man with the reddish-brown headband from before. Hearing his name called, he was ecstatic. The host handed Bai Yun a certificate. "This is your pass to participate in the final match in 2 days." He accepted it with both hands. "Thank you, sir." Bai Yun looked at the certificate in his hand. His heart was filled with joy. "Yes." Meanwhile, the host was interacting with the crowd. "Come on, everyone, have a taste." He recalled his circumstances and his decision. "My family has held the title of royal chef for generations. But I don't want to just cook for the royal family. I want to find my own path." Full of hope, Bai Yin turned and left. "If I can win this tournament, Father will surely acknowledge me." He walked past Yun Long and Chun San. As the two stepped out the door, Chun San spoke up. "Looks like things are wrapped up here." Yun Long replied, "I see." Yun Long said seriously, "The preliminary rounds continue tomorrow. There's still plenty of opportunities to observe." The scene shifts to the Heavenly Saint cult. Zhong Lishue seemed to be deep in thought about something. His expression was extremely grim. Suddenly, someone called out to him. "Second Grand Duke." The person who arrived was the Sun Goddess, Zhong Liling. She was a strong candidate for the position of the next cult leader. She asked, "Why are you still so gloomy? Say something, will you?" Zhong Liling continued, dissatisfied. "It's so frustrating. You said you were going to advance into the Central Plains, but you came back in less than a month. It's like this every day. Not a single word." After speaking, she turned to leave. "Fine, whatever. I'll go investigate myself." The scene shifts to another location. On the table were pastries and hot tea. Zhong Liling asked, "I want to know what exactly happened." Seeing that the other person didn't answer, she continued, "Answer me. I know the second Grand Duke went out with the Black Wind Squad." The other person thought to himself, "The Sun Goddess is one of the strongest candidates for the next cult leader. I can't afford to offend her." So, he decided to tell Zhong Liling. "We were under the second Grand Duke's orders to set out. We were searching for the martial arts of the martial saint. But before we reached our destination, we encountered a man who seemed to be a descendant of the martial saint." She asked in surprise, "Is there really a descendant of the martial saint?" The man with the scarred face replied, "We couldn't be entirely certain either." Zhong Liling asked further, "And then you're defeated by that group of people?" He replied, "Not a group. It was just one person." She was utterly shocked. Her eyes widened. After leaving that place, Zhong Liling met an old man with white hair and a white beard. His name was Qing Lu. He asked respectfully, "Have you gotten the answers you were looking for, my lady?" She replied curtly, I heard everything, Qing Lu said with a grave expression. The Black Wind Squad being defeated by a single person. This is truly a great shock. Now I understand why the second Grand Duke has remained silent. The old man continued. If that's the case, that person might truly be a descendant of the martial saint. Do you intend to capture him? Hearing this, Zhong Liling replied indifferently. My martial arts are already strong enough. I'm not interested. But she continued. However, someone who has brought such disgrace to our cult cannot be let off so easily. Qing Lu thought to himself. As expected, she's aiming for the highest position. If she can accomplish what both Grand Dukes could not, her status will be even more secure. At this moment, Zhong Liling asked for his opinion. Who will be best to send? Qing Lu didn't take long to give an answer. I have someone in mind. Shuofa. She was startled upon hearing the name. She confirmed, You mean the Beggar King? Shuofa. Zhong Liling asked worriedly. But, can we get him to act? The old man revealed a cunning, experienced expression. Leave this matter to this old man. The scene shifts to a festival night. Yun Long and Chun Sin were enjoying food in the festive atmosphere. Chun Sin exclaimed. Because of the festival, every inn is packed with people. He kept picking up food to taste, but Chun San found that. Why are the steamed buns from every place so terrible? A voice was heard. Yun Long turned his head. Excuse me, sir. It was the owner of the inn. I'm sorry, but would it be all right if this guest shared your table? We don't have any other seats. Yun Long generously agreed. Of course. Hearing this, the owner said, Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. Bai Yun introduced himself. My name is Bai Yun, from Xuchang. The two also politely introduced themselves. I am Bai Yu from Kunloon. I'm Chun San. Oh, Bai Yun said excitedly after hearing them. You two have come from so far away. Are you also here for the tournament? Chun San replied, That's right. Lord Bai Yu will definitely win the championship. Yun Long cut in to stop him. Chun San. Bai Yun asked again. Brother, you must have started learning to cook at a very young age, right? If you don't mind me asking, how old are you this year? Yun Long replied, I'm not really sure. Probably around 120. Chun San also said casually, I don't remember. I don't know how old I am either. Bai Yun was stunned by their answers. He laughed and said, You're quite the joker, brother. You must be around 22. I am 20. I'm also participating in the tournament. I passed the preliminary round today. Yun Long put down his cup. Congratulations. Now that I think about it, I think I saw you earlier. Yun Long confirmed. It was at the Yellow River Pavilion, wasn't it? But since the preliminary round was over, I didn't get to see your skills. Bai Yun was both surprised and delighted. So you two saw me? At that moment, Chun San asked Yun Long, Can I order another plate of steamed buns? But Yun Long replied bluntly, Of course not. Didn't you just complain about how bad they were? Bai Yun asked, Did you two also pass the preliminary round? But Chun San replied, I'm not participating. Just then their food was served. Here is your stir-fried meat, sir. Bai Yun inhaled the aroma of the dish. Smells delicious. The chef here is quite skilled. Chun Sin suggested, Can I have a bite? Bai Yun agreed without a second thought. Of course you can. But Chun San's one bite was the entire plate. This astonished Bai Yun. Bai Yun seemed a little disappointed that he didn't get to taste it. Yun Long scolded Chun San. Just one bite. You took way too much. But Chun San said calmly, A bite is a bite. All that could be heard in response was a loud laugh. Soon, it was the next morning. The host announced, The winner of the final preliminary round has been decided. It was a slightly chubby young man. His name was Dahong. Outside, Bai Yun commented, This chef is no slouch either. Suddenly, Yun Long noticed something. It was Chong Tian. Chong Tian looked at Yun Long and thought, That's the person who was looking at me the other day. I thought that feeling was just my imagination. But it wasn't. Who is this person? Chun Sin glared back at Chong Tian, annoyed. What's this guy looking at? Wanting to teach him a lesson? Yun Long immediately stopped him. Chun San. Seeing Yun Long approach, Chong Tian was startled. Yun Long spoke first. I heard that the finalists are heading to the Chengdu Inn. Excuse me, is this the way there? Chong Tian replied, Yes, it is. Are you a chef as well? Chong Tian thought to himself. I almost drew my sword just now. Bai Yun said cheerfully, We're on our way there too. Why don't we go together? But Chun San objected. No way. You can walk by yourself behind us. Hearing this, Bai Yun asked, confused. Why? Chun San replied irritably. 3 people is a perfect group. 4 is an eyesore. A while later, The four of them still arrived at the Chengdu Inn together. A man stepped forward to introduce himself. "Welcome, finalists. I am the owner of this inn, Du Sanchi," he announced, "from now until the end of the tournament. Your food and lodging will be provided by the Chengdu Inn." At this point, Bai Yin introduced himself. "Yi Onbians, chef of the Guangrong Inn in Xuchang." Chang Tian also replied. "I am Chang Tian, head chef of the Peace Inn in Sichuan." Yinlong asked curiously, "This dish has a northern style. How can you be a chef from Sichuan?" Chang Tian replied, "It's due to some personal matters." Hearing this, Yinlong didn't press further. Some people passing by were talking. "Isn't that the guy who was juggling fire in the air on the first day?" Another person replied, "Yeah, that's him. The ingredients were just spinning around in the fire like that." The two continued their conversation, cooking like he's casting a spell. That's basically cheating. Hey, this is an era of new ideas. Everything they said, Chang Tian heard. Chang Tian pressed him. "What was that? Casting a spell to cook?" Yinlong said calmly, "Aren't you also using samadhi true fire to roast that meat? What's the difference?" Chang Tian was momentarily stunned. "Ecchi even knows about samadhi true fire." Yinlong continued, "Speaking of which, I haven't introduced myself yet. I am Bai Yu, chef of the Kunloon Inn." Chun San, who was eating beside them, also introduced himself. "I'm Chun San." Chang Tian asked, "Forgive my rudeness. May I ask your age, sir?" Yinlong replied nonchalantly, "I don't know the exact number. Around 120, I suppose." Bai Yin burst out laughing. "You're joking again, brother." Chang Tian, however, was shocked once more. He thought, "I can't believe it. A master who has achieved rejuvenation actually exists." Chang Tian suddenly put down his chopsticks. Bai Yin, sitting next to him, asked in confusion, "Why did you suddenly stop eating? Are you not feeling well, brother?" Chang Tian stood up. He bowed in salute. "Senior, please speak freely. This junior is only 47 years old." Bai Yin was extremely surprised to hear this. He thought to himself, why do they have to joke like that? Besides, how can that youthful face belong to a 47-year-old? Bai Yin still thought they were joking. He laughed loudly. "You're hilarious, brother. Almost spat out the rice in my mouth." "Seriously, how old are you?" Chang Tian replied solemnly. 47. This made him jump in surprise. Seeing Bai Yin's reaction, Chang Tian repeated with a straight face. 47. Bai Yin could only manage a single sound in reply. Chang Tian clenched his fists. "I once thought no one in the world could match me. So I gave up the path of martial arts for the path of cooking. It turns out I was too arrogant." Bai Yin stood up. "I'm going to get some more ingredients." Chun San immediately took the opportunity. "Get some more food for me, too." He happily agreed. Yinlong replied, "That makes me feel more at ease." Bai Yin replied, "All right." Yinlong spoke again. "However, calling me senior might cause misunderstandings." Chang Tian was a bit troubled. "Then I don't know how I should address you." Yinlong thought for a moment and then replied, "Just call me Brother Bai Yu." Chang Tian replied, "Understood. Then I will take the liberty of addressing you as such." Chang Tian asked, "I wonder, in the Central Plains martial world, are there many masters like you?" Yinlong repeated, "Masters of the martial world?" Yinlong rested his chin on his hand, thinking, "Actually, I only recently came out of seclusion. I haven't been out for very long." Chang Tian was a little disappointed. "I see." But Yinlong suddenly said, "However, there's one person I know very well." Hearing this, Chang Tian asked in surprise, "I wonder who that might be?" Yinlong answered, "It's Chun San." Chang Tian thought seriously, "Is that person also a rejuvenated master?" Chang Tian gritted his teeth. "Now I understand the feeling I had back then." Yinlong asked, "But why did you come here?" At this, Chang Tian finally opened up. "I was born in the north. I grew up in the north. I only set foot in the Central Plains this spring. I came here so I wouldn't have to stain my hand with blood anymore." Yinlong remarked, "Leaving your homeland must not have been an easy decision." Chang Tian continued, "That's right. I once had many subordinates who were like family to me. But I had no other choice. If I had stayed, I would have had to forever obey someone's orders to kill people." At this point, Chun San, who had eaten his fill, spoke up. "If it were me, any bastard who dared to make me do such things, I'd just punch them, and that would be the end of it." Chang Tian gave a forced smile. He scratched his head. "Well, about that." Chang Tian thought to himself, "How could I possibly say it was the emperor?" Chun Sin pressed him. About what? Chang Tian didn't know how to answer. He stammered, in nothing. Du sang qui announced. All right, we will now begin dividing into groups. Each group will have 5 people competing. 4 people will be selected to advance to the second day's competition. Everyone listened intently. The semifinals and finals will be held consecutively. Then he continued, I will now read the list for the first group. At the Du residence, a small banquet was being held to entertain the judges from the Sichuan Tang clan and the 7 Kills Alliance. Du sang qui gave instruction. Remember, make sure there is plenty of food. Serve the dishes quickly. The servant obeyed. Yes, innkeeper. Du Sanchi said respectfully, I have prepared a small banquet for you two. Please enjoy yourselves. The elder of the Sichuan Tang clan, Tang Run, replied. There's no need for such formality. Wan Gongwei, the leader of the 7 Kills Alliance seated beside him, also offered polite thanks. Thank you, innkeeper. A fire breather had been invited to perform. Tang Ren started a conversation. I've heard my subordinates mention you. He asked, is it true that you killed the former master of the Wanzi Guild and seized his position? Hearing these words, Wan Gonghui's anger flared. He gritted his teeth and didn't answer. Du Sanchi, standing behind him, was anxious. Oh heavens, the tension is so thick. He quickly poured wine for Wan Gonghui. Your cup is empty, sir. Allow me to pour you some more. Only then did the man reply. That's right. I killed the former guild master and took this position. Wan Gonghui turned his head, his eyes filled with provocation. So what? You got a problem with that? He leisurely sipped his wine. I was just taking out the trash. Tang Ren said contemptuously, we of the righteous path consider the entire underworld to be trash. So it turns out the underworld has its own trash to deal with, eh? Du Sanchi was in an awkward position. Oh my god, what do I do? Wan Gonghui couldn't contain his anger. His eyes blazed with killing intent. He retorted, I heard the Sichuan Tang clan isn't part of the righteous path, but leans more towards the underworld. By that logic, you're trash too. Hearing this, Tang Ren flew into a rage. How dare you be so insolent? The men in green on his side shot to their feet. The men in brown on the other side were not to be outdone. They all glared at each other. Du Sanchi held his head in his hands, worried. Oh no, something big is about to happen. Wan Gonghui raised his hand to signal his men. He waved his hand up and down slightly. Sit down. Although the men in brown were reluctant, they obeyed and sat down. Du Sanchi took the opportunity to break the tense atmosphere. What are you waiting for? Play the music. He poured a cup of wine for Wan Gonghui. His tone was respectful. Come, Alliance leader, please drink this cup. Seeing him pick up the cup and drink, Du Sanchi praised him in a slightly fawning tone. The Alliance leader truly has a high tolerance for alcohol. But as soon as he finished speaking, the cup in Wan Gonghui's hand was slammed down on the table. He glared at Du Sanchi. His brows were furrowed, his face showing displeasure. He gritted his teeth. Seeing this, Du Sanchi couldn't help but feel afraid. He thought, is he still angry? The scene shifts to Yin Long's group. Yin spoke up. I'm in group 1. What groups are you all in? Yin Long and Chang Tian answered one after another. I'm in group 3. I'm in group 2. Yin Long and Bai Yun crossed their arms. They said with a smile, looks like none of us are in the same group. Then let's meet again in the next round. Yin Long replied, that's right. We'll have to do our best. Chang Tian looked at Yin Long. He was silent for a moment. Chang Tian thought for a while. Then, after Bai Yun had left, Chang Tian slowly spoke up. Brother Bai Yu, I wonder if I could ask a favor of you. Hearing this, Yin Long slowly put down the teacup in his hand. What is it? Chang Tian explained seriously. All this time, I have been like a frog in a well. Because I once believed that no one in this world was stronger than me. But after meeting you two, my perspective has changed. Then Chang Tian made his request. If possible, I would like to stay at your residence, so that I may further cultivate my martial arts. Yin Long was quite surprised by these words. Yin Long pondered for a moment. Then Yin Long said, at your level, even if you were by my side, I cannot guarantee that you would be able to improve further. But Chang Tian was very firm in his decision. It doesn't matter. Yin Long heard Chang Tian's decisive answer. He then said, however, I have one condition. Chang Tian immediately replied, please just say it. Yin Long only made a relatively simple request. Pour all of your effort into this culinary tournament. Faced with such a condition, Chang Tian didn't understand at first. What do you mean? Yin Long explained sternly. It means that until the competition is over, you must focus your heart and soul on cooking. If you fail to show your true strength during the competition, then as for your request just now, consider it as if it never happened. Hearing Yunlong's profound words, Chang Tian became even more determined. Chang Tian said resolutely, "Understood. I will definitely give it my all." Soon, it was the next morning. All the contestants gathered at the Du residence. Du son qui annonce de grandely. Now, the first round of the finals officially begins. He stirred up the atmosphere. Please give a warm round of applause for the 20 contestants who have made it to the finals. Everyone present enthusiastically cheered for the contestants. Yunlong and Bai Yun looked full of confidence, ready to face the challenge. A slight smile played on Bai Yun's lips. Chang Tian was also prepared for the final match. Yunlong's face was as calm as ever. A glint of determination shone in his eyes. Du Sanchi held a scroll with the theme of the dish. We will begin the competition with a theme that I'm sure everyone will enjoy. Then the scroll was slowly unfurled. The theme for today's final round is this. On the giant scroll, only 2 words were visible. Large quantity. The audience was utterly astonished. Large quantity? Others wondered. Does that mean we have to make a lot? How many portions? Du Sanchi continued to announce the rules. The time limit is 30 minutes. Whoever can create 10 portions of the most delicious Chinese dish within 30 minutes will be today's winner. Everyone present was shocked. 30 minutes is too short. Very quickly, the competition began. In the first group, Bai Yin displayed his divine knife skills. He easily secured victory. Every cut he made was incredibly precise. But in the second group, Chang Tian used his swordsmanship in the kitchen. He amazed the audience and won. Seeing Chang Tian's technique, everyone was excited. Look at that flash of blades. But when they saw Yunlong's performance, everyone was stunned into silence. Yunlong raised both his hands. The ingredients floated in mid-air along with his movements. They were enveloped in a flame. In the third group, victory naturally belonged to Yunlong. The scene shifts to another location, in a mountain cave from which a strange, internal energy emanated. A voice echoed out. The Gui Valley is the same as ever, I see. Qing Lu stepped into the mountain cave. He was horrified. The sight before him made his pupils shrink. Several pitch-black, humanoid monsters. Their eyes glowed with a terrifying light. They clung to the ceiling of the cave. A voice commanded, "You lot inside." They immediately moved with great speed. They scurried along the ceiling on all fours. It was an incredibly bizarre sight. Qing Lu spoke up. "It's been a long time. Shuofa." The man named Shuo Fa asked in return. "What is it?" Qing Lu, looking at the red-haired man before him. The old man replied, "It seems you haven't changed a bit." Shuo Fa didn't want to waste time. "Speak. What is it?" Qing Lu no longer beat around the bush. He said directly, "I've come with a request." Hearing this, he seemed a little displeased. "We haven't seen each other in 15 years. And the moment you arrive, you have a request." The old man didn't mince words. He stated his request plainly. "I want you to take care of someone for me." Shuofa frowned. "Just for a small matter like this?" Qing Lu, following behind him, continued. "Do you know the Black Wind Squad?" Shuofa replied carefully. "Just a bunch of brats." Then, as Shuo Fa took out a teacup, "What about them?" When he heard that they had all been defeated by a single person, Shuo Fa was utterly astonished. Shuofa understood. "So, you want me to avenge them?" Qing Lu replied, "Precisely." He asked further, "Why should I do that?" He replied, "This is a request from an old friend. Are you planning to refuse?" Shuo Fa still frowned. "Is that all? Is there any other reason?" At this, Qing Lu said something that struck a chord with him. "Don't you think you should repay the favor you owe the senior?" The old man continued, "This is for the senior's granddaughter, the young lady I serve. She must become the new cult leader." Shuo Fa seemed to be swayed. He pondered for a moment, then spoke. "So, where do I have to go?" The scene shifts to Yunlong's group. Bai Yun's voice could be heard. "We all made it to the semi-finals." He continued happily. "This is fantastic." Chang Tian praised Yunlong. "Brother Bai Yu, that was truly an astonishing display of culinary skill." Yunlong returned the compliment. "Didn't you also use your exquisite swordsmanship to cut those noodles?" Bai Yin watched the two of them talk. He felt a little left out. Bai Yin thought to himself, I can't join their conversation. But Chun Sen seemed to have noticed. Your food was also delicious. This made by Yin overjoyed. He asked happily. Really? Chun Sen nodded. This is the third time I've had it. Yin Long said to Chang Tian. You must continue to give it your all from now on. Chang Tian's eyes were filled with determination. I guarantee I will. Brother Baiyu. Chang Tian also made a silent resolve in his heart. I will strive to defeat you. Du Sanchi's residence was bustling with people. It was incredibly lively. With the resounding clang of a gong, a voice announced, Now, the semifinals will officially begin. Du Sanchi sat between Tang Ren and Gong Wei. He felt awkward looking at the two men who clearly disliked each other. His face was full of distress. The host announced the rules. This match will last for 30 minutes. You are free to create any dish you wish with any theme. Then, the person introduced. The first match is a showdown between two master chefs, Da Hong and Chang Tian. The gong signaling the start of the competition rang out. Da Hong held a white radish in his left hand. His right hand wielded a knife. His knife skills were incredibly masterful. Da Hong began to carve the radish. Each cut was perfectly precise. All the spectators were thrilled to see Da Hong's performance. They exclaimed in awe, Look at that radish carving technique. At this moment, the crowd turned to Chang Tian. They were filled with curiosity. Why isn't that guy doing anything? Soon, Da Hong's first creation was complete. The crowd cheered in admiration. It's a dragon. It looks so real. Da Hong quickly picked up a carrot. Now he's starting to carve the carrot. After he meticulously shaped the carrot, the audience was once again thrilled by the finished product. He actually used a carrot to create flames. They praised him endlessly. What divine culinary skill. Da Hong couldn't hide his delight. It's best to overwhelm the opponent's momentum right from the start. But he was quickly startled by Chang Tian beside him. Chang Tian drew a sword. He was preparing to cook. The crowd was astonished. What? Why a sword? In an instant, the blade of the sword seemed to be dyed red with fire. It emitted a dazzling light. It was incredibly eye-catching. The audience was once again amazed. How did the sword turn like that? Is he performing magic? Chang Tian held a piece of pork. He tossed it into the air. He then unleashed several flashes of sword light. As fast as lightning, incredibly precise. The piece of pork was cut into perfectly even slices. They slowly fell. What was astonishing was that all the slices of meat landed perfectly on the blade of Chang Tian's sword, along with the flames burning on the sword's blade. The crowd cheered. The meat is cooking. Then Chang Tian sprinkled seasoning on it. Is that salt? That stance looks so cool. Soon, Chang Tian's creation was ready. It was an incredibly appetizing meat dish. It captured everyone's attention. Chang Tian said done. Da Hong, beside him, was dumbfounded. He still didn't understand what had just happened. Finally, it was time for the judging. The host said, Judges, please have a taste. Du Sanchi asked for the name of Chang Tian's dish. Chang Tian enthusiastically explained. Sword-seared pork. It's based on the northern-style grilled meat skewers. The three judges tasted Chang Tian's dish one by one. After tasting it, all three of them showed looks of amazement. They felt immense happiness enjoying this dish and gave it glowing reviews. With every bite, the juices just burst out. The outer layer is crispy. It's truly a perfect combination. Superb. Next was the judging of Da Hong's dish. He introduced it. My dish is called the Fire Dragon's Red Armor Roast. Wan Gongwei said, half jokingly, I suppose it would be alright if I took that dragon home with me later, right? Du Sanchi also praised it. It truly looks magnificent. Du Sanchi took the first bite. But immediately after, both Du Sanchi and Tang Ren spat out. Da Hong was utterly shocked by this reaction. He wondered, why? Du Sanchi raised his hand. Wait. Then Du Sanchi commented, Objectively speaking, your dish isn't bad. But after eating Chef Chang Tian's dish, Wan Gongwei shouted, What's the use of it just looking good? Tang Ren also added, I feel like I need to scrape my tongue clean. The final result was announced. Chang Tian wins. Bai Yun and Yun Long applauded Chang Tian's victory. At this moment, Chang Tian's eyes were filled with determination. Brother Baiyu, I will give it my all. The scene shifts to Mount Guluan. A red-haired man was driving a horse-drawn carriage. It was Shua Fa. He remarked, So that's the Guluan Inn. I never expected such a magnificent inn to be on a mountainside. How interesting. From within Shaw F.A.'s carriage, roars echoed out. A meaningful smile appeared on his face. You're bored, aren't you? Go in there and tear them to shreds. Taste them and enjoy yourselves to your heart's content. As he finished speaking, the carriage shattered into pieces. A horde of humanoid creatures, completely black, rushed out. Their faces were ferocious. They were mad with bloodlust. They roared and moved with incredible speed. Even the birds in the sky were scared away by this ferocious aura. Inside, Wang Julong saw a panicked bird. He immediately realized something was wrong. What's going on? Wang Julong then leaped to a higher spot for a better view. When he saw the horde rushing straight towards them, he was terrified. Wang Julong immediately shouted an alarm. Alert! All hands on alert! Xiaoming heard him and ran out. His face was filled with panic. What's happening? Wang Julong reported as he observed. Something is radiating a strange energy. It's heading straight for us. After hearing this, Xiaoming wondered. What is it? Wang Julong replied with a grave expression. I don't know. They're neither human nor beast. The pitch-black creatures were charging forward at an incredible speed. Their bodies radiated a powerful internal energy. Wang Julong asked, Are there any guests inside? Xiaoming immediately answered, There are no guests at the moment. Wang Julong gritted his teeth. Then we're lucky. Soon, the creatures arrived. One after another, they leaped over the fence. Seeing the critical situation,